To fulfill her marriage contract, Mengwan entered the esteemed residence of the loyal and brave marquis, adorned with a generous dowry, to bring joy to her husband. However, on the day of their wedding, her husband unexpectedly passed away, and she was regarded as a harbinger of misfortune by the household. Her mother-in-law treated her harshly, her sisters-in-law were unkind, and society deemed her incapable of upholding propriety within the noble family. Yet, unbeknownst to them, since the day she wed into the Marquis's household, she had been haunted every night by a figure in her dreams. She dismissed it as mere fantasies of a young bride, until the day the long-deceased young Marquis, Pei Qingli, returned victorious from battle, and the boundaries between dream and reality blurred. Pei Qingli was notorious in Kuanjing for his madness, a man no one dared provoke. Having been missing for 5 years in his youth, presumed dead, he emerged from the military with remarkable achievements. While the barracks were austere, devoid of even a single mosquito, he often dreamt of a delicate young lady weeping for him. Upon returning home, he learned of his elder brother's sudden demise on his wedding day, and the widow left behind. In the grand hall, he caught sight of the widow, her gentle features captivating, and in the moment their eyes met, he perceived the confusion, doubt, and indignation reflected in her gaze. That night, he confined her within his chambers, his eyes icy, yet filled with desire. Didn't Wanwan promise that upon my victorious return, she would marry me? The ever-dutiful Mengwan panicked. Second young master, that was merely a dream. Words spoken in dreams cannot be taken seriously. Chapter 1. Dreams of the Spring Chamber. The wind howled, and the rain fell heavily. Shadows danced among the trees. What is your name? A heated breath whispered in her ear, the light dim, and her thin garment damp with sweat. Wan. Wanwan? The sultry voice descended, a warm hand covering her, causing Mengwan to shiver. Wanwan, when I return victorious, will you marry me? No, that is not right. She was already a married woman. How could she marry another? Even in dreams, promises should not be made so lightly. Her vision blurred, sparkling with enticing tears. Under the flickering candlelight, she could not discern the man's features, only his rough outline. Yet, this very man had ensnared her in dreams for 3 long years. Night after night, he would frantically demand answers from her. Wanwan, answer me. His cool voice was laced with desire, his warm breath brushing against her chest, tightening her grip on the bedding. No, please, she trembled, powerless to resist. 3 years had passed, and she still could not defy him in her dreams. Do you not wish to marry me? His grip tightened, the pain on her lips felt all too real. Mengwan quivered uncontrollably, her garments in disarray, her figure partially exposed. She was nearly overwhelmed, her voice tinged with tears. Fine. Convinced it was just a dream, she acquiesced, for what weight could promises made in dreams truly hold? The man, satisfied with her response, granted her a final release. Mengwan bit her lip, her eyes glazed, cheeks flushed with a captivating allure. Wanwan, cry out for me, I love to hear it. The crisp scent of the man enveloped her, and Mengwan strained to see his face, but her efforts were in vain. His presence was powerful and intimidating. Even without seeing his visage, his aura alone instilled fear within her. Wanwan, I shall return to the capital tomorrow. Where in the city are you? I will come to find you. His voice dripped with longing, hot breath warming her earlobe. It was unbearable. Yet, upon hearing his words, an overwhelming dread surged within her. Returning to the capital? At that moment, Mengwan trembled in fear. Was this a dream? If so, it felt too real, and how did he know her whereabouts in the city? For 3 years, she had never disclosed her identity to this man in her dreams, having only shared her name contained the character Wan. Do not be afraid, Wanwan. I am not a madman. But Mengwan was well aware that the man in her dreams was indeed mad, particularly when he tormented her. Even if she wept and pleaded, he would not relent. Perhaps it was because he knew he was merciless in dreams, unleashing his primal instincts. Madam. Suddenly, a voice from outside, that of her personal maid, Yunju, broke the spell. Mengwan awoke as if from a dream, her eyes flying open, and everything returned to clarity. She quickly checked her attire, finding it intact, and breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed a dream, and thus there was no need for fear. How foolish of her to fear the words of a man from her dreams, fearing he might truly seek her out. What is it? The young Marquis has returned to the capital. Yunju's news caused Mengwan to furrow her brow slightly. However, he has already entered the palace to pay his respects. The old matriarch sent me to inform you to prepare for the return of the second young master. gathering the young men and women of the household to welcome the young Marquis home. The second young master, the young Marquis. Mengwan suddenly recalled the existence of a young Marquis in the loyal and brave Marquis's household. Years prior, he had perished at the hands of mountain bandits, but recent rumors suggested he was alive, having survived the ordeal and returned with military accolades. Mengwan, born into a merchant family, had married the eldest son of the loyal and brave Marquis, Pei Qingli, 3 years ago to honor a marriage contract. Originally, the engagement was meant for her half-sister, Mengyao, who was gentle yet somewhat simple-minded. The people of Qinjing knew well that the eldest son of the loyal and brave Marquis was born of a concubine. After Pei Qingli's disappearance, his mother, enraged, fell ill and soon passed away. Then, the concubine entered the household as the new matriarch. The world gossiped that she was cunning, and the engagement that should have fallen to Pei Qingli instead went to Pei Qingli upon Pei Qingli's presumed death. Their mother wept daily, fearing that if Mengyao married into the loyal and brave Marquis's household, she would suffer greatly. Moreover, Pei Qingli had long suffered from tuberculosis, causing noble ladies to avoid him, leaving no one wishing to wed him. Mengwan had no choice but to marry in place of her sister to bring good fortune, only to find her husband dead on their wedding day, leaving her to mourn at her late husband's altar for 3 years. Her mother-in-law had been relentless in her disdain since the death of her son, subjecting Mengwan to constant scrutiny, yet she had managed to endure. Now that Pei Qingli had returned to the capital, the Marquis's household was sure to be tumultuous. With this thought, Mengwan could only sigh, hoping her yet unmet younger brother-in-law would not be too harsh on her, the grieving sister-in-law. Yet, she suddenly recalled the words spoken by the man in her dreams. He had said he would return victorious to the capital the next day. Today happened to be the day Pei Qingli returned triumphant, and her complexion paled at the realization. Pei Qingli and the man from her dreams. She quickly reassured herself that such coincidences were improbable. After all, it was merely a dream. Pei Qingli had gone missing at the age of 15, disappearing for 5 years, and now that he had suddenly returned, he was surely destined to inherit the title, especially with his impressive military accomplishments. How could he be compared to the lecherous figure from her dreams? Moreover, Mengwan believed she was simply being fanciful, perhaps haunted by some lingering spirit, and had even sought a string of white jade Buddhist beads at the 10,000 Buddha temple, hoping for protection. Presently, Pei Qingli was in the palace to report, and the entire Marquis household had come forth. As Mengwan approached the hall, she could already hear the clamor. Pei Qingli truly returned at the right time. He hid away for 5 years, not even returning for his brother's funeral, and now he comes back to claim his title. I am the hall. The elderly matriarch of the Marquis's house wore an even darker expression. Ever since the death of Pei Qingli, she had been scheming to adopt a promising young man from the clan to ensure the continuation of her lineage and secure her position as the mistress of the Marquis. Yet it was at this critical juncture that Pei Qingli returned. The young Marquis has returned. A voice rang out, and Mengwan turned her gaze in that direction, spotting a tall figure approaching, radiating an aura of coldness, with sharp brows and starry eyes, exuding an imposing presence. Chapter 2. Returning to the capital. All eyes turned towards him. Pei Qingli's return to the capital would have previously heralded a complete transformation of the Marquis. However, after the old Marquis's passing years ago, not a single person within the household could shoulder the responsibilities. Now, the only thing sustaining the entire estate was the substantial dowry Mengwan had brought with her upon marriage. The Meng family had long been royal merchants, feasting on the imperial bounty, yet the nobility often looked down upon merchants, and so did the mistress of the Marquis. Moreover, there were whispers that she had caused her own son's demise. Having been married into the Marquis for 3 years, Mengwan had never been granted authority over the household. Instead, she felt like a host to leeches who latched onto her, seeking to siphon off any benefits. Mengwan was not one to be easily bullied. Beyond the daily expenses of the Marquis, she would not part with a single extra coin. Gradually, the people of the Marquis came to understand that this lady was not one to be trifled with. In truth, Mengwan possessed a gentle disposition, yet was merely outwardly strong. If she did not exhibit some firmness, she risked being devoured by these wolves. Fortunately, she had managed to prevent Ayao from marrying into the family. Otherwise, given Ayao's temperament, she would likely have perished in the Marquis long ago. As the figure at the entrance drew closer, Mengwan gradually discerned the man's features. Just as she glanced over, an icy gaze, as sharp as a viper's, fell upon her. That gaze was laced with a chilling sharpness that sent shivers down her spine, yet it vanished almost instantaneously, leaving her to wonder if it had merely been her imagination. Perhaps he had just returned victorious from battle, still clad in his armor, rushing back to the Marquis. His frigid armor bore stains of dried blood, and though it was the heat of summer, he seemed to emanate an aura of coldness, having been away for 5 long years. Little did he know, during his absence, the Marquis had devolved into a den of thieves. His urgency to return was likely driven by the desire to see the woman from his dreams more frequently. Each night in the barracks, Pei Qingli dreamed of her, though her visage remained elusive and blurred. However, as he approached the capital, her features grew increasingly distinct. He could even make out her tear-stained eyes, glistening and alluring. Pei Qingli was remarkably handsome, both in appearance and stature, exuding an air of authority that deterred anyone from approaching him. Yet, the more Mengwan observed him, the more she felt that his silhouette mirrored that of the woman from her dreams. Erlang, this is Mengwan, your sister-in-law, someone introduced. Mengwan? The name echoed in his mind, and in an instant, his cold, serpent-like gaze swept over her once more. Beside him, Zhaoshi waved with a warm smile, her face radiating kindness, masking any hint of malice. Mengwan, this is Erlang, the child of the late mistress. You have yet to meet. Mengwan felt flustered, unable to shake the sensation that the man's gaze was unabashedly exposing her, as if he sought to strip her bare before all. Dressed in a simple yet elegant dark gown, her slender waist was cinched tightly, giving her an air of fragility, like a willow swaying in the breeze. Her figure, however, was voluptuous and graceful, her hair adorned only with a modest floral ornament, making her stand out amidst a sea of silks and jewels. Yet, her beauty was undeniable. Her raven-like lashes fluttered, and her skin glowed like fresh snow. A cold sweat pooled in her palms as she cautiously met Pei Qingli's gaze, only to find him staring intently at her. Erlang. Upon uttering his name, her voice was soft and melodic, intertwining with the echoes of her dreams. A darker glint flickered in Pei Qingli's eyes. He had found her. Mengwan? At the moment his voice fell, Mengwan felt as though struck by lightning. That voice, even if turned to ash, she would recognize it. It belonged to the man who had haunted her dreams for 3 long years. His physique, his voice, and the words he spoke in her dreams all converged upon this moment, his victorious return to the capital. In an instant, a whirlwind of emotions cascaded through the young woman: panic, doubt, shame, and fear. Mengwan's complexion paled, her legs nearly buckling, her hands clenched tightly enough that her nails dug into her palms. The onlookers in the hall sensed something amiss with Pei Qingli, and the animosity directed at Mengwan was palpable. Their gazes were akin to that of hunters stalking their prey. Child, how can you address your sister-in-law so casually? Erlang, you should refer to her as sister-in-law, Zhaoshi interjected. It was evident that Pei Qingli harbored no fondness for his widowed sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? He scoffed. Not only did my mother bear only me, but you, a mere concubine who has ascended to the mistress's position, are scarcely older than Pei Yanzhao by mere months. What right do you have to claim the title of my sister-in-law? He pointed an icy finger at Mengwan, his voice chillingly cold. She hardly qualifies as my sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? He had traversed countless miles without pause, solely to return to the capital seeking to claim his reward, only to discover that the girl in question was his sister-in-law. Ridiculous. Pei Qingli was no fool. He could discern from Mengwan's reaction that they shared a connection through their dreams. She was aware of everything he had done in those dreams, and now she sought to assume the role of his sister-in-law. Before his disappearance, he had been notorious in the capital for his eccentricity, yet his mother was the aunt of the current emperor. In his youth, he was untouchable. Years prior, when the old Marquis sought to marry the princess, he had already kept a mistress outside, and it was only after Pei Qingli went missing that the old Marquis brought her into the household. At that time, people only learned that the old Marquis had an outside mistress with a son of considerable age. Thus, the gossip in the capital suggested that the old Marquis had caused the princess's demise out of sheer anger, and it was suspected that young Marquis's disappearance held deeper mysteries. However, with the previous emperor's death, the new emperor's ascension, and the threats at the borders, there was little concern for the affairs of the ministers. The old Marquis was dispatched to battle but met his demise along the way, and now the Marquis had completely fallen under the control of the mistress Zhaoshi. Pei Qingli's words shocked the assembly. A nearby maidservant of Zhaoshi cried out in anger, "How can the young Marquis speak to the old lady in such a manner?" For all these years, The old lady has been the sole pillar of the marquisate. After your long-awaited return, how can you treat your own mother so coldly? It truly breaks the heart. With that, Zhao Shi pretended to shed a few tears, for in the capital, she was the first and only concubine to rise to the position of the mistress of the marquisate. Lang, I know you resent me, but when your sister passed away.
Puffed. Ah.
Before Zhao Shi could finish her sentence, warm blood splattered across her face. Chapter 3 Is my sister-in-law afraid of me? Murder. Murder. Mengwan was positioned quite closely, and the blood splattered onto her, staining her elegant attire. Without the slightest hesitation, the long sword pierced through the chest of the maidservant, her eyes wide in disbelief, unable to comprehend that he dared to take her life. Pei Qingli withdrew the sword, the cold blade still dripping with blood. He held the sword and stepped closer to the Zhao family, whose face had turned ashen with fear. No one anticipated that Pei Qingli's return would be marked by such violence. A frenzied wickedness danced upon his features. Did she not just say that you feel heartbroken? Let her blood warm your heart then. Will you still feel sorrow? Not only was Zhao terrified to the point of breaking, but Mengwan also felt a similar dread. She was so frightened that she nearly turned to flee, yet her legs felt as heavy as lead. A thick stench of blood filled the hall. And he did not even glance at the lifeless body on the ground. You dare! Zhao's voice trembled with fear. Do you intend to commit patricide? Do not forget. I am the mistress of the loyal and brave Marquis' residence. If you kill me, you shall not live either. Mengwan clenched her hands tightly. Today, she realized that Pei Qingli was far from an amiable character. To dare commit murder on his first day back, what could he possibly be?
Kill you?
You think yourself deserving? Pei Qingli smirked. If you cherish the position of mistress, then sit well in it. After all, you won't be able to keep it for long. As he lifted his gaze, it locked onto Mengwan's terrified eyes, his wickedness intensifying. Is my sister-in-law afraid of me? His voice was chilling. Around them, not a soul dared to approach, all retreating far away, fearing that at any moment, the sword in his hand could plunge into their own chests. Mengwan's delicate face went pale. She never imagined that Pei Qingli would turn his sights upon her. Having grown up in the confines of the estate, she had never witnessed such brutality. Brother, you have only just returned. This should be a day of great celebration. Do you not think so? Mengwan was perplexed by his question, unsure of how to respond, whether to affirm or deny. Given the current situation, she could not ascertain whether Pei Qingli might also take her life. Furthermore, regarding the matter of dreams, she felt uncertain. Surely, it was merely a dream, a coincidence.
He must not know, she reasoned.
Your return is a matter of pride for the family, and as your sister-in-law, I should be delighted for you. Mengwan struggled to find words, striving to appease this man radiating a palpable aura of menace and malice. The atmosphere of bloodshed was far beyond what a woman of her standing could withstand. At the age of 19, Mengwan had wed into the loyal and brave Marquis' residence, 2 years older than Pei Qingli. The man, having honed his lethal skills outside for years, possessed a devilish charm, his dark eyes locking onto Mengwan. Are you pleased for me, or for my late brother? Pei Qingli's words were always pointed, and today was no different. The mention of a short life was merely a jab at Zhao. Pei Qingli's mother, Princess Zhaohe, was known for her gentle nature. When the old marquis sought her hand, he promised her a lifetime of fidelity, never to take a concubine. Who could have anticipated that he would not only take concubines, but had already kept one before marrying the princess? Brother, you have just returned, weary from your travels. You should rest. In the capital, Pei Qingli's name was known to all. Aside from being a complete madman, he was a prodigy. With a photographic memory, he excelled in all arts, literature, music, chess, and martial skills. He composed poetry at 3, accompanied the late emperor into battle at 12, and was recognized for his remarkable prowess. His life was destined for brilliance until his disappearance 5 years ago, which halted all prospects. Yet now, upon his return, the glory that belonged to him would ultimately be reclaimed. Yet I am weary. Pei Qingli's abyss-like gaze bore into Mengwan. I fear no one here has prepared my quarters. The people in the hall exchanged glances. Indeed, no one had attended to it. They had intended to keep Pei Qingli in check to diminish his arrogance, but he had returned by killing Zhao's maidservant. If he found out the entire household was neglecting him, who knew what madness he might unleash? Perhaps it would be best for my sister-in-law to personally prepare a courtyard for me. Pei Qingli's towering frame cast a shadow over Mengwan. pressing down upon her like a heavy stone. Did he intend to kill her? She had witnessed his earlier ruthlessness, his eyes unblinking. Mengwan turned to the others, realizing they had all retreated, fearful that inciting his wrath might lead to their own demise. Her thin garment was soaked with cold sweat. Is my sister-in-law unwilling? A chilling air surged from her feet to the top of her head, sending shivers down her spine. Mengwan understood that in this Marquis' residence, there was no one to assist her. The so-called Marquis' estate was merely a den of danger. Brother, I will have the maids prepare it. Those maids cannot compare to your meticulousness. Do you think I, Pei Qingli, have returned from far and wide without deserving a place to stay? His voice sliced through Mengwan's heart like a knife, especially as it echoed the man from her dreams. She trembled in terror. Brother, do not say such things. Since you are back, you must have the best of everything. Please follow me. Mengwan led the way, and once the grim figure departed, the oppressive atmosphere in the hall dissipated. Mother, that Pei Qingli is truly terrifying. Is it safe for sister-in-law to go with him? The words came from Zhao's youngest daughter, Pei Lingjun, clad in a delicate yellow dress, her face filled with fear for Pei Qingli. Zhao regained her composure and snorted disdainfully. Mengwan, a harbinger of death. Dying at Pei Qingli's hands would be her fortune. Zhao would welcome Mengwan's demise. In such a case, all of her dowry would belong to Zhao. When Mengwan married, her dowry was vast, with the wealth of the Meng family comprising countless shops and lands. Once a woman marries, all she brings is considered her husband's. Zhao had always believed this. Yet, families of stature never exploit a woman's dowry. For them, it is a source of shame. As Mengwan proceeded, she felt Pei Qingli's gaze fixed upon her the entire time. She felt exposed, her palms slick with sweat. Chapter 4. Not brothers at all. Mengwan led Pei Qingli to a courtyard with 3 entrances and exits. The dwelling he had occupied long ago now repurposed for Pei Yanzhao after Pei Qingli's disappearance. Since then, Zhao had publicly proclaimed Pei Yanzhao as the legitimate heir of the Marquis' residence. Naturally, the quarters for the legitimate heir were the finest. However, no one could have predicted that Pei Yanzhao, a short-lived soul, would die suddenly at a young age. Not even Mengwan, his new bride, had the chance to consummate their marriage before he passed away, leaving Mengwan to mourn over her husband's spirit for 3 years. In those days, widows faced much scrutiny, and even more so since Pei Yanzhao had died on their wedding day, leading many to declare that Mengwan was a widow cursed with misfortune. Such a woman should be discarded by her in-laws and relegated to the status of a concubine, sent to a convent to live out her days in solitude. That would be the best fate for her. The Zhao family not only refrained from abandoning her but also chose to keep her in the residence of the loyal and valiant Marquis, which is indeed a tremendous blessing for her. She ought to be deeply grateful. This courtyard had been vacant for some time. I presume that your previous quarters were tainted by your husband's lingering illness, which you must have found unappealing. Do you find this courtyard to your liking? Pei Qingli had been observing Mengwan closely, only able to glimpse the delicate, fair neck of the young woman before him, as well as her smooth, rosy earlobes. In his dreams, he had always found her earlobes particularly enchanting. They were so sensitive that the slightest touch would render her face crimson, utterly intoxicating. However, Pei Qingli paid no heed to what Mengwan spoke, yet the term husband resonated distinctly in his ears, releasing a surge of malice from his gaze. Husband? Mengwan had referred to him in such a manner in her dreams as well, but back then, she had been compelled to do so by Pei Qingli's relentless torment. The way she uttered husband was truly melodious. Yet now, she called another man her husband. A chill coursed through her, and she trembled, increasingly fearful. This Pei Erlang was indeed not an amiable character. A faint scent of blood lingered about him, a presence of violence that unsettled her. The courtyard Mengwan selected was indeed to Pei Qingli's liking. The mere call of Wan nearly made Mengwan lose her composure. In a panic, she glanced at Pei Qingli, striving to regain her calm demeanor. With a pale, jade-like face, she softly replied, "The name Wan is not one you should utter, Erlang. If you prefer not to call me sister-in-law, addressing me as Mengwan will suffice. It is certainly more agreeable than calling me Wan." Pei Qingli regarded her with a knowing smile, eager to see how long this young woman would feign ignorance. Mengwan led him into the house, where the furnishings were somewhat antiquated, as she had not yet had the opportunity to replace them. Noticing his silence, she let out a sigh of relief and added, "Erlang, you may rest in this courtyard for today. I will have someone procure new items by tomorrow morning, if that is agreeable." Not acceptable. Pei Qingli retorted without a moment's hesitation. Mengwan clenched her hands tightly, uncertain of his intentions. Yet, she could not appear flustered. She must not allow Pei Qingli to discern anything amiss. After all, it was merely a dream. As long as she did not acknowledge it, it remained nothing more than a figment of her imagination. Dreams and reality, after all, are worlds apart. What did this Erlang desire? Mengwan felt increasingly powerless. If Pei Qingli sought revenge, why not direct it towards Zhao Shi? Why impose such torment upon a widow? The affairs of the Marquis were never ones she wished to entangle herself in. I require you to select for me personally. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, sealing out the daylight. The sound reverberated in Mengwan's heart, causing it to tremble violently. Her pupils constricted, and a wave of terror washed over her once more. Was he planning to silence her? Erlang, what are you doing? Fear rendered her voice trembling. As she watched Pei Qingli approach her step by step, Mengwan panicked, nervously twisting her fingers. I am your sister-in-law. You cannot kill, Shi. Mengwan's words were abruptly silenced by Pei Qingli's forceful interruption. He had no desire to entertain her protests. They were mere nonsense. Whatever Pei Qingli wished to accomplish in his lifetime, no one had ever been able to thwart him. Mengwan's eyes widened in shock, tears streaming down her cheeks as her delicate wrist was seized firmly by the man, forcing her mouth open. He was fierce, exuding a raw, primal intensity as he began to overpower her. Mengwan had never anticipated such audacity from Pei Qingli. A madman indeed. He truly was. Mengwan's body trembled slightly, and a passing maid caught a glimpse into the courtyard. Where are the young mistress and the second master? Weren't they just here? In that moment, the peak of Mengwan's terror reached unprecedented heights, her body tensing in fear. Her eyes glistened with tears, as if a pristine sheet of white paper had been crumpled and sullied. No, please don't come in. If they enter, they will surely see. Are you frightened? Pei Qingli's gaze, brimming with wickedness, locked onto Mengwan. His calloused fingers grazed her lips, now tinged with the color of his kiss. Observing the tears on her face brought a twinge of pain to his heart, mingled with an inexplicable vexation. Did Zhao Shi never tell you that Pei Yanzhao is the offspring of her and her lover?
What?
In an instant, Mengwan's mind buzzed with disbelief, her eyes widening in shock. Her husband was not the legitimate son of the old Marquis? This meant that Pei Qingli and Pei Yanzhao were not true brothers at all. Pei Qingli grasped her chin, his eyes dark with malice, as the maids lingered outside. He appeared ready to sever her life force, to drain her of every drop of blood. Cold and sinister, he was undeniably a madman. Dear Wanwan, do you know why I disappeared all those years ago? Without needing to be told, Mengwan understood. The reason for his disappearance was undoubtedly tied to Pei Qingli's discovery of the secret, prompting Zhao Shi to attempt to eliminate him. Yet, she had not anticipated his return. Now that Pei Yanzhao was dead, even if the secret were to be revealed, no one would believe it, nor could it be substantiated. Wanwan is truly clever, so perceptive. His voice was chillingly cold, despite the semblance of a smile. Do you know how that old fool met his demise? Mengwan bit her lip, too terrified to make a sound. His lips brushed against her delicate ear, sending a shiver down her spine. He received a letter I had written to him on the road, and was driven to the brink of madness by rage. Chapter 5. He wished to tear her apart. Wanwan, what do you think his feelings were upon discovering that the son he had gone to such lengths to conceal was not even his own? Pei Qingli chuckled darkly. How absurd that the old fool would go so far as to poison my mother, elevating an illegitimate child to the status of legitimate heir. Mengwan was aware only that the old Marquis had perished while en route to battle, unaware of the true circumstances behind his death. At the time, it was widely believed that the old Marquis, due to his advanced years, could not endure the strain and died along the way. Who could have imagined that he had been driven to death by Pei Qingli's machinations? When the old Marquis died en route, the boarders fell one after another, leaving no one in the capital to defend against the enemy. Yet suddenly, the tides turned, and the situation stabilized, reclaiming several cities along the border. It was likely during that period that Pei Qingli had taken over the old Marquis's role, fighting in his stead. Mengwan was not well versed in court matters. Yet she comprehended that the new emperor must have been aware of these events long ago. Such remarkable military achievements meant that even if Pei Qingli were to kill 1 or 2 people within the Marquis, the new emperor would likely turn a blind eye, let alone the murder of a widow like her. His coarse fingers gently caressed Mengwan's rosy lips, and the fear in her eyes did not escape Pei Qingli's notice. No, it's impossible. My husband is your biological brother. Tears filled Mengwan's eyes. If he could kill his own sister-in-law. She dared not imagine the torment she would endure if Pei Yanzhao were not truly his brother. Biological brother? Pei Qingli let out a low laugh. Does he even deserve such a title? He is merely the illegitimate spawn of that old harlot and a stable hand. What right does he have to be my brother?
What?
Tears, crystalline and pure, cascaded from her alabaster visage, her eyes brimming with sorrow and fear. How could her husband be the offspring of the Zhao clan and a mere groom? Why did Pei Qingli reveal such scandalous truths to her? They had only just met today, yet he chose to unveil this shocking disgrace. Could it be that Pei Qingli was confident that she would never utter a word? In this world, only the deceased remain silent, eternally safeguarding certain secrets. Wan, if I divulged this earth-shattering scandal to you, do you think that old hag would not seek to harm you? His fingers glided from Mengwan's delicate earlobe down to her slender neck, which appeared so exquisitely fragile that it seemed a mere flick could snap it. Such a beautiful neck. Pei Qingli licked his lips, a wicked glimmer igniting in his elongated, phoenix-like eyes. Mengwan bit down on her lip, stifling any sound that threatened to escape. She knew it was precisely as she feared. He revealed this to her because he desired her demise. Look at you. Trembling in fear, Pei Qingli chuckled softly, brushing his lips against hers. Do not bite so hard. If you injure yourself, I would be heartbroken. Mengwan shivered violently, yet her watery gaze bore a hint of defiance.
I
will not speak of it. Erling, trust me. Pei Qingli regarded her with a leisurely gaze.
Oh.
How shall I trust you? A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a hunter eyeing his unsuspecting prey, watching her struggle in her final throes. Mengwan treasured her life, unwilling to be killed by Pei Qingli after enduring 3 years of widowhood in the Marquis's residence. How could she earn his trust? Pei Qingli's eyes darkened as he leaned closer, pointing to his lips. Understand? Mengwan's palms tightened. Erling, she bit her lip in humiliation, forcing out a retort. You scoundrel! Scoundrel? Pei Qingli's hand moved towards the sword at his waist, and Mengwan's heart raced at his actions. Do you wish to experience the sensation of my sword slicing your throat? Each utterance of her name felt like a death knell, urging her towards her demise. Despite the sweltering summer, she was drenched in cold sweat, icy dread creeping from her feet to her head. Gritting her teeth, she closed her beautiful eyes and raised her chin, exposing her pale, slender neck. I, Mengwan, will not suffer disgrace. If Erling wishes to kill me, then let it be. Her voice, cold and resolute, echoed with a determination to die rather than lose her honor. From a young age, Mengwan had studied the virtues of womanhood, knowing that a woman's chastity was paramount. Even in the face of death, her dignity and reputation must be preserved. She could not bring shame upon her family, nor tarnish her parents' name. This was the lesson ingrained in her since childhood, for noble daughters were held to such standards. A woman who lost her virtue faced either death or a life of scorn, forever branded a disgrace to her family, especially in aristocratic circles. Pei Qingli observed her unwavering resolve, and the smile at the corner of his lips gradually faded. Would you rather die than submit? His intent had merely been to frighten her, yet she appeared thoroughly terrified. A cold laugh escaped him, akin to a serpent slithering up her spine, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She had resolved, if death was her fate today, she would not allow Pei Qingli to gain even a fraction of her vulnerability. As long as she adamantly denied the events of that dream, what could Pei Qingli do? Would he force her to confess? Truly, my dear sister-in-law, he drawled, the last syllables stretching out, and Mengwan sensed his weight lift as he distanced himself. After guarding the memory of her late husband for 3 years, she had likely forgotten the pleasures of marital intimacy. Pei Qingli's gaze bore down on her, consuming her like an abyss. Mengwan's body trembled even more violently, tears glistening on her lashes, her eyes and nose flushed, exuding an air of pitiable fragility that made Pei Qingli yearn to tear her apart, just as in her dreams. How dull. With that, Pei Qingli merely uttered those words before pushing the door open and leaving. As he paused at the threshold, he added, I would appreciate it if my sister-in-law could take care of my courtyard. Once he disappeared from sight, Mengwan exhaled as if liberated, inhaling deeply. Madam. Yun Zhu rushed over, alarmed by Mengwan's distressed appearance, her heart tightening in sympathy. The second master has gone too far. He could have sought revenge on the old madam instead of tormenting you. Yun Zhu felt her mistress was unfortunate, having replaced the second miss in this marquis residence, never experiencing a day of peace. She had entered the household as a widow, endured her mother-in-law's torment, and now faced harassment from her brother-in-law. Chapter 6. Support enough. Mengwan suppressed her humiliation. I must endure for now. Among the aristocracy, there were never divorced women, only those cast aside. Yet her husband was dead, and she could not even obtain a divorce decree. In this world, women who were discarded faced ridicule and scorn. On the day she wed into the family, she had never anticipated that her husband would perish, especially on their wedding night, which also marked his death anniversary. She wore mourning attire, vigilantly standing for 7 days and nights before his spirit. Reflecting upon it now, she realized she would likely endure a lifetime within this marquis residence, never seeing the light of day again. Sister-in-law. As Mengwan turned to return to her quarters, Pei Qingli rushed over, her skirts lifted. Noticing the traces of tears on Mengwan's face and finding no sign of Pei Qingli behind her, she seemed somewhat disappointed. She appears unharmed, she thought, only startled. She had expected Pei Qingli to kill her. This way, all of Mengwan's dowry would belong to them.
What is it?
Pei Qingli affectionately grasped Mengwan's hand, her tone almost whiny. I chose some fabric the other day, hoping to have the embroiderer make me a dress. Mengwan inhaled deeply and replied softly. If you wish to have a dress made, simply inform the embroiderer. But the fabric is exquisite golden silk from a foreign land, costing a fortune per piece. Dear sister-in-law, could you lend me some money to purchase it? Pei Qingli was accustomed to asking Mengwan for funds to acquire whatever she desired. The marquis residence had long been depleted, and its facade could only be maintained thanks to Mengwan's support. Though reluctant, she had to engage in this charade with Pei Qingli. Mengwan's expression darkened. Golden silk at such a price is rather extravagant. Funds should be allocated wisely. Sister-in-law. Pei Qingli immediately grew displeased, raising her voice. Doesn't your Meng family own a fabric shop? I heard they recently received a shipment of golden silk. If you are unwilling to spend your own money, surely you can retrieve some from your family, can't you? Mengwan's grip tightened. Throughout her years in the marquis residence, they had consistently drained her resources. If she refused to comply, they would simply raid her family shop, charging everything to her account. Her parents, fearing her mistreatment, often allowed them to take what they wished on credit, leading to increasingly audacious behavior. That belongs to my Meng family. You have only 2 daughters in your family. Meng Yao is simple-minded. You are the legitimate daughter of the Meng family. Once your parents pass away, all that belongs to the Meng family will be yours. Since you married into our marquis residence, everything you possess is now ours as well. Why should I not take my own things? Pei Qingli, still young, had been spoiled by the Zhao family to the point of being insufferable. Third miss. That is not how it works. Yun Zhu interjected, unable to endure the absurdity, having encountered shameless individuals before, but never once so brazen. With a sharp slap, Pei Qingli struck. You insolent maid, I am speaking with my sister-in-law. What right do you have to interrupt? The force of the blow reddened half of Yun Zhu's face, leaving her ears ringing. The bystanders were taken aback. The third miss was striking the madam. After all, Yun Zhu was the madam's dowry maid, and to hit her so casually showed a complete disregard for Mengwan's dignity as the sister-in-law. Yun Zhu, knowing Mengwan's gentle nature, could not stand to see herself humiliated and hastily grasped Mengwan's hand. Madam, it is my fault. Please do not be angry. I apologize to the third Mississippi. Seeing Yun Zhu's submissive demeanor, Pei Qingli felt a surge of satisfaction, lifting her chin with an air of arrogance. I merely came to inform my sister-in-law, not to seek your opinion. Sister-in-law, no matter how exquisite the golden silk may be, it will never transform a wild chicken into a magnificent phoenix. A deep, menacing male voice approached, and her hand clenched tightly within her sleeve. She had not anticipated that Pei Qingli would return unexpectedly. Pei Qingli? Since childhood, she had feared him, and now that he had returned after committing murder, her fear intensified. Pei Qingli had changed into a dark robe, shedding his chilling armor. Yet his presence remained ominous and fierce, particularly those eyes, forged in the crucible of battle. He raised his hand. His hands were beautiful, calloused from years of swordplay. When his palm struck Pei Qingli's face, it caused her to spit blood and sent her sprawling across the ground. Third miss. Pei Lingjuan's personal maid rushed forward. But Pei Qingli advanced with an imposing stance, looking down at Pei Lingjun. I was unaware that this manor had fallen into your hands. His presence was akin to that of death itself, exuding an aura that threatened to consume. The household was paralyzed with fear. This terrifying young lord was not to be trifled with. To kill on his first day back, and to treat his own sister with such brutality, marked him as a man who danced with death. Second brother. Pei Lingjun, now terrified, struggled to rise but found herself unable to stand. Mengwan felt a chill in her heart. Though the act had been exhilarating, he was still his half-sister. If he could treat her so, what would he do to her? Mengwan was unaware that Pei Qingli's earlier words were merely meant to intimidate her. Seeing the pallor on the young woman's face only intensified the fire in his heart. Pei Yanzhao, that ill-fated soul, regardless of being the old marquis's biological son, was the first he would eliminate. It was a pity he had died so soon. Yet, Pei Qingli was grateful for his demise, otherwise. Suddenly, he turned, his gaze as cold as a viper's, locking onto Mengwan, causing her complexion to pale again. She felt faint, nearly losing her balance. Death seems preferable. Then she would belong to me. He recalled his first dream, in which she appeared in wedding attire. Perhaps it was her wedding night. That night belonged to him. Initially, Pei Qingli thought it merely a dream, but over time, his conviction grew. Regardless of whether it was a dream, he would traverse heaven and earth to find that woman and have her by his side, extinguishing his desires. In that dream, he had told Mengwan to wait for him. If she dared to be with another suitor, he would kill her. Though she had never been with another, she had become his sister-in-law. Chapter 7. She was bullied to the brink of tears. Yet his gaze lingered only briefly on Mengwan, as if it were a casual glance devoid of significance. Instead, he glared darkly at Pei Lingjun. What do you think you are? You dare to call me brother? A bastard born of an extramarital affair has no right to address me as such. You filthy creature, get lost. The maid nearby dared not assist, trembling in fear, terrified that the Lord of Death would turn his wrath upon her next. Take your master, and leave. It was clear that Pei Qingli's temper was exceedingly foul. If you wish to report this, feel free to tell that old hag. The maid's face quivered at the audacity of referring to the matriarch as an old hag. In the entire manor, only Pei Eri possessed such boldness. Mengwan attempted to lead Yunju away, deciding it was best to retreat. Pei Er's temperament was far too volatile. Today, he had nearly frightened the life out of her. Yunju gently tugged at Mengwan's sleeve, whispering for her to hurry and leave. The capricious nature of this Lord of Death was far too unpredictable. Where do you intend to go, madam? Pei Qingli seemed displeased with her being called sister-in-law in front of outsiders. He preferred either to address her by name or as madam. Others assumed Pei Qingli disliked Mengwan because she was Pei Yanzhao's wife, the daughter-in-law of the mistress who had supplanted the concubine. It was hard to believe he could ever have any affection for her. Mengwan believed this too, but there was another reason, her 3-year-long dream. His eyes were dark, and his voice carried an icy chill. Mengwan's back was slick with cold sweat. The foot she had extended was quickly retracted, her face contorting into a smile more grotesque than tears. You mentioned needing me to procure some items, since you distrust the others in the manor. I plan to accompany Yunju to select them personally. As your sister-in-law, I must take special care in such significant matters. Mengwan's heart twisted painfully. She felt the weight of his gaze was too oppressive, akin to a blade poised at her throat, ready to sever her life. She sought to remind Pei Qingli of their familial ties, regardless of whether Pei Yanzhao was the old marquis's true son. There were still the boundaries of brother and sister-in-law that must not be crossed. This was still within the marquis's residence, where countless eyes were watching. No matter how talented and ambitious Pei Qingli was, he should have some reservations. Yet Mengwan was mistaken. The rumors outside claimed Pei Qingli was a madman, and they were not exaggerated. He was indeed a true lunatic. Whatever he set his mind to, he would accomplish, including acquiring Mengwan. Pei Qingli regarded Mengwan's delicate visage with a smile that was more sinister than sweet, his disdain for her hairstyle evident. It was a style befitting only married women, and it irritated him to no end. He approached her, his tall frame looming over her, causing Mengwan to involuntarily step back, fear flashing in her eyes. Surely, he wouldn't humiliate her in front of so many people? My dear madam, you show such concern for me. His smile was cryptic, colder than a serpent's bite. Though he smiled, an icy frost cloaked his features, sending shivers down spines. His gaze held no warmth, making him appear more terrifying than an executioner amidst countless beheadings. Mengwan's heart raced, yet she feigned calmness. "How could you say that? You are the only brother of my husband and the sole son of the old marquis still alive. Whether as a sister-in-law or the eldest daughter-in-law of this marquis's residence, I sincerely wish you well and shall procure the finest items for you, ensuring that Erlang is never slighted." Mengwan's remarks, laden with veiled reminders of their status, resonated in the air. Pei Qingli's expression darkened, chilling enough to make even his loyal attendants tremble. Could it be that the second master intended to harm this young woman? Observing her pale visage and reddened eyes, on the verge of tears, even he felt a pang of compassion. How could the second master bear to frighten her so? Did he derive pleasure from instilling such terror? Mengwan felt a shiver run through her heart bracing for the worst. Yet, Pei Qingli unexpectedly spoke. "Then I shall rely on you, Wanwan." "Wanwan." Mengwan trembled, her legs weak, as the weight of his address sank in. Did he not fear the whispers of others, that he might be deemed disrespectful to his sister-in-law? Once Pei Qingli left her presence with his frosty demeanor, she finally succumbed to her trembling legs, nearly collapsing to the ground. The lady, not just Mengwan but even Yunju, was nearly brought to tears by the intimidating presence of the second master. Mengwan bit her lip, her fingernails digging into her palms until they turned white, a sheen of cold sweat accumulating. "I am unscathed. Let us go and procure some items for him." Fearful though she was, Mengwan knew she must fulfill her duty. She planned to select items from her family's prosperous business, which spanned the nation, yet that did little to change the disdain with which they regarded merchants, particularly the daughter of one. Everything the Meng family supplied to the capital was of exceptional quality, and Mengwan was not one to settle for mediocrity. Initially, Zhao wished to acquire fine goods from the Meng family shop, yet they only sought to take advantage. Mengwan found herself in a predicament. Should she refuse, they would resort to slandering her family shop, prompting officials to shut it down. She had endured enough trials in this marquis's residence. Life was already arduous, and with Pei Qingli's return, it had become even more unbearable. The thought brought tears to her eyes, yet she held them back. Nearby, Cheng Feng observed his master lurking in the shadows, fixated on the distressed widow. "Second master, she appears on the verge of tears." Pei Qingli replied with a cold indifference. "He has eyes, he is not blind." Investigate her circumstances in the residence. Though he had only returned a day prior, he had gleaned much about Mengwan's plight. His men would ensure that no one dared to bully her. Pei Qingli's gaze darkened. How could someone so timid endure in the marquis's residence for so long? He was well aware of the torment inflicted by Zhao. Mengwan must have suffered greatly under her hand. "Humph. That old hag will meet her end one day." Cheng Feng, confused, remarked, "Second master, what is there to investigate? We could just eliminate her as well." As soon as he spoke, a chill crept up Cheng Feng's neck, and he felt a sense of foreboding. "Yes, I shall do that at once." Yet he hesitated, recalling, "Why did you inform her today that Pei Yanzhao is not the old marquis's true son?" Pei Qingli, disliking loquacity, responded, "To frighten her. It is amusing." In the Jingxin hall, upon hearing that her daughter had been struck by Pei Qingli, Zhao flew into a rage, throwing dishes about. "Mengwan, where are you?" she bellowed. A servant replied, "Old madam, the young madam has gone to procure items for the second master and will likely return late." Zhao nearly fainted from ire. That wretched girl. Has she never seen a man? Does she not realize she is merely a pawn for Pei Qingli? How shamelessly she fawns over that illegitimate child. Zhao's disdain for Mengwan was no secret in the residence. It had been this way for years. The servant, though sympathetic, added, "The maidservants say the second master nearly harmed the young madam, and she was understandably frightened." She had no choice but to comply. Zhao dismissed this, scoffing. A girl raised in a merchant family lacks proper decorum, devoid of any sense of filial piety towards her mother-in-law, yet she seeks to curry favor with her younger brother-in-law. If this were to spread, it would be a source of ridicule. The servant continued, "Though Mengwan is delicate, she is quite capable." She prepared the quarters for the second master before nightfall, transforming the space entirely. The redwood furniture and the jade-inlaid screens, along with the spacious bed adorned with silk bedding, all exuded luxury. Even Cheng Feng was astonished. "Second master, I just saw that the bed was arranged by the young madam herself, without any intermediary." Pei Qingli fixed him with a penetrating gaze. Young madam? Cheng Feng faltered, scratching the back of his head. Yes, young madam. Pei Qingli's voice was frigid. Who permitted you to address her as such? Cheng Feng felt the air grow tense. Pei Qingli's demeanor was grave, his jaw set in a hard line. What should I call her then? You shall refer to her as Miss Meng. Cheng Feng quickly corrected himself. Only then did Pei Qingli return his focus. His large, calloused hand caressed the soft quilt, as if lingering traces of Mengwan's warmth and scent remained. The memory of her gentle, melodious form in his dreams set his blood ablaze, his complexion flushing with an unusual hue. He gazed at her with an unyielding fervor. Sister-in-law? He would not acknowledge it. No one could claim her. Even in death, Mengwan would be his. Alive, she belonged to Pei Qingli. In death, her spirit would remain his. As night fell, perhaps due to the fright of the day, Mengwan felt an unsettling anxiety. After sipping the calming tea Yunzhu had brought, she managed to fall into a fitful sleep. She thought, with Pei Qingli returned, surely he would no longer haunt her dreams. Before his return, she had not been plagued by dreams every night, though the frequency was beyond her reckoning, allowing her some peace. However, as soon as she fell asleep, she sensed an odd heaviness upon her, as if a great weight pressed down on her chest, making it difficult to breathe. She reached out to push the weight away, only to encounter smooth skin. In an instant, she awoke, her eyes widening to behold Pei Qingli's flushed face. As their eyes locked, terror gripped her, nearly forcing a scream from her lips, but his hand swiftly covered her mouth. Wan, you have broken your promise. Wan, I truly wish to strangle you. Tears streamed down Mengwan's cheeks as she gazed at Pei Qingli, comprehending that this was indeed a dream. The man who had entangled her for 3 long years was none other than Pei Qingli. His voice, cold and menacing in the dim light of night, sent shivers of fear through her. It was him, truly him. In the past 3 years, Mengwan had never clearly seen the face of the man in her dreams. However, this time it was astonishingly vivid. Was it because Pei Qingli had returned? Could he truly intrude into her dreams? The reason she had been haunted by him for 3 years was due to his persistent presence in her subconscious, was it not? Yet he had returned, aware of his identity, and bound by ethical constraints between them. Why did he still invade her dreams? Why did he treat her this way? What was there to cry about? During the day, he would call her sister-in-law without a hint of hesitation. Why was she so timid now? What nonsense about sister-in-law! If Pei Qingli did not recognize that short-lived ghost, then it was not valid. That fleeting spirit was neither of the Pei lineage nor his true brother. Thus Mengwan could not be considered his sister-in-law either. She bit her lip, refusing to utter a sound, even holding her breath as if wishing to suffocate herself. Yet, she seemed to forget that this was merely a dream, where one could not truly perish. His cool fingers traced her delicate skin inch by inch.
Not speaking?
His broad, callous fingers caressed her slender neck. His dark eyes fixed on her, and Mengwan could see the primal desire simmering within them. What did he intend to do? Second young master, please spare me. Do not torment me any longer. Torment? He chuckled softly. This has only just begun. How can you call it torment, Wan? Did you not enjoy it before? The short-lived ghost, Pei Yanzhao, had never allowed her to experience the pleasures of being a woman. If he wished to be the legitimate heir of the marquise, it was only reasonable for me, as the second son, to care for you, right, Wan? Please, just stop talking. Mengwan could hardly bear to listen. How could he speak such things to his sister-in-law? Mengwan, Wan, look at me, he called repeatedly. You are calling me your good husband in your dreams. Why do you turn your back on me now? His words filled her with terror and embarrassment, igniting her face with shame. Please stop, she pleaded silently, hoping Pei Qingli would cease his words. Yet, she was also terrified of angering him in the dream. Fearing he might truly harm her, she could not afford to die. As the legitimate daughter of the Meng family, with only 2 daughters, her family relied on her, especially since Yao had always been slow. What would happen to them if she perished? What would become of her parents and her aunt? Second young master, she trembled. Please spare me. Mengwan began to plead, her soft, pitiful voice resembling that of a mewling kitten, evoking sympathy. The fire within Pei Qingli was instantly ignited. She was truly enchanting. He longed to possess her completely. Spare you? He sneered, tightening his grip on her neck.
Who will spare me?
Wan, you are a deceiver.
I
have not deceived you. her voice nearly shattered under the pressure of his grip. Pei Qingli held her down, one hand around her throat while the other roamed her body. She was filled with fear, shame, and confusion, yet she dared not move. Over the past 3 years, one truth had become clear to Mengwan. This man's desires were overwhelming, to a degree she could scarcely endure. Not deceiving me? Pei Qingli's tone turned harsh, like a lone wolf in the dark of night. For you, I have endured 3 years in the desolate frontier. Wan, do you understand how painful it has been for me? I was nearly suffocating. His every word pierced her. Mengwan's pupils constricted, her eyes widening in shock, her entire being flushed with crimson. How could he utter such lewd words? Second young master, you are simply at the age for marriage. Once you find a wife, this will all cease. Mengwan thought he was merely a young man, brimming with unquenched desires, and it was natural for him to be fixated on such matters. Once he married and tasted the pleasures of intimacy, he would no longer pursue her. Yes, she thought. Perhaps she should arrange for Pei Qingli to be introduced to a suitable match. Now that he had returned victoriously to the capital, poised to inherit the marquisate, he was undoubtedly one of the few promising young talents in the city. Surely, there would be many families eager to propose. You want me to marry? His tone turned dangerous. He truly wished to crush her to death. However, having hunted for 3 years without tasting his prey, how could he relent? Mengwan shuddered, pushing against him with all her might, yet her strength was nothing before Pei Qingli, who easily seized her wrists and held them above her head. Bowing down, he found her soft, moist lips in the dim light. Mengwan furrowed her brow, twisting her body in an attempt to escape his grasp. His breath and fervor were overwhelming, rendering her utterly defenseless. Even in dreams, Mengwan would awaken the next day, selectively forgetting everything. Her hair was a wild mess, cascading over the bed. He attacked with ferocity, devoid of any tenderness, for he understood that this was merely a dream. No matter how tumultuous it became in the dream, Mengwan could not be harmed. Moreover, after 3 years of training her in dreams, she had grown accustomed to his touch. He adored Mengwan, to the point of desiring to destroy her. Mengwan, you are a deceiver. How dare you betray me? I warned you. If you deceive me, I shall end you right here in bed. Pei Qingli unleashed his fury upon her, more ferociously than he ever had before. Mengwan cried out in desperation. Second young master, please, I cannot endure this any longer. She truly felt as if she were on the brink of collapse, her body feeling alien to her. Waves of blinding light surged before her, the sensation of being engulfed looming closer. Yet, just as it seemed she would succumb, it vanished entirely. Mengwan could no longer bear it. She wished for Pei Qingli to grant her a swift end. This was a dream, so why not hasten its conclusion? Upon waking, she could pretend none of it had ever happened. Why must he torment her so? Wan, is this too much for you? His voice, cold and unyielding, echoed in her ears like a demonic summons.
No, why not?
He had suppressed his desires for 3 years, nearly reaching a breaking point, believing that returning to the capital would bring an end to it all. To his surprise, she had presented him with the greatest surprise of all, forcing him to endure still longer. Wan, do you wish to suffocate me with your deceit? Mengwan wept, her face streaked with tears. She had no awareness of how long she had been tormented by Pei Qingli, only that it had ended in a haze. With Pei Qingli remaining by her side until dawn broke, the coarse voice of a servant broke the silence outside. It is already the hour. Why is the young mistress still not awake? In the past, she had always risen early to greet the matriarch. Now, even before officially becoming the mistress of the marquisate, she was beginning to act aloof. Mengwan was roused by the servant's voice, feeling utterly exhausted, her body aching as if it were made of lead. It was merely a dream, yet upon waking, she still felt pain. Young mistress, you have only overslept this once, and the matriarch has already sent someone to scold you. Throughout her 3 years in the marquisate, Mengwan had never failed to adhere to the morning and evening rituals. Let Zhao fail to find even the slightest fault. Now that she has finally seized upon her mistake, and after Pei Lingjun was punished yesterday, how could she not take this opportunity to assert her authority and give Mengwan a hard time? Yunju, why did you not wake me? Mengwan felt a pang of regret, cursing Pei Qingli in her heart. If it were not for him, she would not have overslept, allowing Zhao to catch her in error and take advantage of it. Young mistress, I noticed you have been overly fatigued lately, so I wish to let you sleep a little longer. Yunju replied, feeling deeply wronged, though her grievance was not for herself, but for Mengwan. Chapter 10. She is his widow. Yunju hurriedly assisted Mengwan in dressing and grooming before they ventured out. The old woman, Chang Mama, was a constant presence by Zhao's side, known for her arrogance. Today, Mengwan donned a light blue gauze dress, her raven hair elegantly styled. Adorned with 2 plain silver hairpins and a jade flower, her delicate earlobes bore white jade pendants, accentuating her small, exquisite face and graceful neck. Mengwan was renowned for her beauty in Kuanjing, and even without makeup, she radiated charm in her simple yet elegant attire. Zhao disapproved of such a girl, believing that a young widow with such beauty could not adhere to the virtues expected of a woman. Consequently, she imposed numerous restrictions on Mengwan, forbidding her from freely leaving the residence or interacting with men, likely fearing that a girl of Mengwan's appearance would attract unwanted attention.
Ah,
The young mistress has finally awakened? Chang Mama's sharp, discerning eyes gleamed with malice. Yesterday, due to matters concerning Erlang, I delayed in paying my respects to my mother-in-law. I shall go now, Mengwan replied, aware of Chang Mama's cunning demeanor. Mengwan resided in the north courtyard, while Zhao occupied the main east courtyard of the estate. It was a scorching June morning, with the sun already blazing down upon the earth. The duke's residence was originally a prince's estate before being renamed. It was quite expansive. Traveling from the north to the east courtyard would take at least the time to brew a cup of tea. Upon Mengwan's arrival at the east courtyard, she found no sign of Zhao. Standing in the courtyard with her head bowed, she humbly announced, I, daughter-in-law Mengwan, have come to pay my respects to my mother. I apologize for my tardiness this morning and hope for your understanding. She stood there for quite some time, yet Zhao did not appear. Yunju, feeling anxious, suggested, Young mistress, should we not simply enter? The rules of the estate are strict, and we cannot enter without the elder's permission. I fear Zhao is deliberately trying to embarrass you. Mengwan gently shook her head, sighing inwardly. Once today's matters are resolved, all will return to calm. After standing in the courtyard for half an hour under the relentless sun, beads of sweat began to form on her brow. The oppressive summer heat of Kuanjing was unbearable, instilling a sense of dread. Chang Mama emerged from within and declared, The old lady has stated that since the young mistress missed her appointed time, she must remain in the courtyard for reflection until the old lady calms down. Yes, I understand, Mengwan replied. Yunju clenched her fists as Chang Mama turned to leave, but suddenly spun around, glaring at Yunju. No umbrellas allowed.
by now.
Midday was approaching, and Mengwan remained in the courtyard. During this time, Pei Lingjun passed by and, seeing Mengwan suffering under the sun, felt a surge of delight. Her own face was still swollen from last night's punishment. Is sister-in-law not feeling well standing out there? It must be quite uncomfortable, she taunted, proudly lifting her chin. Clad in a shimmering garment of gold thread. How splendid this gold-threaded attire looks. It was delivered from your Meng family's tailor shop. And my mother dispatched the message early this morning. It arrived within the hour. She cast a disdainful glance at Mengwan. You merchants are truly sycophantic. So eager to curry favor with our duke's residence. Mengwan's complexion turned pale, her body teetering on the brink of collapse. Having been raised in luxury, she had never endured such hardship. As the morning wore on, and Zhao showed no intention of allowing her entry, Mengwan remained silent, her lips pressed together. She understood that if they could not obtain something, they would shamelessly approach the Meng family's business under her name. This had been the case for many years. Mengwan's thin garment was now drenched with sweat, clinging to her back, and the oppressive heat, combined with a lack of water, was unbearable. In the shadows, Cheng Feng observed everything keenly. Noticing Mengwan's precarious state, he felt a surge of concern. Pei Qingli had left early in the day, unaware of the situation in the residence, but he had stationed Cheng Feng to discreetly watch over Mengwan, ensuring she did not interact with men and that she was not mistreated. Seeing the young woman on the verge of collapse, resembling someone succumbing to heatstroke, Cheng Feng hurriedly left the estate to find Pei Qingli. Young master, second master, sir. Cheng Feng rushed into a tavern like a gust of wind. Behind the curtain, Pei Qingli was seated opposite a man.
Speak.
Pei Qingli replied, his demeanor calm as he gripped his wine cup. The moment he opened his mouth, Pei Qingli's piercing gaze darted toward him, prompting Cheng Feng to quickly amend his words, that old witch has been punishing Miss Meng, forcing her to stand in the east courtyard for 2 hours. With a sharp crack, the exquisite porcelain cup in Pei Qingli's hand shattered. shards embedding into his palm without him noticing. I have urgent matters. I must take my leave. Before he finished speaking, he had already vanished. Chung Feng scratched his head, feeling as if something had zipped past him. Was that the second master? He wondered, peering around but finding no trace of Pei Qingli. A young man's light laughter came from behind the curtain. Chung Feng, who is that Miss Meng? Chung Feng's lips twitched. She is the widow of our duke's eldest son. The youth replied, so he has such tastes? It is no wonder he hurried back to the capital after being presented with so many maidens at the border. He already had someone in mind. But this person seems to be his widow? At this moment, Mengwan's legs ached and felt numb, her entire body seeming to be scorched. Darkness clouded her vision, her chest felt tight, her breathing quickened, and her face lost all color. Chapter 11. The second son of the second house. Snatching away, Yunju observed that the entire morning had passed, and the old lady showed no intention of relenting. Reluctantly, she decided to seek help. Yet, looking around the duke's residence, it was filled with a pack of wolves and tigers. The only one who might assist Mengwan was likely the second son of the duke's second house, ranked fourth in the family, with an elder sister who had married off several years prior. The second son, named Pei Qingli, was frail and sickly. The second branch of the family had always been weak, and since Lady Zhao was elevated to the position of the lawful wife by the old marquis, the oppression of the second branch had become even more pronounced. That Pei Qingli had been pushed into the winter water pool during a childhood conflict with Zhao Sun, Pei and Zhao, and had suffered a severe illness as a result. Ever since, he had been plagued by lingering health issues, relying on medicinal soups for sustenance. While the old marquis was still alive, he would occasionally show some brotherly affection, allocating a bit more silver each month for the second branch's medical expenses. However, upon his death, Lady Zhao completely ceased support, displaying a strong inclination to let the second branch fend for itself. Fourth young master. Yunju hurriedly rushed to the west courtyard where the second branch resided. The west courtyard was desolate and remote, rarely receiving sunlight, which only accentuated its bleakness. By nightfall, no one dared to venture there. Pei Qingli resided in the Qingzhu Yuan within the west courtyard. As Yunju approached, she was met with a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine. Pei Qingli was of similar age to Pei Qingli, though a few months younger. Yunju? The young man in the room was clad in dark attire. Due to his chronic illnesses, he had long been confined to the yard, leaving his hair unbound. He had intended to visit when he heard that Pei Qingli had returned, but was informed by the main house that he was not allowed to go, fearing that he might contract an illness from Pei Erlang. Thus, he abandoned the idea. At this moment, a personal maid from Mengwan approached him, prompting him to set down the medicinal bowl and direct his clear, gentle gaze toward her. His complexion was pale, with his lips lacking even a hint of color, and his slender frame bore a faint scent of medicinal herbs. His long fingers revealed prominent veins on the back of his hands. The room was adorned with numerous paintings and calligraphy that he had crafted in his spare time. Yunju suddenly knelt, tears brimming in her eyes. Please, fourth young master, save my young mistress. After hearing her plea, Pei Qingli did not hesitate to think further. He hurriedly left without even donning his outer garment. In the front courtyard, Pei Qingli rushed back like the wind. In the east courtyard, Mengwan was on the verge of collapse. Pei Lingjun, attending to her mother, cheerfully remarked, "Mother, second brother has returned with honors. The palace will surely summon our family for a banquet to celebrate his achievements. Mother, do you think I should wear this dress or change into something else for the palace?" A cool treat had been delivered from the small kitchen, providing a refreshing respite. After Lady Zhao lost her son, she was left with only this daughter, and naturally, she was extremely protective, eager to offer her the best of everything. As long as you like it, it matters not what you wear. Yet, she distinctly remembered that when her sister-in-law married into the Meng family, they had gifted her a celestial feather gown passed down from the previous dynasty. "Mother, I want that." Pei Lingjun was determined to obtain whatever she desired. With the new emperor on the throne and the selection of maidens yet to commence, our family, being of royal lineage, surely has a place in the selection, right? Any young woman of 15 in the capital can enter the selection. It's been some time since the new emperor's ascension, yet he is yet to hold the selection. If I can catch the emperor's favor at the banquet, securing a place among the concubines will be within reach. Pei Lingjun considered herself astute and attractive. With her family status, she believed she was unparalleled in Kuanjing. Therefore, she thought it plausible to aspire to the position of empress. Being her mother's daughter, Lady Zhao was well aware of her intentions. She smiled and replied, "If you desire it so, I shall seek it from your sister-in-law tomorrow." But what if she refuses? That celestial gown is priceless. It was rumored that the gown, shimmering with colors, was a treasured item passed down from the most favored concubine of the previous emperor, having retained its brilliance for over a century. Pei Qingli could hardly fathom how dazzling she would appear in that gown at the banquet, setting her apart and surely capturing the new emperor's eye. Refusal? Lady Zhao scoffed. Once she has married into the marquisate, her life or death belongs to the duke's household. Her possessions are merely part of her dowry, which rightfully belong to our household. It is but a garment. As her sister-in-law, she cannot deny me. Lady Zhao spoke with an air of entitlement. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingli felt a sense of relief. Mother, it is nearly noon. My sister-in-law is still outside. Do you think something has happened? Lady Zhao snorted coldly. What could happen? Even if something did occur, it would merely be a lesson from me, her mother-in-law. She deserves to endure it. Meanwhile, Pei Qingli rushed into the east courtyard and saw Mengwan's frail form swaying precariously under the sun. He called out and swiftly moved to catch her. Sister-in-law, get away. Do not touch her. However, as he reached for her, Pei Qingli was abruptly pushed aside by a forceful grip. His heart raced in response to the overwhelming sensation. Pei Qingli seized her, and Mengwan fell unconscious, her vision darkening as she lost awareness. He carried her horizontally and called to Yunju, "Why are you standing there? Lead the way." Pei Qingli stared blankly at his empty hands. The moment that soft body had collapsed in his embrace, it felt as though his very chest had vibrated. His blood surged with fervor. But before he could process the sensation, she had already been taken from him, and that intense feeling dissipated. Pei Qingli and Lady Zhao emerged upon hearing the commotion, only to find Pei Qingli standing in the courtyard. "Where is Mengwan?" Lady Zhao's voice rose, her expression twisted with malice. "Returning to my aunt. My sister-in-law likely fainted from the heat. Coincidentally, second brother has returned and has taken her back with Yunju," Pei Qingli replied. Lady Zhao, fearful of Pei Qingli, viewed him as a dangerous adversary. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, messengers arrived from the palace. Indeed, as Pei Qingli had predicted, the new emperor was hosting a banquet for the officials, both to welcome Pei Qingli and to celebrate his achievements, thereby legitimizing his rightful claim to the marquisate. Chapter 12. A Dream Realized. Pei Qingli rushed to find her mother, exuberantly exclaiming in the east courtyard, completely disregarding the decorum expected of a noble lady. "Mother, mother, did you hear the decree from the palace? Tomorrow we shall enter the palace for the banquet. And the celestial gown." Pei Qingli's face was alight with uncontainable excitement and anticipation. Lady Zhao was currently preoccupied, vexed by Pei Qingli's sudden return and his taking of Mengwan. She could not gauge Pei Qingli's temperament, based on his reaction since his arrival. He should harbor considerable hostility toward Mengwan. She even hoped that Pei Qingli would eliminate Mengwan, which would allow her to claim all of Mengwan's dowry without contest. Then she could easily fabricate a charge against the Meng family to have the illegitimate daughter. Meng Yao went into their family. It was said that Meng Yao was simple-minded. Once she was married, her ineptitude would make it easy to dispose of her. In that case, not only would she inherit Mengwan's and Meng Yao's dowries, but she would also acquire the entire Meng family's assets. Lady Zhao, having come from a humble background, had never been particularly astute. She believed that as the lady of the marquisate, she could control everything. Her thoughts were simplistic. Having previously outmaneuvered Pei Qingli's birth mother, a princess, she assumed that even those young girls without experience were no match for her. Zhao rubbed her forehead, suppressing her irritation as she said, all right, later, I will send someone to the storeroom to fetch that feathered garment for you." On the other side, Pei Qingli asked with caution, "I heard she fainted and that little wretch took her away. We don't even know if she is alive or dead. How can she possibly care about the storeroom?" Zhao held the key to the storeroom as the head matron, thus she had every right to retrieve items from there. However, Mengwan's dowry had always been kept in a separate storeroom, with members of the Meng family guarding it. Naturally, Zhao had her means of access. In the northern courtyard, Mengwan had spent the entire morning in the eastern courtyard basking in the sun, and was now feeling feverish and unwell. Yunju had fetched water and intended to enter to cleanse her, but as soon as she stepped inside, she was met with Pei Qingli's almost predatory gaze. Second master. I am here to assist the young mistress, she implied, urging Pei Qingli to leave. Who allowed you to enter?
Get out.
Pei Qingli's frosty glare pierced through her, like a sharp blade ready to sever her throat. Yunju had never encountered such hostility and nearly dropped the basin of water in fright as she hurried outside. Just then, she spotted Qingfeng, Pei Qingli's subordinate, stationed at the door, clad in black and wielding a sword, arms crossed, expression impassive. Terrified, Yunju fled, praying fervently, "Oh heavens, please spare the young mistress, and do not let that killer harm her, otherwise she truly is doomed." Qingfeng regarded the maid with an inscrutable expression, somewhat perplexed. Inside the room, Pei Qingli caressed Mengwan's flushed face, which was burning with fever. Roughly, he tore away her garments and grasped her delicate wrist. Feeling her weak and erratic pulse, furrowing his brow, he thought, why is she so frail? You wretched old hag, he cursed, realizing that Mengwan had suffered under Zhao's oppression in this marquise. Though she appeared plump, she was, in truth, quite hollow and weak. He yanked her from the bed into his embrace, leaving her clad only in a crimson bodice. Perhaps finding the bodice bothersome, he ripped it away as well, leaning down to press his lips against hers in a fierce kiss. In front of him, she was fierce, yet before that old hag, she resembled a timid rabbit, offering no resistance and allowing herself to be bullied. For 3 years, he had dreamt of her, longing to return and marry the girl of his dreams. Yet that old hag dared to torment her. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Due to her unconscious state, he easily pried open her lips with his tongue, feeling the softness beneath his palm. Being a martial artist, he understood the intricacies of the human body and knew how to cool her down without causing harm. As his refreshing internal energy flowed into Mengwan, she gradually regained some clarity. However, as soon as she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Pei Qingli's handsome yet sinister face. She nearly screamed, only to realize she was trapped in his embrace, her chest feeling a chill. To her horror, his hand was still groping her. Mengwan was alarmed, attempting to struggle, but her body was too weak. All she could do was widen her eyes, filled with shame and fury, glaring at Pei Qingli. This scoundrel was taking advantage of her vulnerability. Overwhelmed with shame and anger, she wished she could end her own life. No, please. Perhaps sensing her awakening, Pei Qingli tightened his grip, causing her pain. Her delicate skin could hardly withstand the strength of someone who had trained in combat since childhood. She could feel the calluses on his palms scratching against her tender skin. The more she struggled, the more fervently he kissed her. In the quiet room, apart from the chirping cicadas outside, the sound of water became increasingly pronounced. Her mouth was filled with his sharp yet commanding breath. Mengwan had never imagined she would be so thoroughly violated by a man. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her disheveled hair clinging to her, and her garments lay in tatters, even the crimson bodice scattered on the floor. Wanwan, you've dreamt of this before. What is there to fear? Pei Qingli's teasing voice echoed in her ears, his words so lewd they filled her with shame. He wrapped a thin quilt around her, admiring her alluring form, relishing every aspect of her. Mengwan bit her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Scoundrel! She finally managed to exclaim after a long struggle. Pei Qingli touched his lips, still savoring the moment, and noticed the crimson bodice on the ground, picking it up and holding it in his hand. Mengwan instinctively reached for it. Chapter 13. Second Master, I beg you, spare me. He was swift, snatching the bodice into his embrace in a few quick motions. Mengwan was both humiliated and furious. That was a woman's intimate garment, the most private of possessions. How could a man possess it? Wanwan, do not be disobedient. If you dare refer to yourself as my sister-in-law again, I will show this bodice to others.
You.
Mengwan tightened the quilt around herself, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing the small white rabbit in such a state of embarrassment made Pei Qingli want to devour her whole. However, upon reflection, he realized this little woman had never faced any storms. If he frightened her further, she might truly be scared out of her wits. Very well. There is plenty of time to play with her. Not to mention that Pei Yanzhao was not truly my brother, even in her dreams. Wanwan had repeatedly called out to me, weeping and begging. The more Pei Qingli spoke, the paler Mengwan's face became. No, please stop. She didn't want to listen, nor could she bear to. The values of propriety and integrity instilled in her since childhood made it impossible for her to break through that barrier. Second master, please. Spare me. Mengwan bit her teeth, resolutely refusing to acknowledge the events of her dreams. Seeing her in such a state ignited a fiery desire within Pei Qingli, a fire that gathered within him, making it hard to resist, especially with this little woman in his arms, looking utterly mortified. Sister-in-law, brother. Outside the room, Pei Jinan's voice rang out. Pei Qingli's gaze hardened, swiftly grabbing a garment to cover Mengwan. Yunju, come in and attend to your mistress. Hearing Pei Qingli's voice, Yunju's legs weakened. Especially after Pei Qingli emerged, his expression was as dark as thunder, sending shivers down her spine. Brother, how is sister-in-law? Outside. Pei Jinan cleared his throat. The sun blazing down made his face even more pallid. Has she not yet passed? Pei Qingli shot him a glance. Still alive? Pei Jinan's expression stiffened slightly, forcing a smile. Thanks to your grace, she is still with us. It is also due to sister-in-law's monthly efforts in preparing medicine for me that I have survived. Without her care. Sister-in-law? Pei Qingli's aura darkened further. You dare speak so intimately? Does she deserve it? Pei Jinan maintained a gentle demeanor. Brother, you needn't harbor such animosity. Sister-in-law is truly a wonderful person. Whenever my condition worsens, my sister-in-law always invites a doctor to attend to me. Indeed? How attentive she is towards this ailing person. If she is so concerned about a sickly individual, why does she avoid him like a venomous serpent? Clearly, over the past 3 years of dreamlike moments, he has thoroughly understood her, both in body and in spirit. It seems you have quite an affection for her? Pei Qingli's gaze pierced like a blade. Pei Jinan felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Brother, you jest. My sister-in-law is also part of this noble household. She has treated me well, and I am simply grateful to her. Humph. You would do well to remain merely grateful and not harbor any other intentions. Mengwan is charming and has long been widowed, struggling alone in this noble residence. He cannot believe that no one here has ever entertained improper thoughts towards Mengwan. But Mengwan belongs to him. Anyone daring to cast their eyes upon her shall meet their demise. Chengfeng. Second master. Chengfeng hurried over. Fetch that Zidane pill and deliver it to the north courtyard at once.
Ah?
Chengfeng was taken aback and quickly replied, Second master. The Zidane pill is a gift from His Majesty, with no more than 10 in the entire realm. You possess only 2. They are life-saving items. To send one to the north courtyard seems excessively extravagant. Moreover, Miss Meng is merely experiencing a bout of discomfort. She will recover in due time. Why must you waste a Zidane pill? Hearing this, Chengfeng's heart ached. Yet, as soon as he finished, he was met with Pei Qingli's razor-sharp gaze. Do I require guidance in my affairs? Chengfeng, terrified, took a step back. I shall go immediately. And like the wind, he vanished.
But...
With a thunderous crash, the door of the east courtyard was kicked open from the outside. Zhao Shi had just sent someone to fetch the exquisite attire for Pei Lingjun. Pei Qingli stormed in alone, exuding an aura of menace. The maidservants, who were fanning themselves, recoiled in fear at the sudden commotion. Pei Qingli? You certainly know how to indulge yourself. Pei Qingli surveyed the opulent room filled with luxuries, ice blocks, jade screens, sandalwood incense burners, and exquisite bronze censer adorned with dragon motifs. These were items of the highest quality, which even the noble ladies of the palace might not afford. It seemed these treasures were acquired through Mengwan. What brings you here? Zhao Shi, inherently fearful of him, especially after he had killed someone upon his return, felt even more trepidation. My courtyard is lacking several items. Pei Qingli smirked wickedly, hinting at the unpredictability of life and death. Zhao Shi, trembling, swallowed hard. Hasn't he Mengwan taken care of everything for you? What else do you require? I have been away for 5 years, yet I was unaware that this noble residence had fallen under the dominion of you, an old hag. His fingers brushed over the lavish items in the room inch by inch. The term old hag twisted Zhao Shi's features in agony. Pei Qingli, what do you have to say? Am I not your mother? What are you then?
Guards.
Pei Qingli was disinclined to waste words on this old hag. He was someone who always repaid grievances. Her treatment of Mengwan today suggested that Mengwan had suffered greatly in the past within this noble house. Now that he had returned, he would not allow Mengwan to endure such humiliation. Remove everything from this old hag's quarters. If it cannot be moved, then destroy it. His voice, cold as ice, sliced through the air like a blade, leaving Zhao Shi paralyzed, momentarily forgetting to resist. Pei Qingli, you dare. This is my courtyard. His eyes, like those of a venomous snake, bore into her, as if ready to strike and tear her apart. Try me and see if I dare. Move. Pei Qingli commanded, and none dared to disobey. Stop. All of you. Cease this at once. These are my possessions. You insolent servants dare not touch my belongings. Zhao Shi shrieked hysterically, her face contorted with rage. In mere moments, her room was stripped bare. Chapter 14. Anger. Avenge her. Pei Qingli's men were brutal. Anything that could not be carried away was smashed. In the blink of an eye, the east courtyard was left in ruins. Second Master, what are you doing? You've returned from the dead, and if your father knows of your treatment towards me, he will not rest in peace. Zhao Shi found herself unable to cry. She could not fathom what she had done to incur Pei Qingli's wrath to such an extent. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingli's wickedness intensified. Old hag, if I hear you refer to yourself as my mother one more time, I shall sever your head and see what happens, Pei Qingli raised an eyebrow. His eyes filled with a wild malevolence. Zhao Shi fell silent, for she dared not provoke him. Pei Qingli had always been known for his madness, and he seemed even more deranged now. My mother was the sister of the late emperor, the aunt of the current sovereign. What right do you, an old hag, have to claim to be my mother? Pei Qingli regarded her as one would a corpse. Were it not for her current utility, he would have pierced her throat with a sword long ago. His death had caused his mother great sorrow, leading her to languish in illness until her untimely demise. Outsiders claimed that Princess Zhaohe could not withstand the pain of losing her beloved son, which led to her passing. Yet Pei Qingli did not believe it. He did not believe his mother had died so easily. Surely this old hag had played a role. Until the truth was uncovered, he needed her alive.
And you?
With your authority over the kitchen, by tomorrow evening's banquet, I want to see all the accounts and the keys to the storerooms of this estate. Do you understand? Zhao Shi dared not utter a word, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Pei Qingli's departing figure. The old lady's maid quickly helped her to her feet. What shall we do now? How is it that a person who has been dead for 5 years has returned? It would not be so bad if he had simply returned, but he is mad upon his arrival, either killing or destroying things, which is truly frightening. Chengfeng, having delivered the items to the north courtyard, was taken aback at the devastation in the east courtyard. He pondered the weight of the anger within the second master that could lead to such destruction. How is she? Pei Qingli did not forget to worry about Mengwan's condition. He had discovered today that her health was in dire straits, seeming to be afflicted by some toxin. However, she was the legitimate daughter of the Meng family, the pillar of support for her household, with only one concubine under her father, who had never quarreled with the legitimate wife. The two shared a sisterly bond, deep and unwavering. The concubine had given birth to a daughter who was mentally impaired. Thus there was no possibility that someone from the Meng family would poison Mengwan. Therefore, Chengfeng, during these days, investigate carefully what Mengwan has been consuming.
Yes.
However, Chengfeng looked at the items that had been removed and inquired, Second Master, how shall we dispose of these items? They are all exquisite treasures. Sell them all.
Ah?
Chengfeng was taken aback. Sell them? Second Master, are you in dire need of money? Is there a problem? No, no problem. Remember to approach the pawn shop under Meng's name to sell them. Yes, but how did you know that the Meng family has a pawn shop? How much has he missed? Why does the second master care so much for Mengwan, having returned only a few days and already knowing her background so thoroughly?
Fool.
Pei Qingli snorted coldly, clearly unwilling to converse further. Dear second master, with the royal banquet approaching tomorrow and your recent return to the capital, it is likely that numerous suitors will seek to curry favor with you. Just now, a message arrived from the Prime Minister's residence, clearly indicating the intentions regarding the Prime Minister's youngest daughter, Chengfeng. With Pei Qingli returning adorned in military honors, promotion and titles are certainly inevitable. Furthermore, he is also set to inherit the title from a Gofu. Such immense wealth and status naturally attract envy, prompting others to seek familial alliances. Refuse them. Do not attend. You say, my good second master, but she is the daughter of the Prime Minister. Chengfeng has gained considerable renown. In this capital, those seeking to propose to the Prime Minister's daughter would likely trample the threshold of the Prime Minister's residence. Why must you be so oblivious to the good fortune before you? Speak again, and I shall have you flayed alive. Chengfeng retracted her neck, falling silent as she busied herself with the matters at hand. Meanwhile, Yunju, having just heard of the situation in the east courtyard, hurried back to inform Mengwan. With a joyful countenance, she chattered incessantly. "I dare say it seems like the second master is avenging you, madam." Though uttered without much thought, these words made Mengwan's heart skip a beat. She hurriedly admonished Yunju, "Such words cannot be spoken. He is my husband's younger brother, and I am his sister-in-law. If outsiders were to hear this, it would spell trouble." Yunju realized her folly and quickly slapped her own mouth twice. "Madam, forgive me. I spoke out of turn. But do you not feel aggrieved? After all these years in the Ofu, you remain a chaste maiden. Must you really endure a lifetime of widowhood? It is truly heartbreaking to witness such a virtuous and beautiful lady languish away her youth within the confines of the Vofu." Mengwan's eyes darkened. How could she not feel wronged? Yet, this is the plight of many women in the world. Marry with the man, follow the man. If the husband dies, follow the son. Though she has no children, the Zhao clan has long sought to adopt one from their lineage to bind her firmly to the Vofu. Meanwhile, the Zhao family themselves desires to adopt a child to inherit the vast estate, allowing them to continue holding sway over Mengwan as the matriarch of the Vofu. Such machinations are not lost on Mengwan. Yet now that Pei Qingli has returned, the Zhao family's plans for an heir may very well be thwarted. However, Mengwan fears she cannot evade her fate. A woman spurned by her husband lives a life of unimaginable desolation, bringing disgrace upon her maternal family, unable to hold her head high for the rest of her days. Even Yao may find it challenging to secure a good match. This is not the future Mengwan wishes to see. Hence, regardless of her grievances, she must endure her life within the Wofu. If she must remain a widow, it is preferable to enduring a lifetime of mockery from others. From a young age, Mengwan has been bound by the rigid customs of noble families. Having studied the rules of womanhood since the age of 3, always adhering to feminine virtues and never daring to overstep. Yet, her interactions with Pei Qingli have shattered years of self-restraint. She reflects that this cannot continue. If she were to find him a suitable wife, perhaps he would be dissuaded from his current infatuation. From Mengwan's perspective, Pei Qingli's feelings towards her stem merely from an absurd dream, devoid of genuine affection. Chapter 15. Entering the palace. Dear readers, please add this to your bookshelf. His interest in her is more a matter of curiosity. If she could find him a suitable partner, he would surely come to understand the warmth of a woman's embrace, thereby extinguishing his thoughts of her. Mengwan contemplated this, unaware that someone had already considered her deeply. Yunju, in the coming days, please keep a keen eye out for suitable young ladies in the capital for marriage, one whose status, appearance, and talent all meet the mark. It is not that Mengwan is being picky. Rather, she must select a woman worthy of Pei Qingli. Otherwise, he may not deem her suitable. Yunju immediately grasped her intent and asked, "Are you seeking a match for the second master, madam?" Mengwan replied with resignation, "Yes. He must marry soon to mature and become more stable, thus dispelling any thoughts he harbors towards me. Our differing statuses create an insurmountable chasm between us. The relationship between Pei Qingli and me can only ever be that of brother-in-law and sister-in-law, nothing more, madam." Yunju hesitated. Mengwan rubbed her throbbing forehead. "Speak freely. Is there anything more troublesome than Pei Qingli at present? Today, the old lady removed an item from one of your storerooms, but they are tight-lipped. I could not ascertain what was taken." Yunju's face was filled with indignation. The entire Fofu is devoid of any sense of shame, all intent on draining the young mistress dry. Ever since she married into the Fofu, not only has she been forced into a widowhood with the blame of being a husband killer, but they also procure debts in her name. When the young mistress wed, she was truly adorned with a marriage dowry fit for a royal. Properties, businesses, contracts, gold, silver, jewelry, clothing, even coffins and wells, all were provided by the Meng family to showcase that their daughter did not marry into the Bofu out of desperation. Even without the Bofu, the Meng family could sustain her well into old age without accepting a single thread or grain from them. Yet, despite this, the Fofu still believes that the daughter of a merchant has climbed too high by marrying into their family, constantly coveting her dowry and wishing to claim it as their own. Mengwan could only smile bitterly. A woman who marries entrusts her entire life to her in-laws. From that point on, life or death has no bearing on her maternal family. I suspect whatever they took was of considerable value, as they are accustomed to absconding with her belongings to exchange for silver, given that Mengwan does not provide them with funds. The imperial decree from the palace summoned the members of the Fofu to attend the banquet. Although Mengwan is the daughter of a merchant family, having been a royal merchant for generations, she has attended several palace banquets and is somewhat worldly. However, the women of the Ofu, especially Zhao, are vastly different. A concubine's daughter acting as the matriarch of the Vofu would not have had the privilege to enter the palace even during the late old marquis's time. Upon learning of the palace banquet, Zhao was naturally elated. Despite having been reprimanded by Pei Qingli the previous day, she adorned herself splendidly for the occasion. When Pei Lingjun appeared in her resplendent and luxurious attire before the crowd, Mengwan's breath caught in her throat. "Madam, that is not." Yunju's eyes widened, but Mengwan stopped her. "If she wishes to wear it, let her." The garment taken from her storeroom was indeed this very dress. "Lingjun, once in the palace, proceed with utmost caution. Do not offend the nobles with your every word and action," Zhao advised her daughter, noting her exquisite appearance, with hairpins embedded with the finest agate and pearls, exuding opulence. This would surely attract the attention of the new emperor. With the new emperor having ascended the throne and the harem remaining empty, should her daughter catch his eye, a future of untold riches would await. Pei Lingjun, possessing her cherished gown, was naturally delighted. She even approached Mengwan to twirl before her, a sweet and innocent smile gracing her face. "Sister-in-law, do you think this dress looks good on me?" Yunju clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with fury. She had seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. To steal from the young mistress's storeroom and then flaunt it before her. Mengwan maintained a composed demeanor, allowing a faint smile to surface. "It is indeed beautiful, but this dress." Pei Lingjun raised an eyebrow. "I chose it from your storeroom. You do not mind, do you, sister-in-law? We are family after all." "Dear sister-in-law, may I share your carriage today?" Mengwan's luxurious carriage, brought from the Meng residence, was a sight to behold, and Pei Lingjun often implored Mengwan to allow her to ride in it. When denied, she would resort to tears and tantrums, creating a scene in the eastern courtyard. The third young lady, Yunju, could no longer contain herself. "Sister-in-law," Yunju began, but a chill swept through the air. Pei Qingli, dressed in official robes with a jade belt accentuating his slender waist, cast an imposing figure. Upon seeing him, Pei Lingjun's face drained of color, likely aware of his intentions. Mengwan quickly pulled Pei Lingjun closer. "Lingjun, let us ride together." Pei Qingli's expression darkened in an instant, his smile devoid of warmth as he fixed a penetrating gaze on Mengwan, his lips curling into a cold, meaningful grin. "I have come to inquire, sister-in-law, do you lack attire? Your simplicity for the banquet might lead others to believe that my household mistreats you." Pei Qingli was internally agitated, especially at Mengwan's demeanor, which seemed to reflect an aversion akin to that of a snake. He was torn between a desire to bite her and an unwillingness to do so. No matter, he thought, there will be ample time in the future to savor her gradually. Dressed in somber hues with minimal adornment, Mengwan stood in stark contrast to Pei Lingjun, who was adorned in jewels and finery, much of which had been appropriated from Mengwan. "Oh, Erlang, you jest. I simply do not favor ostentation," Mengwan replied, her tone light. "However, upon entering the palace, do not disgrace the Pei household." Pei Qingli, with a scowl, turned on his heel and departed. "Sister-in-law," Pei Lingjun swallowed hard, her face still pale. "Have you offended second brother? He seems quite displeased with you." Mengwan sighed heavily within. How could Pei Qingli's demeanor be anything but hostile? It was clear he wished her ill. The constraints placed upon women in this world were numerous, while men enjoyed far greater freedom. Regardless, she needed to maintain her distance from Pei Qingli. Today's imperial banquet was well known among the officials. It was a gathering to celebrate the new emperor's conferral of a title upon Pei Yanzhao, welcoming him back with honor. As they reached the palace gates, everyone was required to disembark, except for Pei Qingli. This exception, established during the late emperor's reign, was unique, an indulgence that had fostered Pei Qingli's reckless disposition. The Meng carriage was also present. "Sister." A girl in a pink dress spotted Mengwan immediately. She was striking just shy of 18, with a youthful beauty that belied her somewhat slow reactions. "A Yao." Mengwan smiled warmly at her younger sister, elated by their reunion. Accompanying them were Mengwan's father and mother. Her mother, a legitimate daughter of a former official, embodied grace and refinement. "A Yao, come here," Meng's mother beckoned. As it was an imperial banquet, her mother, being a concubine, could not bring her along. Mrs. Meng. How come we do not see Mr. Meng today?
Zhao.
A merchant's wife eyed Meng's mother with envy, noting her regal demeanor. My husband was summoned by the new emperor and entered the palace 2 hours early. Is there a problem, my lady? Upon hearing the emperor's summons, Zhao's complexion paled, and she fell silent. She recalled that despite the Meng family being merchants, they had long been favored by the royalty, and thus should not be trifled with, especially since Meng Su's wife was a genuine lady of a scholarly family. How can it be that anyone can enter the palace these days? A mere concubine's daughter holds the position of the mistress and can meet the emperor? The disdain in her voice was palpable, as she felt her status overshadowed by the true noble lineage. Pei Lingjun wished to defend her mother, but was restrained by Zhao. After they departed, Pei Lingjun stomped her foot in frustration. Mother, why do you tolerate that vulgar woman? You are a lady of the court. While she is merely the merchant's wife, you could crush her as easily as one squashes an ant. A nearby listener chuckled softly. It was Pei Jin-nan, who was also in attendance. What do you find amusing? Pei Lingjun glared at him, but he merely shook his head in silence. Upon entering the grand hall, the opulence was overwhelming, adorned with gold and jade. Pei Lingjun gasped in astonishment at the lavish display. Mother, this palace is truly magnificent. Are those columns made of gold? And the feast table is inlaid with white jade. Even Zhao had never witnessed such splendor. The palace attendants flowed in, with musicians and dancers creating a lively atmosphere of clinking cups and mingling guests. The sounds of stringed instruments and the graceful movements of dancers filled the air. Mother, where shall we sit? Pei Lingjun scanned the room and noticed that Mengwan had already taken her seat. She hurried over to sit beside her, thinking it was a safe choice since they both hailed from the Pei residence. However, as soon as she settled in, a sharp voice cut through the chatter. Who permitted you to occupy this princess's seat? The voice commanded immediate silence. A girl in lavish palace attire glared with indignation. Mengwan kept her head down, sipping her fruit wine, while Pei Lingjun shot a desperate glance at her, unsure of the identity of the self-proclaimed princess. Servant, do rise and make way for this princess. Princess Ziying slapped Pei Lingjun, sending her sprawling to the floor, quickly followed by 2 palace maids who dragged her away. Which family do you belong to, that you lack such decorum? How dare you take a seat meant for a princess? The maids scolded. From a distance, Zhao was busy ingratiating herself with other ladies when she heard the commotion and rushed over, her face paling upon recognizing the princess. Your Highness, this is my daughter, the 3rd young lady of the loyal courageous Marquis's residence. Loyal courageous Marquis's residence? So you are the one whose mother was favored over the legitimate wife, the concubine's daughter, and yet you dare to enter the palace? Princess Ziying's voice rose, and all eyes turned toward them. Zhao felt her face flush with embarrassment, fully aware of the reputation she had built in the capital. She glanced at Mengwan, who remained indifferent, engrossed in conversation with her sister, seemingly unconcerned with the unfolding drama. Your Highness, I am the legitimate wife of the late Marquis and cannot be considered a concubine's daughter, Zhao stammered, her face a mask of humiliation. The term concubine's daughter pierced her deeply, a reminder of her status that she could not escape despite her years of prominence. Truly, you have no manners, raised as you are outside. You dare to speak so brazenly before this princess. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out, announcing the emperor's arrival. Princess Ziying's expression shifted, and she retreated to the back. Everyone quickly knelt in reverence as a figure draped in a dark-patterned ceremonial robe entered, crowned with a purple-gold dragon cap, exuding an aura of unmatched authority. All present bowed respectfully, and the young emperor, seated in the highest position, exuded an air of unrestrained arrogance. Please rise. This evening's palace banquet allows you all to be at ease. However, I have an important matter to address. Gu Xingyuan's gaze fell upon the silent Pei Qingli, who sat among the guests. Everyone knew he was the true protagonist of the evening, yet the ominous aura surrounding him deterred anyone from approaching. Pei Qingli had defended the borders for 5 years, reclaiming 13 cities and slaying 25 enemy generals for our dynasty. Therefore, I bestow upon him the title of Duke of National Defense, with a fief of 3,000 households. The audience gasped, and the Zhao family visibly trembled, as if on the verge of fainting. The title of Duke of National Defense was hereditary, and now the emperor had specially conferred it upon him along with a substantial fief, an unparalleled honor throughout the entire Daong dynasty. Nevertheless, After 5 years of service and such remarkable achievements, he certainly deserved it. No one in the capital would dare to speak ill of Pei Qingli now. Chapter 17. Punishment. After the assembly expressed their gratitude for the emperor's favor, a piercing gaze fell upon Pei Qingli. The feathered robe of rainbow colors? The young emperor uttered slowly. Gasps echoed in the hall as attention shifted to Pei Qingli, kneeling in her splendid attire. Zhao's heart leaped with joy. Her daughter had indeed made the right choice in wearing that robe for the occasion. The new emperor had taken notice of her. She quickly grasped Pei Qingli's hand, looking up with barely concealed excitement. Your Majesty, my daughter, wears the feathered robe of rainbow colors. Pei Qingli, filled with shyness and trepidation, glanced at Gu Xingyuan. The emperor's authority commanded respect, and this was her first encounter with a young ruler, rumored to be gentle and modest. Upon seeing him in person, she realized he was spirited and imposing, with an extraordinary demeanor that far surpassed ordinary men. If she could win his favor and become one of his consorts, her beauty and intelligence could surely earn her the title of favored concubine, or even empress. Gu Xingyuan's expression grew intriguing as he briefly surveyed Pei Qingli, who showed no reaction, and then cast a glance at Mengwan. He paused, noticing a charming young lady seated beside Mengwan. Her cheeks flushed from consuming too much fruit wine. Gu Xingyuan recognized Mengwan and suddenly understood why Pei Qingli was so fixated on a widow. Your attire is quite lovely, Gu Xingyuan remarked, his tone betraying no discernible emotion. Pei Qingjuan's heart swelled with delight as she hastily replied, This robe was worn intentionally to attend the banquet and catch a glimpse of your majesty. The surrounding noble women displayed disdainful expressions, likely having never seen a girl so brazenly claim to have dressed for a man. Where did you acquire this robe? Gu Xingyuan inquired. It belongs to me. Pei Qingjuan answered defiantly, feeling it was rightfully hers since she wore it. Did Mengwan intend to reclaim it? Take her away and administer 50 strikes. Gu Xingyuan suddenly commanded, causing Pei Qingjuan's face to pale immediately. Before she could plead for mercy, a rag was stuffed in her mouth, silencing her as she was dragged away. Soon, her anguished cries echoed from outside. Zhao's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling as she knelt. Your Majesty, my daughter does not know what crime she has committed to deserve such punishment. Gu Xingyuan lifted his eyelids slightly. What crime? Even if she has committed none. If the emperor declares it so, then it is true. The feathered robe of rainbow colors was crafted by a seductive consort of the previous dynasty as the kingdom faced ruin, using countless golden threads and emerald feathers.
Now,
she dared to wear it, akin to that former consort? I consider her a first-time offender. 50 strikes is already an act of leniency. What? Do you question my judgment? Thus, Pei Qingli would owe me a favor. I had investigated and learned that Mengwan had not fared well in the duke's household over the years, particularly with Pei Qingjuan, who had bullied her and seized her possessions. My punishment of Pei Qingjuan was, in a way, a relief for Mengwan. Zhao was unaware that the robe belonged to the former consort. However, since it was Mengwan's, she must have known about it. If she knew and did not inform, she must have deliberately allowed Qingjuan to wear it to provoke the emperor's wrath. Your Majesty, this is unjust. That robe belongs to Mengwan. It is her dowry. The hall erupted in chaos. Remove them all, Gu Xingyuan commanded, displeased with the noise, especially from the woman he deemed unworthy of his attention. Pei Qingli scoffed, draining his cup of fine wine, while his gaze caught Mengwan, who, having also consumed a few drinks, had flushed cheeks. Heat surged through him, and his gaze intensified. Mengwan felt his stare and dared not lift her head. Sister Wan, the nearby Ziying suddenly interjected, Yao has indulged today. It has been long since we last met, and I miss her dearly. Let us take her to the side hall for a rest. And you and I can have a good chat. Ziying had known Mengwan since childhood. The noble women of the capital envied her, for she had been raised in a merchant family and had access to the palace, mingling with princes and princesses. Mengwan glanced at Yao. Very well. Let us follow the princess's arrangement. Ziying summoned her personal maid to escort Mengwan downstairs. The banquet was dull, and Gu Xingyuan was disinterested, primarily due to Pei Qingli's predatory gaze. If he remained any longer, his reputation might be at stake. Your Majesty, I observed today that the lady of the duke's household and the third young lady are truly vulgar, a servant remarked. Gu Xingyuan snorted. What worth does a concubine hold as the lady of the house? Indeed, Your Majesty. It is a pity for Miss Meng, whom you have known since childhood. Now married into the duke's household, she has been a widow for 3 years, her beauty fading in the process.
Is that so?
I do not see it that way. Gu Xingyuan continued walking when an overwhelming scent of wine struck him. Before he could react, something soft collided with him. The eunuch beside him turned pale, about to shout in anger, but Gu Xingyuan raised his head, stepped back. Yao was not foolish. She was quite aware. Gu Xingyuan's eyes lowered, recognizing her. Meng Yao, the notorious simpleton of the capital. Meanwhile, Mengwan was reminiscing with Ziying in a side hall when a maid rushed in, breathless. Your Highness, Madame Meng and Miss Meng have escaped our grasp and are missing.
What?
Mengwan shot to her feet, her face draining of color. Yao, with her limited intellect, was in grave danger in the palace, where peril lurked at every corner. If she inadvertently offended a noble, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, having drunk too much, Mengwan could not bear to think of the possible outcomes and hurried out to search for her. Ziying seized her arm. Sister Wan, do not panic. I will send someone to find her. Tears brimmed in Mengwan's eyes. She is my only sister. I have protected her since childhood and have never lost her before. Ziying's heart was heavy, yet she too felt the urgency. Very well, I will accompany you to search. The more people we have, the faster we will find her. Mengwan was consumed by anxiety. Although she was familiar with the palace, it was nighttime, and she navigated the narrow paths alone with only a lantern.
Ayo! Ayo!
Somehow, she found herself in a secluded area. Just as she was about to call out for Meng Yao, she heard an unusual sound nearby, approaching a rockery. She assumed it was Meng Yao and moved forward, only to have a hand suddenly cover her mouth from behind, pulling her into a wide, heated embrace. Chapter 18. Do not toy with me again. It was Pei Qingli. She was just about to struggle when a sound from the artificial hill reached her ears. It was the sound of a man and woman in intimate embrace. The Empress Dowager's body was as fragrant as ever. I would willingly perish on her belly for a lifetime. Hearing the man's voice from that direction, Mengwan's eyes widened. The Empress Dowager? Currently, there was only one Empress Dowager left in the palace, the Dowager Su, who was also regarded as the adoptive mother of the new emperor. The late empress had passed away early, and the late emperor, out of compassion for his young son who had lost his mother, entrusted the new emperor to Dowager Su's care. Moreover, she was the only concubine who had not followed the late emperor to the grave. Presumably out of gratitude for her nurturing, the new emperor had allowed her to remain in the palace to enjoy her twilight years. Yet at this moment, Dowager Su was here engaging in such acts. It was fortunate that she had not recklessly approached earlier. Had she been discovered, she would likely have met a grim fate. A cold sweat broke out on Mengwan's back. Mengwan seemed to have a peculiar interest in secretly observing others in their amorous encounters. Pei Qingli leaned close to the small woman's rounded, fair earlobe. It was quite beautiful, white and plump. A shiver ran down Mengwan's spine, and her pupils dilated rapidly. A wave of warm breath enveloped her as he actually took her earlobe into his mouth. The man's cool lips were so close that they seemed poised to touch her skin at any moment. His hand took the opportunity to slip under Mengwan's garment. The soft fragrance was intoxicating, and her delicate body trembled. Mengwan bit down hard on his hand, yet Pei Qingli seemed impervious to the pain, refusing to loosen his grip. Instead, a hint of amusement laced his deep voice. Your bite is quite strong, reminiscent of when you cried in your dreams. Pei Qingli. Mengwan gritted her teeth, her voice trembling with a faint sob. Yao is missing. Please do not mock me further. Yao could be in danger. Yao is lost? Pei Qingli's expression darkened immediately. Yes, she drank too much, Erling. Yao is but a simpleton. She cannot find her way nor recognize the people in this palace. Please let me go. I must search for Yao. Pei Qingli's face turned grim as he swiftly picked her up and turned to leave, disregarding the man behind the artificial hill who was entangled with Dowager Su. Stay here. As a woman, what can you find in the palace? Had I not come, you would likely have already been silenced by Dowager Su. I will bring Meng Yao back to you. Somehow, Mengwan's heart settled at once, convinced that his words would come true. Listen, if you dare to leave before I return, you shall never see Meng Yao again. Pei Qingli threatened fiercely. The outside world is fraught with danger. The new emperor's foundation is unstable, and the court is in turmoil. At this moment, officials and citizens alike are watching him closely. The palace is filled with spies. A moment's carelessness could lead to one being targeted, becoming a pawn to be slaughtered. If those people fixate on you, Mengwan, the Meng family will invite calamity. Having settled Mengwan in this place, Pei Qingli left in haste. Mengwan was anxious in the small hall, but as Pei Qingli did not return, she could only wait patiently. Fortunately, it was not long before he came back, accompanied by a nursemaid from Madame Meng's side. "Miss," the nursemaid greeted respectfully. "The second young lady has been found, thanks to the Duke of Zhenghua. She is unharmed, just a bit intoxicated. The banquet has ended. Madame has taken her away." Pei Qingli, fearing she would not believe him, had specifically brought the nursemaid. With this news, Mengwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She thanked Pei Qingli. "Thank you,
Duke."
He was now the Duke of Zhenghua, conferred by the Emperor, and she naturally had to address him with respect outside. "Please return with your lady as soon as possible." Pei Qingli's expression was indifferent, suggesting that this matter held little significance for him. He would not disclose to Mengwan that Meng Yao had been found in Gu Xingyuan's chamber, where she had drunkenly vomited on him. It was the first time Pei Qingli had seen him in such a disheveled state. After the nursemaid departed, only Pei Qingli and Mengwan remained. "Thank you for today,
Duke."
Pei Qingli, clad in dark attire with a leather belt accentuating his slim waist, stood tall and imposing. His high ponytail highlighted his spirited demeanor, exuding an aura of intensity that suggested he could unleash fury at any moment. "Is this how you express your gratitude to me?" Pei Qingli fixed his gaze on Mengwan with a smile that was anything but innocent. The way he looked at her held an unsettling implication. A chill ran down Mengwan's spine as she folded her hands in front of her, radiating warmth and dignity. The small woman's hairstyle was that of an ordinary woman. Yet, Pei Qingli was tempted to touzle it in irritation. Mengwan bit her lip, aware that Pei Qingli's intentions were anything but pure. "One day, I shall come to thank you with a yao. One day? There's no time like the present. I despise procrastination." Pei Qingli stepped closer, his towering figure imposing, especially with the ruthless aura honed from years on the battlefield, instilling fear. Mengwan's face turned pale, fearing he might do something unbecoming at this moment. "Duke, please mind your conduct." With nowhere to retreat, her back pressed against the wall. "If it weren't for me, you would have likely been silenced by now." "Your sister," Pei Qingli scoffed, grasping her wrist and pulling her towards him. With his other hand, he lifted her chin and leaned down to capture her lips with precision. Her lips were red and moist, something he had long coveted. He knew well that Mengwan was a noble lady who adhered to propriety, having been taught the rules of decorum since childhood. She possessed all the modesty a woman should have. But that was of little concern to him. Pei Qingli had countless means. Any prey he set his sights on had never escaped his grasp, and Mengwan would be no exception. The masculine force enveloped her, and before she could prepare, her mouth was pried open. The clash of tongues ignited a fierce struggle within her, yet he pinned her hands behind her back, his tall, heated form pressing down upon her. The clash of shame, morality, and etiquette violently assaulted Mengwan's mind. Her mouth was overtaken by his breath. The scent of her sweetness and softness drove Pei Qingli into a frenzy. As his hand slipped in, a sharp slap echoed through the empty hall. Pei Qingli froze. It was perhaps the first time someone had dared to strike him. Anger surged within him, only to be halted by the sight of Mengwan's tear-stained eyes. She bit her lip, drawing blood. Pei Qingli was acutely sensitive to the taste of blood. Chapter 19. It's all that wretched woman's fault. Please add to the bookshelf. If the Duke wishes for Mengwan to die, he could simply say so, without subjecting her to such torment. Mengwan trembled all over. She had never imagined she would experience such absurdity one day. If anyone were to find out, both she and her family would be subjected to scorn. Her mother, father, and sister would be ridiculed and humiliated. With red-rimmed eyes, tears swirled in her gaze, but did not fall. Seeing the small woman on the verge of tears, Pei Qingli's expression darkened further. "Mengwan," he gritted his teeth, fury boiling within him. "You once said in a dream that you would marry me. Does that not hold true now?" Mengwan panicked. "I do not understand what you are saying, nor do I know of any dream." "Erling." Pei Qingli's gaze bore down on her like a frenzied beast. "Mengwan, you cannot escape. My lord, the emperor summons you." A voice from outside the hall interrupted, and Mengwan secretly sighed in relief. Thank goodness he was leaving. Before departing, Pei Qingli did not miss the fleeting moment of her relaxation, his expression darkening further. Did he wish for his departure? The palace banquet had concluded, and everyone was leaving the palace for their homes. Mengwan sat in the carriage, lost in thought. Upon returning to the northern courtyard, Yunju attended to her washing and settling down, the smile on her face uncontainable. "Madam, you missed quite the scene." The third young lady was carried out of the palace. Earlier, the old lady wanted her to participate in this election, but now it seems she will never have that chance again. Mengwan replied with a mere tone of indifference. She felt utterly exhausted, and Yunju, sensing something amiss, anxiously inquired, "Madam, are you unwell? Perhaps it's the wine. You seem quite fatigued." Yunju hurried to prepare the bed, assisting her to lie down. "Please rest early." "Madam, I shall inform the eastern courtyard, and I believe you will be excused from morning rites tomorrow." Mengwan was so dazed that she barely comprehended Yunju's words. She wished to remain awake, striving to keep herself from succumbing to sleep, fearing that once she did, that person would reappear in her dreams. She found herself unable to resist. However, the exhaustion overcame her, and she soon fell into a deep slumber. The eastern courtyard was restless that night. The old lady's most cherished third young lady had suffered a beating in the palace, her backside bruised and bloody, a pitiful sight. When she was carried back, she had already lost consciousness, but now she had awakened, and the household doctor was attending to her wounds. The cries of agony reached the northern courtyard. Inside the room, Zhao was in a state of distress, pacing back and forth, tears streaming down her face. The girl, who had been doted on her whole life, had never endured such hardship. It was all Mengwan's fault. After a long moment, Zhao erupted in fury. "It's all that wretched woman's doing. That extravagant feathered gown was her dowry. She must have known what it symbolized, yet she insisted our Lingjun wear it to the banquet. If not for this, how could she have drawn the emperor's wrath and caused my child to be punished?" She was convinced that Mengwan intended to harm her daughter, reasoning that it was deliberate malice. The entire main house fell silent, save for Pei Lingjuan's wails. After all, they all knew that the gown was insisted upon by the old lady, who claimed it was to be more aesthetically pleasing, when in truth it was snatched away. Now that trouble had arisen, they sought to place the blame on the young mistress. "Mother, I am in so much pain. I am in so much pain." Pei Lingjun cried as she lay on the bed, her small face pale as death. Every time she recalled the emperor's disdainful gaze, thoughts of death crossed her mind. "I have disappointed you, mother. It seems I shall never have the chance to participate in this election. I have let you down," she sobbed. Zhao's heart ached for her, grasping her hand tightly. "It is not your fault. Mengwan has done this to you deliberately. Rest assured, my child, I will seek justice for you." Zhao's eyes burned with rage and malice. If she could not deal with Pei Qingli, how could she not handle a mere Mengwan? A mere Mengwan, who had married into the marquisate, her life and death dictated by the marquisate. "Wah, it was my sister-in-law. She harmed me." Pei Lingjun continued to weep. Mengwan remained in a deep slumber, not waking until the hour of the rabbit. This was the time each day when she would go to the eastern courtyard to pay her respects to Zhao. Last night, Yunju had informed the nurse by Zhao's side, hence she did not awaken Mengwan, allowing her to sleep. However, the people from the eastern courtyard seemed unwilling to let Mengwan rest. As soon as the hour arrived, a group of maids and nurses came over. "Madam Chang, what brings you here?" Yunju hurriedly stepped forward to block Madam Chang's approach, who seemed intent on entering the mistress's chamber. "The madam is still asleep." "Of course. I came to see how our young mistress, who has yet to pay her respects to her mother-in-law at this hour, believes herself entitled to dismiss such courtesies simply because her maternal family possesses some wealth. Does the young mistress, as the legitimate daughter of the Meng family, not understand these basic principles of propriety?" Yunju's expression shifted as she hurriedly replied, "Madam Chang, I informed you last night that the young mistress is unwell and requested that the old lady excuse her from today's visit." Before she could finish, Madam Chang's slap landed on Yunju's face, strong enough to leave it stinging. Though pain coursed through her, Yunju did not retreat, determined to stand her ground. When did the old lady agree to excuse her visit? A glance from Madam Chang commanded several maids to push Yunju aside, forcing the door open and entering. Yunju panicked. "What are you doing? You cannot enter without the young mistress's permission. This is an act of insubordination," she shouted. Madam Chang and her entourage barged in, seeing Mengwan still asleep, her lips curling into a mocking smile. "Ah, so she is still asleep. Our young mistress certainly has a grand sense of entitlement, as if she intends to sleep until noon." Yunju struggled against the maids, but then noticed Mengwan's unusually pale complexion. She hurried to touch Mengwan's forehead, only to find it alarmingly hot. Weak-kneed, she fell to the ground, crying, "Madame Chong, my mistress is ill. She has a fever." Madame Chong and the maids were taken aback. A fever? Madame Chong approached to check, and indeed, Mengwan's body was burning. Still, she had no intention of sparing Mengwan. It's merely a slight ailment. She is not dead. Chapter 20. Trouble at the Marquise. The old lady was still awaiting the young mistress to come pay her respects. "You lot. Assist the young mistress in her washing and dressing. The rules of the Marquise cannot be flouted." "Please, no." Yunju attempted to stop them, but as a mere maid, she was powerless. She could only watch helplessly as they roughly pulled Mengwan from her bed. "Stop." At that moment, an angry voice rang out. It was Pei Qingli. Aware of the palace events from the previous night and understanding Zhao's nature, he had come early, anticipating that she would not let Mengwan off easily. He had not expected to arrive just in time to witness the scene. He charged forward, shoving the maids aside. His pale face was a grim sight. "Is this how you treat the Marquis's young mistress?" As his frail, pale hand touched Mengwan's skin, a wave of heat surged through him, as if all his blood were boiling. Yet, more than that, Pei Qingli noticed something unusual about Mengwan's condition. "Fourth young master, we merely intended to escort the young mistress to the eastern courtyard to pay her respects. It is the rule." Pei Qingli's expression darkened. "She is ill, can't you see that? If this gets out, and people learn that the lady of the Marquise forced a feverish patient to pay her respects, and that you dragged her here and assaulted her maid, how will others regard the Marquise of Jingua?" He emphasized Marquise of Jingua to remind them that this Marquise now belonged to Pei Qingli, not Zhao. The plaque from the palace had also arrived early that morning, personally inscribed by the new emperor. Such an honor brought immense prestige to Pei Qingli. Madame Chang's complexion shifted as she understood the weight of public opinion. After all, the outside world was well aware of how the Marquise had been treating Mengwan over the years, though no one dared to voice it. "Why are you all still standing there? Quickly summon the physician to attend to the young mistress. Are you waiting for someone to die before you take action?" Mengwan's condition was indeed alarming. She seemed completely unresponsive. Despite their earlier attempts to rouse her, she remained in slumber. Once the maids had departed, Yunju wiped her tears and expressed her gratitude to the fourth young master, stating that she would fetch the physician from the manor. After Yunju left, Pei Qingli finally dared to direct his gaze towards Mengwan. Her hair was disheveled, and her clothes were in disarray due to the earlier commotion. He stared for a while, then turned away and silently tidied her attire before taking his leave. As a gentleman, it was improper for him to linger in a woman's chamber, especially since Mengwan was a widow, which could lead to unnecessary trouble and harsh gossip. In the east courtyard, upon hearing from Chong Mama that Mengwan had fallen ill, Zhao Shi was initially taken aback, but a smile soon graced her face. It was indeed retribution. That wretched woman had harmed her Ling Jun, and now she was suffering. She instructed the household physician not to visit the north courtyard, warning that anyone who dared to defy her would be expelled from the Marquise and never employed again. Zhao Shi's mood instantly brightened. How delightful it would be if Mengwan were to perish from this illness. Then she could rightfully seize all of Mengwan's possessions and dowry. After all, if Mengwan died within the Marquise, it could not be said that she, as the matron, was responsible for her demise. Given that it was a natural death, the Meng family had no grounds to reclaim the dowry. Thus, all would rightfully belong to her. There were 3 physicians in the Marquise, yet none had been summoned for Mengwan. In her dazed state, she woke briefly to see Yunju in tears. "Madam, you are awake?" Yunju hurriedly offered her warm water. "It is my fault. I couldn't even summon the physician. They claimed all were attending to the third young lady and could not spare the time." Seeing Mengwan's pale complexion filled Yunju with guilt. "I wanted to leave the manor to find the master and mistress, but they stopped me," she lamented, both crying and angry. It became clear to her that the people in the Marquise clearly intended to end Mengwan's life. Leaning against the headboard, Mengwan squinted. What could have caused this fever? She recalled that although she had been pampered in her youth, she had never felt so weak. Well, if they cannot be summoned, then so be it. Mengwan coughed, and the pain radiated through her chest. Yunju's expression tightened. "They are trying to force you to die in this Marquise." Mengwan was well aware of Zhao Shi's intentions. "Yunju, where is the Marquis?" She gasped, her breath shallow. The Marquis is likely still at the palace. Yunju replied, wishing to seek Pei Qingli, but he was occupied at court. Mengwan's high fever persisted. The physician could not be called, and Yunju was unable to leave. During this delirious state, Mengwan began to speak nonsense, frightening Yunju, who desperately wiped her down with water in an attempt to cool her off and alleviate her discomfort. Mengwan's lips were chapped from the heat that consumed her. Fearing that the second house might send someone, Zhao Shi had deliberately dispatched a watcher to observe the second house's movements. Upon learning of the situation, Pei Qingli's expression darkened. How cruel-hearted they were, intending to let his sister-in-law suffer to death in the marquisate. He had seen Mengwan's condition for himself. Fourth young master, if we can find the marquis, perhaps they would think twice, suggested a servant who had always attended to Pei Qingli. He understood this well. Yet he felt that Pei Qingli's attitude towards Mengwan was peculiar. It seemed to harbor hostility, yet also something else. As a man, Pei Qingli was sensitive to Pei Qingli's reactions and observed closely. Meanwhile, Pei Qingli was still at the palace, and the court meeting had not yet concluded. Before this, Cheng Feng could not meet Pei Qingli. After the court session, the officials would engage him in flattering conversations. Cheng Feng waited outside for a long time until he finally saw him emerge. Marquis, there is trouble at the manor. Cheng Feng dared not speak plainly. While Pei Qingli was away, he had kept watch over the manor and was acutely aware of the situation. However, as a mere guard, he lacked the authority to act until Pei Qingli returned. The trouble at the marquisate referred to Mengwan. Pei Qingli's face turned grim as he mounted his horse and rode away, disregarding the carriage altogether. Chapter 21. The cruel servant bullying the master in the marquisate. During the scorching summer, the upheaval caused by Pei Qingli had led to many of the female servants in the east courtyard being dismissed. Previously, ice had been kept in the house to provide relief from the heat, but ice was a luxury. Since the late Marquis's passing, there had been no one capable of managing the household effectively. Consequently, there were only expenses without any income. Over the years, they had been unusually harsh on Mengwan, and life had only slightly improved. Yet Zhao Shi showed no gratitude and instead treated Mengwan even more harshly. Didn't we have plenty of ice tickets before? Why can't we obtain ice today? Zhao Shi, already irritable from the heat, was further troubled by Pei Lingjun, who had been punished and was in pain. The heat was unbearable, and the sweat was seeping into her wounds, causing her to groan in agony, much to Zhao Shi's annoyance. Madam, all the ice cellars in the capital belong to the Meng family, sanctioned by the government. This month's tickets have already been advanced. Without the young madam's seal, even if we had ice tickets, they would be worthless, a maid explained. Always Mengwan, Mengwan. Pei Lingjun seethed with resentment and pounded the bed, only to be met with pain from her injuries, leading to another cry of distress. Ice was a luxury reserved for the affluent. Common folk could not afford such extravagance. Zhao Shi gritted her teeth. It's just a seal, isn't it? Go demand it from her. Does she expect me to watch my daughter suffer from the heat? She was undoubtedly concerned for her daughter, but she forgot that Mengwan was also someone else's beloved daughter, raised with care and affection, now subjected to such torment under her roof. However, the matron in Zhao Shi's chamber hesitated before speaking. Young madam is currently ill. When we visited this morning, she could hardly awaken. If we ask her now, she likely won't be able to comply. A group of fools. Mengwan is now married into my marquisate. As her mother-in-law, do I need to ask her permission for something I want? Zhao Shi's words left no room for misinterpretation. Chang Mama understood her intent clearly. What she called asking was, in fact, a plan to seize what belonged to Mengwan. When Mengwan married, her family had provided her with 2 ice cellars, which yielded considerable returns each year. The marquisate had relied on the ice cellars under Mengwan's name to survive the sweltering summers. Chang Mama led a throng of people into the north courtyard, where Yunju was currently tending to Mengwan. Upon entering, the room quickly filled with people. Has the young madam awakened? Chang Mama's face was cold. It was hot outside, yet Mengwan's chamber was refreshingly cool. Several basins of ice were placed around, and a feather fan circulated the air, creating a delightful breeze. Leaning against a low couch, Mengwan rested on her side, looking beautiful even in her weakened state. Her hair was loose, her lips pale, yet her cheeks burned with fever. Now that you are awake, it seems the young madam's illness is improving. Mengwan took a sip of cool tea to ease her discomfort, replying, thanks to Mama's blessings, I am not dead yet. If you are not dead, Then I must trouble you to stamp these ice tickets with your seal, so I may procure ice from the ice house, Chong Mama insisted. Mengwan observed as she produced a thick stack of ice tickets, surmising they were yet again drawn from her own accounts. However, these tickets bore no official seal, and thus held no value. The ice tickets for the Eastern Courtyard had already been fully advanced this month. These were merely surplus. With every transaction meticulously recorded, Mengwan furrowed her brow, realizing the excessive consumption of ice by the Eastern Courtyard this month. At this rate, even the grandest of estates could not withstand such extravagance. Her voice was weak, lacking any authority, and it was evident that the maids and servants had never regarded her with any respect. The implication of the young madam's words seemed to suggest a desire to bring her mother-in-law to a sweltering demise. The young madam appeared oblivious to the old matriarch's plight. Consumed solely by her own indulgences, such cruelty might haunt her dreams, for if the eldest son were to know of her mistreatment of his mother, she would surely be tormented in the depths of night. This was a tactic they often employed to intimidate Mengwan. Her husband had passed away suddenly on their wedding night, succumbing to an unexpected illness right before her eyes. Once, she had envisioned a tranquil life, marrying a devoted husband and raising a family. She had sat on the marriage bed, adorned with a red veil, eagerly anticipating the moment her future husband would lift it. Yet, when he finally did, she was met with the horrific sight of him spitting blood and collapsing lifelessly. His eyes had remained wide open, fixed upon her in a gaze of disbelief as he drew his last breath. Since then, Mengwan had endured many a nightmare, haunted by the image of Pei Qingli's death. The Eastern Courtyard was allocated 50 units of ice tickets monthly, while even the most distinguished officials typically received only 20 to 30, far exceeding the quotas regulated by the authorities. The ice house prioritized supplies for the noble families within the palace, followed by those with merit, and then, lastly, the common officials and noble houses. Mengwan's health was already frail, and speaking left her breathless, her chest tight, and her vision blurred. Yun Zhu watched with deep concern. Their young lady had entered this household at the tender age of 18 and had now endured 3 years of relentless torment within the Marquis's residence. Now they sought to drive the young madam to her end, leaving her no hope for survival. If I were to yield to your demands, how could I justify this to the authorities? The control over ice in the capital was exceedingly stringent. Each winter, the harvesting and transportation of ice required a tremendous expenditure of labor and resources. Although the Meng family possessed several ice houses in the capital, the quantity of ice used and the monthly profits were subject to reporting. Corruption was intolerable. Yet, the Marquis's residence consumed an alarming amount of ice each month, primarily from the Eastern Courtyard. Madame Chong was unimpressed by her plight, retorting coldly, "That is a matter for you to resolve, young madam. I am merely following orders. If you refuse to comply, do not blame me for my rudeness." With a flick of her eyes, the maids she had brought began to ransack Mengwan's quarters. Their search was not merely casual. Their methods were brutish, overturning boxes and even rifling through her cosmetics. Anything of value that caught their eye was pocketed by the maidens. "What are you doing? This is the young madam's courtyard. You vile servants, taking advantage of her illness to act so recklessly." Yun Zhu attempted to intervene but was pinned to the ground by 2 maids, her struggles proving futile.
Stop.
"All of you, cease at once." Mengwan stifled a surge of indignation and forced herself up from the low couch. Madame Chang's keen eyes immediately spotted her movement. "If you cannot find anything here, it must surely be on the young madam herself." Mengwan sensed the impending danger and quickly stepped back. "Madame Chong, what do you intend to do?" Madame Chong snorted derisively, her eyes glinting with malice. "If you would comply and surrender the seal, I would not need to trouble you. But since you refuse, I cannot be held accountable to the old matriarch. Search her." In the Marquis's residence, Madame Chong wielded considerable authority, akin to a master. Behind every oppressive servant, there lay a wicked master. Mengwan, frail and weak, was powerless to resist and could only endure their invasive search. Despite being a widow, she was still the young madam of the Marquis's residence, a position that should have commanded some respect. Yet, these oppressive servants saw her as nothing more than a joke. "Let me go." Mengwan's vision blurred, and her ears rang with chaotic sounds. A chilling sensation settled in her chest, overwhelmed by an immense wave of humiliation, as she had never before endured such disgrace. To be searched by a group of maids was a violation of her dignity. "How dare you?" a voice suddenly thundered. and a pair of heated hands seized her, immediately draping a cloak over her shoulders. She was disoriented and could see nothing clearly. "Marquis, is that you?" In that moment, Yunju felt as if she had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Madame Chong was sent sprawling to the ground with a kick, unable to rise for a long while. A maid, sensing the shift in circumstances, hurried to inform Zhao Shi in the eastern courtyard. "Old madam, it's terrible. The Marquis has returned, and he seems to have brought someone from the palace." "What did you say?" Zhao Shi could no longer remain seated, leaping from her chair, her pupils trembling. "Which noble from the palace?" After a moment's pause, the maid replied, "I do not recognize her, but she appeared resplendent, adorned with a dragon-patterned jade pendant."
What?
"A dragon pattern de jade pendant." This is disastrous. Zhao Shi immediately collapsed, her strength leaving her. In this world, only the emperor could wear such a pendant. In the northern courtyard, Pei Qingli had yet to change out of his court robes. A throng of servants knelt in silence, the atmosphere starkly contrasting the earlier clamor. Within a pavilion in the northern courtyard, Pei Qingli wore a grim expression. Opposite him stood a young man clad in elegant white, seemingly simple. Yet the fabric shimmered with intricate silver thread under the sunlight. His waist was adorned with a conspicuous jade pendant, and his long black hair was bound with a ribbon, exuding an air of noble elegance, a stark juxtaposition to Pei Qingli's tempestuous demeanor.
What is it?
As soon as the physician emerged with his medicine box, Pei Qingli could no longer contain himself. The young man behind him stifled a laugh, prompting Pei Qingli's expression to darken further. Reporting to the Marquis, "The young madam's health is severely depleted, likely due to her years of labor in the Marquis's residence. The recent fever has exacerbated her condition, and she may find it challenging to conceive in the future." However, the physician's words took a sudden turn, realizing the implications. The young madam of the Marquis's residence was a widow. How could she conceive? Pei Qingli's countenance grew terrifyingly dark, as if a storm were brewing. "I had not realized, until now, that the servants in this household could so brazenly insult their master." Gu Xingyuan sat in the pavilion, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet his demeanor was undeniably commanding. The presence of Pei Qingli, that formidable figure, only heightened the terror. "My lord, it is not that we servants are being disrespectful, but rather that the young mistress is being excessively cruel." Madame Chong, kneeling on the ground, spoke up. Having been brought into the household by the old matriarch, she had served loyally for many years, and everyone in the estate treated her with utmost respect. Yet upon his return, she was forced to kneel here. Naturally, Madame Chong felt a deep sense of indignation. She pondered that Pei Qingli likely harbored little affection for Mengwan, and thus, she saw this as an opportunity to sow discord, leading to Mengwan's downfall. "Pray tell, how exactly has my sister-in-law been cruel?" Pei Qingli stood before Madame Chong, casting a lofty gaze upon her. The myriad rays of the blazing sun fell upon his tall and slender figure, yet they could not dispel the chill emanating from him. A great shadow loomed, and the spot where he had kicked her still throbbed with pain. "In the old matriarch's courtyard, there is no ice. We merely sought to request some ice tickets from the young mistress, only to find that she refused. In such sweltering heat, it is clear she wishes to see the old matriarch perish, and she is indeed her mother-in-law." Madame Chong adopted a victimized demeanor, as if she were the one suffering. "Nay, my lord, it is not as such." Yunju rushed forward, her eyes reddened with tears. This month's ice tickets for the East Courtyard were excessively drawn in advance, squandered by them, and thus they sought to seize the young mistress's seal. With that seal, they could claim the ice tickets. When the young mistress refused, they attempted to search her person. As she spoke, Yunju could no longer contain herself and burst into tears, though it was quite unbecoming. Her young mistress had never endured such humiliation. "Yunju, one may be careless with food, but one must not speak carelessly. When have we ever searched the young mistress?" Madame Chong retorted, her voice laced with indignation.
"Lies."
A cold, stern voice echoed from above, causing Madame Chong to shudder. Yet she remained unafraid, asserting, "My lord, the old matriarch is your mother. You ought to support her rather than favor an outsider." "An outsider?" The voice above grew even colder. Yunju, tears streaming down her face, cried, "My lord, since my young mistress entered this household, she has spent much of her dowry. In this world, how can a family live off a woman's dowry?" Today, when the young mistress fell ill, they summoned all the physicians to the East Courtyard, clearly intending for her to die. "My lord, You must stand up for my young mistress. Chapter 23. Demanding provisions. Yunju felt a deep sense of injustice. The young mistress was gentle by nature, having been pampered by the old lord and lady since childhood, and had never faced any storms of hardship. She was warm and virtuous, a paragon of noble ladies. Yet, in this marquis household, she had been subjected to such torment that Yunju's heart ached with sorrow. She resolved to speak out for the young mistress before the marquis, even at the risk of expulsion from the estate. Though she knew the young marquis was a capricious madman, she believed it was better to have someone on her side than to face the pack of wolves in the east courtyard alone. Moreover, she harbored an inexplicable faith that the young marquis might be a trustworthy ally. Madness notwithstanding, he was still preferable to the predatory lot in the east courtyard. What nonsense are you babbling, you wretched maid? Madame Chong, rising from the ground, aimed to strike Yunju again. Yunju, frightened, closed her eyes. But before the slap could land, a pained scream from Madame Chong pierced the air. Pei Qingli had leisurely withdrawn his leg, hands clasped behind him. Who gave you the audacity to act so presumptuously before me? Gu Xingyuan remarked. This lad's temper remains as notoriously foul as ever, showing no regard for my presence. Zhao Shi approached, surrounded by a throng, only to witness her maid being kicked away by Pei Qingli, causing her eyelids to twitch violently. Upon seeing Zhao Shi, Madame Chong seized the opportunity, wailing loudly, "Old matriarch, you have finally arrived. You must advocate for me. I came upon your orders to request the young mistress's seal." Yet the young mistress summoned that unsavory man to the marquis's estate. Madame Chong referred to the man seated in the pavilion, who was notably silent. Zhao Shi recognized him at a glance. He was none other than the reigning emperor, Gu Xun. That is no unsavory man. He is my fate. You fool, silence yourself. Zhao Shi hastily knelt. I pay my respects to your majesty. May your majesty live long. What? Your majesty? Madame Chong gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at the young man in white. Clad so plainly, she had assumed he was merely one of Pei Qingli's dubious friends, never suspecting he was the new emperor. Just moments ago, she had thought to accuse Mengwan of seducing an outsider, but now. Madame Chang's face drained of color as she collapsed onto the ground. The man was indeed the emperor. Gu Xingyuan slowly rose from the pavilion, his smile vanished. His boots halted before Zhao Shi, an icy aura enveloping the space. I recall fondly my childhood days spent frolicking in the marquis's estate with Ali, when my royal aunt was still alive. A seemingly light comment sent Zhao Shi trembling uncontrollably. The emperor's authority was not to be trifled with. I never anticipated that after so many years, the power dynamics would shift so drastically in this marquis household. Gu Xinyuan's voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it resonated with the weight of authority, capable of shattering their very souls. Zhao Shi had never imagined the new emperor would visit the marquis's estate, and not just visit, but appear as though he intended to meddle in the affairs of his subjects. Your Majesty, it is I, your humble servant.
Oh.
Gu Xinyuan chuckled lightly. The old marquis is past. This title has been inherited by Ali. You need not refer to yourself as my servant. Zhao Shi trembled even more violently. She understood that the emperor's comment implied she was now merely an ordinary woman, reliant on the old marquis's legacy to maintain her position in the household. But your majesty, throughout history, the authority over household provisions has always belonged to the women. My son has yet to marry a new wife. When he does, I shall hand over the responsibilities of the household. Zhao Shi, displaying a flicker of sharpness, sought to remind the emperor that even he, as the sovereign, should not intrude upon the matters of his subjects. Mengwan was now married, and ought to heed her mother-in-law's words. The emperor's reach was indeed overextending. Gu Xinyuan's expression froze, his countenance chilling. He had never encountered such a lack of tact. Truly, a fitting legacy of the old marquis. Such pettiness was unworthy of the stage. At this moment, Zhao's back was drenched in sweat, unsure whether it stemmed from heat or fear. The vile servant dared to oppress the master, without the master's bidding. How would he have the audacity? Gu Xingyuan inquired further. Today, it was Pei Qingli who had compelled him to come. If matters could not be resolved, it would bode ill for the future. He relied on Pei Qingli to reclaim more territories and to eliminate several enemies. The strength of the Great Yom was waning, surrounded by wolves and tigers. While the national treasury could still depend on the Meng family, the outer lands required someone to fight for them. The Meng family could significantly alleviate the pressure on the treasury, and since Pei Qingli had brought him here, He must take the lead today. Your Majesty, my lady. The mistress of our house allows vile servants to bully her. My sister-in-law, at least a legitimate daughter of the Meng family, is essential to half of the national treasury. Yet she languishes in the marquisate with no one to attend to her, even being subjected to forced searches. If this were to spread, it would surely be said that your Majesty is indifferent, allowing a poisonous woman to harm my widowed sister-in-law. Impudent. The new emperor's voice thundered, his aura commanding and fearsome. Dressed in stark black and white as he stood in the courtyard, a chill ran through everyone. Drag those vile servants out and beat them to death. As for that poisonous woman, cut off her hands, gouge out her eyes, and sever her tongue. It was said that the new emperor was compassionate and benevolent. Yet when he was angered, he demanded blood. Your Majesty, spare us. Your Majesty, have mercy. The group of maids and servants in the courtyard began to plead for mercy. Zhao had never witnessed such a scene, and soon, a strong scent of blood wafted in from outside. Chapter 24. Just a widow. Zhao's vision darkened. She realized that the person before her was the emperor. Whoever the emperor decrees must perish. He is the sovereign of Great Yong, the exalted ruler who holds the power of life and death over the people. Previously, she had prided herself on being the mistress of the marquisate, high and mighty. Yet now, before the emperor, she was but an ant. Not only did she fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, but she also dared to argue and resist. Your Majesty, that woman's hands and tongue have already been severed. These are her eyes. A guard beside Gu Xingyuan presented a platter of bloody items before Zhao. The two eyes, round and glaring, seemed to mock her. Zhao screamed in terror. At that moment, she wished to faint, yet her mind was clearer than ever. I acknowledge my mistakes. I recognize my wrongs. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Zhao hurriedly kowtowed to Gu Xingyuan, striking her forehead against the ground repeatedly, feeling no pain. I will hand the household management over to Mengwan. It is my fault for not recognizing the greater picture, having managed the household all along. I am guilty, and beseech your Majesty for forgiveness. Meanwhile, Pei Qingli, who was recuperating in the east courtyard, learned from a servant that the emperor had arrived at the marquisate. She hastily sat up in her sickbed, insisting on going to the north courtyard despite her injuries. She believed that her punishment the previous night was due to Mengwan's schemes. If she presented herself in front of the emperor in her weak and delicate state, he would surely feel compassion. After all, the new emperor had punished Pei Qingli the day before and forbade her from entering the palace in the future, which meant she had lost her chance to participate in this election. Without the opportunity to meet the emperor, she would have to create her own chance. Gu Xingyuan had already assisted Pei Qingli with matters in the north courtyard. You promised. I brought the imperial physician to treat her. And you must take responsibility for the matter regarding the enemies. Pei Qingli's expression darkened. Even in the presence of the new emperor, he did not display a favorable demeanor. If it weren't for Gu Xingyuan's long-standing acquaintance with him, understanding his temperament, another ruler might have already taken his head. I have never broken my word in the 5 years I served at the borders, Gu Xingyuan replied with a smile, just as someone collided with him. A woman, heavily perfumed, approached, and Gu Xingyuan frowned, noticing her pale and fragile appearance, yet he felt she was unfamiliar. What audacity to disturb the emperor. A furious shout from a guard startled Pei Qingli, causing her to tremble. She hastily retreated, supported by her maid, feigning ignorance of the emperor's identity. Your Majesty, forgive me. I did not mean to offend. Gu Xingyuan remarked, such clumsy acting. If it was truly an accident, be more cautious in the future. I shall not hold you accountable. His words filled Pei Qingli with joy. Indeed, the emperor treated her differently, choosing not to punish her. As Gu Xingyuan turned to leave, Pei Qingli limped after him. May I inquire as to the purpose of your Majesty's visit today? I understand you came from the north courtyard. My sister-in-law's temperament is difficult, and she is often arrogant in this household, even insulting my mother frequently. If she has offended your Majesty, please do not hold it against her. I apologize on her behalf. Pei Qingli feigned a display of understanding, reasoning that her mother, as the mistress of the marquisate, would surely be considered by the emperor. Moreover, since Pei Qingli did not favor Mengwan, the emperor must be here to reprimand her. With this thought, Pei Qingli felt much better. Pei Qingli's expression was one of faint amusement, his gaze filled with a mix of ridicule as if he were observing a flawed creature. Indeed, she is just like her mother. Gu Xingyuan halted, his displeasure evident, yet Pei Qingli was oblivious. She continued with her affected voice, Your Majesty, Would you like to have some tea in the east courtyard? It is quite hot outside, and I am concerned. Take her out and beat her 30 times. Gu Xingyuan's patience waned, his demeanor icy. Your Majesty? Pei Qingli panicked. She had not knelt or paid her respects upon seeing the emperor, which was indeed deserving of punishment. Pei Qingli, knowing how to strike at the heart, remarked, "It seems the lessons from the palace were not severe enough for you to remember. Thus, let it be dealt with heavily. This marquise is truly lively." Gu Xingyuan shook his head. It is indeed regrettable what the Meng family daughter is enduring. Pei Qingli's gaze darkened. Did your Majesty know her well in your youth? Not well. Merely crossed paths a few times, Gu Xingyuan replied. What? Are you jealous? Pei Qingli scoffed. She is merely a widow. It is not worth it. Not worth it? Gu Xingyuan chuckled. If it is not worth it, why have you dragged me out here today? She now holds authority over the household. You may rest assured about that. Gu Xingyuan paused. You mentioned she is the one you have been entangled with in dreams for 3 years. In your letters to me, you often expressed your fondness for her. Now that you've returned to the capital and found her, why do you seem so averse? Pei Qingli walked with him through the marquise. The court is unstable. Upon my return, everyone is watching me. If I interact too closely with her now, I might inadvertently place her in danger. Besides, she avoids me like a venomous snake. Thinking of this, Pei Qingli felt a wave of frustration. The Mengwan from his dreams had initially resisted him, yet later, she blossomed like spring water, driving him to lose control and become unable to restrain his feelings. For 3 years, he had awaited their reunion in dreams, embracing her, tearing her garments, breaking her down to tears. Merely contemplating this ignited a tumultuous fervor within him. The imperial physician had prescribed medication for Mengwan, and after much effort, a bowl of herbal soup was prepared. However, Mengwan's condition was dire. She lay in a coma, unable to consume even a spoonful. Yunzhu was on the verge of tears. Young madam, please drink. You must take the medicine to recover. This is the imperial physician's concoction. Yet, after a spoonful, Mengwan still could not swallow. Marquis. Yunzhu looked in horror at the man entering from outside. Pei Qingli's expression remained impassive as he cast a glance at Mengwan, who lay unconscious upon her bed. Yunzhu, in tears, implored, My lord, please think of something. The young mistress cannot take her medicine. She is burning up. She might be harmed by this fever. Give it to me, leave, Pei Qingli commanded succinctly, extending his hand. Yunzhu, clutching the bowl of medicine, hesitated. My lord, are you really waiting for your lady to breathe her last? As Pei Qingli spoke, a chilling aura emanated from him. Yunzhu hastily handed him the bowl and exited, swiftly closing the door behind her. He held the medicine bowl, gazing at the frail figure of the woman consumed by fever. Her body was drenched with sweat, rendering the constant flutter of the fan within the room futile. The damp fabric clung to her voluptuous form, accentuating her soft curves. Her cheeks were flushed, her clothes soaked through, and even her hair hung limply against her face. How is it that you are sharp-tongued with me, yet so docile before others? Pei Qingli scoffed, his voice and demeanor darkening. Nevertheless, he placed the bowl aside and gently lifted her, allowing her to lean against him. Yet, as he administered the first spoonful of medicine, Mengwan, still in a stupor, was incapable of swallowing, leaving him no hope that she might drink it. Mengwan, take your medicine. Pei Qingli's temper flared. Having been accustomed to being served, he had little experience in caring for others. As he raised his voice, the delicate woman in his arms seemed to sense something, emitting a faint, pained whimper from her throat, a sound so soft, yet perfectly resonating in his ears. Akin to a newborn kitten's mewl, Pei Qingli's furrowed brow gradually eased. What was the point of quarreling with an ailing patient? Could he expect her to hear or see him? As long as she remained alive, that sufficed. He tilted his head back, taking a bitter sip of the medicine, then pinching her chin to transfer it to her. With a deft motion, he pried her lips apart, encountering little resistance. Even in her half-conscious state, Mengwan instinctively recoiled from the intrusion. No, please. I am burning up. With a firm press on her throat, the medicine was compelled down. He used this method to force an entire bowl down her throat, acutely aware of her resistance. Yet, the more she resisted, the more determined he became to administer it. Once the bowl was emptied, his gaze darkened ominously. Yunzhu, come here. Having finished, he found it increasingly challenging to restrain himself from acting inappropriately towards her. Despite whatever beastly tendencies he might possess, he would not take advantage of her vulnerability. If he were to indulge in mischief, it would only be when she was healthy and alert. Yunju entered, visibly trembling. Upon seeing the emptied bowl, her heart finally settled. Though she did not comprehend the method Pei Qingli had employed, she was relieved that he had managed to coax the medicine down her throat. The physician had assured that this dose would quell her fever. Once the fever subsided, Mengwan's health would significantly improve, allowing for gradual recuperation. Change her clothes, he instructed. Yes, my lord, Yunju replied, and Pei Qingli stepped outside. My lord, Yunju called out, kneeling upon the ground, tears streaming as she pleaded. I beseech you. Have mercy on my lady. Pei Qingli frowned. He would naturally cherish what belonged to him without needing others to remind him. My lady is indeed wed to the eldest son, and I understand your relationship with the matriarch, but my lady is innocent in all this. She should not be a target for your wrath, nor should she be entangled in this matter. Yunju was frightened. The entire household was aware of the young lord's disdain for the young mistress, and upon his return, he had been relentlessly critical of her. No one would relish such a situation. I merely ask that you do not let your anger spill over onto my lady in the future. I do not seek your favor or pity. Even treating her as a stranger would suffice. Pei Qingli remained silent, his expression still dark. My lord, Yunju began. But when she looked up, he had already vanished from sight, leaving her heart heavy with despair. How cruel was fate to her lady! Not only was she condemned to a life of widowhood, but she also had to endure the young lord's displeasure. Pei Qingli returned to his courtyard, dousing himself with a bucket of water. Feng stared in disbelief. My lord, what are you? Silence. He snapped, his temper flaring. His wet garments clung to his lean form, accentuating his powerful physique. Mengwan did not awaken until nightfall. When she finally opened her eyes, a throbbing headache and overwhelming fatigue assailed her. Outside, a throng of servants awaited her. Young mistress, you are awake? Yunju rushed forward to support her, only for Mengwan to glance outside and inquire what has transpired in the estate. Yunju recounted the day's events, and only then did Mengwan notice the keys and ledgers laid upon the table, items previously under Zhao's strict control. Now, even the emperor had intervened, and her loyal maid, Mama Chong, had perished after being silenced. The bodies were presently laid out outside. Several female servants from the east courtyard had been killed, while the remaining ones awaited her judgment in her courtyard. As the new head of the household, these individuals naturally fell under her jurisdiction. Yet barely awake, Mengwan lacked the energy to manage them. The sight of the keys and ledgers left her in a daze. Due to iOS foolishness, she had learned to manage accounts from her father at a young age and had been accustomed to visiting various shops to audit their transactions. Her mother had taught her how to oversee the rear courtyard, thus fulfilling her duties as a primary wife. Young mistress, how shall we handle those outside? Yunju asked quietly, fearful that her voice might startle the frail woman. Mengwan appeared exceedingly weak. Even with the fever receding, her complexion remained pallid, devoid of any color. Send them all away for now. They may return tomorrow morning, she decided.
Yes.
Yunju hurried out to relay the message. The young mistress asks that you all depart and return tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, the maids and matrons in the courtyard immediately expressed their discontent. Miss Yunju, we have waited here for the young mistress for half an hour. How can you dismiss us with a single command? Indeed, does she think that with the young lord's backing, she can act with such arrogance? Our true mistress is still alive. The disparaging remarks came from a matron of the east courtyard. Anyone from that side held Mengwan in contempt, believing that today's events were merely coincidental. They had all witnessed the young lord's attitude towards Mengwan, a widow who had brought misfortune upon her husband. What storm could she possibly stir? Mengwan, already feeling unwell, found their words stifling. Several coughs echoed from within the room. If you do not wish to leave, you may go to the accounts room to collect this month's wages and depart. She spoke reluctantly, her breath labored, leading to another bout of coughing. Yunju was heartbroken and quickly interjected, the young mistress is unwell. If she asks you to leave, you should go. If you wish to seek another mistress, do so. The group exchanged glances, and without further discussion, they dispersed. Yet, as they left, they could not refrain from hurling a barrage of hurtful words toward Mengwan. She had grown numb to such remarks after enduring them for 3 years. Yunju, feeling indignant on her behalf, lamented. The mistress has always taught you to be gentle and accommodating in your marital home, Yet these people only know how to bully you. The more obedient Mengwan tried to be, the more brazen and unruly they became, believing her to be easily manipulated. Mengwan's gentle nature had been instilled in her since childhood, teaching her not to resist. Once married into her husband's family, her life and death became entwined with theirs. This was not only true for Mengwan, it echoed the plight of women everywhere. No woman could escape the shackles of societal expectations, living freely and unencumbered. The world was harsh, and women bore the brunt of it. Lacking a foundation of their own, they had to rely on their husbands' families. If fortunate enough to marry into a good family, they might enjoy a lifetime of blessings. Otherwise, they faced a life of despair. Mengwan was among the latter. If I do not remain docile, they will cause trouble for the shops, she sighed. Zhao, her mother-in-law, had a younger brother who held a modest official position in the city, a role established years prior. He was known in the capital as a minor figure of influence, but had a penchant for bullying the weak, leveraging his sister's status as the matriarch of a noble family. Recently, he had led a group to vandalize one of Mengwan's shops. When she reported the incident to the authorities, Zhao wept and wailed outside, claiming her daughter-in-law aimed to take her to court. Such a scandal in the capital was unforgivable. Not only could Mengwan not withstand the pressure, but her family also could not bear the shame. Even her mother advised her to avoid further conflict, suggesting that it was merely a shop that had been damaged. Family harmony was paramount. As Mengwan gazed at the square sky above the courtyard, a tear slipped from her eye. It seemed her life was destined to be thus. Women were expected to be obedient and filial, swallowing their grievances in silence. Should they dare to resist, they would be deemed at fault. They were required to show respect, be dutiful and virtuous, and to remain gentle, never retaliating against insults. Xiaofuan Yunju felt a pang of sympathy for Mengwan, wiping away her tears and forcing a smile, knowing her own life was already fraught with difficulties. She could not allow her emotions to affect Mengwan. Tonight's dinner was prepared under her watchful eye, featuring Mengwan's favorite dishes. In the past, even their meals had been rationed, but today was different, thanks to the young lord and his majesty. Yunju quickly silenced herself. She could say no more, for it would only sadden Mengwan further. In this noble household, Mengwan had no one to rely on, alone amidst a pack of wolves, ready to devour her. Please, let it go, Mengwan said weakly, leaning languidly against the side. If I cannot eat, then take it away. Yunju sighed in resignation, seeing her state and knowing she had no choice but to let the food be cleared away. Despite having bathed and changed into dry clothes after sweating profusely, Mengwan still felt discomfort. Yunju prepared warm water for her bath, as flickering candlelight cast soft shadows that illuminated Mengwan's curves against the papered window. Her pale form partially revealed. Yunju blushed quietly, marveling at Mengwan's beauty. Though she usually donned simple attire, her allure remained undeniable. As Mengwan settled into the wooden tub, she felt a light sweat forming. Yunju, the water seems a bit cool. Please add more hot water. The warmth began to soothe her, and Yunju left to fetch more hot water, only to collide with a tall man clad in dark robes. Why, young lord? Yunju stammered, realizing the dangerous glint in Pei Qingli's eyes. His commanding presence exuded an aura of iron resolve that was impossible to resist. Yunju stepped back, blocking the washroom door. My lady is bathing. If you need to speak with her, please. Her voice trailed off, her eyes widening in fear as she beheld the man's darkened expression. She hasn't had dinner, he commanded. As he extended his hand, Yunju trembled as she relinquished the wooden bucket to Pei Qingli. Mind your tongue, he warned coldly, and Yunju hurriedly dashed outside to guard the door. At this moment, no one else could enter. Otherwise, Mengwan's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Yunju, why are you taking so long? Mengwan assumed it was her maid entering. As the warm water was poured in, a sigh of relief escaped her lips, her weary body beginning to relax. The dim candlelight flickered across her smooth, pale skin, highlighting her exquisite form. Yunju, I feel overwhelmingly fatigued you. Before she could finish, hot hands pressed onto her shoulders, kneading gently. Mengwan closed her eyes, her hair trailing in the water like luxurious seaweed. The water lapped at her chest, revealing all her femininity. She sensed that Yunju's touch was different from before, firmer and more assertive. Moreover, Yunju's hands seemed larger. Ah, that hurts. A gasp escaped her lips at the unexpected pressure. Yunju, lower a bit more. My waist aches. Mengwan shifted languidly, exposing her delicate back, her butterfly bones slightly fragile. Undeniably, Mengwan was a beauty, excelling in every aspect. Her skin was like ice and jade, soft and inviting. Her waist was slender, seemingly delicate enough for a single hand to encircle it. He had held it in dreams before. Yet, while her waist appeared slim, her bosom was ample, especially when freed from the constraints of her clothing, like a wild rabbit leaping in freedom. His hands explored her back, each inch pressed with the knowledge of a martial artist, understanding precisely where to apply pressure for comfort and discomfort. His fingers found her tailbone, sending waves of pleasure coursing through her body, eliciting a soft moan from her throat. It was then that Mengwan became acutely aware something was amiss. As she turned her head, she was met with a pair of deep, cold eyes.
Ah!
She gasped, quickly stifling her voice. She could not make a sound. Someone would hear. Fear gripped her as she looked at the man who had appeared behind her, her complexion paling. His long fingers pressed against her lips, and a wicked smile crept across his face. "You are so obedient, my dear Wanwan," afraid of being overheard. Mengwan stared at him, tears of fear welling in her eyes, terrified of Pei Qingli. "Were you comfortable just now?" Though he inquired about the massage, the words dripped with suggestive undertones. Mengwan instinctively covered her chest. "What are you covering?" "I've seen every inch of you, my lady. Everything that should and shouldn't be, I have beheld in dreams." What did the Lord intend to do? Mengwan clenched her teeth, suppressing her overwhelming sense of shame. She had never been so brazenly scrutinized by a man. Although Pei Qingli had indeed encountered Mengwan in dreams before, and they had experienced everything together, dreams are merely illusions. What transpires in dreams cannot be regarded as reality. Now, her entire body was aflame, for Pei Qingli's gaze was imbued with an unsettling intensity, as if he wished to devour her whole. After 3 years of entanglement in dreams, she understood all too well what that look represented, nothing more than the primal desires of a man. Once desire takes hold of a person, they transform into an insatiable beast, and Pei Qingli was that very beast. "Your Grace?" Pei Qingli's lips curled into a faint smile, though it soon turned frigid. "Mama no longer calls me Erlang?" He relished the sound of her voice when she addressed him as Erlang. Even tinged with fear, her tone was melodious, captivating enough to soften his very bones. If only they could share such intimacy in reality. The man's gaze darkened ominously. Mengwan's expression was a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "You have been bestowed the title of Duke and have inherited your late father's position. I am but a woman, unworthy of offending your Grace." At her desperate attempt to distance herself from him, Pei Qingli's countenance darkened entirely, erasing the last vestiges of a smile. "Offend?" His hand plunged into the water, seizing her wrist and pulling her close, his voice icy. "Are you not the one who has offended me in dreams many times, Wanwan? In the dream, you had the audacity. Why now, with me standing before you, do you cower?" What was she truly afraid of? If she wished it, he would move mountains to ensure her peace of mind in marrying him. Was she fearful of the rumors circulating outside, or was her apprehension rooted in him? Why fear him? He was no ravenous beast. There was nothing to dread. Her damp hair clung disheveled to her porcelain skin as she found herself drawn before Pei Qingli. He leaned in, their breaths mingling, the steam from the wooden tub enveloping them, casting a soft blush on her fair complexion, reminiscent of a tempting peach. "Your Grace." Pei Qingli could no longer restrain himself, discarding any pretense. He was no paragon of virtue. Lowering his head, he seized her lips with precision, forcefully prying them apart to claim her mouth. Weak and still recovering, Mengwan lacked the strength to resist. Her struggles were feeble at best. His presence was overwhelming, invading her senses and filling her mouth with his essence. As he bit down, a sharp pain flared, the metallic taste of blood flooding her mouth. His eyes darkened, as if a tempest brewed within him, intoxicated by the scent of blood. He had always been sensitive to it, while others found thrill. He found an exhilarating rush that coursed through him. Yet, as his teeth grazed her lips, it transformed into gentle nibbles. How could he truly harm Mengwan? With a swift motion, he pulled her from the tub, encasing her in his embrace, ensuring no part of her was exposed. Just as they prepared to leave, a voice called from outside, the voice of Pei Jinan. "Sister-in-law, are you truly asleep? I see the light still burning in your chamber." Yun Zhu blocked the entrance, her heart racing, hastily responding, "Fourth young master, the young mistress is indeed asleep. She is unwell." It is precisely because she is unwell that I wish to check on her. When I fell ill, she was the only one to care for me. I feel guilty for not being able to assist her today, thus I thought to visit. Pei Qingli, frail and coughing, approached the door.
Inside.
Mengwan clutched the fabric of Pei Qingli's shirt, trembling all over. Just a single step outside the door, and their embrace would be exposed to prying eyes. She was still damp, and the water had soaked through both her clothing and Pei Qingli's, the thin fabric clinging to his muscular physique, showcasing the strength of a grown man. Aside from dreams, she had never been so intimately close to a man. His chest was broad, firm, and radiated warmth, as if heat emanated from his very being. Now you understand fear? Just moments ago, you bit me without hesitation. Fourth young master, perhaps you should return. The young mistress has expressed a desire not to meet anyone. Yunju continued to obstruct Pei Qingli's path, determined not to let him in. Pei Qingli's eyes darkened as he gazed at the flickering candlelight within, having distinctly heard a man's voice, albeit muffled. There is a man in my sister-in-law's chamber. Since she does not wish to see anyone, please inform her that I shall return tomorrow. Yunju sighed in relief. Yes, fourth young master, please take care. What a close call. Fortunately, he did not insist on entering. In Yunju's eyes, Pei Qingli was perhaps the only rational person in the entire duke's residence. Mengwan had taken good care of the fourth young master, he had heard. When Pei Qingli fell ill, it was Mengwan who cared for him. Mengwan bit her lip, her mouth quivering uncontrollably, yet she remained silent. Like her, Pei Qingli had not fared well in this household. The second branch was weak, and Zhaoshi wished for their complete eradication. They barely received medicine, and Zhaoshi would have preferred Pei Qingli succumb to his illness. Mengwan could not bear to see him suffer, occasionally using her own funds to procure medicine, allowing him to survive thus far. Otherwise, he would have long perished under Zhaoshi's relentless oppression. Chapter 28. Staying in the north courtyard thus, Zhaoshi grew increasingly disdainful of Mengwan, believing she would rather squander money on an outsider than show filial piety to her mother-in-law. Such an ungrateful wretch. Seeing Mengwan's silence, Pei Qingli's patience waned. Upon entering the room, Mengwan resembled a frightened little rabbit, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at him in fear, clutching her clothing tightly. That garment was given to her by Pei Qingli. Why are you not eating? He summoned Yunju to bring more food, light yet nourishing dishes. Not speaking? His tone grew icy, as if the air around them had turned to frost. Mengwan. Pei Qingli's anger flared. Eat. Her frail form was in such a state that if she did not consume something soon, she would become prey to that old harpy in the east courtyard. Had he known Mengwan endured such hardships in the duke's residence, he would never have heeded Gu Xingyuan's words and remained stationed at the border for so long. He should have returned sooner, seized her, and crafted a gilded cage to ensure she would never escape. Had he returned earlier, Mengwan would not have had to suffer so. Pei Qingli was acutely aware of the myriad injustices women faced, though the Meng family had been merchants for generations. A merchant status could never rival that of an official. The arm could never outmuscle the thigh. Tears welled in Mengwan's eyes, and Pei Qingli suddenly realized he might have been too harsh. Her timid demeanor resembled that of a delicate rabbit, and he had only ever trained soldiers in the barracks, never having dealt with a woman, especially upon seeing her with damp hair, her eyes glistening and rimmed in red. His throat tightened. I cannot eat. Mengwan spoke softly, her voice imbued with a hint of grievance. She had little appetite to begin with, and now, after being startled by Pei Qingli, she found it even more difficult to eat. Pei Qingli's expression was grave. The meal included the finest blood ginseng, known for its nourishing properties without causing heat in the body. Anything bestowed by Gu Xingyuan was of exceptional quality. Are you truly not going to eat? Pei Qingli asked one last time. Mengwan was frightened of him, her voice barely a whisper. My lord, call Erlang.
Along.
It was her voice calling him Erlang that sounded the most pleasing, soft and delicate. Will you eat or not? This was the last remnant of his patience. The physician had warned that Mengwan's health had deteriorated significantly. If she did not take care of herself, she would find it impossible to conceive in the future. Pei Qingli did not care about her ability to bear children. He only cared about when her health would improve. Moreover, there were still toxins lingering in her body, the nature of which had yet to be determined. It was uncertain whether the poison was administered in the Meng residence or the Marquis's manor. Her frail condition likely contributed to the effects of that poison. I can eat by myself, Erlang. It is getting late. You should return. It is troublesome. Pei Qingli lifted the bowl to feed himself and leaned down to pinch her chin, bringing their lips together. His tongue forcefully pried her mouth open. Mengwan panicked and instinctively swatted at him, but he captured her delicate wrist, his palm hot enough to scorch her skin, igniting a fire in her heart as well. You! Mengwan was compelled to swallow a mouthful of medicinal porridge, her lips glistening with a hint of moisture, making her look both alluring and disheveled. His finger brushed against the corner of her lips, a wicked smile spreading across his face. You truly are quite disobedient. Perhaps I should feed you medicine at noon. What was he saying?
What?
Have you forgotten? His deep-set gaze locked onto her. The noon medicine, I fed you in the same manner. What will Wan offer to thank me? His heated breath cascaded over her neck, causing an itch that sent shivers down her spine. His hand firmly grasped the nape of Mengwan's neck, fingers intertwining with her damp hair. Wan, I have said it before, you are mine. If I see you getting too close to Pei Qingli again, I will kill him. The murderous intent echoed in her ears, filling Mengwan with dread. He was truly a madman. I will ask you one last time. Will you eat or not? He sat down. His predatory gaze fixated on Mengwan. Or does Wan prefer that I personally feed you? In a rush, Mengwan picked up the bowl and began to eat voraciously. Pei Qingli, is he truly terrifying? Perhaps out of sheer fear, she ate hastily, inevitably choking. Her pale face reddening.
Drink.
He pushed a glass of warm water towards her, his tone commanding and uncompromising. Choking severely, tears gathered in her long lashes, making them glisten. She hurriedly drank the water. Pei Qingli's expression was somber. Am I such a vile person? Can a meal frighten you so? Mengwan's hand trembled. He was not a villain, but rather a man who could easily fly into a rage and take a life.
Alluring, you have finished eating.
Once she had eaten, she should wash up and settle down. Pei Qingli stood up, ready to loosen his clothing. Mengwan's eyes widened slightly. She stammered. This is my courtyard. Ailing should return to his own. What propriety was there for a lone man and woman to share a room? Not to mention the consequences, if they were discovered. Mengwan dared not even imagine. Today, I shall stay in the north courtyard. What? Mengwan retreated in fear, hands clutching her chest. Pei Qingli glanced at her, stripped off his garments, and lay down on the low couch. I am not so desperate as to seek a sickly woman. I simply prefer the coolness of this room. Ailing, if you speak any further, I shall share a bed with you. Terrified, Mengwan promptly fell silent, watching him lie on the soft couch, closing his eyes as if fatigued. She had never shared a room with a man before, but Mengwan was not one to resist. What are you staring at? The man, eyes shut, suddenly opened them, his dark pupils locking onto her. Mengwan gasped. Ailing, your clothes are wet. Why not return and change into something dry? Her thoughts were almost written on her face. Pei Qingli casually tore away his drenched inner garment, revealing his adult physique before her. She gasped and quickly turned away, too frightened to look. Ailing, why are you undressing? Pei Qingli regarded her with a smile that was both mocking and playful as her ears flushed crimson. Did you not say that my clothes were wet? Are you worried I might catch a chill? Mengwan thought to herself that she had never encountered such brazen shamelessness in her life. Chapter 29. Expecting him to behave? The man had a splendid physique, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. His lean waist showcased a raw, powerful strength, with well-defined abs that were just right. Mengwan dared not turn around, fearing what she might see. Had she not already glimpsed it in her dreams? Why be shy now? The man's deep voice resonated behind her, causing her face to burn with embarrassment, preventing her from turning around. She could only murmur, Ailing, if you are to stay here, you should behave yourself. Behave himself? Was she referring to him? Pei Qingli had never been one to follow the rules. Sleep. Mengwan extinguished the candle, plunging the room into darkness. She understood that confronting Pei Qingli would be futile. After a few days, when her health improved, the matter of finding Pei Qingli a suitable lady should be addressed. Weak. She lay on the bed, quickly drifting into slumber. She knew sharing a room with Pei Qingli was extremely perilous, especially with the dreams that haunted her every night, tormenting her. She fought to remain awake, unwilling to succumb to sleep so early. This was the first time someone else had occupied her room, and it was a man she had been entirely unfamiliar with until now. Pei Qingli could kill without a second thought. If he were displeased, he could easily take her life. Despite Mengwan's strong will, she could not resist the drowsiness that enveloped her. In less than half a stick of incense's time, She fell into a deep sleep. Night fell. The summer moonlight seemed particularly bright. The soft glow filtered through the window, casting a gentle light upon her. As her breathing became even and calm, her body soft and delicate. As she turned slightly, her thin garment slipped off, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. Captivating under the moonlight, Pei Qingli's gaze deepened. He reached out to adjust her clothing and then pulled her back into his embrace. The sensation of being filled within his arms eased some of the tension on Pei Qingli's face. Since the first time he dreamt of Mengwan 3 years ago, he had longed to do this. Now that he had returned to the capital for several days, this woman had consistently avoided him like a venomous snake, her fear of him akin to encountering a ferocious beast. Each time he saw her in such a state, Pei Qingli felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. He felt the urge to kill. Yet, she must be terrified. From that day he returned, witnessing her gentle demeanor in the hall. To the fear that gripped her when he pierced the old wretch's maid with his sword, he understood she was merely a little white rabbit. A rabbit easily frightened. How had such a delicate nature managed to survive for 3 years in this merciless marquis's household? In her hazy dreams, Mengwan felt enveloped by a warm presence. It was familiar yet elusive. She mumbled in her sleep, her words indistinct. Pei Qingli's breath quickened. If you move again, I will. He would not take advantage of her vulnerability. Even if Pei Qingli is perceived as a madman, he is not depraved to such an extent. Moreover, it seems that Mengwan currently harbors a strong dislike for him, which irks Pei Qingli greatly. In dreams, she is nothing like this. She calls him husband and occasionally acts coy, sharing her troubles. Time is abundant, and there will be ample opportunities ahead. Mengwan sleeps fitfully, tossing and turning as if ensnared in a nightmare, while the robust arms of the man encircle her. In his murmurs, Pei Qingli only catches a single phrase. His pupils widen in an instant. Wanwan, what is your name? Is he calling for her? Yet Mengwan drifts back into a deep slumber, perhaps due to a fever that has returned in the night. Pei Qingli holds her close, his broad, heated palm resting upon her flat abdomen, channeling his inner strength into her body, easing her furrowed brow, silencing her nonsensical murmurs. As dawn broke, footsteps echoed outside. My lord, it was Chungfeng. We must attend court. If we delay, once the sun rises, we shall attract attention. The lord's audacity has grown remarkably. Mengwan seems to be quite frightened of him. Having spent the night in the northern courtyard, one can only assume that she spent a sleepless night out of fear. The door creaked open. Chungfeng, standing outside, hurriedly reported, there's a commotion in the eastern courtyard, and several invitations need to be delivered today. Given that Mengwan is unwell, please choose someone to deliver them.
Ah?
Chungfeng's eyes widened. My lord, I am but a man. How could I perform such a task? Moreover, if you were to deliver them yourself, it would be far too conspicuous. The people in the eastern courtyard are already watching us closely. Pei Qingli shot him a sharp glance. What do you think I am raising you for? You cannot even handle this trivial matter. Yes, I understand. I will attend to it immediately. As the two departed the northern courtyard, a figure clad in plain robes appeared at the end of the lane. The person gazed intently in the direction Pei Qingli had taken, fist clenched. Due to Pei Qingli, Mengwan no longer needs to rise early to pay her respects in the eastern courtyard. In the future, she may be able to forego the routine altogether. As Yunju attended to her grooming, the matron outside summoned the maidservants from various courtyards. Young madam, I have called upon the maidservants from the eastern, northern, and western courtyards, as well as those from the corner tower. Do you have any plans for today? The matron speaking was from the western courtyard, where the third branch of the Pei family resided, closely aligned with the eastern courtyard, while the second branch dwelled in the corner tower. The third branch has produced 3 sons, whereas the second branch has only 1. The first branch, led by Madame Zhao, tragically passed away on her wedding night, leaving only the sole daughter, Pei Lingjun. Madame Zhao had intended to adopt a child from the third branch or arrange for Mengwan to adopt one, thereby securing Mengwan's position in the Pei household. Mengwan remained silent in her chamber, while Yunju diligently styled her hair. The people outside, unable to discern her response, were left in uncertainty. The western courtyard's matron, taking a tone of arrogance, declared, as we all know, the emperor has come to support you. From now on, this household will be under your command. You may arrange it as you see fit. Yet, despite this proclamation, silence lingered within. Young madam, Yunju gently called. Mengwan understood that the management of the household was now in her hands, but these individuals were not genuinely loyal to her. The haughty demeanor of the western courtyard alone was enough to give her a headache. "What's the matter, Mama Lu? It seems the young madam is ignoring us." Some of the maidservants in the courtyard began to fidget. Surely the young madam should provide some direction.
Mama Lu scoffed.
"I fear our young madam has only just begun to manage the household and is still unfamiliar with her role. Let us wait until she becomes accustomed to it before returning for arrangements." Mama Lu, from the western courtyard, had previously been quite close to Mama Chong. However, after Mama Chong was brutally killed, her tongue cut out and eyes gouged, many were left terrified. Yet, Mama Lu was undeterred. She had seen far worse and understood that Mama Chang's demise was due to her own foolishness in offending a noble. As Mama Lu prepared to leave, the remaining maidservants exchanged glances, ready to depart as well. But just as they were about to exit the northern courtyard, Mengwan's voice resonated from within. "If you leave the northern courtyard today, then you should visit the treasury to settle this month's allowance." Mama Lu halted abruptly. "Young madam, what do you mean by that?" Mengwan had just taken her medicine and felt a bitter taste in her mouth. Although her body was unwell, she had slept exceptionally well last night. Without dreaming of Pei Qingli, she couldn't help but wonder if it was because he slept in her room, so close to her, that she did not dream of him. Yun Zhu brought a stool for Mengwan to sit at the door. Early that morning, Cheng Feng had sent someone over, claiming they were from the Meng residence. However, Mengwan did not recognize them. The young madam's implication was clear. If you leave the northern courtyard now, the indentures can be returned to you, and you will no longer need to serve in the Pei household. My young madam will, of course, procure a more obedient batch of maidservants. The person sent by Cheng Feng was named Jilan. From his demeanor, it seemed that the lady of the Meng household understood Mengwan's difficulties in the Pei household and had deliberately chosen someone to assist her. However, Mengwan did not recall anyone named Jilan serving her mother. Observing her poise, it was evident she was not an ordinary maidservant, walking with a steadiness that suggested some martial training. At this revelation, the expressions of the maidservants in the courtyard shifted dramatically. Mama Lu turned back, her demeanor now quite imposing. She exclaimed, "Surely the young madam does not possess such authority. We have been here long before you entered the Pei household." Mama Lu nearly uttered the words, "You are just a widow," but thought better of it and swallowed her words. The implication was clear. Mengwan could not govern them. Mengwan smiled lightly, gesturing for Yun Zhu to bring forth the documents. "These are your indentures." Despite her illness, the daughter of a noble family retained an innate elegance. Even in sickness, her demeanor exuded grace and poise. "Mama Lu, you are correct. You were here before I married into the Pei household, having been purchased from outside. However, many of the maidservants in this courtyard were bought with my money when I married in. Your indentures bear my name, Mengwan." She smiled gently, implying that the ownership of a maidservant depends on who purchased them. "You are neither from the eastern courtyard nor the western courtyard. You were acquired by the late Marquis. And the current master of the Pei household is the young Marquis. The Marquis has entrusted me with the management of the household. Thus you are all considered the property of the master." With just a few words, Mengwan clarified their relationships, making her authority understood. The master of the Pei household is no longer from the eastern courtyard, but Pei Qingli. Mama Lu remained unconvinced, retorting, "The Marquis is the lord. Lords traditionally do not meddle in the inner workings of the household. The old matriarch is the Marquis's mother, and you are merely a widow." Enough. Before Mama Lu could finish her sentence, the slap had already landed. Jilan's slap was formidable. With a single strike, she sent Lu Mama sprawling to the ground, causing the corner of her mouth to bleed. Jilan fixed her gaze upon her. "What audacity you possess to dare speak so insolently to the mistress of the house. You are well aware that the Marquis is the lord, and thus you ought to comprehend that he designates who shall manage the household affairs. The young lady is the Marquis's sister-in-law. As the elder sister, she is akin to a mother and naturally, she should oversee matters. Not to mention all the female servants in this courtyard. Even Yun Zhu and Mengwan were taken aback. However, what unsettled Mengwan further was Jilan's assertion of the elder sister being like a mother. Knowing Pei Qingli's possessive tendencies, a man with a mad obsession, and that Jilan hailed from the Meng family, she feared that if Pei Qingli were to act inappropriately again, it would surely come to Jilan's attention and reach her mother's ears. Anxiety gnawed at her heart, and her complexion paled. A sudden gust of wind set her into a fit of coughing. Lu Mama, unaccustomed to being struck, contemplated retaliation. Jilan's fierce glare and cold laugh silenced her. What? Do you still wish to retaliate? Let us not forget, you are but a hereditary slave, and your descendants shall remain slaves as well. Aside from the emperor, you shall never escape this status. This constant bickering and fighting in the courtyard is utterly disgraceful. Lu Mama was indeed a hereditary slave, meaning her children and grandchildren would remain the property of the Marquis's household. Jilan, Mengwan softly called. Indeed, Jilan was formidable, a powerful figure beside her mother. Her demeanor had even instilled a measure of fear in Mengwan. When Jilan approached Mengwan, she exhibited great respect and humility, bowing her head slightly. She meticulously recorded the hereditary slaves, criminal slaves, debt slaves, and hired slaves within the courtyard. They inquired about their previous duties, the number of family members they had, and their means of livelihood, ensuring everything was documented. As Mengwan spoke, she found herself slightly breathless. Yes, Jilan replied dutifully, already taking notes and asking questions. Oh my, after a few days' absence, the eldest daughter-in-law has become quite imposing. The voice preceded the arrival of none other than Madame Zhuang from the third room of the western courtyard. Dressed in a thin dark blue floral robe, adorned with golden bracelets on her wrists and several gold hairpins in her hair, she radiated an aura of wealth and opulence. It was indeed the third aunt's visit, and given Mengwan's current state of health, she feared that she might transmit her illness to Madame Zhuang. Mengwan did not rise to pay her respects. As a patient, it was unreasonable to expect her to bow before an elder. Madame Zhuang, having grown plump over the years while indulging in the luxuries of the Marquis's household thanks to Mengwan, stood still, surveying the multitude of servants in the courtyard with an unwavering smile. She got straight to the point. I have come to inquire when the monthly allowance for our western courtyard will be dispersed. Chapter 31. Rectification. The expenditures of the Marquis's household were drawn from the public funds. However, the household had long been depleted, incapable of supporting such a large family. Moreover, Zhao Shi had a penchant for extravagant spending and a strong desire for comparison, leading to an insatiable vanity. Consequently, the monthly allowances for each courtyard were drawn from Mengwan's dowry. The eastern courtyard received approximately 150 taels monthly, while the western courtyard received 100 taels. The second room of the corner tower received less than 30 taels a month, a stark disparity. Furthermore, the eastern courtyard, which managed household affairs, also sought to extract additional items from Mengwan, such as jewelry and clothing. Their lives were rather lavish. Since the eastern courtyard had always been in charge of the household's financial management, Mengwan was unaware of the specific expenditures each month. Yesterday was supposed to be the disbursement day for the monthly allowance, and Madame Zhuang intended to collect funds from the eastern courtyard, but discovered that the household affairs had been handed over to Mengwan. She learned of the significant events that had transpired, including the deaths of several individuals in the household. Early this morning, she found that her own servants were absent and, upon further inquiry, learned they had gone to the northern courtyard. Upon her arrival, she was taken aback by Mengwan's commanding presence. Madame Zhuang secretly looked down upon Mengwan, realizing that it was all about the allowance. Mengwan was perusing the financial records for the western courtyard's expenditures for the month. She spoke slowly. This month, your eldest son has lost 100 taels at the gambling house and has taken a pair of jade rui from my courtyard to settle his debts. Additionally, the tuition for your grandson's schooling has cost 50 taels from the accounts, just for hiring a tutor. Furthermore, you have also drawn an extra 30 taels for your monthly nourishment. Considering that the jade rui was a top-quality tribute from the previous dynasty, worth no less than 500 taels, your son took it without informing me. It appears that this month's expenses have exceeded the budget. As Mengwan finished her statement, Madame Zhuang's expression shifted dramatically. After a brief moment of fluctuating colors, she appeared flustered and exclaimed, "My son is a scholar destined to take the imperial examination and attain high office. How can we consider this a theft? Besides, we are family. It is merely taking a few of your items. If I had known earlier, I would never have allowed my sister-in-law to welcome you into our home. You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune." Madame Zhuang glared at her, internally muttering about how this little vixen had become so astute. Previously, she had always turned a blind eye to such matters, which led to her eldest son repeatedly stealing from Mengwan's courtyard. Initially, it had been minor items, unnoticed by Mengwan, until the loss of the jade rui made her realize she had been robbed. "Jilan," Mengwan coughed lightly, saying, Please report to the authorities that a pair of jade rui from the previous dynasty has gone missing from my courtyard. And kindly request the court to investigate so that I may recover my lost belongings. Yes, I shall do so at once, Jilan replied, setting down her records and preparing to leave. Madame Zhuang grew anxious, blocking the doorway and yelling at Mengwan. What are you doing, you little harlot? How dare you involve the authorities? It is only right to report the loss of items from my courtyard. Mengwan sipped her tea. She understood that now she was in charge of household affairs and could no longer afford to be weak or simply bend to their will. Otherwise, her life would become increasingly difficult. Uncertain of Pei Qingli's intentions in granting her control over the household, she realized this was the support she must rely upon. She needed to manage the situation effectively to establish her position within the household. Perhaps Pei Qingli's return was not a misfortune after all. At the very least, considering his conflict with Zhao Shi, it seemed beneficial to her. Jilan, report to the authorities. Mengwan was resolute in her decision to proceed with the report. Madame Zhuang attempted to obstruct her, but Jilan was a formidable fighter, and she could not be stopped. As Jilan walked away, Madame Zhuang sat on the ground, wailing, "Oh, what a fate I have. My brother merely took a few things from his sister-in-law, and now she seeks to involve the authorities. Is there no justice left? Mengwan, if you do not wish to give this allowance, just say so. My son is destined for the examinations. Your report to the authorities will ruin his future." You wicked woman. Madame Zhuang was skilled in manipulation. What are you saying, third aunt? I never said I would withhold the allowance. However, the entire household relies on the business in my hands to survive. Your monthly allowance has long exceeded the budget. Now, each courtyard receives only 50 taels, without exception. What did you say, 50 taels? Madame Zhuang's eyes widened, realizing her previous tantrum was futile. She attempted to rush forward to strike Mengwan, though her body was round. She moved surprisingly fast. Caught off guard, Mengwan found her hairpin snatched away, causing her carefully styled hair to cascade down. The people in the courtyard were taken aback. Yet none dared to step forward. In their hearts, they still bore a considerable resentment towards Mengwan, approaching the situation with a mindset akin to spectators at a spectacle. They even hoped for a fierce clash between the northern and western courtyards, relishing the chaos that might ensue. What are you doing? Stop. Pei Qingli arrived early in the morning and was met with a scene of disarray. He rushed forward to stand in front of Mengwan, seizing Zhuang's hand. The young man, dressed in a deep bamboo green, bore a pale and frail countenance, yet his grip was surprisingly strong. Zhuang cried out in pain as he held her wrist. You impudent wretch! Release me at once! Zhuang shouted. Are you all blind? Why are you standing there? Third aunt must have lost her senses. Someone should swiftly escort her back to the western courtyard. Though Pei Qingli was weak, he was nonetheless a legitimate young master of the marquisate. While they might disregard Mengwan's words, they did not dare to ignore Pei Qingli. Should a real commotion arise, the main family could easily report them, and none would escape unscathed. At that point, not only would the marquisate disown them, but they would also find no work elsewhere. Sister-in-law? Pei Qingli looked at Mengwan, realizing he still grasped her wrist. She was already unwell, and her complexion had worsened after Zhuang's sudden attack, leaving her pale and disheveled. Pei Qingli quickly released her hand and stepped back, maintaining a respectful distance to avoid gossip. Are you hurt? Is everything all right? Mengwan managed to catch her breath, slightly out of sorts. She shook her head. It is nothing serious. I came to visit last night, but Yunju said you were asleep, so I refrained from disturbing you. Today, however, it seems your condition has not improved. Concern etched on Pei Qingli's brow as he regarded her. Chapter 32. Mengwan's strength to Mengwan. These worries were merely familial concern. When she entered the family, Pei Qingli had already been struggling. Often, he had barely enough to eat, and being of a similar age, perhaps he bore a touch of sympathy for her plight. Thus, Mengwan took extra care of him, regularly spending her own money to procure medicine for his health, a practice she had maintained for 3 years without fail. After taking his morning medicine, he felt considerably better. That is good to hear. I heard you are now in charge of the household. I imagine life will be much improved. His genuine happiness for her was evident. Mengwan responded with a serene smile. Sensing her current mood was less than cheerful, Pei Qingli refrained from further intrusion, exchanging only polite remarks before taking his leave. Once Pei Qingli departed, Mengwan touched her hair, realizing her hairpin was missing. Yunju, have you seen my hairpin? Mengwan typically dressed in a simple and elegant manner, often adorning her hair with only a few plain silver pins and occasionally a floral decoration. Yunju searched around. How strange. It should have fallen to the ground. Why can't I find it? The northern courtyard was not large, and a hairpin should have been quite conspicuous.
Well,
It's just a hairpin, she thought. Mengwan had many plain silver pins in her jewelry box, as well as gold and gem-studded ones, which she did not particularly favor and thus rarely wore. Did you all witness what transpired today? Mengwan casually tucked her loose hair behind her ear. Even with her hair in disarray, she maintained the poise and dignity expected of a noble lady, showing no signs of panic. The people in the courtyard exchanged glances, none daring to speak. It was Lu Mama who stepped forward first, inquiring, since the young mistress has drastically reduced the allowances for the various courtyards, what about the monthly wages for us servants? The allowances set for them had been determined when the old marquis was still alive. The head servant received 7 taels of silver each month, first-rank female servants 5 taels, and second-rank 3 taels. Mengwan paused. The expenses of the marquis rested solely on her shoulders, and with the numerous household servants, the monthly payroll amounted to a staggering sum. Were it not for the estates and businesses under her name, sustaining this household would have been nearly impossible. No other household in the capital could boast such generous wages for their servants. Thus, Mengwan declared, starting next month, head servants will receive 5 taels each. First-rank female servants 3 taels, and second-rank 2 taels. What? Upon hearing this, the servants could no longer sit still. Someone, unable to contain their frustration, stood up to protest loudly. On what grounds? Young mistress, the wages were set by the old marquis. Though you now oversee the household, how can you simply change them? The drastic reduction felt like a shock to the system. Mengwan understood that these servants had previously taken their wages without working. As a mere young mistress in the marquis, even a slight improvement in their rations required her to slip extra coins to the kitchen staff. Indeed, the old marquis set those wages, but now the young marquis is in charge, and this marquis is no longer called the loyal and brave marquis, but the national guardian marquis. The young marquis has just returned to the capital, and his foundation here is still unstable. Expenditures will only increase. If you wish for justification, know that every expense here is sustained by my dowry, much of which I acquired myself. Are you not aware that the livelihood of this household relies on my dowry? Mengwan paused, observing their continued discontent, and continued, furthermore, with the new emperor ascending the throne, the nation is in a period of instability. The new emperor advocates frugality, and our marquis should set an example. Citing the new emperor silenced the crowd. They had heard rumors of the new emperor and the young marquis visiting the marquis, with several female servants from the eastern courtyard being punished severely, including the matron beside the mistress. The lives of these bought servants, apart from the favored ones, were entirely at the mercy of their masters. However, should you wish to leave the marquis, I will not compel you. Mengwan smiled gently, her expression warm. Until now, the people of this household had perceived her as a soft target, unaware that she too could stand her ground. Anyone dissatisfied with the wages may come forth to collect their release papers. The month is not yet over, and wages will be disbursed as usual. You are free to leave. But for those who sincerely wish to work diligently in the marquis, I assure you, I will not treat you unfairly. Yunju, witnessing her young mistress's demeanor, felt a sense of pride. The young mistress should indeed be so assertive. Previously, without control over the household, she had lacked authority, and everyone had only heeded Zhao's commands. The crowd exchanged glances. I wish to stay and work in the marquis. One voice spoke up. Once the first had spoken, others quickly followed suit. We too wish to remain in the marquis. They were all astute individuals, not foolish. The marquisite's treatment was among the best in the capital, even with the reduction in their wages. In other households, the monthly salary for a first-class maid is merely 1 tael and 1 cash, while a second-class maid receives only a single cash. Thus, receiving 2 taels of silver in the marquis's residence is considered quite generous. Has everything been arranged? Cheng Feng reported to his master, Pei Qingli, about Mengwan's situation today, and he was somewhat surprised. He had presumed that the little white rabbit would struggle to manage things and uphold the family's reputation. However, it appears she possesses some capability. Chapter 33. The machinations of favoritism. Cheng Feng recounted, without omission, the events of the northern courtyard to Pei Qingli. His assignment from the new emperor involved military training at the barracks in Kuanjing. After a prolonged absence from the capital, he discovered that the soldiers there were nothing more than a bunch of inept loafers, a cadre of men consuming and utilizing resources from the military. Yet each one was frail and feeble. Pei Qingli, a man of remarkable skill, returned only a few days ago and soon had these soldiers lamenting in agony each day. Pei Qingli wiped his brow and casually tossed aside his handkerchief, the scorching sun turning the young man's skin a shade of crimson. "My lord, what is it that amuses you?" Cheng Feng asked, perplexed. His lord's laughter was hardly a good omen. Cheng Feng, once a valiant warrior and now a deputy commander, had turned into a shadow guard protecting Mengwan since their return to the capital. Any sign of trouble, and he was obliged to inform Pei Qingli immediately. Pei Qingli suppressed a smile. "When did this lord laugh? Are you blind? It was noon. Let us return to the residence." He seized his outer robe, mounted his horse, and galloped away. Today, Mengwan established her authority in the northern courtyard. Though she was aware that these individuals would not yield easily or heed discipline in the short term, it was of little concern. There was ample time ahead. Did that wretched woman truly say such things? In the eastern courtyard, Zhao Shi was sweltering, her maids futilely fanning themselves, unable to bring any relief, only stirring the oppressive heat. The fan only heightened Zhao Shi's agitation. Just yesterday, her constant companion, Granny Chong, had been executed by the emperor, and her daughter had fled, injuring herself in the process, colliding with the royal carriage. Old wounds had not yet healed, and now new injuries had been added. She was left with but half a life to cling to. "Indeed, my lady, the monthly allowance for each courtyard will now be reduced to 50 taels." Beside Zhao Shi stood Granny Li, who had been one of the maids purchased for her by the late Marquis during his lifetime, remaining loyal through the years. An outside concubine who had achieved the esteemed position of the main wife, Zhao Shi was unparalleled in all of Kuanjing. Who knew which household's concubine could transform into someone as contemptible as Zhao Shi? 50 taels? What could that accomplish? Mengwan clearly intended for me to perish. What a malicious scheme she harbors. I never perceived her as possessing such venomous intent. Zhao Shi was one who relished extravagance. Sometimes, her daily meals alone would cost 20 to 30 taels. She indulged in the finest delicacies, rivaling even those of the noble women in the palace. "My lady, the household accounts now rest in the hands of the young madam. Should she wish to audit them, it would be prudent for this lady to fear her scrutiny." Zhao Shi scoffed. She composed herself, sipping some cool tea to ease her temper. Hadn't it been agreed that the third branch's lad would be adopted by Mengwan? Why is there still no movement from them? The third branch, the Zhuang family, had 3 sons, each with 3 sons of their own. The second daughter-in-law had given birth last year, but tragically lost both mother and child. Now, only a 6-year-old remained, and the second son of the third branch had yet to remarry. Su Zhuang intended to betroth Mengwan to her second son, as there had been precedents for such arrangements. However, this was the Marquis, a prestigious household. If such a union were to occur, it would likely result in scorn. Zhao Shi was unwilling. She wished to retain the enticing prize of Mengwan in her grasp, unwilling to relinquish her easily to the third branch. It is said that one should not allow the sweet waters to flow to outsiders, and Zhao Shi had myriad means to control Mengwan. After all, she was merely a young girl, having tasted a man's affection. What could she possibly stir up? The intention from the third branch was to have the young madam adopted as the second master's legitimate wife, allowing the child to rightfully call her mother. Humph. Zhuang Meiyu may think well of the scheme, but even in death, Mengwan belongs to my first branch. Let the third branch dream their grand dreams. You go inform the third branch that if they do not wish to adopt their grandson to my side, I shall seek another child from the clan. Zhao Shi had her own calculations. If a child from the third branch came to her, they would belong to her first branch, raised under her name, severing ties with the third branch. The third branch relied on their numerous sons to overshadow the first branch, garnering favor from the clan's relatives, which only added to Zhao Shi's frustration after losing her son. Before Pei Qingli returned, they had planned to select an exceptional child from the third branch for careful cultivation, intending to nurture them as the future heir of the Marquis. The unexpected return of Pei Qingli, a man presumed dead for 5 years, disrupted all of Zhao Shi's plans. "What shall we do about the young madam?" Granny Li inquired, with concern. "The young madam is in her prime, and everyone in the household is watching her. It is likely not just the third branch." Thinking of her ineffectual brother, Zhao Shi grew irritable. Did Ah Kun not say he was looking for a young lady for Mingge these past few days? Send someone to convey a message, asking him to bring Mingge to the residence for a visit. As an aunt, it has been too long since I last saw him. Granny Li immediately understood Zhao Shi's intentions, a smile gracing her face. Yes, I shall attend to this at once. Knowing Zhao Shi had a plan, Granny Li's steps became noticeably lighter. By noon, the household began to serve meals. However, the eastern courtyard was delayed in bringing forth the food, and Zhao Shi, already in a foul mood, had not eaten breakfast. She was now famished, her stomach gnawing painfully. You fools! Why have you not gone to the kitchen to see why the food has not yet arrived? Do you intend to starve this lady? It must be said that Zhao Shi, despite her years in the marquise, had learned nothing of decorum, still shouting loudly. A lady of a respectable family would conduct herself with grace, her every word and action a model of propriety, pleasing to behold. Madam, the marquis has just returned and wishes to dine in the main hall. He is currently waiting for you. Upon hearing that she was to dine in the main hall with Pei Qingli at the same table, Zhao Shi felt an intense discomfort, especially with that little wretch, who bore such resemblance to Princess Zhaohe. Had it not been for the emperor's decree, she ought to have been the marquis's legitimate wife. Alas, due to her status as a princess, she could only wait until that wretched woman died before taking her place as the esteemed matriarch of the marquisate. Chapter 34. Position. Zhao Shi wished to avoid Pei Qingli's presence and certainly did not wish to dine with him, for even the thought was repugnant. You may relay to him that I am not feeling well today and shall not attend. Let the second and third branches go instead. Saying this, she leaned against her forehead, truly appearing to suffer from a severe headache, reclining on a nearby rattan chair with a sigh. The maidservant appeared troubled. But the marquis said everyone must attend. He likely has important matters to discuss. Zhao Shi erupted in anger, shouting, how dare he demand such a thing of an elder? If he seeks to dictate to me, then I shall not partake in this meal. The Zhao family had long been accustomed to wielding power within the marquis's residence. The return of Pei Qingli, with his insistence on establishing rules, was met with her displeasure and discomfort. After years of treating the marquis's estate as her own possession, she perceived Pei Qingli as an intruder seeking to usurp her domain. The marquis had mentioned that if she chose not to attend, it was acceptable. However, with the elder marquis having passed away many years ago and his spirit tablet remaining unhonored, it would be necessary for her to spend some time at the temple to accrue merit for him. What? Did that rascal truly say such a thing? Zhao's entire body trembled, her face turning ashen with fury. It was clear to her now that Pei Qingli was indeed intent on enforcing rules within the estate. The memory of him having dispatched her female servant upon his return filled her with trepidation. Considering the current favor he enjoyed, this was not a time to provoke him. And so she swallowed her anger and proceeded to the main hall. The great hall, once a space for entertaining guests, had changed since the elder marquis's death. The family had divided into separate quarters, each dining independently without interference from the others. The maids entered in succession to serve the dishes, and the various households began to arrive. The second household arrived early. The couple lacked any real authority within the estate, and their timid disposition had allowed their son to be treated poorly, nearly losing his life in the process. Sister-in-law, the second household's wife, Lin, fidgeted with her clothing. Zhao shot her a glance and snorted coldly, choosing not to speak as she took her seat at the head of the table, embodying the demeanor of a matriarch. Crossing through the corridor from the front hall, they arrived at the main room. Mengwan had changed into a new outfit. The young woman had her hair elegantly styled, adorned in a sky-blue gown that was simple yet graceful, devoid of excessive embroidery, tailored from fine fabrics. A waist sash of azure and green silk tassels accentuated her already slender waist. She moved with a delicate grace, almost as if a subtle fragrance trailed behind her. Coincidentally, Pei Qingli was also clad in a sky-blue robe that day. Greetings, sister-in-law, he said, exuding warmth and politeness, striking a perfect balance that felt neither forced nor intrusive. Mengwan smiled in response, noting that her sister-in-law appeared much improved in health. Pei Qingli observed her closely, despite her still pale complexion. A hint of color had returned to her lips. His heart raced, and a warmth spread within him, though he quickly suppressed it, his hands trembling slightly within the wide sleeves of his robe. Yes, it is indeed thanks to the marquis's medicine, Mengwan thought to herself. She maintained a certain distance from everyone in the household, even extending a bit of special care towards Pei Qingli, yet their exchanges remained brief and measured, avoiding excessive conversation to prevent any misunderstandings. Aware of her status as a widow, she understood the perils of excessive speech, knowing it would only lead to complications. Pei Qingli's heart quickened at the mention of the Marquis, his excitement palpable. If only he could hear more from his sister-in-law. A nonchalant snort broke the tension, and the wind carried it to Pei Qingli, who had arrived. "The Marquis is here," someone called out. And all eyes turned to the imposing figure clad in dark garments, exuding an air of cold authority. The moment he entered the hall, an icy chill swept through the room, causing even Zhao, who had already taken her seat, to instinctively rise, before realizing her error and sitting back down. "Since when did this seat become yours?" he seemed to convey with a single glance as he passed Mengwan, not even deigning to acknowledge her presence. Mengwan silently exhaled, relieved as long as he did not seek trouble with her. "Second brother, you've taken this position for many years. Mother knows you've worked hard outside," Zhao began, but the words caught in her throat at the fierce look in Pei Qingli's eyes. As if he might draw his sword, at any moment. She quickly stood. "Yes, it was my oversight. I forgot you are now the master of this estate. This seat indeed belongs to you." With that, she retreated to a side seat, and Mengwan sat on the other side. The others took their seats in turn. And as soon as Mengwan was settled, Pei Qingli's cold voice broke the stillness. "This year, Pei Biyun has turned 20, has he not?" At his words, the entire hall fell silent, no one daring to utter a sound, even holding their breath for fear of incurring the wrath of this formidable man. Pei Biyun was Pei Qingli's courtesy name. "Yes, brother, he has already undergone the coming-of-age ceremony this spring and has taken on the courtesy name Biyun. In traditional practice, men receive their courtesy names from the elders of their clan upon reaching adulthood. Now that he is of age, why has no one arranged a marriage for him?" Pei Qingli's expression remained neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. Lin of the second household turned pale at this remark. It was not that they did not wish to find a suitable match for Biyun, but he had suffered an injury in his youth that left him frail and ill, and no family would be inclined to accept him as a suitor. If there were any worthy matches, the first household would not have overlooked him. Thus, "It seems I must trouble sister-in-law further," he directed his gaze towards Mengwan. She had assumed Pei Qingli's inquiry was merely a brotherly concern for his sibling's marriage, but he unexpectedly turned the conversation toward her, raising her suspicions. With Zhao and Pei Qingli's mother present, the matter of marriage would hardly fall to Mengwan to manage. Yet, Pei Qingli insisted on placing this burden upon her. "Brother," Pei Qingli interjected gently. "Biyun is weak. I fear no young lady would consider him, and even if they did, my appearance would only bring misfortune upon them." Chapter 35. The marriage proposal. Seated with an air of authority, Pei Qingli's fingers rhythmically tapped on the Zeton table, producing a dull thud. The depth of his gaze sent shivers down the spines of those present. Pei Biyun posed a dilemma. As a man, Pei Qingli understood the complexities of male emotions and could perceive them clearly. Yet, he hoped that his concerns were merely a figment of his imagination.
Marquis.
"This marriage proposal was initially to be handled by my sister-in-law, Lin of the second household, and her husband were not assertive individuals. They too desired a favorable match for their son. However, the first household had delayed, leaving the second household too timid to inquire, resulting in the matter being left unresolved. Now that Pei Qingli had broached the subject, the second household was eager to find a suitable bride for Pei Qingli. Observing the second household attempting to shift the responsibility onto her, Zhao hastily interjected, "Since the Marquis has brought up the matter, why not entrust it to Mengwan? My eldest daughter-in-law is quite capable, and on her very first day managing the household, she has already organized everything meticulously."
Zhao smiled,
intending to subtly signal Mengwan to recognize her status as her mother-in-law, implying that she ought to avoid putting her at a disadvantage. Indeed, Mengwan possessed some skill. Pei Qingli regarded her with a smile that bore no warmth, his eyes glinting with a hint of malice. "Is that so, Mengwan?" The mere mention of her name caused a hush to fall over the long table, as he did not even acknowledge her as sister-in-law. His blatant disregard for pretense revealed a palpable animosity toward Mengwan. Zhao, with a broad smile, remarked, "My lord, you are now the master of the manor. You may allocate the household duties as you see fit. However, it is unfortunate that Mengwan is a widow, having long resided in the northern courtyard. Suddenly placing her in charge may prove overwhelming. It would be more prudent to have Ling Jun assist her. Their sisterly bond is strong, and this would also provide Ling Jun a valuable opportunity to learn." The pretense of suggesting that Pei Ling Jun should learn was, in truth, a veiled attempt to have her gain advantages from Mengwan. It was common knowledge within the halls of the marquisate that Mengwan was a coveted asset, and many desired to partake of her fortunes. Yet, this prize had already caught the eye of Pei Qingli, and any attempts to claim it would require his consent.
Pai Lingyun.
He pondered the name, then blurted out, "What does she have to offer?" After all, Mengwan was a legitimate daughter of the Meng family, whereas Pei Lingjun was merely a daughter born of an extramarital affair. Could she truly be compared to a legitimate heir? The moment these words escaped him, confusion spread among the listeners regarding Pei Qingli's true meaning. Zhao's expression darkened, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Currently, Mengwan held the reins of household affairs. Could she truly be entrusted with this responsibility if there were any missteps? The latter part of his statement was squeezed out between clenched teeth, and the malice in his gaze was unmistakable. Mengwan's fingers tightened around her embroidered handkerchief, knuckles whitening. Taking a deep breath, she adorned her face with a gentle smile. "As it is your wish, dear brother, I shall not fail you. Until you marry, I shall manage the household affairs diligently, and when that day comes, I shall pass the responsibilities to your new wife." Her response was measured and beyond reproach, while others might miss the underlying implications. Pei Qingli discerned her intent to establish clear boundaries. At that moment, Pei Jinan interjected, "Since my brother has entrusted you to seek a suitable match for me, it would be wise for you to keep an eye out for potential candidates in Kuanjing. Given my brother's current favor with the emperor, it is likely that suitors will soon come forth." Pei Jinan maintained a calm demeanor, his smile amiable, though he discreetly cast sidelong glances at Mengwan. Seeing her visibly relax eased the weight in his heart. However, those present understood that in Pei Qingli's presence, no one dared to speak freely. Lin, seated nearby, constantly signaled to Pei Jinan to refrain from saying too much. The age gap between the two brothers was merely a few months, and Pei Qingli was known for his ruthless nature. Should he be provoked, even a brother might suffer his wrath. Nevertheless, Pei Jinan disregarded the silent warnings from their parents, stating cheerfully, "It is not customary for the younger brother to wed before the elder. Moreover, as I have yet to achieve anything substantial, it is said that one should establish a career prior to marrying. I can only hope for my brother to find a good wife, which would also ease any concerns about my own future." Though Pei Jinan was frail, he was well-versed in literature and spoke with precision, leaving little room for criticism. The third branch of the Zhuang family had not come today. Only the eldest grandson and the couple from the second branch attended, with the youngest son reportedly away on business. Pei Qingli chose not to engage with them, and they wisely refrained from intruding upon his space. Before departing, they specifically instructed the children not to speak out of turn, for the master had not yet given permission to dine. It was not that they were particularly law-abiding, but rather that they were deeply intimidated by Pei Qingli. When he was absent from the manor, they reveled in their freedom, indulging in whatever mischief they pleased, occasionally even venturing into Mengwan's courtyard to meddle with her plants. Zhuang, protective of her kin, would dismiss any damage caused by the children as mere youthful ignorance, urging Mengwan to overlook their behavior.
Pei Qingli.
Glancing at Mengwan, noted her tranquil demeanor, as if she wished to remain uninvolved in the ongoing disputes. The tension at the dining table was palpable, leaving the inhabitants of Ji and Tang perplexed. They speculated that the young marquis seemed overly concerned with the fourth son's marital affairs, yet none dared to voice their curiosities, suppressing their thoughts. Once the dishes were served, everyone noticed Pei Qingli picking up his chopsticks, prompting them to follow suit. "In the future, I shall not return to the manor for lunch. There is no need to prepare meals for me," he announced, causing a collective sigh of relief among them. How fortunate that this formidable figure would not be present for lunch, granting them a measure of freedom. However, he paused, and Mengwan's heart sank. She knew he was not one to be easily placated or to overlook the affairs of the household. "The food at the training grounds is rather unpalatable. I prefer the fare from the manor. Therefore, let Mengwan deliver my meals from now on." Mengwan's hand trembled, nearly dropping her chopsticks. Pei Jinan quickly raised his gaze, gripping his chopsticks tighter, knuckles turning pale. Zhao perceived this as an excellent opportunity to torment Mengwan. Pei Qingli's implication was clear. Although he expressed a desire not to return, he still wished to partake of the manor's cuisine, conveniently placing the responsibility upon Mengwan. Chapter 36. Each with their own agenda. If Mengwan performs well, it would reflect positively on her as a mother. Conversely, should she falter, Zhao would find a pretext to create trouble for her. Since Mengwan wished to make things difficult for Zhao, the latter would not allow her to prevail either. Mother. Mengwan set down her chopsticks and calmly addressed Zhao, as I have just taken charge of the household. I am burdened with many responsibilities and may not be able to spare the time. Furthermore, as I have long lived in solitude, it would be inappropriate for me to venture out too often, lest I invite idle gossip upon the marquise. After a brief pause, she continued, I believe it would be wiser to select 1 or 2 capable maidservants from your eastern courtyard to deliver meals to my brother. This way, others will see that you care for him, honoring the late Marquis and Princess Zhao He's wishes, while also sparing me from the scrutiny of being a solitary widow. Absolutely not. Zhao immediately dismissed the suggestion without a second thought. She wanted nothing to do with Pei Qingli's affairs. Given his disdain for the eastern courtyard, she would never permit her own servants to be involved. Moreover, she anticipated the opportunity to blame Mengwan for any mistakes she might make. The mere thought of Mengwan daring to oppose her and trying to throw her under the bus left Zhao distinctly unsettled. Zhao quickly retorted, I have only a handful of servants in the eastern courtyard, and with Ling Jun currently unwell, we are already short-handed. Besides, as your brother's sister-in-law, it is said that a sister-in-law is like a mother. No one would dare speak ill of you. The phrase a sister-in-law is like a mother struck Mengwan like a thunderbolt. She scarcely dared to glance at Pei Qingli. Yet she could feel his gaze fixed upon her, causing her heart to race and her back to break out in a cold sweat. She was already in a frail state, and the anxiety from this situation left her pallid, her lips devoid of color. Pei Qingli observed her for a few moments, sensing her discomfort. Rest assured, dear child, you may go forth and deliver meals to the master, whether within the manor or beyond. Should anyone dare to speak ill of you, I, as your mother, will ensure your honor is upheld and your innocence proven. Zhao's words left no room for Mengwan to refuse again, without appearing overly deliberate. Moreover, Mengwan understood that Pei Qingli was orchestrating the situation intentionally. Even if he had merely set the stage, he was already aware of the outcome he desired. He only needed to sit back and watch the drama unfold, awaiting the result he sought. Mengwan recognized that Pei Qingli was a man of profound cunning. Whatever he wished to accomplish, she knew that even if she declined this time, there would be future opportunities, and he would persist until he achieved his goal. He will not cease until he achieves his goal. Otherwise, he will not rest. Unwilling? His eyes, as deep and cold as a frigid pool, fixated on Mengwan. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Erlang, you speak wisely. Mother is correct. A sister-in-law is akin to a mother. It would be prudent for me to inquire about which young ladies are of marriageable age. At the appropriate time, we can exchange formal greetings and allow both parties to meet. What do you think, Erlang? Mengwan was subtly signaling him in advance, indicating that her intentions were not abrupt but prearranged. As long as Pei Qingli nodded in agreement, the matter would be manageable. Pei Jinan glanced at Mengwan with considerable concern. The family remained silent, awaiting Pei Qingli's words. For the sake of the Marquis, you truly exert yourself, Pei Qingli remarked. A smile that did not reach his eyes, filled with a chill that lacked warmth or emotion. His gaze upon her was akin to that of a corpse, leaving Mengwan with no choice but to force a smile. Erlang is the sole bloodline left by Princess Zhao in this world. As a sister-in-law, it is my duty to be diligent. Her persistent reference to sister-in-law was a constant reminder to Pei Qingli not to lose his bearings, nor to stray from moral propriety. Such trouble you take, sister-in-law. The weight of the term sister-in-law was heavily emphasized by Pei Qingli. The meal was devoid of flavor, as each harbored their own thoughts, rendering them unable to savor the dishes. When Pei Qingli rose from the table, the others only dared to leave once he had departed. Mengwan found the meal tasteless and was just rising when the eldest daughter-in-law of the third household could no longer contain herself. She inquired, Sister-in-law, I heard from mother today that you reported Pei Chao to the Dali Temple? The eldest daughter-in-law of the third household, named Zhong Ryu, had been holding back her curiosity at the table for quite some time, only daring to speak once Pei Qingli had left. Before Mengwan could respond, Zhong continued, although my husband is not a direct descendant of this household, he is nonetheless your nominal elder brother. Mengwan, have you considered the implications for his career by reporting him to the Dali Temple? Mengwan pondered for a moment, letting out a heavy sigh within. Realizing this was the crux of today's drama. Zhong's eldest son, Pei Chao, was 5 years older than Pei Qingli, yet he was still a son born out of wedlock. In the realm of Daong, The distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring was clear. No matter how remarkable a bastard's achievements, they would never rival those of the legitimate heirs. Mengwan, as the legitimate daughter-in-law of the Marquis, naturally held a superior status over Zhong. Cousin-in-law, it is not my intention to file a complaint. I merely instructed a maid to report that something was lost from my courtyard. I did not specify names. Why the urgency? Mengwan was acutely aware that the Marquis estate resembled a den of wolves, now further complicated by Pei Qingli's presence. She knew she had to assert herself. Moreover, even her mother had sent someone to assist her. She could not allow her mother to worry. Zhong's face turned pale. Gripping her son's hand as she scolded, he merely took a couple of items from the inner courtyard. Must you report him, Mengwan? We are all family. Why must you make this so unpleasant? The laws of Daong state that if the value of stolen property exceeds 200 taels, the punishment is amputation. For severe offenses, the death penalty applies. Is it not theft to take without asking? Why does cousin-in-law assume that my brother-in-law took those items from my courtyard? Thus, it seems cousin-in-law is aware that her brother-in-law has passed through my courtyard. The laws also stipulate that to harbor a thief or share in the spoils is to warrant a punishment of tongue-cutting. Mengwan articulated her points clearly. Pei Jinan observed her. In the bright sunlight, she appeared fragile, yet possessed an undeniable strength that drew his gaze, making it hard to look away. The golden rays filtered through the intricately carved window, casting delicate patterns upon her, gentle yet resilient. His chest warmed slightly, his blood stirred. The heat converged within him, seeking its first destination. Chapter 37. Adoption. Her words were well-founded and logical. Mengwan, you. Zhong's voice rose in frustration. We are family. Why must you take this to such extremes? If this were to spread, it would disgrace the Marquis household. Mengwan raised her gaze, calmly regarding Zhong, whose face was now flushed with anger. If the thief is my cousin, and the one who erred is also my cousin, why is it I who am bringing shame to the Marquis house? Should the victims in this world silently suffer? If so, I shall inquire with the Emperor next time I enter the palace, whether the law might bend. If it can, then the fault lies with Mengwan. It was rare for Mengwan to speak with such sharpness. Zhong, like Zhao, had always perceived her as a soft target. Today's confrontation left no room for others to intervene. Seeing she was losing ground, Zhong, unwilling to concede defeat, said, Mengwan, first retract your complaint. The items Pei Chao took, I will ensure they are returned to you later. This was the greatest concession she could offer. Mengwan smiled slightly. I fear that is not possible. Once a report is made, it cannot simply be withdrawn. Otherwise, I would be charged with a baseless complaint, a risk I cannot afford. Please, cousin-in-law, do as you wish. Having said this, Mengwan intended to waste no more time there. Her body could not endure for long. Sister-in-law? Pei Jinan slightly parted his lips, noticing her complexion was poor and wanting to offer her support back to the northern courtyard. Yet, with so many eyes around, he hesitated to voice his concern. No worries, I appreciate your concern, Buyun. Cheng Feng, watching from a distant corner, could not help but comment. My lord, I can't shake the feeling that the fourth young master looks at Miss Meng with an unusual gaze. It seems you are not entirely blind, Pei Qingli replied coldly. Now that Mengwan had grown more assertive, he felt a measure of relief. He had feared that the seemingly fragile little rabbit might be devoured by a pack of wolves. She had no one to rely on in this Marquis residence. Her current fortitude was solely due to her authority over household matters. He could not appear too overtly supportive, lest he provide grounds for gossip and trouble for her. My lord, Miss Meng has already departed. How much longer will you watch? They had an afternoon meeting to attend. Now that the emperor had granted him the title of Marquis of the Nation and appointed him as the chief instructor at the martial arts training ground, he was often quite busy. If he wished to observe, he could have done so openly at the dinner table, yet he chose to hide in the shadows. It seemed somewhat suspicious. Not long ago, the emperor bestowed upon you a jade pillow. Find a reason to send it to the northern courtyard. Cheng Feng. My lord, are you in your right mind? That is a gift from the emperor. You cannot simply give it away. Such a precious item is worth a fortune. It is said that the jade pillow can nourish the body, keeping one warm in winter and cool in summer, making it an exquisite gift for women. Do you think this Marquis is lacking in masculinity? Should I require such items to maintain my health? Cheng Feng's lips twitched. No, not at all. It's just that such an expensive gift. How could he possibly send it? That Jillian girl was originally a gift from Princess Zhaohe to the young Marquis, and now she had been given to Miss Meng. Chung Feng was racking his brain to think of a plausible explanation. Was he really to find a similar excuse for the jade pillow? Wouldn't he that seem overly contrived? Upon returning to the northern courtyard, Jillian had already come back from outside. Young madam, she slightly bent her knee in greeting, her manner distinct from that of the Marquis household, bearing the hallmarks of someone trained in the palace. Mengwan couldn't help but look at her a moment longer. I do not recall having seen Miss Jillian around my mother before. Jilan smiled faintly and replied, Madam, I am but a servant recently acquired by the elder madam, specifically sent to serve you. From now on, I am at your service, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. She was several years older than Mengwan, her mother having been a trusted aide to Princess Zhaohe, who had witnessed the birth of the young lord. Jilan could discern that the young lord held the lady in high regard, regardless of the opinions of others, as long as the young lord favored her. Jilan would too. In the afternoon, officials from the Ministry of Justice had already come to the Marquis's residence to investigate. It was reported that Pei Chao was still indulging in games at the gambling den when he was apprehended. The third house's matron, Mrs. Zhuang, wept and wailed. If the charges were substantiated, having absconded with so many items from the northern courtyard, he would surely face severe punishment. The Ministry of Justice was known for its cruel methods, and her son was destined for a high-ranking position, a legitimate heir to the position of chancellor. There was no way she would allow Mengwan to ruin his future. Mrs. Zhuang cried, and her daughter-in-law, Mrs. Zhong, also wept, which only aggravated her frustration. She glared and snapped. All you do is cry. Your husband is not dead yet. What good does your crying do now? I had urged you to cultivate a good relationship with Mengwan, yet you remained aloof and proud. Now look where we are. My son has been taken to the Ministry of Justice, and I am counting on him to secure my future status. This is all your fault. Mrs. Zhong felt wronged. She had indeed visited Mengwan that day, but everyone had witnessed Mengwan's attitude. Mother, there may be a feasible approach. Mrs. Zhong dared not defy her mother-in-law. After a moment's thought, she suggested, did not the main house propose to adopt the second son's child into Mengwan's care? If we were to do so now, perhaps Mengwan would show mercy to Ah Chao for the child's sake. Mrs. Zhuang was calculating. She knew the main house had no sons and that the marquisate would eventually pass to her son. The second house was feeble and incapable of producing anything substantial. Although Mrs. Zhuang did not wish to adopt her grandchild to Mengwan, it seemed a plausible solution. Resolute, she wiped her tears and commanded, What are you waiting for? Quickly summon a few elders from the clan to arrange this matter. The third house had always been under Mrs. Zhuang's authority, and if she declared it feasible, it would indeed be so. Rue He Hall served as the grand hall for discussions within the marquisate. Important matters were usually convened there, and now, taking advantage of Pei Qingli's absence, they gathered everyone in Rue He Hall. A few elderly clan members sat solemnly at the head of the table. Mengwan had intended to rest at noon, but before she could lie down, she was summoned. Outside, the sun blazed, and the cicadas sang incessantly, creating a cacophony amidst the sweltering heat. Madam of the main house, what are your thoughts on adopting Chang'e? The matriarch of the marquisate, the old marquis's mother, sat at the highest seat. While she appeared benevolent, she had long been aware of the old marquis's extramarital affairs. When Princess Zhao he married into the marquisate, she had repeatedly used the princess's dowry to support Zhao's mother and son. Eventually, when Zhao appeared publicly and the princess fell ill while Pei Qingli went missing, the matriarch had rightfully insisted on bringing Zhao and her son into the household. Even after the princess's passing, her involvement was undeniable. Mengwan's thoughts grew heavy. Zhao had previously suggested this, but she had remained silent. Being summoned abruptly without prior notice, and with all the clan's elders present, it was evident they were not merely inquiring, but subtly coercing her into accepting the child. The third house's second son's grandson, Pei Rui Chang, was now 6 years old and notoriously unruly. To have such a child adopted by her was clearly ill-intentioned. Madam of the main house, if you have something to say, please do. We are all family here. Chang'e has lost his mother, and as a widow, you must feel lonely. Thus, I have conferred with your mother about adopting him, which would give you something to look forward to in the marquisate. The matriarch chuckled. Mengwan was unwell, and everyone in the household was aware of her condition. Summoning her without regard for her health seemed almost cruel. Yet she maintained her composure, and eventually spoke. Chang'e is indeed a clever child, but I have grown accustomed to solitude. Suddenly having a child is something I cannot adjust to. If you are concerned about his upbringing, I can invite a nurse from the palace to teach him personally. Furthermore, he has already found a tutor and started attending school. He is too old for me to raise him. Mengwan's reluctance to accept the child was evident. Upon hearing this, the matriarch's expression darkened momentarily. Mrs. Zhuang could not contain herself and exclaimed, I offer Chang'e to you out of kindness, and you refuse to appreciate it. She grasped Chang'e's hand. He was a rotund child, his face flushed and round, his eyes nearly obscured by his chubby cheeks. Grandmother, does my aunt not want me? I am an unwanted child. With that, Chang'e burst into tears. His cries were sharp and piercing, causing Mengwan, already unwell, to feel even more discomfort, struggling to breathe. The atmosphere in Ruehe Hall grew tense with his cries. Do not cry, Chang'e. Your aunt cherishes you. She just praised your intelligence. Mrs. Zhuang urged,
pushing Chang'e toward Mengwan.
The clever child instinctively knelt, bowing his head deeply. Mother, please accept my bow. Mengwan panicked and hurried to assist him, prompting laughter from those around. The matriarch chuckled. Look at Chang'e. He must truly adore Mengwan to perform such a grand gesture. Eager to acknowledge you as his mother. Mengwan, this is your fortune, a bond between you and Chang'e. They were eager to hand Chang'e over to Mengwan. Mrs. Zhuang added, Indeed, I consulted a fortune teller for Chang'e this spring, and it was foretold he is destined for great wealth and will be dutiful. Madam of the main house, you are fortunate. Mrs. Zhuang's delight was palpable. Although she could not sway Mengwan to her side, adopting Chang'e seemed a similar victory. Matriarch, I never expressed a desire to adopt Chang'e. Mengwan's voice grew firm, her breath uneven. The matriarch's expression darkened, ready to speak when suddenly, Chang'e lunged into Mengwan's embrace, wrapping his pudgy arms tightly around her waist. No, I want you, mother. Grandmother said that if I bow, you must be my mother now. You cannot abandon me. Despite his tender age, he possessed considerable strength, clinging to Mengwan and leaving her breathless, the world around her fading to black. Ruehe Hall descended into chaos as the sky darkened, and the household grew increasingly alarmed. Mengwan fainted at the Ruehe Hall. The family physician came to examine her, but despite several silver needles, she remained unconscious. Perhaps it's best to send the third madam back. Our young mistress is unlikely to awaken anytime soon, said Jillian. Her complexion poor and her demeanor worse. After finally showing some signs of improvement, a visit to Ruehe Hall had left her in this state. If the young Marquis were to learn of this, one could only imagine the extent of his wrath. Chang'e rushed forward, shoving Jillian aside and shouted, You insolent maid! Get out of my way! I must see my mother! Who are you to prevent me from seeing her? He was aware that there were many valuable possessions in Mengwan's chamber, not to mention her wealth. His grandmother often said that money could accomplish anything in this world. If he acknowledged Mengwan as his mother, her wealth would become his, allowing him to spend it as he pleased. Jillian, taken aback by the sudden shove, nearly lost her balance. Instinctively, she raised her hand to strike back, but then remembered her status as a servant. Regardless of how arrogant Chang'e was, he still held a position of authority in the Marquis's residence. It was utterly unacceptable to defy him. While she hesitated, Chang'e had already stormed into Mengwan's room. Mengwan had just begun to regain consciousness, her mind still clouded. She was unaware that she had awoken. Mother, what has happened to you? Chang'e's piercing scream sent a jolt of pain through Mengwan's head. Yunju entered with water and saw Chang'e kneeling by Mengwan's bed, shaking her repeatedly. Chang'e, what are you doing? She exclaimed, rushing forward to pull him away. In her haste, she lost control of her strength, and Chang'e tumbled to the ground, bursting into tears. Hearing his cries, Zhuang Shi hurried in. Chang'e pointed at Yunju, declaring, Grandmother, this wretched maid hit me. My bottom hurts so much, it feels broken. Zhuang Shi, who was very fond of her grandchildren, could not bear to see him in distress. Anger surged through her as she grabbed Yunju by the hair and scolded her. You insolent maid, how dare you strike my grandson? Just as she raised her hand to slap Yunju, a pair of pale hands intervened.
Stop!
Mengwan's weak voice emerged. This is my northern courtyard, not Third Aunt's western courtyard. My servant does not require your reprimand. Upon seeing Mengwan awake, Chang'e quickly got to his feet and lunged towards her. With his weight now at least 80 to 90 pounds, Mengwan struggled to withstand his sudden charge, teetering backward. "Mother, please don't abandon Chang'e. I am very good. I promise to behave," he cried, pressing his head against her chest. Mengwan felt nauseous, her head spinning, struggling to maintain her balance. Suddenly, a powerful force supported her. A strong arm surged forward, lifting Chang'e by the nape of his neck and tossing him outside.
Alluring.
Mengwan turned to see Pei Qingli's face, dark and foreboding. His broad palm rested on her waist, easily supporting her frail form. The veins in his forearm bulged prominently, and the faint, elegant scent of orchid wafted from him. Upon noticing Pei Qingli's return, Zhuangshi felt a pang of unease. Yet she convinced herself that this matter had little to do with him, as it was primarily a woman's affair within the household. With a somewhat ingratiating smile, she said, it is Ailing who has returned. Today, there is joyous news. The clan has permitted Chang'e to be adopted under Mengwan's care. From now on, he will be her child. Chang'e, come here to your mother." Having been thrown to the ground, Chang'e now dared not cry. He crawled over, calling out mother as he approached. Upon hearing this term of endearment, Mengwan felt a wave of darkness wash over her, her breath becoming erratic.
Ailing.
Look how much of a mother-child bond there is between Chang'e and Mengwan. Pei Qingli's voice, low and chilling, pierced through her thoughts. "Do you truly wish to accept Chang'e into the northern courtyard?" he inquired. He knew that Mengwan was reluctant. As long as she uttered a single word of dissent, no one could compel her to do anything against her will. What kind of child does Chang'e aspire to be? Thinking he can become Mengwan's son, he mused. He and Mengwan would eventually have their own children. And even if they did not, it mattered little to him. The pain of childbirth could be excruciating, and given Mengwan's current frail state, she would hardly endure such suffering. "Ailing, what do you mean by this question?" Zhuangshi's smile faltered, as she hurriedly added, "This matter has already been approved by your mother and the old matriarch." Furthermore, Mengwan did not refuse Changji's bow of reverence at Rueha Hall today, thereby accepting him as her child. "Ailing, rest assured, Chang'e is a good child. He will do whatever Mengwan asks of him." She tugged at Chang'e, who eagerly nodded. "Mother, I will be obedient and listen to your guidance. Please don't abandon me." They were all pressuring Mengwan. Pei Qingli ignored them and asked once more, "Mengwan, do you wish for this?" Zhuangshi's smile began to crack as unease crept in. "Look how sweetly Chang'e calls you mother. As a widow without a man, you ought to have a child by your side to care for you in your old age." With no other option, she resorted to her trump card, reminding Mengwan of her status as a widow. Even if she managed the household, without a man or child, she was nothing. Having a child would at least provide her with support and reliance.
I
am not a mother," Mengwan gasped, her breath coming in quick succession. She had never felt so physically weak before, but after this illness, a profound sense of frailty overwhelmed her. It felt utterly involuntary. Pei Qingli entrusted Mengwan to Jillian, who helped her sit down as Yunju hurried to prepare ginseng tea. The ginseng had been provided by Pei Qingli himself. Yunju was unaware, but Jillian understood the significance. It was a precious tonic that could restore Mengwan's vitality. "You all are forcing her to accept Chang'e, aren't you?" Pei Qingli's gaze turned icy, his tall, lean figure blocking Zhuangshi's path, causing her heart to race with trepidation. "This is not coercion. It is clear she accepted Chang'e at Rueha Hall. It seems her poor health has muddled her mind, leading her to reject him. My poor Chang'e, who has already lost his mother, now faces abandonment by this new one." Zhuangshi began to prepare her emotional performance. The young man's jaw tightened, his expression frostier than ice. His pitch-black eyes were as chilling as a deep, dark pool. An aura of menace enveloped him, causing Zhuangshi to tremble yet refuse to retreat. She had intended to leave Chang'e in the northern courtyard, under the pretense of nurturing motherly affection. I said she does not wish to. Zhuangshi was bewildered, unable to fathom why Pei Qingli would support that wretched woman Mengwan.
Ailing.
"This matter concerns your mother. Zhuang, in light of my late father, I might still call you aunt, but that old hag Zhao, a woman of disgrace. If you dare to refer to her as my mother again, do not blame me for showing no mercy." Pei Qingli was unyielding, showing no regard for anyone's feelings. Zhuangshi, thinking that he would at least show some leniency as her elder, was taken aback by his complete lack of compassion. Not only did he refuse to comply, but he also trampled her dignity beneath his feet. This Gofu belongs to me, and all decisions must be made by me. Who among those old wretches dared to presume authority over me? What Pei Qingli meant was that the entire Hofu was under his jurisdiction. He was not assisting Mengwan. Rather, he simply resented anyone who acted without his consent. His words were directed at Zhongshu and the individuals within the Gofu, but strangely, they resonated with An. Zhongshu's face turned pale, and she hurriedly took Zhonggui away. Pei Qingli turned to Mengwan and said, "Since you do not like Zhonggui and do not wish to accept him, I shall not allow them to coerce you." Mengwan was taken aback, feeling an unfamiliar sensation rising within her. Before she could ponder it further, Pei Qingli had already departed.
Do not worry, Shaofuren, Zhilan said.
Since the voyant has spoken, it stands to reason that no one can force you into this matter.
Was Pei Qingli truly helping her?
At this moment, Mengwan's emotions were tangled, and she could not discern her feelings towards Pei Qingli. Was it fear, gratitude, or something else entirely? Since Pei Qingli's return, every event seemed to favor him, and in the presence of others, he adeptly managed their relationship without revealing any subtle discrepancies. She recognized his meticulous nature. That evening, Mengwan barely ate anything, and after digesting, Yunzhou brought in the bitter herbal concoction. The dark, bitter liquid made her stomach churn merely from the smell. "Zhilan, do we have any candied fruits?"
Mengwan asked.
Dreading the bitterness, she wondered how unbearable the medicine would taste. "Yes, I will fetch some for you," Zhilan said, noticing a figure at the gate and quickly instructing Yunzhou to retrieve the sweets while she went to supervise the kitchen to prepare nourishing soup for Shaofuren.
As Yunzhou hurried off,
the tall figure appeared before Mengwan, startling her like a frightened rabbit, her eyes wide with panic. Clutching her embroidered handkerchief, she felt her palms grow clammy with anxiety.
Erlang?
Pei Qingli sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Though this medicine is bitter, it is composed of excellent herbs. Then, he produced a bag of candied sweets from his pocket. "You once mentioned in your dreams that you dislike medicine and prefer sweets. Did he just go out to buy candy?" Mengwan pondered, unaware that he had actually gone to confront the old men at home.
Tonight,
they would likely find it difficult to sleep. "The medicine must be consumed," he said gently, and with a determined heart. Mengwan closed her eyes and downed the entire bowl of concoction. The bitter liquid spread across her palate, contorting her delicate features. She reached for the candied fruit in Uchia's hand, but he firmly grasped her wrist, taking the candy himself. In one swift motion, he pulled her into his embrace, and she gasped in surprise, finding herself unexpectedly seated on his lap. With his fingers gripping her chin, their lips met, and a forceful breath enveloped her.
Chapter 40, Wan Wan.
"What are you truly afraid of?" Mengwan instinctively sought to resist, but the man's assertiveness left no room for her defiance. He pried her lips apart, and the candy was thrust into her mouth. The sweet flavor mingled with the bitterness of the medicine, swiftly dissipating the unpleasant taste. Her eyes widened, yet her hands remained firmly captured. With each passionate kiss, he savored her slowly, inch by inch, while his fingers caressed her hair, tugging gently until her hairpin fell away, leaving her tresses cascading down. In the flickering candlelight, her pale face gradually blushed with a hint of pink. Pei Qingli's eyes were filled with a burning desire, as if he wished to consume her whole. In the dimly lit room, Owen's heart raced uncontrollably, a tumult of panic and fear overwhelming her, compelling her to struggle. No, this cannot be allowed. Yet the more she fought, the tighter his grip became. Tears welled in her eyes as he continued to kiss her, the candy rolling around in her mouth. No, this cannot be. Finally freed from his hold, her gaze was filled with confusion. Pei Qingli looked deeply into her eyes, his throat tightening as he understood her fears. His rough fingertips brushed against her soft lips, filled with longing. "I have told you, Priyanzhao, that short-lived wretch has no relation to me. He is not my brother. If he is not, then what makes you my sister-in-law? Wan Wan, what are you truly afraid of?" Of course,
Mengwan was terrified.
even if Pei Qingli and her deceased husband were not blood brothers, they were, at least in name, still brothers, and the world outside remained unaware.
"Erlang, please,
do not torment me further," she pleaded, genuinely frightened. His powerful arms constricted around her waist, his gaze intense, as if he wished to devour her. "Let me go, please. If someone sees us, whoever dares to see, I shall gouge out their eyes and sever their tongues." Pei Qingli's words were resolute, leaving Mengwan pale with fright. She struggled slightly, attempting to escape his grasp, but he held her even tighter. The thin summer garments they wore clung to their bodies, creating an uncomfortably intimate sensation. Mengwan felt an overwhelming sense of shame. I have helped you today, and in the future, the other wives will no longer mention the matter of adopting Changgui. My efforts are merely to seek some form of recompense from you, yet why do you resist? Pei Qingli smirked slightly, his demeanor typically aloof. But he had been roused by the unexpected intrusion of a woman into his dreams during his 5 years in the military. Only in front of Mengwan did he feel an uncontrollable urge to possess and hide her away, declaring her to be solely his for eternity. As for the reward you owe me, as your sister-in-law, that hurts. He suddenly bit down on her chest, his fingers brushing against her clothing. A shiver ran through her, and the sounds that escaped her throat were soft and alluring, akin to those that would follow passion. Mortified, Mengwan swiftly silenced herself, bewildered by the sound that had escaped her lips. A trail of shallow bite marks adorned her chest. Wanwan, should I ever hear you utter those 2 words again, I would not hesitate to let the entire Hofu know that you and I shared a room, disheveled. Of course, this was merely a threat to frighten her. This timid woman would likely be driven to despair if he truly acted upon such words, and he was not so vile as to take it that far. He merely wished for Mengwan to be more obedient. With wide eyes, she dared not speak again. Wanwan, he held her tightly, saying, "Do you know that during my 3 years in the military, you filled my dreams every night? I waited 3 years for the chance to return to the capital. You are mine, and you can only be mine." His tone was almost ferocious as he declared, "You need not fear me, nor worry, Penjal is insignificant. Had it not been for the treachery that led to my disappearance, this marriage was destined to be mine, and you are meant to be mine as well. It is he who has seized what rightfully belongs to me." Wanwan. He tightened his throat, burying his head in her bosom, greedily inhaling the sweetness of her scent and savoring her softness. It is this very sensation that he has yearned for throughout 3 years in the barracks. Each time he awoke, he was consumed by thoughts of her, wishing fervently to return to the capital and claim her for himself. "Erling, it is late. You should return to rest," Mengwan gently urged, pushing him away. As for the words he had just spoken, she found herself unable to respond. For her and Pei Qingli, a union was utterly impossible. She was a widow, and the plight of a widow was 1,000 times more arduous than that of an ordinary woman. How could she dare to overstep? She pondered whether Pei Qingli would once again spend the night in the northern courtyard. If this continued, it would inevitably be discovered one day. She could not afford to be alone with Pei Qingli. He was far too perilous. "Just hold me a little longer. Don't, Wanwan, be good, don't move. It hurts." His voice was low and hoarse, causing Mengwan's cheeks to flush instantly, for she understood the meaning behind his words. She ceased her struggles, having inadvertently brushed against something she ought not to have touched. Though Mengwan was a widow, her husband had passed away on their wedding night before they had the chance to consummate their marriage. They had never engaged in the rites of union. Yet Pei Qingli had entangled her in dreams for 3 long years. Throughout this time, Mengwan had often found herself unable to withstand the emotions, weeping for him in her dreams. Though inexperienced in matters of intimacy, she had nonetheless become quite adept at them. She was acutely aware of Pei Qingli's seductive tactics. He always found a way to make her weep for him. Each time they met in dreams, the sensations felt achingly real. That night, Pei Qingli remained in the northern courtyard once more. However, just as the night before, Mengwan occupied the bed while he lay on the couch. Thus, even in the same room, she felt a modicum of peace. Each time before dawn, Pei Qingli had already departed the northern courtyard. And when Mengwan awoke the next day, she found her chest and lips painfully sore, yet she could discern no clear reason for it, especially her legs, which bore a persistent fiery ache as if from friction. Chapter 41. Old affairs. She was at a loss for how to articulate this sensation, attributing it to the rough fabric of her clothing. "Young madam," Yunju approached to assist her with her morning routine. Jilan had already gone out early to gather news and remarked, "Yesterday, the Marquis lost his temper at Ruehi Hall, claiming that the third branch was full of scoundrels unworthy of being adopted into the main family. The old matriarch was so enraged, she fainted, and the estate's physician had to attend to her. The other elders dared not speak up. So it seems the matter of adopting Changge has been put to rest." Jilan smiled, observing that Mengwan's spirit was not particularly high, but her complexion had improved significantly since yesterday. However, Jilan paused and continued, "The third branch has already gone to the main house to lament this morning. I doubt this matter will end easily. it would not merely be forgotten. Given the natures of the Zhao and Zhuang families, they would inevitably make things difficult for Mengwan. Mengwan was acutely aware of the stakes involved and could only sigh in resignation.
Now,
All I can do is face whatever comes my way. As a mere woman in this marquisate, I have little to rely on. Mengwan could not help but remember Pei Qingli's words. He had claimed that Pei Yanzhao was the illegitimate son of Zhao and a stableman, not the biological child of the old marquis. Thus, he bore no blood relation to Pei Qingli. If only the stableman could be found, would it not serve as proof that Zhao's child was indeed from outside the marquisate? Yet, Mengwan knew nothing of the events from that time. Moreover, Pei Yanzhao had been dead for 3 years. With him gone, how could one investigate a matter without evidence? If there were any evidence, it was likely in Pei Qingli's possession. Mengwan harbored the lingering suspicion that Pei Qingli's return to the capital was not for trivial reasons. Furthermore, for Zhao to act in such a manner, she must have prepared thoroughly. Otherwise, given Pei Qingli's character, he would not have refrained from taking action against Zhao upon his return. The only explanation was that Pei Qingli lacked sufficient evidence. Perhaps he was secretly investigating and gathering proof even now. If he were able to find evidence proving that Pei Yanzhao was not of the Marquisite's bloodline, then Zhao, as the matriarch, would be utterly ruined. In such a case, her marriage to Pei Yanzhao would naturally be rendered void. If it were indeed void, then her connection to Pei Qingli, no, it could not be. Mengwan abruptly snapped back to reality, realizing her thoughts had strayed. Surely, the influence of Pei Qingli's words from last night had clouded her judgment, leading her to such absurd conclusions. Even if they were not blood brothers, she was now a married woman. In Daong, a woman remarrying faced severe censure. In the eastern courtyard, Zhuang continued to weep incessantly, first lamenting her eldest son's south capture by the Court of Judicial Review, then mourning Mengwan's apparent refusal to accept Chang'e. Her cries were a source of great annoyance to Zhao. Cry, cry, cry. What else can you do but cry? I told you long ago to adopt Chang'e to Mengwan. You refused and kept stalling. Now that the little bastard has returned, you interfere with everything. I see it plainly now. Pei Qingli does not want me to have a moment's peace. Whatever I wish to do, he always intervenes. The more she thought this way, the more frustrated Zhao became. Sister-in-law, let us set aside the matter of Chang'e for now. My son is currently imprisoned. If he is convicted, his life will be ruined. Zhuang approached, primarily seeking Zhao's counsel on how to extricate her son from his predicament. Zhao glared at her. What can I do? Your son is the one who acted dishonorably, engaging in such thievery. It's a disgrace for a scholar. What good is being a scholar in this marquisate? Zhao scoffed, recalling how Zhuang had always used her 3 sons, one of whom was a scholar, to lord over her, especially in front of the old matriarch, making her quite miserable. Had it not been for that wretched Mengwan who had caused her son's demise, this marquisate would have been hers to command, with everyone obliged to heed her. Even Pei Qingli's return would not intimidate her. How could Mengwan, that wretched woman, dare to take charge of household affairs? Zhuang was instantly rendered speechless.
sister-in-law, what do we do now?
We cannot allow Chao to be truly convicted. That would mean mutilation. Under mutilation, no one escapes unscathed. The so-called mutilation entailed the severing of a thief's limbs. In that case, you must assist me with something. I will devise a plan for Pei Chao's matter. Zhao had felt increasingly uneasy these past few days, especially since Pei Qingli's return. That feeling had intensified. She sensed that he had returned with a purpose. There remained an old affair unresolved. Should Pei Qingli catch wind of it, her position as the matriarch would surely be jeopardized. Sister-in-law, if you can save a Chao, I will do anything you ask. Zhuang, too, was desperate. No matter how difficult other matters might be, nothing surpassed the urgency of her son facing conviction. You must go to this place and find a certain person. If you can locate him, bring him to me. Zhao made a slicing gesture across her throat, startling Zhuang considerably. Sister-in-law, that is murder. Zhao shot her an exasperated glare. You useless creature, if you want to go, I shall enlist someone else. It merely requires money. Your son is facing dire straits. Fine, I will go. Zhuang is a fool, always obedient to Zhao's every whim. Over the years, it is thanks to Zhao that their branch has managed to live somewhat comfortably within the Ho residence. Zhao gazed at Zhuang's departing figure and scoffed. What a simpleton. Old madam, can we truly depend on the third branch?
Li Mumu inquirat.
Zhao narrowed her aging eyes. Whether we can rely on them or not, We must now do so. Do you genuinely believe that Pei Qingli returned solely to inherit the Ho residence? She sneered. He has known about that incident for years. Had it not been so, I would not have needed to hire someone to kill him. Alas, those fools allowed him to survive. With a surge of bitterness, Zhao recalled the death of Princess Zhaohe. Pei Qingli would surely investigate that as well. The princess had not perished from illness, but had been conspired against by her and the late Ho. With the Ho gone, and her still alive, how could Pei Qingli simply let it go? Should he uncover any evidence, it would spell doom for her. In recent days, Zhao had not had the opportunity to ponder these matters deeply, but now, the recollection sent cold sweat down her spine. When Pei Qingli learned of it back then, she had sent people away in haste. Now that he had returned, Zhao feared he might start digging. At breakfast, the meal delivered was a far cry from the lavish spreads they once enjoyed, consisting merely of thin porridge and simple dishes. Zhao frowned deeply and exclaimed, "Is the Ho residence so impoverished that we can no longer afford a proper meal?" The serving maids, distressed, explained, "Old madam. Ever since the young madam revised the monthly allowances for each courtyard, she has accounted for this month's losses as well. Consequently, we owe the treasury over 300 taels this month, and only 30 taels have been allocated for our use. If we do not manage it carefully, we may not even survive the month." Zhao's fury ignited. 30 taels? The previously allocated 50 taels had already incited her wrath, and now this paltry sum was all they received. What could she do with 30 taels? It scarcely covered the cost of a new outfit. Previously, the fabric alone for her garments cost several taels per foot. Her clothing was custom-made, easily amounting to 70 or 80 taels, if not more. Women in Kuanjing envied her position as a concubine who could afford such luxuries. Logically, as the matriarch of the Ho residence, she should receive a monthly stipend from the treasury. However, as a concubine, she had no such entitlement. Other official wives, lacking formal titles, could still receive at least 20 or 30 taels monthly, depending on their husband's ranks. Yet Zhao received not a single coin, a source of constant distress for her. Despite her outward appearance of grandeur, this issue left her feeling humiliated. If she had a formal title, she could expect to receive 50 or 60 taels monthly. The Meng family's annual tax contributions were immense, with nearly half of their revenue coming from their business dealings. They were undeniably wealthy, and their alliance with the Daiyong dynasty ensured mutual benefits. Zhao's countenance darkened as she surveyed the insipid meal before her, forcing herself to suppress her anger. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Very well, a light breakfast will suffice. At noon, have someone from the kitchen procure an old hen for me to stew, and find a good ginseng root to add for nourishment." She settled down, resigned to the fact that delicacies were beyond her means. But surely chicken and fish were still affordable. Moreover, with Pei Lingjun still recuperating, she needed proper nourishment. Rumor had it the new emperor's selection of concubines was imminent. Despite Lingjun's struggles, there was no decree barring her from participating. It would merely take a bit of silver and connections to secure her a place in the selection. Lingjun possessed both talent and beauty, and even if she did not become the empress, she could at least attain the status of a favored consort. Once in the palace, with her wit and charm, how could she not rise to prominence? Zhao was adept at captivating men, otherwise, she would not have ensnared the late Ho. Forsaking the esteemed princess for a mere concubine, it was evident she possessed some skill. Pei Lingjun was her daughter, well-versed in her mother's teachings. Thus Zhao held great faith in her. The maid hesitated, glancing at Zhao with uncertainty, before finally speaking, "Old madam, we can procure the hen, but as for the ginseng..." "What of the ginseng?" Zhao pressed. "The items in the storeroom are all from the young madam's dowry. She has decreed that henceforth, any requisition from the storeroom must receive her permission first. Currently, we do not have the keys to the storeroom." All keys had been secured by Mengwan upon her marriage, citing Zhao's belief that she had caused her son's death. Those storerooms had been constructed long before their engagement, and thus the keys remained with Mengwan. Zhao had taken them upon her arrival, and they would not be returned. Mengwan, soft-hearted, thought that by complying with her mother-in-law, she would secure a better life. At that time, she felt guilt over her husband's death, believing her fate had been to blame. Fortunately, she had since awakened, using Pei Qingli to seize control of the household affairs. She now dictated how her dowry was used. "What did you say? That wretched girl truly said so?" Zhao exploded, eyes wide with rage, wishing to storm into the northern courtyard and slap Mengwan awake. How dare a junior force me, an elder, into such a position? Zhao could scarcely swallow her porridge, consumed by anger. The maid inquired, should we still stew the chicken for lunch? Stew? What for? Zhao retorted. Without ginseng, an old hen will do little for my health. What will they eat in the northern courtyard at noon? The maid could not say. Zhao huffed, forget the chicken then. Whatever they serve in the northern courtyard should be brought here as well. She reasoned that Mengwan, now in control of the kitchen, would not allow her own meals to suffer, especially as she was still recovering. Thus, her food would surely be nourishing. Chapter 43. The martial arts training grounds luncheon. As the matron, she felt it should not matter that she ate the same as her daughter-in-law. The maid hesitated, yet dared not argue. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. The small kitchen had a set routine for the meals of each courtyard, with the head maid of each courtyard being informed in advance every midday. The distribution was regulated, and changes were not permitted. Now that the old matriarch sought to redistribute the food from the north courtyard, it was likely that only the servants would face difficulties. By noon, the personnel from the east courtyard had arrived early at the small kitchen, waiting eagerly for the north courtyard's meals to be served. Hoping to be the first to claim their share before the north courtyard's people could seize it, lest they incur the wrath of the old matriarch for their tardiness. However, after nearly half an hour, the meals from the north courtyard had yet to emerge, and they had not seen anyone from the north courtyard come to collect them. Unable to contain their curiosity, they ventured to inquire within the small kitchen, have the north courtyard's meals been prepared? The young mistress sent us to fetch them. The maid was clever enough to invoke Mengwan's name, knowing that the kitchen staff would be reluctant to comply if she directly referenced the east courtyard. To her surprise, the kitchen staff looked at them with astonishment. Did not someone from the north courtyard come earlier to collect the meals? How can the young mistress still be sending someone to retrieve them?
What?
The east courtyard's maid was taken aback. The kitchen staff explained it was young mistress Yunju who mentioned that the meals needed to be delivered to the lord early, so we prepared them ahead of time. They were taken away half an hour ago. Upon hearing this, the maid felt darkness descend upon her vision. It was over. They would face reprimand. True to her fears. When this news reached the east courtyard, Zhao was engulfed in a fit of rage, unleashing her fury upon Mengwan. In the carriage, Yunju and Ji-lan flanked either side. Yunju could not contain her laughter, exclaiming, "Young mistress, you truly are a master strategist. Predicting that the east courtyard would attempt to claim our meals, and thus, you seized them in the name of the Lord. They came away empty-handed. The old matriarch must be furious." Under the scorching summer sun, the air shimmered with heat, distorting the very atmosphere. Yet within Mengwan's carriage, a coolness prevailed. This carriage, a part of Mengwan's dowry, was crafted from the rare and exquisite ice silk, with a framework of fine sandalwood. The ice silk served to insulate against heat, and 2 ice stoves were housed within. However, the 2 maids were reluctant to board the carriage, for no maid would dare share a carriage with her mistress. Mengwan had not intended to bring them along, considering the heat, yet she feared the advances of Pei Qingli if she traveled alone. She thought that if she brought the maids, he might exercise some restraint. Little did she know that Ji-lan was already in Pei Qingli's employ, and should he desire, she would find a way to divert Yunju's attention. Let her stew in frustration for a while. Mengwan's voice broke the silence in the carriage, prompting even Ji-lan to express her surprise. How did you know the east courtyard would come to the small kitchen for our meals? Mengwan smiled softly, because of their insatiable greed. However, with this experience, they will undoubtedly be more vigilant in the future. That is of little concern, Shun Chongning remarked casually. When faced with challenges, we will find a way to adapt. It is indeed comforting to see how young mistress has matured. As they continued, Yunju noted the shops lining the streets, many of which displayed the Meng family crest. Young mistress, are all these shops part of your father's dowry? What? Ji-lan was taken aback. Did the first lady not inform you? Yunju inquired, realizing Ji-lan had inadvertently revealed her ignorance. Ji-lan quickly replied, the first lady never mentioned it, and as I have only recently entered the Meng household, it is understandable that I am unaware of these matters. Thus, Mengwan did not dwell on it further. They finally arrived at the martial arts training ground, which was heavily guarded. Chingfeng had arrived early to wait for them and approached as Mengwan's carriage drew near. Under the blazing sun, and as a widow, Mengwan always donned a veil when venturing out, both for protection against the sun and to conceal her appearance. Young ladies, please stop. The training ground has regulations. Outsiders are not permitted inside. What about our young mistress? Yunju expressed her reluctance to enter, feeling it was an area filled with men and nothing of interest. On such a hot day, she could hardly bear the stench. Mengwan added, in that case, please hand the food box to the young lord. It contains some chilled beverages to help with the heat. She felt a sense of relief, for she had no desire to encounter Pei Qingli. Chung Feng did not take the food box. I have other matters to attend to. The young lord is in the pavilion of the training ground. You can find him by turning left upon entering. Mengwan's heart tightened. The implication was that she was to enter alone. Chung Feng, as a woman, it feels inappropriate for me to enter alone. Do not worry, Miss Meng. The training ground is currently at rest, and the young lord has instructed that no one may disturb you upon your arrival. Mengwan felt her heart twist in knots. She knew this was Pei Qingli's intention. He was determined not to let her escape. Very well, I shall go. Surely, he cannot devour me whole. Young mistress. Yunju gazed anxiously at Mengwan's retreating figure, while Lan remained remarkably composed. You need not worry. The training ground is filled with the Lord's guards. They uphold discipline and would not dare disobey his orders, much less harm the young mistress. Yunju pondered. Lan, how are you so familiar with the training ground? Lan raised an eyebrow. One must know both oneself and one's enemy to emerge victorious in battle. Yunju appeared enlightened. I see. It seems I must learn more from you, Lan. Lan smiled faintly, amused by how easily the girl was led astray. Mengwan found the pavilion as Chung Feng had indicated. Pei Qingli occupied the second floor, the entire structure belonging to him. She lifted her skirts and ascended the wooden stairs, knocking gently on the door. Ailing, it is I, Mengwan. Her intention was to leave the food box at the door and notify him of her presence, but after waiting a while with no response, she wondered if he might not be there. Creaking softly, she pushed the door open. The room was immaculate, devoid of any clutter, just a bed, a table, and a chair. It was empty. He was indeed not present. Mengwan breathed a sigh of relief. It was for the best. She placed the food box on the table and turned to leave, but suddenly the door behind her slammed shut. Chapter 44. Wanwan truly has arrived. Startled like a frightened rabbit, Mengwan turned sharply. A large hand swiftly covered her mouth. Shoo, quiet, came the deep, warm voice of a young man, enveloping her ear with a heated breath. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Wanwan, you truly have come, he chuckled softly, pulling her waist into his embrace. What has my Wanwan brought for me today? A chilling smile played upon his lips. Mengwan's gaze trembled, her beautiful autumn-like eyes shimmering with moisture, mirroring the eyes he had seen in his dreams. Ailing, what do you intend to do? She asked, panic rising within her, feeling as if she had wandered into the jaws of a tiger. In truth, the small pavilion was cool, but the man's body radiated heat. Mengwan felt her heart race, a sense of unease washing over her as she yearned to flee. What else could I desire but to partake in the meal that Wanwan has graciously brought? On. Do you recall the promise you made in my dreams? You vowed that once I found you, you would personally prepare broth for me. Yet, how could I ever allow you to engage in such tasks? He chuckled softly, unexpectedly biting her ear, aware that it was one of Mengwan's most sensitive spots. The other was lower. A soft shiver ran through her delicate frame, her voice wavering.
No.
Mengwan pushed against his chest, her eyes pleading. Ailing, this is the training ground. There are too many people here. It's inappropriate. Inappropriate?
Yet.
Pei Qingli was determined to proceed, regardless of the onlookers. This is my domain. Without my consent, none dare intrude. At this moment, he could do whatever he wished with Mengwan. Even if she cried out, no one would come to her aid. Mengwan dared not respond to Pei Qingli's queries, nor could she utter a word about dreams. Still unable to admit the 3 years they had spent entwined in her dreams. In those dreams, she had never seen his face clearly and assumed he felt the same about her. Since she had not seen him distinctly, he would not know if the dream figure was indeed her. It was merely based on instinct. Yet, Pei Qingli was well-versed in every inch of her body.
Elam.
You should eat, otherwise it will get cold. You must be hungry now. Mengwan struggled slightly, wary of making any sudden movements, recalling the encounters of the previous night. Pei Qingli maintained a frosty demeanor in front of others, but Mengwan understood that he was intensely driven by desire. Over the past 3 years, whenever he was present, he would surely appear in her dreams. There were times he would vanish for days, and just when Mengwan thought she had finally escaped him, he would reappear. During those moments, he would eagerly pull her into his embrace, explaining that he had been leading troops in battle, unable to sleep for nights on end. Yet, once victorious, he would rush back to the camp, cleanse himself, and then sleep soundly, for his dreams were filled with the girl he longed to see. It had been half a month since he last laid eyes on her. Did she think him dead? Did she worry for him? Pei Qingli often succumbed to such thoughts. But once asleep, she would always manifest in his dreams. He had come to realize that Mengwan would not vanish. As long as he existed, so would she. However, since he had taken residence in the northern courtyard these past 2 nights, it seemed he had not entered her dreams again. He suspected Mengwan might be fearful of his presence in her dreams. Thus, he chose to stay in the northern courtyard. Yet he could not resist sneaking into her bed at midnight. Mengwan's frail body was enveloped in calming incense. He was well-versed in acupressure and knew how to induce a deep sleep in her, allowing him to do as he pleased without her awareness. Nevertheless, he would not go too far, merely holding the delicate woman close, showering her with tender kisses. In the past, Mengwan had found it impossible to withstand Pei Qingli's torment in her dreams. As a newlywed, she had lost her husband on their wedding night. Yet in her dreams, she engaged in intimate acts with a completely unfamiliar man. Each subsequent dream mirrored this experience. However, there were times he would spare her, likely due to his own exhaustion, simply holding her close and falling into a deep slumber without disturbing her. Indeed, he was hungry. Pei Qingli reached out, swiftly removing her headscarf, revealing her graceful visage. He grasped her chin and leaned down for a deep kiss. His kisses were always commanding. Mengwan was forced to lift her head, her chin pinched painfully, yet this time she was prepared, biting her lip firmly, refusing to allow him entry. However, she found herself entranced by his dark, penetrating gaze, ignited with a flicker of fury. Wan, open your mouth. His voice, cold and chilling, made her tremble involuntarily. She whimpered, attempting to speak, but in that fleeting moment, he seized the opportunity. He was always so domineering. Even his kisses bore an overwhelming force that Mengwan could not resist. He kissed her fiercely, as if wishing to consume her entirely. In the tranquil loft, the outside was filled with the noisy chirping of cicadas, while inside was the clear sound of water. Mengwan was afraid of him, yet his presence inexplicably soothed her, his chest broad and warm, akin to her dreams. Throughout these 3 years, Mengwan had entertained other thoughts, yet they were naive and simple. She believed it was merely a dream, nothing more than a figment of her imagination. Yet now, the master of those dreams had found her, and Mengwan began to feel a wave of panic. Since her husband's untimely death on their wedding night, she had envied ordinary women who could share intimate moments with their husbands, while she could only indulge in fantastical dreams. Suddenly, Mengwan awoke, her mind sharp and clear. She raised her hand and struck his face without hesitation. A sharp slap echoed through the room, and the air thickened with tension. Realizing her actions, Mengwan trembled in fear. Did she just slap Pei Qingli? The slight sting in her palm heightened her awareness. Chapter 45. As if she had startled him. His face turned sharply to the side from the force of the blow. She could feel the roughness of her palm against her skin. It had truly hurt. He chuckled coldly, the intensity in his eyes swirling with a fierce anger directed at Mengwan. The terror in his gaze made her stumble backward until her back hit the sharp corner of a small table, sending a jolt of pain through her. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, yet she bit her lip, suppressing them. Gathering her courage, she met his gaze with a fearless resolve, though the turmoil in her eyes betrayed her true feelings.
Ailing, our statuses differ.
If you require me to bring you food, then you must adhere to propriety and not disrupt the moral order. This was perhaps the first time Mengwan had addressed Pei Qingli with such assertiveness. The stormy depths of his eyes reflected his surprise. Determined, Mengwan thought that since she had already struck him, there was no way she would back down or apologize. After all, she was in the right. It was Pei Qingli who had overstepped.
Ha!
The moral order? Pei Qingli's voice was as frigid as winter. And despite the sweltering summer heat, Mengwan felt a chill crawling down her spine. Do you know that had it not been for that old hag Zhao, you should be my wife by now? Mengwan paled at his words. She had always lived in seclusion, seldom venturing beyond the family estate, usually only accompanying her father to manage affairs or overseeing family businesses. The family treated her with utmost care and kindness, shielding her from reprimands, nurturing her like a delicate flower, afraid of startling her. Mengwan, No one has ever struck me in my life. He touched his cheek, where the sting lingered. That truly hurt. You possess quite a bit of strength, and your temper has certainly sharpened. He chuckled, the coldness in his gaze resembling a sharpened blade aimed directly at her throat, as if seeking her demise. A chilling dread surged from her feet to the crown of her head, and no matter how much she suppressed it, the fear in her eyes was undeniable. She was acutely aware that Pei Qingli was a madman. To provoke him would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Pei Qingli lowered his gaze, fixating on her fearful expression. Now you know fear? When you struck this lord, did you not feel the same? The stormy waves of his dark eyes continued to swell. If anyone else dared to confront him in such a manner, their head would likely roll on the ground in the next instant. Only Mengwan could act with such impudence, and yet he found himself reluctant to chastise her. Mengwan was drenched in cold sweat, biting her lip, her hands hidden within her garments, alternating between relaxation and tension. Taking a deep breath, she spoke. It was Erlang who overstepped. I cannot comprehend the dreams he speaks of. Gently biting her lip, perhaps out of excessive fear, her lips turned pale, devoid of color. You cannot understand? The terrifying aura descended once more as his searing hand suddenly grasped Mengwan's arm, forcefully pulling her before him. The heat radiating from his palm pierced through the thin fabric, threatening to scorch her skin. She struggled to withdraw her hand but heard his chilling voice once more. If you dare to move again, I shall, right here, reenact the events of your dreams. So you may ponder whether you truly know or do not know the matters of the past 3 years. Was this woman truly so stubborn or so resolute of heart? She pretended to be utterly oblivious before him. Did she truly intend to renege on her promise? She had once vowed to marry him, even in her dreams, occasionally referring to herself as his wife. Pei Qingli dreamed of taking her as his bride, longing to hear her call him husband day after day. Yet, every time he thought of it, the accursed short-lived Pei Yanzhao had not only usurped his identity, but had also stolen his betrothal. If not for this, her wedding gown would have been made for him. Mengwan should be marrying him. But now, when she looked at him, her eyes were filled with fear and wariness, as if he were a villain of the worst sort. With this thought, Pei Qingli's anger intensified. Mengwan, frightened, ceased her struggle, knowing Pei Qingli was a man of his word. Yet, she was unaware that he was skilled in terrifying her. Otherwise, she would not have obediently followed his commands. Acting recklessly, his strength was overwhelming, even he could hardly contain it. Mengwan had already experienced his raw power in her dreams. Mengwan, do you still remember what you said to me in your dreams? Even a fraction of it? A single acknowledgement, even if but a fraction, would satisfy Pei Qingli, for at least it indicated her recognition. However, if she denied it, his expression would turn frighteningly cold, a sight reserved for his moments of fury. It was universally acknowledged that Pei Qingli had a volatile temper, and Mengwan was fully aware of this. Yet, trembling, she whispered, her long lashes fluttering. I do not understand what Erlang is saying. Erlang, the matters of dreams cannot be taken seriously. Pei Qingli smiled. So, Wanwan acknowledges it? Acknowledges what? She merely wished to remind Pei Qingli not to indulge in the illusions of dreams, no matter how beautiful the dream seemed, upon returning to reality. It remained a mere figment of imagination. Everything was false, so how could the words spoken in a dream hold any truth? Erlang, it hurts. Tears welled in Mengwan's eyes as she gasped, You are hurting me. The strength of the man was formidable. In the battlefield, a silver spear weighing 100 pounds felt weightless in Pei Qingli's grasp. Such strength was beyond what a delicate girl like Mengwan could withstand. Upon realizing he had left red marks on her tender skin, he released his grip, alarmed by the evidence of his roughness. In the dream, even a slight pressure from him would leave her skin marked. Though it was tempting to see, Pei Qingli dared not exert too much force, always holding back. Seeing that he had released her, Mengwan quickly said, The meal has been delivered. You should eat quickly, Erlang. I must return home. With that, she grabbed her veil and hastily turned to leave the small loft. Pei Qingli watched her hurried retreat, his brows furrowed. Had he perhaps gone too far? It seemed he had frightened her. Her body had not yet fully healed, and he had been so rough, he hoped she would not fall ill again. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the corner of the table where her food box lay. Yunju and Jilan had been waiting outside for quite some time, but had not seen Mengwan emerge. Finally, they caught sight of her slender figure. But she quickly dashed into the carriage, saying, Let us return home. Chapter 46. Checking the accounts, Yunju, having grown up with Mengwan, immediately noticed something amiss in her tone. She hurriedly asked, "Madam, what is wrong? Are you unwell?" Inside the carriage, Mengwan bore the fiery pain in her lower back and the tears welling in her eyes, suppressing a weak sob to the point it was inaudible. Taking a deep breath, she feigned nonchalance. "It's nothing. It's just a bit hot outside. I wish to return home for a rest." "Yes, we shall return at once." Yunju was deeply concerned about Mengwan's health. Since childhood, she had been cherished and pampered, living a life of privilege, though not born into a noble family. The Meng family was affluent, and as the eldest daughter, she lived no less lavishly than the daughters of official families, perhaps even better. Jilin cast a discerning glance at the training grounds, while Yunju remained oblivious. She could hear it clearly. Madame was crying. It was midday, and the kitchen had failed to provide a decent meal for the east courtyard, leaving Pei Qingli famished and longing for something flavorful to whet her appetite. Instead, what was served was a bland broth devoid of any meat, prompting her to throw a fit. Outside, Zhao Shi, hearing the clattering of pots and bowls, felt a headache coming on. "Lingjun, it's not that your mother refuses to feed you, it's just that your sister-in-law has been withholding our funds. We can hardly afford a proper meal." "But, mother, you still have some savings. Can't you spare a little for the kitchen to prepare something nice? How can my injury heal if I cannot eat well?" Pei Qingli, after venting her frustration, began to weep. "Autumn is approaching, and the emperor will soon select candidates for the palace. If my body is not well by then, how can I participate?" Zhao Shi felt a pang of anxiety at this. Indeed, after autumn, the emperor would begin selecting young women for the palace, and her Lingjun must be among them. "Fear not, mother will ensure you do not suffer, even if it means we go without a good meal." Over the years, Zhao Shi had certainly hidden some savings within the marquisate. Even if she hadn't when Mengwan came with her dowry, she had brought along numerous estates, which Zhao Shi had cunningly seized for herself. She was reluctant to dip into her hidden savings to buy food for Pei Qingli, instead contemplating how to leverage the estates for her gain. Back in the north courtyard, Mengwan, overwhelmed by the pain in her lower back, could hardly stand upright. She had no choice but to lie down and rest. The summer heat made her drowsy by the afternoon. Soon she fell asleep, only to awaken to a familiar scent lingering in the air. She opened her eyes abruptly. The young man was seated at her bedside, gazing deeply at her. Startled, her heart raced to her throat. She sat up suddenly, only to find her back no longer in pain. Was this in a dream? Why had Pei Qingli entered her dreams once more? In the past couple of days, Pei Qingli had stayed in the northern courtyard, and Mengwan had not encountered him in her dreams, which relieved her. However, to her astonishment, he appeared again at noon today.
Ailing?
Mengwan felt a surge of fear. She was acutely aware that in dreams, Pei Qingli had never exercised restraint. Whatever he desired, he would act upon. Each time, he would leave Mengwan pleading for mercy.
Ailing?
The man across from her smirked wickedly, still pretending not to recognize me, still insisting that words spoken in dreams hold no truth. "I do not enter dreams, yet you, Wan, continue to be obstinate." Mengwan's eyes widened in realization. His sudden appearance in her dream was likely to compel her acknowledgement. As the realization dawned upon her, her complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and crimson. Fortunately, Pei Qingli had no intention of truly harming her this time. His midday rest was brief, allowing only a moment of respite before he would resume military drills in the afternoon. Any spare time would be devoted to leading the new recruits into the mountains to quell bandits. Moreover, he had been bestowed the title of military officer in the imperial city, tasked with overseeing the safety of the surrounding areas. He was burdened with training, patrolling, and dealing with bandits, seemingly intent on exhausting him. "Rest easy. Today, I shall not trouble you." His deep voice resonated. Mengwan couldn't help but clutch the thin blanket around her. With him present, how could she dare to sleep? It was a miracle she hadn't been frightened into a state of panic. Pei Qingli observed her disbelief, his lips pressed into a thin line. Just as Mengwan was about to speak, the figure before her suddenly vanished. Had he left? Had she awakened? She had barely slept for a moment, and now he was gone. Had he merely fallen asleep to seek her out in her dreams? His abrupt departure now seemed intended to ensure her proper rest in the afternoon. Conflicting thoughts swirled within Mengwan. By the time she awoke, it was already late afternoon. After rising, she busied herself by taking 2 maidservants to the accounting house. The Fofuk had little in the way of assets, It once possessed some, but Zhao's inability to manage them led to their liquidation shortly after the old Marquis's death. The dowry of Princess Zhao was tightly held by the matriarch and could not be reclaimed. Following the princess's demise, the royal family would not reclaim her dowry, as a daughter married off was akin to water spilled. Moreover, since the princess had borne a child for the Marquis's family, the lineage remained, and thus those possessions naturally belonged to Pei Qingli. Yet now that Pei Qingli had returned, the matriarch showed no intention of returning the items to him. Therefore, the accounts managed by the accountants were predominantly Mengwan's personal assets, though they had long been under Zhao's control. There were 4 accountants responsible solely for record-keeping, alongside another 4 tasked with calculating monthly expenditures and profits. This clearly indicated the substantial nature of Mengwan's dowry brought into the Bofu. Upon entering the accounting house, Mengwan's brow furrowed deeply. She found the accountants gathered together, loudly playing dice, the air thick with the stench of alcohol and sweat, mingling into an unpleasant odor. Yun Zhu's eyes widened, while Ji Lan frowned, contemplating the impending mess they would have to deal with. The courtyard of the accounting house, known as the Lin Garden, was spacious enough for managing accounts, yet they remained oblivious to her presence even after she had stood at the entrance for quite some time. Ji Lan stepped forward and cleared her throat. The accountants, hearing the sound, glanced back to see Mengwan and then resumed their game. In the chaotic atmosphere of Lin Garden, it was evident that the accounts had already been prepared. As Mengwan entered the room, she discovered that account books lay scattered across the floor, with several abacus beads strewn about. "Oh, the young madam has arrived. Would you like to join us for a game? We haven't wagered much. Fear not. All of this is our own, not from the accounting funds." The accountants, accustomed to their leisurely ways, grew animated. They rarely exerted themselves except during year-end settlements, and typically, their demeanor was as relaxed as it was now. Mengwan began to examine the account book in her hands, her expression darkening. The estate employed 8 accountants, each entitled to a monthly salary of 5 taels of silver. Yet in the account book she held, pertaining to the Hongchun Tavern, expenses for this month alone reached 2,000 taels, while profit stood at only 1,500. How can this be? She suddenly inquired, causing the previously boisterous room to fall silent. Upon realizing she was there to audit the accounts, they scrambled to their feet, adjusting their attire, hiding the dice, and gathering the account books in a flurry, their disarray almost comical. "Young madam, what brings you to the accounting house today?" One stammered. "Please do not misunderstand. We merely enjoyed a small drink at noon, thinking to have some fun with dice, without any gambling involved. Betting in the master's house is taboo, especially since we heard you now oversee the household's provisions." With her sudden appearance in the accounting house, they feared she harbored ill intentions. Having been so engrossed in their game, they had failed to notice her arrival. Mengwan picked up another account book, flipping through it casually, though her keen eyes absorbed the information with clarity. "This is the account for the tea shop. Monthly profits after paying the tea workers used to be 13,000 taels. How is it now only 5,000? Such a drastic reduction is unfathomable." The tea shop's business had remained steady, with 3,100 stones sold monthly. Yet the revenue had plummeted. With each word Mengwan spoke, the accountants grew increasingly uneasy. One accountant, with a sneaky appearance and a pair of small mustaches, spoke up. "Young madam, we are merely responsible for recording the accounts. We simply document what is reported from above. Profit and loss are not within our purview." "Indeed, young madam." Regarding the Hongchun Tavern, the manager claimed business was poor due to the heat, causing the ingredients to spoil quickly, thus increasing expenses, another added. Mengwan closed the account book. Previously, Zhao had held sway over the accounts, and while she had wished to intervene, Zhao had always found excuses to evade responsibility.
Now,
she realized the accounts had deteriorated to such an extent. Sighing, she surveyed the accountants before her. These accounts must be recalculated, not just for the tavern and tea shop, but also for the expenditures of each residence and courtyard. "I want to see the accounts in 3 days. Mengwan didn't initially press them too hard, knowing that many of the accountants had been placed there by Zhao, and that each residence likely had its own share of misappropriations. If they were to meticulously account for everything, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. What has prompted the young madam to suddenly audit the accounts? The accountants whispered nervously among themselves. The accountant with a mustache squinted, suggesting, "Why the rush? She is merely a woman. How could she understand accounts?" Meanwhile, Word of Mengwan's inquiry into the accounting house spread quickly throughout the Ofu. The matriarch of the household resided in the longevity hall. Upon hearing that Mengwan was beginning to audit the accounts, she paused momentarily. What could Mengwan possibly be auditing? Madam, the assets and dowry of Princess Zhaohe were entrusted to your care. The young marquis has only recently returned and has already transferred the household's affairs to the young mistress. It is likely that this audit is at the young marquis's behest. Perhaps he seeks to reclaim what is in your possession. The old lady narrowed her eyes and snorted coldly. Just a young brat. What could he possibly uncover? She remained unfazed. In the coming days, you must keep a close watch on the master. Where he goes and whom he meets must be scrutinized. After all, she had a hand in Princess Zhaohe's demise. To conspire against the royal family is a capital offense. Just as she spoke, a messenger announced the return of the young marquis. Upon his arrival, the entire marquisate was on high alert, fearing he might be in a foul mood and seek trouble with someone. They dreaded the thought of him summoning everyone to the longevity hall for dinner, as no one wished to dine with that harbinger of doom, lest they inadvertently become the main course. However, to everyone's astonishment, Pei Qingli dined in the longevity hall that evening. Zhao was relieved. As long as he didn't come her way, she was content. The marquis went to the longevity hall? Mengwan expressed surprise. Zhilan nodded. Indeed. He must have missed the old lady after being away for so long. Our marquis truly possesses a filial heart. Mengwan fell silent. A filial heart in Pei Qingli? She had yet to observe such a trait. In her 3 years of marriage, though she had little interaction with the matriarch, she knew well that the old lady was not easy to please. Furthermore, she had heard whispers in the household that Princess Zhaohe had not been favored by the matriarch upon her marriage into the family. Thus, Pei Qingli's visit to the longevity hall was likely not a display of filial piety, nor was it out of kindness. Yet, these matters were of no concern to her. Mengwan chose to focus on her own meal in silence. After dinner, Mengwan habitually strolled in the courtyard to aid digestion. However, her lower back ached intensely, particularly in the lumbar region. Remaining still was manageable, but the moment she moved, a piercing pain shot through her, as if a needle had pierced her bones. I have seen a marquis. Zhilan's voice suddenly rang out at the courtyard entrance. A sense of alarm surged through Mengwan as a tall figure appeared before her. The young man possessed an elegant demeanor, striking features, and a tall, upright posture that exuded an air of nobility. Chapter 48. The back injury. Mengwan's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her breath momentarily caught in her throat. She watched as he entered her chamber with the ease of someone wandering a garden, without prior announcement. Although she feared Pei Qingli, she could not help but acknowledge his striking appearance. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, complemented by a high nose and slightly thin lips, he was undeniably handsome. She had heard that those with thin lips often lacked warmth. I heard you went to the accounting office today? Pei Qingli wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. Mengwan felt a slight relief. It seemed he had come for this reason. If he was here to discuss business, she reasoned, he would likely refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. Her greatest fear was that he might act recklessly. In the 3 years they had spent together in dreams, Mengwan had come to understand Pei Qingli well. He was driven by desire and utterly unrestrained. Regardless of time or place, once in the dreamscape, he would certainly put her through her paces. Yes, I went to the accounting office. The account books I obtained from my mother-in-law were hastily compiled and riddled with errors. Mengwan lowered her head, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Her skin was as delicate as cream, appearing so tender that one might think it could yield moisture upon touch. She dared not look directly at Pei Qingli, unsure of how he had managed to erase the marks from his face. Are there issues with the Marquisite's accounts? Pei Qingli seemed genuinely focused on these matters today. Now that you have taken charge of the household, it is your duty to manage the affairs of the marquisate. Without rules, there can be no order. Pei Qingli's Adam's apple bobbed as he fixed his wolfish gaze upon Mengwan. She, however, did not raise her head, nor did she dare to meet his eyes. She could sense the predatory hunger within them. Mengwan felt the heat rise in her cheeks, acutely aware of the intensity of his gaze, as if it were igniting a fire within her. Hesitantly, she spoke. Second young master, there is something I wish to inquire about. Pei Qingli poured himself a cup of tea, swallowing it down. The cool liquid soothed his throat, but did nothing to quell the fiery restlessness within him. His long, slender fingers lightly tapped the wooden table, each knuckle distinct, the back of his hand so thin that the veins beneath the skin were clearly visible. Mengwan raised her gaze to meet the man across from her and said, "Could you assign some people to accompany me? I plan to visit the tea house tomorrow." The hired hands in the Marquise had grown lazy, predominantly comprised of Zhao's people and those from the longevity hall. If she summoned them, whether they would heed her call was uncertain. More importantly, she feared they might be incited by someone to act against her interests. On this point, Mengwan preferred to trust Pei Qingli over anyone in the Marquise. Aside from Pei Nan and her two handmaidens, she trusted no one else. The tea house? Pei Qingli's gaze shifted slightly, pondering Mengwan's recent visit to the accounting office, undoubtedly due to discrepancies in the accounts. Additionally, upon his return in the afternoon, he had made a point to visit the longevity hall. That old crone still holds herself as the matriarch, as if he were still the naive child of yesteryears. Did she believe she was worthy to clutch his mother's belongings? Well, if it poses a problem, Chengfeng, Pei Qingli called, and Chengfeng appeared at the door like a ghost, startling Mengwan slightly. Select 10 agile and clever individuals from the camp and have them sent over first thing tomorrow. Understood. Chengfeng was efficient and quickly departed. Mengwan hastily waved her hand. 10 is too many. That isn't necessary. About 5 or 6 should suffice. The more she spoke, the softer her voice became. Ultimately, she acquiesced. In that case, thank you, second young master. Yet, even after expressing her gratitude, Pei Qingli showed no signs of leaving. Mengwan clenched her hands, cold sweat forming in her palms. Second young master, do you have anything else to discuss? At this moment, Mengwan could only strive to avoid conflict with Pei Qingli. As long as they could coexist peacefully, her days in the Marquise would be relatively easier. As for the matters of the dream, she could continue to feign ignorance. The unease in the young woman's eyes revealed her inner turmoil. Pei Qingli, feigning ignorance, produced a small package and a porcelain vial from his robe. Mengwan looked at him in confusion. What was he intending to do? If I hadn't come, how long did you plan to endure the pain in your back? Mengwan pressed her lips together, pondering for a moment before replying, Second young master, I have no injury on my back. As she sat, remaining still alleviated her pain. Should it worsen, she intended to ask Yunju to fetch some ointment for her. However, no sooner had the words left her mouth than Pei Qingli suddenly reached out and pressed gently on her lower back. Ah! The force was not heavy, yet it landed precisely on the spot where she had been injured, and in an instant, the searing pain surged through her, reddening her eyes with a hint of grievance. Second young master, what are you doing? You claimed there was no injury, that it didn't hurt? Mengwan was momentarily taken aback. His words seemed to convey a semblance of concern for her. Yet, all she felt was an overwhelming sense of danger. She hastily replied, Perhaps I accidentally bumped into something. I will have Yunju tend to my injuries. Shall I assist you in undressing, or would you prefer to do it yourself? Pei Qingli's tone was always one that brooked no dissent or resistance. A sudden flutter of apprehension gripped Mengwan's heart. Was he implying that he would personally apply the ointment for her? She appreciated his goodwill but felt that, given the late hour and their solitary company, it was inappropriate for a man and woman to be so close. This matter can be handled by Yunju, she insisted. However, scarcely had she uttered these words when she noticed Pei Qingli's brow furrowing, his eyes darkening with an ominous intensity. Fearful, she fell silent, and the pain in her lower back made her eyes well up with tears. Those teary eyes, glistening with unshed tears, were truly captivating. Why was she so prone to tears? It was no wonder that many had remarked that women were made of water, not only tender, but also inclined to weep. Whenever Mengwan cried, it was like the delicate blossoms of a pear tree drenched in rain, quiet and untroubled. He had experienced this in dreams before. Each time she cried, Pei Qingli had to restrain himself from succumbing to his desires. Seeing her pale face, still unwilling to relent despite the evident pain, Pei Qingli's gaze darkened. He reached out, pulling her into his embrace. The action appeared rough, yet it was executed with a certain delicacy. Mengwan found herself pressed against him, facing away, while seated upon his lap. Endure it a bit longer, Mengwan, he murmured, his voice tinged with a hint of concern. Someone might see us. If they do, let them, he replied coldly, sending a shiver through her. If you comply, I shall finish this swiftly. The more you struggle, the longer I shall linger here with you. Indeed, Mengwan ceased to resist. The warmth of his broad chest against her back evoked a familiarity akin to her dreams. For 3 years, although she had never seen Pei Qingli's face in her dreams, she had grown intimately acquainted with his body. Conversely, he was equally familiar with hers. Suddenly, a chill enveloped her lower back as her garment was pushed up to her chest, revealing her slender waist and accentuating her delicate figure. Her beautiful butterfly bones trembled slightly, perhaps sensing the unfamiliar touch. "No, I can manage on my own," she protested, feeling excessively exposed. Her heart raced, fearing that someone might enter at this inopportune moment. The tension in her body was palpable. "Relax." Pei Qingli gently patted her hand, extracting a portion of ointment from a porcelain jar and warming it in his palm. "If you behave, this will be over quickly." Mengwan bit her lip, suppressing her embarrassment. When his heated hand pressed against her injured lower back, a wave of pain surged through her, causing her to tremble. A suppressed cry escaped her lips, soft yet filled with pain and indignation. Enough to evoke sympathy from any listener. The bruise on her lower back was substantial, a stark contrast against her fair skin. It was evident that she had endured considerable pain to return to the Marquis's residence earlier. If she had returned, she should have sought treatment rather than stubbornly enduring the hurt. Where had she learned such tenacity? "What are you complaining about? I haven't even applied much pressure yet," Pei Qingli remarked, and Mengwan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She felt that his words were deliberately provocative. Yet, she heard him say softly from behind, "The bruise on your lower back must be dissipated." "Mengwan," he called her name gently, suddenly applying more pressure. "Endure this."
"Ah."
"It hurts,"
she gasped.
His hands were so warm. His palm pressed firmly, yet tenderly against her injury, explaining, "This is an excellent healing ointment. If you wish to visit the tea house tomorrow, you must allow me to work it into your skin. Otherwise, you'll find it impossible to rise from bed the next day." Mengwan bit her lip, unable to fathom how a mere bump could inflict such agony. Unable to contain herself, a tear fell. Pei Qingli's arm encircled her waist, stabilizing her as the sharp pain made her inhale sharply, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "Be gentle, it truly hurts," she pleaded, her delicate frame having never endured such suffering before. Outside the courtyard, Yunju was about to enter to assist Mengwan with her washing and resting when she was halted by Zhilan. She had just heard the sounds emanating from within. The young mistress was clearly in distress, and with the Marquis still present, Yunju's entrance could disrupt their intimate moment. "Yunju, the young mistress suddenly craves sour plum juice. Could you fetch some from the kitchen for me?" Zhilan suggested, taking the basin from Yunju's hands. "Very well, I shall go at once. Please attend to the young mistress in my absence," Yunju replied. "Such is my duty," Zhilan smiled, watching Yunju depart. The young mistress was so naive, and it seemed her maid was equally easy to deceive. How remarkable that these two innocent souls had managed to survive for 3 years in the cutthroat environment of the Marquis's residence. Clearly, their existence had not been without hardship. Fortunately, with the return of the young Marquis, it was evident that he held Mengwan in high regard. Zhilan's current task was to safeguard the budding relationship between the young Marquis and Mengwan, ensuring that no one interfered. "Are you all right, Mengwan?" she inquired, as Mengwan bit her lip, nearing her breaking point. The pain was one factor, but being positioned against the young Marquis's lap was undeniably mortifying. This position was difficult for someone like Mengwan, who had always adhered to propriety. The youth behind her wore an intense expression. Suddenly he leaned in, his cool lips brushing against the tender skin of her back. Mengwan's eyes widened in shock, an indescribable yet shameful thrill coursing through her, sending shivers from her spine to her crown. "Do not worry. I shall not take advantage of you today." After placing a tender kiss on her back, Pei Qingli adjusted her clothing and gently laid her down on the couch. "Tomorrow, I will send someone with you to the tea house." He understood that Mengwan had numerous enterprises, and the tea house was merely one aspect. If she intended to review the accounts, it would inevitably involve many parties, including the matriarch. Thus, he needed to select capable individuals to accompany her. Mengwan bit her lip, turning her head away to avoid his gaze. Her face flushed with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. She did not wish to engage with him, nor did she want to look at him. Pei Qingli's expression darkened. Had it not been for her injury, he would not have restrained himself. Nonetheless, he considered that if he frightened her too much, their relationship could become strained. The following morning, Mengwan set out with her entourage. Those in the eastern courtyard learned of her visit to the tea house and her inspection of the accounts the previous day, and unease settled in their hearts. Oh no, this time, she is truly serious. The Marquis's accounts have never been clean. If she discovers something, it could spell disaster. Zhao Shi could no longer remain idle. She hurried to Changso Hall to consult the matriarch for a strategy. However, upon her arrival, she was informed that the matriarch had caught a chill and was unfit to receive visitors, clearly an attempt to dismiss her. Zhao clenched her teeth and said, "Go inform the matriarch that Mengwan has gone to the tea house to audit the accounts." A significant portion of the household's revenue had found its way into the matriarch's coffers. Mengwan's inquiry would surely incite her anxiety. Chapter 50. Discussion and Strategy. The madam should return. The matriarch is already aware of the young mistress's audit and knows you would come today. She specifically sent me to inform you, said the servant. If the young mistress wishes to inspect the accounts, so be it. She is now in charge. If there are any issues, you may discuss them with the lord. Upon hearing these words, Zhao's face twisted in anger. She could not comprehend why the matriarch was so indifferent to the situation. The recent reduction in allowances had affected all the courtyards, including Changshaoteng, yet the matriarch was unconcerned. For her purse was ample and did not suffer from such petty losses. Zhao, on the other hand, had been extravagant in her spending, and while she had saved a little over the years, it was not substantial. Most of her funds had been squandered in her desire to compete with the other noble women, leading to her financial recklessness. With Mengwan now overseeing the household and withholding allowances, Zhao dared not show her face outside. How could she entertain invitations from other ladies for games or outings when she lacked the funds? Matriarch, those accounts from the tea house were all managed by you. If Mengwan inspects them—
Silence.
The matriarch's voice thundered from the main room, and she emerged, supported by a servant. Her face was darkened with anger. You foolish creature, do you wish for the entire household to be aware of your trivial matters? While the matriarch felt a pang of panic in her heart, she had remained composed during Pei Qingli's visit the previous day, though he had mentioned matters from years past. Although she appeared unfazed, she was already plotting her course of action. Henceforth, Mengwan's affairs were not to involve Zhao. With her hair now gray and her face etched with wrinkles, the matriarch still exuded an air of authority far superior to that of Zhao, an outsider. Zhao's frustration mounted. Mengwan is becoming increasingly audacious. Now the eldest son of the third branch has been imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice, and she insists on auditing the accounts. You know, if she uncovers anything— Zhao hesitated, aware that certain matters were best left concealed. Audit? The matriarch scoffed. She is nothing but an ignorant woman, merely having learned a bit about business from her family before marrying. Lacking power and influence, what can she possibly uncover? Matriarch? Zhao blinked, clearly taken aback. The matriarch looked at her with disdainful disappointment, wishing she could grasp the situation more readily. I fear the weather today does not bode well. It may rain. Zhao looked up, still confused. Matriarch, the sun is shining brightly. How could it possibly rain? The path to the tea house was arduous, and as a woman, Mengwan would certainly face considerable challenges. The matriarch's insinuation was clear, and if Zhao remained oblivious, she could not blame the matriarch for her lack of assistance. Matriarch? Do you mean— Zhao's eyes widened, her pupils trembling. Was the implication to eliminate Mengwan? In my Changshaoteng, there is an unblessed statue of a bodhisattva. Please take it to Jian Temple for the nuns to bless it. Zhao grew flustered, her gaze darting anxiously to the matriarch. Matriarch, that may not be wise. The journey to Jian Temple is long, and the mountain paths treacherous. Suddenly, Zhao paused, enlightenment dawning upon her like a bolt of clarity. Yes, I understand now. I shall go and have the statue blessed for mother. Overjoyed, Zhao realized this would serve her interests perfectly. In this world, secrets rarely remain hidden. Only the mouths of the dead can keep them sealed. If Mengwan were to perish, she would take all her secrets to the grave. Meng's business in Kuanjing was substantial. Even a single tea house could sustain Mengwan's livelihood for a lifetime, not to mention her other ventures. The mountain path was difficult to traverse, and upon reaching the foot of the hill, they would need to take a sedan chair to ascend. How much longer until we arrive? Mengwan inquired, glancing upward. Despite the bright sun, an inexplicable heaviness enveloped her. Fortunately, the medicine Pei Qingli had provided the previous night had alleviated her back pain by morning. However, it was no surprise that Pei Qingli had once again infiltrated her dreams the night before. Thankfully, he had not acted upon any desires, allowing Mengwan to realize that as long as he remained in the same room, he would not invade her dreams. Once he left, he would appear within them. Thus, the occurrence of dreams seemed contingent upon distance, while Pei Qingli could not consciously control this. He would inevitably manifest in Mengwan's dreams if he were asleep and at a distance. Approximately half an hour more, the sedan bearer replied. By the time they reached the tea house, it was already noon. After departing early in the morning, they had finally arrived. At the mountaintop, a lush expanse of tea fields stretched before them, all belonging to Mengwan. The workers at the tea house were unaware of her visit, as they were still laboring in the fields. Mengwan furrowed her brow slightly.
It is mealtime. Why are they not yet finished?
Yunju hurried forward to inquire, then returned, breathless. Young mistress, I asked, and the person in charge said they do not take their meal until the afternoon. Each worker must pick 400 ju in the morning. Those who do not meet the quota receive no food. Upon hearing this, Jilan's expression shifted. 400 ju? How can one person possibly gather that much in a morning? She was unaware that this new rule had emerged since the tea house had previously been managed by Zhao. Call the person in charge over and gather all the tea workers as well, Mengwan instructed. The tea house had its own estate, where the workers resided, and their daily needs were met on site. It resembled a small village, and Mengwan sat in the tea house's pavilion. The workers, bewildered by the summons, found themselves facing a young and beautiful woman they had never seen before. This is Madame Mengwan, the young mistress of the Ho residence and the owner of this estate. Today, she has come to inquire about certain matters, and you are to respond truthfully. Do you understand? Jilan announced. The tea workers, their faces sunburnt, exchanged glances filled with anger, yet they dared not voice their displeasure. I shall ask you, what is your monthly wage here at the tea house? And how many hours do you work each day? Chapter 51. Discrepancies in accounts as Mengwan opened her mouth. The tea workers exchanged glances. The young mistress is inquiring. You may answer, Jilan urged. One worker replied, our monthly wage is 1 tael and 1 qian, and we work 5 hours a day. Nonsense. Mengwan retorted. When the young mistress recruited you, the wages were clearly higher than those at other tea houses. Each person was to receive 2 taels and 500 qian, with a working time of 4 hours. How has this increased by 2 hours? Yunju was particularly well informed, as the tea house had always belonged to the young mistress, and these workers had been hired by her. But the person in charge said the young mistress deemed our wages too high and our hours too short, claiming the tea house was operating at a loss, which is why our wages were reduced. Indeed, young mistress, you yourself stated this. How can you deny it now? Yunju, listening to their words, felt her face flush with anger. At that moment, the manager of the tea house arrived. He was a distant cousin of the Zhao family. Though the term cousin was a mere formality, as there was hardly any familial bond, their connection stemmed from previous amicable relations. Upon learning that the Zhao family had assumed the role of matriarch in the Marquis's residence, he sought to rekindle their acquaintance, thereby securing his position as the tea house manager. The Zhao matriarch was exceedingly concerned with her reputation, and when individuals from her hometown approached her with overt flattery, she was all too eager to bestow favors upon them. Naturally, she relished the attention and adulation that came with being exalted. With just a small token of goodwill, these individuals would fawn over her like eager lapdogs. Zhao enjoyed this sensation immensely. The manager, Feng Biao, was a portly man with a jolly visage, reminiscent of a former local landowner, adorned with a large gold ring on his finger. As he spotted Mengwan approaching, his eyes narrowed in recognition.
Ah,
is that not the young mistress? What brings you here on such a sweltering day? Mengwan waved her hand, prompting Jilan and Yunju to place a stack of account ledgers before him. This is the financial record of the tea house over the years. I inquired earlier, and the wages and hours here deviate significantly from what we initially agreed upon. The accounts department claims that the tea house has consistently operated at a loss due to poor weather and inferior tea quality, resulting in low purchasing prices. After a brief pause, Mengwan continued, however, my Meng family's tea house has always ranked among the finest in Daong. How is it that, under your management, it has now incurred losses? I came today to observe, and the tea quality remains exceptional. Thus, the prices should naturally reflect that. With each word Mengwan spoke, Feng Biao's expression shifted dramatically. He had presumed that as a woman, Mengwan would lack acumen in business matters, and thus, even if she visited the estate, she would merely glance around before departing. To his astonishment, she had evidently come well prepared. Young mistress, I am here today to advocate for you. Please, share any grievances regarding the tea house, and I shall address them all. Mengwan was aware that the tea house undoubtedly harbored illicit accounts, And without clarity on these records, their purpose remained unknown. Should the authorities investigate, the Meng family might suffer dire consequences. Which is why she was so eager to visit the tea house. Zhao was undoubtedly aware of Mengwan's presence. If any of those dubious accounts posed a threat to the Meng family, it would be disastrous. Feng Biao fell silent, casting a warning glare at the tea workers. His meaning unmistakable. Young mistress. One of the tea laborers stepped forward, his eyes red with emotion. We, the tea workers, must labor regardless of the weather. We work 5 hours a day, rising before the rooster and retiring later than the dog. Even if we cough up blood, we must show up. Just days ago, my husband was literally cooked to death under the sun, and Feng Biao only compensated me with 2 taels of silver for it. That was my husband. Our entire family relies on this estate for survival, and my poor child often goes hungry. The tea workers had all signed contracts with the estate, binding them to their employer. Without the owner's consent, they could neither leave nor seek work elsewhere. Unless the owner chose to release them from their contracts, they would remain bound to this tea house, even unto death. As the laborer spoke, he began to weep. Seeing one person take a stand emboldened the others, who could no longer hold back. They voiced their own grievances. Young mistress, we are in the same plight. We often go hungry, and our wages are frequently withheld. My partner's feet swell from overwork, and there is no respite to be found. Feng Biao treats us like we are less than human. We are tea workers, but we are still people. Upon hearing this, Mengwan clenched her fists tightly. The success and longevity of the Meng family's business were not solely due to her father's exceptional abilities, but also because he understood how to treat people well. Young mistress. In truth, our tea house produces a considerable amount of tea each month, and the purchasing prices are quite favorable. Tea merchants frequently come to negotiate. However, all of our tea has been withheld by Feng Biao, who secretly sells it. Mengwan turned her gaze to Feng Biao. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Yet, Feng Biao did not appear anxious. Instead, he regarded Mengwan with a sense of invulnerability. What could this woman possibly achieve? Moreover, he still held numerous illicit accounts. And he was certain Mengwan had discovered something, which was why she had hastened to inspect the tea house. He believed that with those illicit accounts in his possession, Mengwan would not dare act against him. Young mistress, they are merely speaking nonsense. How could the weather possibly kill someone? If someone were to die from the sun, it would surely be due to their own weakness. It is not a matter of fate. Just then, Pei Qingli approached, bringing with him a thick stack of ledgers and placing them before Mengwan. Upon seeing the direction from which they had come, Feng Biao's expression soured instantly. Those ledgers contained evidence of Feng Biao's embezzlement from the tea house, as well as numerous opaque transactions related to the Marquis's residence. Concerned for the Meng family's interests, Mengwan could not afford to overlook this matter. She had even brought the family's accountant with her. Young mistress, most of these accounts detail expenditures from the Meng family. The accountant informed her as he perused the records. Burn them, Mengwan commanded. Burn all these illicit accounts. Feng Biao, since you dared to maintain these illicit accounts, you must have assumed I would not investigate, or that I would lack the courage to do so. Do you believe you can threaten me or the Meng family with these records? It was rare for Mengwan to display such assertiveness. But when it came to the honor and safety of her family, she was resolute. She set ablaze all the tainted records of the tea house, leaving no trace behind. Feng Biao glared at Mengwan with seething resentment. Young mistress, you truly possess a remarkable strategy. You believe that by burning these accounts, no one will ever know? Mengwan smiled. Feel free to spread your words, Feng Biao. You work for the family, drawing a salary from us, yet you speak ill of us behind our backs. Without these illicit accounts, how many will believe your words? The accounts that left the Meng family could be settled, but she would not be intimidated by him. Having accompanied her father through Kuan-Jing since childhood, she had gathered enough knowledge, even if she did not fully comprehend it all.
What do you mean by that?
Young mistress? Feng Biao's impatience was palpable. What do you think I mean? Mengwan retorted. We cannot afford to employ someone like you. Yun Zhu interjected loudly. A person like you, filled with malice, does not regard the tea workers as human. Although they are laborers, they possess rights, they are not slaves, and thus cannot be treated as such. Feng Biao's face darkened as he glared at Mengwan. Young mistress, allow me to say something that may not be appropriate. You, as a woman, have married into another family. Thus, your life and death belong to your husband's family. As the saying goes, a married daughter is like spilled water. Moreover, I am your mother-in-law's cousin. Without her permission, do you truly think you can dismiss me? Feng Biao's arrogance stemmed from his reliance on Zhao's support. Although the tea house belonged to the Meng family, Zhao had long since claimed it as her own. Not to mention, Feng Biao was essentially Zhao's lapdog. However, Mengwan remained unperturbed. This estate bears the Meng surname, not Zhao. My mother-in-law may be advanced in years, but she has not lost her senses. I will certainly inform her of this matter. She is a reasonable woman and would never tolerate such behavior from someone affiliated with the Marquis's residence. If she agrees with your conduct, then I shall have no choice but to report these illicit accounts to the authorities. The reputation of the Meng family is one matter, but as a merchant family, our concerns can ultimately be settled with silver. However, should any misfortune befall the Duke's residence, these hidden accounts might very well serve as evidence of disloyalty, a truth that my mother undoubtedly comprehends. Mengwan, though a sheltered young lady, is not naive enough to believe that the affairs of state concern only the sons of men. While she may lack understanding in certain matters, her words are sufficient to intimidate Feng Biao. Prior to this encounter, Mengwan had dispatched someone to investigate Feng Biao's character. He is known to be a coward, easily intimidated, and prone to running away from significant trouble, fearing the consequences of scandal. It was apparent that Feng's demeanor shifted the moment the tension rose. The tea workers, previously complacent under Feng Biao's oppressive oversight, began to grow anxious. Despite his previous practice of withholding their wages, they remained dependent on the tea house for their livelihoods. Sensing their unease, Mengwan sighed and reassured them, "You need not worry. You may continue your work here, and your pay and hours will remain as I have previously stipulated. Furthermore, each of you will receive an additional coin each month, as long as you conduct yourselves well. I, Mengwan, alongside the Duke's residence, shall not neglect your welfare. However, should anyone attempt deceit or treachery, the Duke's house will not be lenient." Upon hearing this, Zilan's eyes sparkled with admiration. This is how a young mistress ought to assert herself. Feng Biao glared at Mengwan with a brooding intensity, while the tea workers expressed their gratitude. Mengwan rubbed her forehead, still weary from her recent ailments. Prior to this ascent, she had sent a group ahead to Feng Biao's quarters to unearth those hidden accounts, lest her own presence rouse any suspicion. Only by obliterating those accounts could she secure the safety of the Meng family. Though reluctant to involve herself with the Duke's affairs, she understood that since ancient times, a woman's marriage binds her fate to her husband's family. Should calamity befall the Duke's residence, it would inevitably implicate both her and the Meng family. Zhao's short-sightedness blinded her to the precariousness of the new emperor's position, which necessitated the stabilization of the court. Thus, neither merchants nor officials could afford any missteps, especially considering the Meng family's status as imperial merchants, with entangled interests that were complex and far-reaching. On their return journey, Yun Zhu felt an inexplicable sense of dread, particularly recalling Feng Biao's malevolent gaze as he departed. Yet, she refrained from allowing her thoughts to venture into the darkest realms. "Mistress, we have dismissed Feng Biao. What will the old matriarch say?" Zilan replied, "The old matriarch is inherently strong-willed, and our young mistress possesses a gentle disposition. There is no need for excessive worry. The young mistress's authority over household matters grants her substantial power. No matter how much the old matriarch might protest, she cannot bring about death." Suddenly, a thunderclap shattered the serene afternoon, causing the previously bright sky to darken ominously. Without warning, a torrential downpour ensued, accompanied by a cacophony of raindrops. In an instant, the sun was veiled by dark clouds, and fierce winds threatened to topple the bearers of a sedan chair, nearly shaking Mengwan loose. "Be cautious, young mistress." Zilan rushed forward to steady the sedan. Mengwan was taken aback by Zilan's remarkable strength. A chair typically held by 4 bearers was being stabilized effortlessly by her single hand. At that moment, Mengwan couldn't help but reassess Zilan. Her mother, concerned about Mengwan's welfare, must have sent a capable and formidable maid to safeguard her. This realization eased Mengwan's apprehensions. Having spent a few days with Zilan, she noted her reticence. Even her footsteps were soundless, reminiscent of a shadowy presence. Zilan exhibited an air of efficiency and sharp vigilance, akin to the hidden guards of the royal household, mysterious and ever-watchful. Such a maid, likely trained from a young age, would surely command a high price. Many noble families invest heavily in skilled bodyguards, and the Meng family is no exception. Yet, Mengwan had never encountered anyone like Xilan before. Unbeknownst to her, Xilan did not originate from the Meng family. Xilan, why has such a fierce storm suddenly arisen? The winds are howling, and we find ourselves precariously positioned on the mountainside. In mere moments, both Xilan and Yunzhu were drenched. Mengwan furrowed her brow. The rain had arrived far too abruptly, leaving her unprepared. Being on the mountainside posed risks, whether retreating or continuing downwards. If we encounter a landslide or mudslide, the danger would escalate. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Mengwan expressed her concerns. There is a nunnery on this mountain called Jian Nunnery, not far from here. Perhaps we should seek refuge there until the rain abates, Xilan suggested, well acquainted with the area and its temples. Let us heed Xilan's advice and proceed to Jian Nunnery. Fortunately, Mengwan's sedan was constructed from special materials, preventing water from seeping inside. Though her garments were still somewhat damp, Jian Nunnery was not well known in the capital, receiving few visitors. Through the misty rain, the modest structure appeared nestled within the mountains, casting an eerie shadow. Mengwan felt a sudden reluctance to enter, yet considering the storm and their current situation, the nunnery was the most prudent choice. Upon arriving and explaining their circumstances to the nuns, they were quickly provided with a few vacant rooms. Old habits lingered, as Xilan immediately instructed, Yunzhu, take the young mistress to change into something dry. I will explore the nunnery to familiarize myself. Without waiting for Mengwan's response, she departed. Yunzhu, sensing something amiss, inquired, Mistress, do you not find Xilan to be unlike other maids? She seems to be specially trained as a shadow guard. Understanding dawned on Yunzhu. No wonder Xilan is so formidable. She is certainly not an ordinary maid. The rain showed no signs of relenting, and Mengwan gazed out at the relentless downpour, sighing deeply. This rain could not have come at a worse time, filling her with unease. If it does not cease, we may need to spend the night at Jian Nunnery. Indeed, perhaps we should bring offerings to the nunnery's deities in gratitude. Mengwan, ever restless, touched the string of Buddhist beads she had acquired from a temple, silently praying for the rain to subside.
Der Benefaktor, a nun approached,
glancing at the two women before clasping her hands together. It seems this rain will not cease soon. You may stay here tonight, and we shall prepare vegetarian meals for you. She gestured to the left of the entrance. The dining hall is over there, but given the number of guests you've brought, I fear. I understand, Mengwan replied with a gentle smile. They are all under my care. They will need a place to stay. As for their meals, I will arrange for someone to bring them. Thank you, benefactor. The nun smiled before departing. As a nunnery, Jian Nunnery did not accommodate male visitors, a long-standing rule, which Mengwan respected. Aware of the many regulations governing the nunnery, she recognized that the presence of men would indeed be inappropriate. Had it not been for the deluge, it was unlikely they would have permitted even the bearers to enter. Mengwan has always been a person who adheres to rules. By the time of dinner, she instructed Xilan and Yunzhu to deliver vegetarian meals to the porters and Pei Qingli's selected individuals. They resided in the back courtyard, quite distant from the front temple. Sister Xilan, don't you find this temple rather peculiar? Yunzhu remarked, unable to resist surveying her surroundings, which, despite being tranquil and surrounded by lush bamboo, felt unsettling. Xilan replied, do not overthink it. I have already investigated the surroundings, and there is nothing amiss. The dining hall is occupied by the nuns, and there are merely 20 to 30 of them in total. Some are young, while others are older. The nuns at Jian Temple are not permitted to return to secular life. Among the many temples in Kuanjing, Jian Temple is the least conspicuous. Everyone is quiet. They do not speak while eating, creating an atmosphere that made Yunzhu feel quite uneasy. Before partaking in the meal, Xilan habitually tested the food for poison with a silver needle. The nuns nearby regarded her with peculiar expressions but remained silent, continuing their meal. Mengwan also chose not to speak. It is prudent to be cautious, even in a temple. The dining hall was filled with the pleasant scent of incense. Madam, everything is fine. You may dine, Yunzhu thought to herself, admiring Xilan's meticulousness. After finishing her meal, Mengwan exchanged a few pleasantries with the nuns, which were merely formalities. Madam, it has grown dark, Xilan softly informed Mengwan. Upon looking outside, Mengwan noticed the sky had indeed darkened, though the rain had not ceased. Yunzhu and Xilan prepared a bed for Mengwan and lit some incense. Yunzhu mentioned, a nun gave this to me earlier, saying there are many mosquitoes at night in the temple and lighting incense will keep them at bay. They had come out to handle matters and were not as well prepared, so having incense was fortunate. Light it. You should rest early. We will depart at dawn when the rain stops. Mengwan was already weary, likely due to the day's events regarding the tea house, and drowsiness was overtaking her. The heavy rain blurred the view, and the lights below flickered like fireflies. When Pei Qingli returned from the martial arts training ground, the night was already deep. Is the north courtyard quiet? On his way back, he deliberately chose the path beside Mengwan's courtyard, perhaps hoping to catch a glimpse of her, only to find it shrouded in darkness. Young master, Madam went to the tea house today and has yet to return, came the reply. Hearing this, his brows furrowed tightly. It seemed the rain was too heavy, and she must have taken shelter at the tea house. Chung Feng. Pei Qingli called sharply, his expression dark as water. My lord, prepare the horses. We are going to the tea house. In the east courtyard, Zhao's heart raced at the news that the young bastard had gone to the tea house. What business does he have there at this hour? She thought of the day's events at the temple, realizing that Mengwan would likely not return due to the rain. But how did that concern Pei Qingli? Why must he go to the tea house? The lord said that the women of the marquis's household do not stay out at night. He must personally bring the young madam back. Zhao's heart raced. At this hour, they must be finished. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She reassured herself, forcing down her anxiety. It was only natural to feel flustered during such an unprecedented situation. She prayed that the temple's affairs would conclude swiftly. So even if Pei Qingli went, it would be in vain. Perfectly, he would witness Mengwan's demise, thus clearing herself of suspicion. And she would regain control over the marquis's household. Chapter 54. The bandit night raid. With this thought, Zhao felt at ease. That night, Mengwan slept soundly. The entire temple engulfed in the thick, rainy night. A wave of thick smoke enveloped her, and she felt an intense suffocation, as if a heavy stone pressed upon her chest, making it hard to breathe, as if she might explode. What was all the commotion in the front courtyard? The porters and martial artists lodging in the back courtyard immediately sensed the unusual activity at the temple. 10 men, along with 4 porters and an accountant, all shared a large room. Only 2 candles flickered dimly, casting a weak yellow light. This is bad. Something has happened, someone exclaimed, grabbing his dagger and rushing to the door, only to discover it had been locked from the outside. Boss, the doors and windows are all locked. The one called Boss, a martial artist and one of Pei Qingli's men, kicked the door with all his might, but it did not budge. It was not only locked but also barricaded from the outside, rendering all efforts futile. A terrified scream from outside heightened their tension. There's been a murder. Bandits have broken in. Bandits? How could it be bandits? We are locked in here. Where would bandits come from at Ji Yin Temple? The group of men wore grim expressions. Our young madam is still in the front courtyard. The front courtyard is on fire. Someone spotted the flames rising in the front courtyard. Damn it! Kick down the door. One man began hacking at the door and windows with his blade, but suddenly, flames erupted, engulfing the entire room. The smell of oil was in the air. Someone was trying to burn them alive. Boss, what do we do? They were trapped inside. And outside, someone was throwing oil. The overwhelming stench suggested they intended to roast them alive. What a wicked heart. Charge out and fight them. Even if we burn, we must protect the young madam. They were all personally chosen by the Marquis to safeguard her. If anything happened to her under their watch, they would have no future working for the young Marquis. In the meditation room, Jilan sensed something was amiss with the incense. She quickly pushed Yunju beside her, only to find her deeply asleep. Covering her mouth and nose, she extinguished the incense in the room and dashed toward Mengwan's quarters. However, as she pushed the door open, she found the entire temple engulfed in flames and the air thick with the scent of blood. Madam, Jilan thought quickly, but suddenly, a gleaming machete swung toward her. Several burly bandits surrounded Jilan in an instant. You are quite bold. Do you know who is staying in this temple tonight? The incense had a soporific effect, but luckily, Jilan was a trained fighter, her physique stronger than the average person, allowing her to resist its effects. Though she had inhaled a fair amount. Enough nonsense, I don't care who you are. Some little girls dare to resist. Kill them all. They were paid to ensure a widow stayed in the temple. If she died, it would be her misfortune. Jilan soon engaged in a fierce struggle with them. My lord, the mountain is on fire. Chung Feng spotted the flames atop the mountain and felt a sense of foreboding. Pei Qingli's expression darkened even further. his ink-black eyes brewing a storm of fury, his murderous intent palpable. He cracked the whip in his hand, and his horse galloped swiftly. The rain had lightened considerably by midnight. The mountain winds fanned the flames, causing them to leap higher. The acrid scent of oil lingered in the air as the entire temple succumbed to the inferno. By the time Pei Qingli and Qingfeng arrived, even the temple's main door was ablaze. "Be careful, my lord." A flaming pillar crashed down toward Pei Qingli. Qingfeng, with swift reflexes, pulled Pei Qingli aside. "We cannot go in. The flames are too fierce. Get out of my way." Pei Qingli forcefully kicked open the door and rushed inside without hesitation. Within, the mountain bandits were wreaking havoc in the temple, indulging in arson, murder, and pillage, showing no mercy even to the young maidens. With a long sword firmly in hand, Pei Qingli struck down one bandit after another. The brilliant silver blade danced in his grip, creating mesmerizing arcs, exuding an overwhelming aura as blood splattered around him. His dark robe billowed amidst the flames, and the firelight illuminated his grim and frenzied visage. The sword pierced through their chests, slashed their throats, or severed their heads.
And he did so without so much as a blink.
Mengwan! Mengwan! At that moment, Mengwan was still trapped in a side room. The maid behind her tightly constricted her throat with a rope, and on the ground lay a bandit's corpse, with Mengwan's silver hairpin embedded in his throat. As the air was cut off, Mengwan gasped for breath. "I'm sorry, Mengji, but someone wants your life. Do not blame this poor nun for being ruthless." The maid had not anticipated that Mengwan, under the effects of the sedative, could still manage to kill a bandit. Frustrated by her lack of a weapon, she resorted to strangling her with the rope, intending to burn her body afterward to cover up the crime. This way, there would be no evidence left behind. However, Mengwan struggled fiercely, her delicate face turning crimson from the lack of air. In her daze, she thought she heard Pei Qingli's voice. Yet, she dismissed it as a hallucination born from her impending death. How could that man be here, at Jiyun Temple? The maid's expression hardened, and she tightened the rope even more. Mengwan felt as though her chest was about to explode from suffocation, and she believed she was seeing her great-grandmother. Am I about to die? What would happen to my father, mother, Ayao, and my stepmother if I were gone? My father has no sons, Ayao is foolish, and my stepmother is weak. If they learned of my death, it would surely break their hearts. Suddenly, the world around her went silent, the rough rope digging into her tender neck, blood flowing freely. Just then, a soft sound pierced the air, and something warm splattered from above, landing on her face. Was that blood? A silver-white sword had pierced the maid's chest, and the rope around Mengwan's neck suddenly loosened. Like a person on the brink of death who suddenly finds new life, she gasped for air, her breath caught in her throat, her face turning pale. Chapter 55. Finally dead, she collapsed into a strong, broad embrace. Wan, Mengwan. No matter how Pei Qingli called her name, there was no response. At that moment, Mengwan seemed as if she had already been choked to death. The air was slow to return, and she remained unresponsive, covered in blood. Pei Qingli grasped her chin and pressed his lips against hers, breathing life back into her. Mengwan finally reacted, realizing she was in Pei Qingli's arms. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed, and the previously gentle rain transformed into a torrential downpour.
Elang?
It truly was Pei Qingli. How had he arrived? She had thought it was merely an illusion. But why was he injured? His face was terrifyingly cold, and even his tone bore a chill. Just as he lifted Mengwan to leave, she suddenly widened her eyes in alarm, shouting, "Erlang, be careful." A muffled grunt followed, perhaps caught off guard. While holding Mengwan, a gleaming knife struck Pei Qingli's shoulder. He staggered but held Mengwan tightly. Damn it! With one arm securing Mengwan, he gripped his long sword with the other, swiftly turning to plunge the blade into the assailant's throat. The bandit's eyes widened in disbelief as blood gushed forth, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This was the second time Mengwan had witnessed him kill. His strikes were decisive and unhesitating. He killed without even a flicker of his eyelids.
Elang, you hurt.
She had seen the blade cut deep into Pei Qingli's shoulder. Yet he still had the strength to hold her and slay that bandit. At the eastern courtyard of the Ho residence, Zhao Shi paced anxiously in the main hall. Finally, a sound at the courtyard door caught her attention. A young servant, clad in a raincoat and straw hat, approached. What news? Madam, Jiyun Temple has been burned down. It appears to have succeeded. Succeeded? Zhao Shi's eyes brightened. Is it truly so? Indeed. Such a fierce fire that even this downpour could not extinguish it. Even if the young madam was not killed, she should have been burned alive by now. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. That little wretch is finally dead. At that moment, Zhao Shi's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. To her, it seemed that once Mengwan was dead, the whole residence would belong to her again, along with all of Mengwan's possessions and dowry. With that thought, Zhao Shi felt a surge of happiness. Satisfied, she settled into a grand chair and called out, "Quick! Bring me a jug of chilled wine so I may revel in my joy." A maid darted off to fetch the wine. Humph, I fear that once Pei Qingli arrives, he will only find Mengwan's corpse. Zhao Shi had invested a significant amount of money in this endeavor, and though it was her first time orchestrating such a plot, it was not unlike the events surrounding Princess Zhao He from years past. "Old madam, the Marquis has returned." Just as the maid brought the wine, a young servant's voice rang out in the courtyard. Zhao Shi glared at him. What ruckus is this at such an hour? Let him return if he wishes. Do I need to roll out the red carpet for him? But, old madam, the Marquis has returned with the young madam.
What?
With a crash, the wine cup in Zhao Shi's hand fell to the ground and shattered. Pei Qingli returned with that little wretch? Hadn't she already died? How could this be? Old madam, I assure you, the Marquis has indeed returned with the young madam, but she seems to be injured, and so is the Marquis. It's over. Zhao Shi collapsed into her chair, her face ashen. Naturally, news reached the longevity hall. The elderly matriarch was still chanting prayers before the Buddha, her fingers moving over the prayer beads, the atmosphere in the hall somber, the Buddha's statue with half-closed eyes. Upon hearing the news, the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish abruptly ceased. Returned? Yes, old madam, not only has he returned, but he has returned alive. Humph, useless fools. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. The maid helped her sit up properly. The first madam has always been foolish. She has listened to your words for years. If the young madam returns alive and she panics, she might expose us. Fear not. The elderly matriarch, with her head of white hair and sharp eyes, exuded an aura devoid of any gentleness associated with old age. Instead, she appeared ominous, like a venomous snake. The plan was orchestrated by Zhao Shi, and the funds were drawn from her accounts. What does it have to do with me or this longevity hall? Indeed, what the old madam says is true. Late at night, Gu Xingyuan was still occupied with state affairs, reviewing documents in the imperial study when a eunuch arrived with a message. The Marquis of Zhenghua has sent word, requesting the physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau to come to the Marquis's residence. At this hour? What could the physicians possibly do? Gu Xingyuan did not lift his head. It seems that the young Madame Meng was attacked by bandits at night and nearly lost her life. The Marquis hurried to her rescue and was also injured. What? Gu Xingyuan slammed the document forcefully onto the table, his brow furrowed deeply. He was injured by mere bandits? Enough. You must personally visit the Imperial Medical Department and ensure you engage the most skilled physician. Gu Xingyuan rubbed his painfully throbbing forehead. Pei Qingli was now his right-hand man. If he were to disregard his own life for that woman, the entire Hofu would be ablaze with lights tonight. The rain intensified. The physician was still in the northern courtyard tending to Mengwan's wounds, while everyone in the Vofu had been summoned to the front courtyard. Pei Qingli sat at the head of the table, a young man stripped of his blood-soaked shirt, bare-shouldered as the physician cleaned and stitched his wounds. The sight that greeted Zhao and the others was a line of corpses neatly arranged on the ground. Some were of the nuns, others of the bandits.
Ah!
She was startled and dared not step forward any further. Second brother, why did you bring back so many corpses? Such ill omens. Zhao's heart raced, especially with the stench of blood wafting through the grand hall. The man at the head of the table remained silent. The sound of the needle and thread piercing through flesh was distinctly audible. The second and third households had also arrived. Everyone in the Ofu was present. Seeing Pei Qingli's silence, Zhao spoke again. Mother just heard that the Jian monastery was attacked by bandits. Second brother, is Mengwan all right? Pei Qingli lifted his eyelids, his cold gaze fixated on her. Chapter 56. The audacity of a dog. Do you wish for her to be in peril or safe? Under that piercing gaze, Zhao felt as though a sword was poised at her throat. One wrong word, and this young man would not hesitate to sever her neck. There was no doubt that Pei Qingli would dare to do so. He was a complete madman, having been insane since childhood. Zhao's lips twitched painfully, a sensation akin to needles pricking her back. She suppressed her frantic emotions and hurriedly stated, "Second brother, how could you say such a thing? Mengwan is the eldest daughter-in-law of our Ofu. Though she has been a widow for years, I have always treated her as my own daughter. She went to the tea house to check on the business, and I am naturally worried about her safety after the attack on Jin Monastery. May the Bodhisattva bless her and keep her safe." Zhao pretended to clasp her hands together in prayer. But her insincerity was so blatant that even Pei Jinan could not bear to watch. "Brother," he stepped forward to inquire, "is sister-in-law in any trouble?" This was his primary concern. He had only just learned that Mengwan had gone to the tea house and encountered bandits. A defenseless woman, alone in such a remote nunnery, faced a group of ruthless bandits who would kill without a second thought. It was indeed a miracle she had survived. However, with Pei Qingli summoning everyone, he felt it inappropriate to visit Mengwan in the northern courtyard. With him in Ofu, how could anything happen to her? Pei Qingli's tone was harsh, even towards Pei Jinan. "Just as I returned to the Ofu, such a significant incident occurred. If anything happens to Mengwan tonight, how will others perceive the Ofu in the future?" He directed this at Zhao. Zhao, though an elder, felt as if she were the younger one before Pei Qingli, who had assumed the role of the patriarch. He was now the lord of this household and a favored figure before the new emperor. Even if there were dissatisfaction among the servants, they had no choice but to endure it. No one dared to speak ill of Pei Qingli, lest they lose their heads. The physician continued to stitch his wounds. Fortunately, the knife had not struck bone. Had the bandit's blade been a fraction more forceful, his arm would have been rendered useless. The room full of people watched as the physician's needle threaded through his flesh, and he had not even taken any anesthetics, enduring the pain as he was sewn up. Zhao's face turned pale, fearing Pei Qingli might detect something amiss. She hastily said, "This matter is entirely my fault as a mother. I should never have allowed Mengwan, a woman, to go out alone. Women ought to remain in the inner chambers. Why should a woman be confined to the inner chambers?" Pei Qingli's gaze was sharp as a knife, landing squarely on Zhao. He did not concern himself with other women, but Mengwan was different. She was the legitimate daughter of the Meng family. Having married into the Ofu, it was the family's duty to ensure her safety. Had she forgotten who the Ofu relied upon now? It relied on Mengwan. Now that Pei Qingli had returned, he would no longer allow the entire Ofu to drain Mengwan's vitality. What belonged to Mengwan was hers. And what belonged to Pei Qingli was also hers. The gifts bestowed by the new emperor, including land and business deeds. Pei Qingli had found a reason to hand over to Mengwan. Zhao, with her short-sightedness, failed to grasp the principle that one's rise and fall were interconnected. Though Pei Qingli was indifferent to the glory of the Ofu, he deeply cared for Mengwan's welfare. Today, as she faced an attack, he had already reported the incident to the Dali Temple. Those bandits were skilled. Surely, they were not ordinary brigands. After a pause, he cast an even sharper gaze at Zhao, as if he intended to see through her soul. A cold sweat broke out on her back. She hurriedly replied, "Second brother, there is no need to report this to the Dali Temple. They are merely bandits seeking to rob a group of women of their valuables. You have been away from the capital for years. You may not know that the regions near Kuanjing are rife with ruthless bandits. The former imperial city S guards have attempted to eradicate them, and you have killed many bandits, which is indeed a commendable achievement." Zhao wiped the cold sweat from her brow. The individuals were those she had sent Feng Biao to find. They were certainly not ordinary bandits from the vicinity. Moreover, the nuns in the monastery were part of her scheme. She had even bribed 2 nuns, fearing the bandits would not act cleanly. Now that these 2 nuns were dead, their bodies laid out here, she was confident Pei Qingli could not trace back to her. Pei Qingli sneered. "Old hag, how do you know that I have killed all those bandits?" Zhao's heart leapt, unease flooding her as she looked at Pei Qingli. What did he mean by that? Did it imply he had left some bandits alive? The thought sent her into a deeper panic. "My lord, it is stitched up," the physician announced as he set down his instruments, moving to clean his hands and prepare a prescription. Fortunately, the bone was unharmed. But that lady is already of weak constitution and has inhaled the smoke from the incense. She will require careful recovery. Pei Jinan, feeling troubled, tightened his hands hidden beneath his voluminous sleeves. Incense? How could there be incense in the monastery?
Aunt.
Pei Jinan suddenly realized something and said to Zhao, "Someone must be trying to harm sister-in-law. Brother is right. This matter should be reported to the Dali Temple. We must thoroughly investigate who dares to harm the young lady of the Ofu. It is truly audacious." Zhao's expression resembled one who had swallowed a fly. Yet she could only endure it, her face twitching as she managed to say, "Yes, second brother is correct. The bodies will be taken away by the Dali Temple to ascertain their identities. These people are clearly bandits. Is further investigation necessary?" Zhao attempted to dissuade Pei Qingli from this line of thought. "Old hag, what are you so afraid of?" Pei Qingli rose, and the maid began to help him dress. He regarded Zhao with a smile that was not a smile, causing her heart to tremble. She felt as if Pei Qingli's intentions were directed solely at her tonight. However, as long as she denied it, he would have no recourse. "Are you afraid that I will uncover the source of these bandits, leading to something more sinister?" The eyes of everyone in the room turned toward Zhao, and she finally realized she had been led by Pei Qingli all along. The more flustered she appeared, the more suspicious he became. "Li Mama, quickly bring me the century-old ginseng from my room to the northern courtyard. She must be quite terrified tonight, given her frail constitution. She needs to be well cared for. Alas, I have no idea where to place it. So I shall personally take it to the northern courtyard and see Mengwan as well, ensuring she has not been unduly frightened." Chapter 57. A mind clouded by water. At this juncture, Zhao displayed an exaggerated concern for Mengwan. Pei Qingli lifted his lips, revealing a sardonic smile. "Brother, I too shall accompany aunt to the northern courtyard to visit sister-in-law. She has always shown me great kindness. And now that she has narrowly escaped death at the hands of bandits, I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt and unease."
Pei Yun.
Pei Qingli lightly tapped the table, his gaze fleeting yet laden with pressure. "The officials from the Dali Temple will arrive shortly. I have matters to attend to. Please keep an eye on these corpses and ensure no one interferes." Pei Jinan gazed at the more than 10 corpses strewn across the ground, falling into a profound silence. Just as Pei Qingli was about to depart, he was halted by the eldest daughter-in-law of the third branch, Zhong. Second master. Zhong was apprehensive of Pei Qingli, her husband still imprisoned, causing her heart to churn with anxiety. Pei Qingli cast a cold glance her way, his tone frigid. "What is it?" "There is something as your sister-in-law, am uncertain whether to mention," she stammered. "If you are uncertain, then do not speak. I have no time for your nonsense." Pei Qingli's words were piercingly disdainful. Zhong's expression darkened. She had not anticipated such a blatant disregard for her stature as a sister-in-law, a position that ought to command a degree of respect. He truly was uncouth. It was no wonder he had disappeared for 5 years and had mingled in the military. What good could come from such a place? A bunch of brutish men, perpetually engaged in violence. Her husband, though not without flaws, was an educated man, a scholar, a potential candidate for a minister. By rights, the title should have passed to an educated individual, not to Pei Qingli. The more she contemplated, the more aggrieved she felt for herself and her husband. She hastily implored, "Second master, could you visit the Dali Temple to check on your cousin? He has been imprisoned for several days, and I have spoken with Mengwan, but she remains tight-lipped. The Dali Temple refuses to release him. We are all family. It would be disgraceful for such matters to be made public." Zhong had also heard that her mother-in-law had intended to adopt Chang'o, the second son, into Mengwan's care, but it seemed something had gone awry, and Chang'o was returned. Her mother-in-law had never mentioned it again. Pei Qingli's gaze bore into Zhong, sharp as a knife, inducing a primal fear that made her want to flee. Regret washed over her. She wished she had refrained from bringing this matter to Pei Qingli. Yet, she had heard of his disdain for Mengwan, and after all, they were still family, while Mengwan, a widow, remained an outsider. What family would refuse to assist in times of need? Besides, was it truly worth such an uproar over a trivial item taken from her courtyard? A disgrace? His eyes were not only cold, his tone was equally frigid. If you acknowledge it as disgraceful, how could a scholar engage in such underhanded acts? Have the teachings of the sages slipped your mind? Pei Qingli's words were laced with venom, showing no mercy to anyone. Had no one taught him that taking without asking is theft? He scoffed. "If you wish to plead for leniency, go to the Dali Temple yourself." "Plead? Have you lost your senses, you fool?" Zhong's face turned a mottled hue of rage and despair, nearly bringing her to tears. She glanced at the others in the room, hoping for support, but they all kept their distance. Having taken only a few steps, Pei Qingli suddenly recalled something. Turning back to them with a grim expression, "Before my return, I could turn a blind eye to your actions, but now that I am here, should anyone dare to engage in dishonorable deeds under my watch and tarnish the reputation of the Pei household, they shall not escape my wrath." This admonition was clearly directed at Zhong. Unable to contain herself, she broke into a loud wail. How dare he? That is his cousin, his own flesh and blood. How can he stand idly by and watch his cousin face such a fate? Must he truly witness his cousin being mutilated? Zhong was beside herself, sobbing uncontrollably as she berated Pei Qingli. If only the late Marquis were still alive, he would never permit this tyrannical behavior from you. When the Princess of Zhao bore you, she should have ended your life to prevent you from growing into such a cold-hearted wretch. In Zhong's eyes, Pei Qingli should have been her ally. Instead, he not only refused to assist her but also spoke harshly, leaving her humiliated before others. Yet, no one dared to comfort her. Pei Qingli's words had set a tone that warned against provoking him, unless one wished to court disaster. Ultimately, Zhong could only retreat in disgrace. Zhao, of course, had no intention of genuinely delivering items to the northern courtyard. It was merely a pretext to make her exit. Yunju continued to weep, her face streaked with tears and snot, lamenting, "Madam, it is all my fault. I was careless and allowed you to fall into this trap." Zilan stood nearby, observing with a detached demeanor. She had attempted to intercede, but to no avail. The weeping would not cease. Mengwan, with her neck bandaged and a pallor that betrayed her condition, frowned slightly. "Do not cry. It is not your fault, my lord." The moment Pei Qingli stepped into the courtyard, Zilan took hold of Yunju and said, "Come, let us prepare some medicine." Yunju had wanted to protest, but Zilan's firm demeanor left no room for argument, and she was swiftly led away, stifling her tears. "My lord." Mengwan struggled to rise, but Pei Qingli stood before her, gazing down silently. His tall frame cast a shadow in the candlelight, emphasizing his lean yet strong physique, his expression dark and foreboding. Mengwan instinctively glanced at his shoulder, then quickly redirected her question. "Second, your injury." She recalled the depth of the wound inflicted by the blade. As a martial artist, should the injury have affected the bone, it would be a devastating blow to Pei Qingli, rendering him unable to wield a weapon henceforth. "Are you concerned for my well-being?" His voice was hoarse, his complexion lacking its previous vigor, revealing hints of illness, yet his brow remained furrowed with intensity. Mengwan feared he would misinterpret her intentions, hastily clarifying, "You are the head of the Pei household. Everyone relies on you. Naturally, I worry for you. Are you concerned for my injury, or are you worried I might fail to bring glory to the Pei household?" Could this insufferable woman not utter a kind word? Her silence only served to fuel Pei Qingli's agitation. Chapter 58. Demanding compensation. Mengwan averted her gaze, her long lashes trembling, her pallid complexion suggesting she might shatter at any moment. The young woman's hair cascaded down her shoulders, her attire thin and frail. Her lips were devoid of color, yet her delicate features exuded a soft beauty tinged with allure, poised and dignified. The deep gash on her neck, despite treatment, remained inflamed and painful, and her face bore several abrasions. With a heavy sigh, Mengwan thought, "As long as second is unharmed, that is all that matters. You are the only brother of my husband. Should anything happen to you because of me, I would fear becoming the greatest sinner." The tender smile that had briefly graced the man's lips vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy demeanor. He regretted saving this foolish woman tonight. Perhaps she should have perished in that temple. Mengwan was well aware that Pei Qingli was not fond of hearing such things, yet she felt compelled to speak out, fearing that he would sink deeper into his troubles. It seemed imperative to expedite the arrangements for his marriage, as further delays were unacceptable. A cold scoff escaped her lips, met with Pei Qingli's icy glare. "The injuries I sustained today were entirely your doing," he remarked coldly. "In 5 years of military service, I have never been wounded by bandits as I was tonight. If not for you, how could this have happened?" Mengwan's complexion paled. She understood that it was indeed Pei Qingli's own actions that had spared him from death. Unexpectedly, he found that despite her delicate appearance, she had managed to strike back against a mountain bandit, plunging a hairpin into his throat. It was her first act of killing, and to claim she was unafraid would be a lie. She was certain that nightmares awaited her this night. His visit was intended to reassure her, yet she found her words increasingly harsh, to the point where he longed to silence her. Pei Qingli scoffed, "I risked my life to save you, only to be met with your disdain." Looking at his pale visage, Mengwan recalled the glint of a knife that had nearly struck his shoulder. Her words felt cruel in light of his suffering, prompting a sigh from her lips as her tone softened. "It is my fault for neglecting your feelings," she said, lowering her gaze, her hair cascading down to reveal the bruised skin of her neck. His eyes softened momentarily. Does it still hurt? A hint of concern crept into his voice, unwittingly betraying his own feelings. Mengwan touched her neck and winced. Even the slightest contact sent sharp pain surging through her. You should not be touching it if it hurts, he said, furrowing his brows. Does it hurt that much? Your shoulder. She hesitated, her clear gaze wavering, unsure whether to inquire further. To ask would imply a concern for Pei Qingli, while to remain silent felt callous. This left Mengwan in a quandary, as she was eager to distance herself from him, hoping to minimize their future interactions. However, his presence in her courtyard felt as casual as a stroll through one's own garden. Though he was a lord, the nuances of their gender roles and her status as a widow complicated matters. Pei Qingli studied her, likely hoping to elicit some comforting words. I am sorry for the pain I caused you, he said, his voice heavy with sincerity. Indeed, it was because of her. Mengwan's grip tightened slightly, the flickering candlelight casting a warm glow over her figure. Pei Qingli's throat tightened, a visceral reaction to her undeniable allure. Did she not realize how captivating she was? Even in her frail state, she had the power to ignite a fervor within him, drawing all his blood to a boiling point. The physician had warned that if the bandit had exerted more force, Pei Qingli's hand would have been rendered useless. The gravity of the situation weighed on Mengwan's heart. Is it truly that serious? She asked, her concern palpable. Because of you, I have been unable to practice martial arts these past few days. If the emperor learns of this, he will undoubtedly reprimand me for my negligence. Pei Qingli had recently returned to court, his foundations unstable and his authority non-existent. Others were eagerly waiting to point out his shortcomings. Do you realize the trouble your actions have brought me? He said, addressing her as madam rather than Wan. Each utterance felt laced with an unspoken accusation. This is indeed my fault, bringing you such trouble, she sighed, acknowledging the difficulty of life. What compensation do you desire, dear brother? Whatever I, as your sister-in-law, can provide, I shall certainly do my utmost. As for the matters of the court, that is a burden you must navigate yourself. Compensation? Pei Qingli's gaze sharpened upon her. You possess something I desire. What is it? She asked, her curiosity piqued. As he leaned closer, his enticing scent enveloped her senses, causing her cheeks to flush. Pei Qingli pointed to his lips. This. Her ears turned crimson as she recoiled. Brother. Such jesting is inappropriate. Pei Qingli's expression turned cold, his eyes icy. I risked my life to save you from peril, yet you refuse me this? Beyond this, I have no other desires. Of course, he could resort to force, but he preferred her willingness. In their dreams, Mengwan had seldom taken the initiative, often appearing hesitant. As their intimacy grew, she occasionally displayed assertiveness. Each time she did, Pei Qingli lost control. It seemed that Mengwan was reluctant. His voice turned frigid, the very name Wan laden with frost. You could offer something else, gold, jewels, anything within your possession. Pei Qingli's gaze grew colder still. Did she truly believe he lacked such material wealth? Mengwan, he suddenly called her by her full name. If you refuse to provide it willingly, I shall take what I desire by force. With that, he swiftly pulled her into his embrace, lowering his head to seal her lips with his. Chapter 59, Wan. Help me once again. He exuded that overwhelming presence, his impatience evident. Yet this time, he had exerted the most patience with Mengwan, who seemed oblivious to his intentions. If she would not yield, he would simply take what he sought. However, this time, Mengwan was prepared, her teeth clenching tightly, refusing to grant him entry. Wan, do not resist me. She found it impossible to resist him. Whatever he desired, be it object or person, he would obtain it, even if it meant resorting to violence. Especially when it came to Mengwan. He had waited 3 years, endured 3 years, and bottled up his emotions for 3 long years. Heaven knew the torment he had suffered during that time, believing that once he found her, his heartache would finally cease. At least he could alleviate the pent-up feelings that had plagued him for so long.
To his shock,
The woman he had been entangled with in dreams for 3 years was none other than her. She could marry anyone, but not Pei Yanzhao. A mere stable hand had no right to claim Mengwan as his own. Not even for a single day would Pei Qingli allow it. In his eyes, Pei Yanzhao was unworthy of even tying Mengwan's shoes, let alone the fact that they had been wed in heaven before. He now felt fortunate that Pei Yanzhao had met his end on their wedding day. It seemed that was the only reason he had been able to enter Mengwan's dreams and entangle himself with her for 3 years. In his arms, the woman struggled, trying to escape his scorching embrace. Her panic only fueled his desire. Pei Qingli's dark eyes bore into her, clouded with longing. Mengwan, I shall say this once more. Do not attempt to resist me. His broad, heated palm fell upon her, reminiscent of their entanglements in dreams, causing her delicate form to tremble. Her hands, seemingly pushing against him, lacked the strength to pose any real threat. Instead, they felt like sparks igniting a fire within him. A peculiar itch emerged, and the corners of the young woman's eyes turned crimson. A faint, almost imperceptible moan slipped from her throat, resonating through the sultry night of midsummer, where a sweet, cloying fragrance wafted through the chamber. A probing tongue invaded, and no matter how fiercely Mengwan resisted, it was futile to push it away. The youth's heavy breathing filled the air. Second young master, her voice had shattered into incoherence, trembling with desperation. She could endure no more. Once again with such methods, Pei Qingli always rendered Mengwan helpless, her body quickly yielding like a pool of spring water in his embrace. The more she struggled, the tighter Pei Qingli's grip became. Their youthful forms intertwined, and Mengwan's thin garment was drenched in sweat, clinging to her skin, subtly revealing her flesh beneath, a sight most alluring. His palm descended, once more, and the man heard a low gasp that spoke of ultimate endurance. Wan, you know you enjoy this too, do you not? Why resist? Just as in your dreams. Why not indulge and relish the moment? I will bring you joy, let you experience the utmost ecstasy of this world. Wan, for the past 3 years, we have spent our time this way. Now that I have returned to find you, I have indeed found you. His teeth grazed Mengwan's ear lightly, sending waves of tingling sensations across her back, causing her to completely surrender, as if all her bones had melted away, leaving her devoid of strength. Second young master, please. She knew she had erred. She understood that this man always demanded payment in such a manner, so she should not have refused him moments ago. Yet, even if she had not resisted, taking the initiative might lead to even more intense storms awaiting her. Wan, do you know how long I have endured? His meaning was clear. At that moment, Mengwan felt his restraint. His breathing had become chaotic, rapid, and laden with low groans erupting from his chest. He was indeed a sight to behold. Mengwan had witnessed and felt it before. Wan, it hurts. Your wound.
No.
Pei Qingli's breathing grew more erratic, his heated breath fanning against her neck, both warm and oppressive, making her uncomfortable yet unable to resist drawing closer. If it was not a wound that pained him, then what was it? Mengwan suddenly realized that even with their garments between them, she understood. She gently pushed Pei Qingli, not daring to exert too much force, aware of his injury on his shoulder. If it hurts, I will fetch a maid for you. The man seized her hand, holding it firmly. Mengwan trembled, gasping softly, then immediately silencing herself, fearful that this intimate sound might be overheard. Even she was aware of how enticing her voice could be. Merely hearing it was enough to make one blush. If you dare to utter another word regarding a maid or similar matters, Mengwan, do you believe I will allow any woman to remain in this household tomorrow? Wan, help me. Second young master, you know what to do. Please help me. His voice had weakened, as if he had reached the limits of his endurance. Mengwan steeled herself, realizing that if she did not acquiesce, Pei Qingli might indeed lose control. He was a man of unstable emotions, and after 3 years in dreams, she had come to understand him, to some extent. After a while, the room finally fell silent. Jilan, keeping track of time, assumed it was about time, and went to fetch Yunju. Everything in the room appeared normal. Pei Qingli had already departed. Yet, a faint, sultry atmosphere lingered, prompting Jilan to open the windows wide, smiling as she noted, "It is quite warm at night. It is best for the young mistress to have more ventilation." Mengwan turned her face away, concealing her flushed countenance. Her palms felt somewhat sore and hot. "Young mistress, please drink your medicine." Yunju brought over a bowl of dark, bitter concoction, having prepared some candied fruit in anticipation of Mengwan's aversion to bitterness. She felt relieved when Mengwan consumed it without hesitation. "When did the young lord depart?" she inquired. "Tonight, we must express our gratitude to the lord. Once you recover, shall we prepare some tokens of appreciation for him?" Tokens of appreciation? Mengwan's face flushed even deeper. He had already received his due.
The lan apokek?
There is no need. The The Lord does not seem the type to demand recompense. Moreover, this is inherently the responsibility of the Marquis household, and as its lord, he bears the duty. She likely sensed that Mengwan was reluctant to express gratitude to Pei Qingli, given the circumstances of the evening. It seemed the Lord had already received his due. Chapter 60. Haunted by nightmares. Yunju. The rain outside has yet to cease. The young mistress has suffered today. It is best for her to rest early. Zhilon added several ice blocks to ensure a cool atmosphere before leaving with Yunju. Sister Zhilon. Once outside, Yunju finally voiced her concern. Do you think the Lord dislikes our young mistress? If he does, why would he risk his life to save her tonight? Zhilon understood the implication behind Yunju's words. Though the girl was somewhat slow to catch on, she was not entirely foolish. With a smile, she responded, the young mistress is the eldest daughter-in-law of the Marquis household. Do you know how many eyes are watching the Marquis residence? If anything were to happen to the young mistress, the entire household would be held accountable. The Lord saved her not only for the sake of the household, but, she paused, then continued, the Lord is not truly devoid of compassion. Had it been anyone else in peril, if the Lord were aware, he would not hesitate for a moment. Yunju was taken aback. Yet, was it not commonly said that the young lord was a merciless madman? Furthermore, who would kill upon returning home? The victim was a maid serving the old matriarch, and the scene was one Yunju could still vividly recall, horrifyingly so. Of course, Zhilan's latter statement was merely a means to placate and reassure Yunju. After all, even Zhilan could not ascertain whether the Lord would save another in danger. The nature of the Lord was inscrutable to her. He had gone missing for years, returning after 5. Such a span could fundamentally alter a person's character, especially one who had spent those years in the military. Zhilan could understand what life in the barracks entailed. The Lord was invincible on the battlefield. Thus it was evident he was not a man of indecision or kindness. Ah, I see, Yunju began to comprehend. The Lord's motivation for rescuing the young mistress was purely for the sake of the Marquis reputation. After all, this household was known as the Zhenghua Marquis residence, not the Zhongyong Marquis residence. The rain outside had not ceased. Mengwan's garden was adorned with numerous flowers, raindrops cascading forcefully upon the petals, saturating them with moisture. The delicate blooms struggled to withstand the weight, their slender stems swaying precariously in the wind, evoking sympathy. Zhilan opened an awning to shield them from the rain, providing a momentary respite. She could tell that Mengwan took great care in nurturing these flowers. Thunder rumbled, once more, and the sensation of blood splattering and a silver hairpin piercing a bandit's neck lingered vividly in her palm, the warm blood splattering across her face. The bandit stared at her with wide, disbelieving eyes, filled with malice. Those eyes, refusing to close even in death, were fixated upon Mengwan. Suddenly, she jolted awake from the nightmare, the lightning illuminating a shadow against the window. Mengwan's eyes widened, her heart skipping a beat. Who? Did I have a nightmare? Pei Qingli's arrival was shrouded in uncertainty. He had seemingly departed, and Mengwan believed he would not return that evening. To her surprise, he had indeed come, and it appeared he had been there for quite some time, quietly seated by the window, observing her as the candlelight in the room had long since extinguished. In her dreams, she had spoken a torrent of nonsensical words, likely a result of the fright she had experienced in the temple. As a delicate young lady from a prestigious family, she had never faced significant adversities in her life, accustomed to a sheltered existence. Pei Qingli, anticipating her nightmares, had come to her side. Mengwan instinctively tightened her grip on the thin quilt, her palms growing clammy with sweat. When did you arrive? She inquired, her voice betraying her anxiety. The young man lifted his cup and drained the cold tea within. Just now, he replied. Was it your first time taking a life? His words were heavy, the mention of murder weighing upon Mengwan's heart. Quite impressive, he continued. I thought you were frail and would only cry in the face of adversity. You would resist only me, never anyone else. It is an honor for that bandit to fall by your hand. Such matters of killing and death were foreign to Mengwan, who had been constrained by countless rules and teachings from a young age. Beyond her studies in the classics and the principles of womanhood, she had little real-world experience. Even in the realm of commerce, her mother had rarely allowed her to engage. Yet her father often advocated for women to venture out into the world, a sentiment her mother did not share. Gradually, it seemed even her father began to align with her mother's views. A chill crept over Mengwan's head. In the night, The young man's keen eyesight allowed him to perceive the unease etched upon her face. Rest easy, he assured her. Even if I were ravenous, I would not take advantage of you in this moment. I merely brought some calming incense to ensure you do not have nightmares tonight. How could someone so timid as you have killed? He mused. Did you not fear when you plunged the hairpin in? Now you are afraid? Everyone fears their first act of violence, yet with time, one becomes accustomed to it. He lit the incense, the sound of rain pattering against the eaves resonating clearly. Erling, you are wounded. You should return and rest. With this incense, I surely will not have nightmares, she replied, feeling unaccustomed to Pei Qingli's presence in her chamber. He moved about so freely, leaving her heart in a state of perpetual tension. Wanwan, he began slowly, his tone growing colder. Have you forgotten what I said? Mengwan's breath caught in her throat. She recalled his dislike for resistance. She was aware that the more she opposed him, the more he would resort to force. If she acquiesced, she might spare herself some of his wrath. Anxiously, she lay down, the soothing aroma of the incense enveloping her, seemingly dispelling her fears. Before drifting into sleep, Mengwan stole a glance at Pei Qingli, seated at the window, thinking he would not notice her furtive action. Little did she know. Every movement of hers was keenly observed by him. With the scent of the incense calming her, it wasn't long before she fell asleep, and miraculously, her dreams were devoid of nightmares, and Pei Qingli did not appear. Mengwan awoke feeling refreshed, revitalized from her slumber. Young madam, the second young master has arrived. Came the announcement. Pei Jinan had deliberately timed his visit for this moment. He held a food box in his hand.
I have seen my sister-in-law, he said.
Chapter 61. The northern courtyard battlefield. Dressed in a blue robe, Pei Jinan stood at the door, waiting for Mengwan's permission to enter. He exuded a refined demeanor, embodying the qualities of a true gentleman. Upon one glance, he noticed the scars on Mengwan's neck, which had begun to heal overnight but remained alarming. This revealed the harrowing experiences she had endured at the temple. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, coming so early, Mengwan replied with a gentle smile. Feeling a sense of familiarity with Pei Jinan, the only person in the marquise who did not regard her with cold indifference. Perhaps it was the shared sentiment of suffering that bound them. My mother learned of your harrowing encounter last night and made chicken soup for you. Instructing me to deliver it, he explained. Aunt has a kind heart. Jillian opened the food box, revealing a bowl of chicken soup that appeared light and refreshing. Garnished with green onions, its aroma enticing. It was enriched with various herbs known for their nourishing properties. Please try it. My mother fears her culinary skills may not meet your expectations, Pei Jinan said, a gentle smile gracing his pale, clean features, though his hand, hidden beneath his sleeve, tightened slightly, his knuckles twitching. His breathing quickened, betraying his agitation. You have yet to have breakfast, young madam? Mengwan inquired. Pei Jinan's gaze lingered on her, striving to suppress the heat in his eyes, casually looking away. Not yet. I was preoccupied with bringing you the soup. I fear my mother may scold me for being late. Then sit with me. The breakfast from the small kitchen is ready as well. Since she no longer had to pay respects, Mengwan had taken to having her breakfast in her own courtyard, avoiding the main hall to evade Pei Qingli. A sudden thought struck her. When had he departed the previous night? Remembering the injury on his shoulder, the chicken soup suddenly lost its appeal. Then I shall trouble you further, sister-in-law, Pei Jinan said, feeling a slight relief as he took a seat before Mengwan, while Jillian brought over additional utensils. Yunju arrived to serve breakfast. The morning fare in the marquise was typically light, especially during the sweltering summer, when appetites waned. Breakfast comprised mainly of congee, light snacks, and steamed buns, with little variety. The only substantial offering was likely the chicken soup Pei Jinan had brought. Mengwan was acutely aware of the difficulties faced by the second household, which prompted her to standardize the monthly allowances across all the courtyards. She anticipated some discord in the days to come. However, as the steward, the distribution of resources rested in her hands. If they wished to stir trouble, they would have to confront the master. The master would provide what he deemed fit. They dared not approach Pei Qingli. Thus, they turned to Mengwan instead. I heard from my brother that last night's incident was particularly perilous. Have you had any conflicts with anyone recently? Pei Jinan inquired. My brother suspects that the bandits and your sister might have been hired. Pei Jinan had come not only to deliver the soup but also to seek insights regarding the temple incident. Hired assassins? Mengwan's delicate brows furrowed as she contemplated this. Then shook her head. I have been in the marquise these past years and have not offended anyone. Suddenly, she looked up at Pei Qingli. What do you mean? I mean no offense. I merely asked out of concern. Investigations are the responsibility of the Dali Temple. I am merely a novice, unable to offer assistance. However, I advise you to exercise caution when venturing out in the coming days, he cautioned, his gaze subtly shifting toward Jillian. By the way, your attendant seems unfamiliar to me. She was purchased by my mother to protect me. She possesses some skills and is quite capable, though she is not very talkative. Mengwan smiled gently, lowering her head to sip from the bowl of soup. Yunju deftly extracted the meat and set it aside for Mengwan's convenience. In the opulent halls of the noble family, it was customary for the masters to dine without lifting a finger, as the maidservants would always attend to the serving of dishes. Each action was carefully observed, noting the master's preferences and aversions. Having served Mengwan since childhood, Yunju was intimately familiar with her tastes, including her distaste for chicken soup. However, with Pei Qingli present, she felt it inappropriate to disregard his sentiments. Noticing Mengwan's calm demeanor, Pei Qingli withheld his comments. He felt a strange familiarity with the maid named Zhilan, yet he could not recall where he had encountered her before. Nevertheless, he harbored doubts about her origins from Meng's household. It was indeed unfortunate for the Marquis to arrive when there were already guests in the small courtyard. As he pondered over the possible identities of those who might wish to harm him, the voice of Pei Qingli resonated from outside the northern courtyard. The man appeared to be in better spirits today. Outside, the rain drizzled, and his tall boots splashed in the puddles, sending droplets flying, causing the nearby flowers to tremble. Having seen his elder brother, Mengwan rose to greet him. Your Grace. It was essential to maintain the proper decorum. Pei Qingli's expression was cool as he glanced over the small dishes and chicken soup on the table, his gaze darkening. It was no wonder that Qingfeng mentioned Pei Qingli had left early to procure chicken for Mengwan's soup. How attentive of him! Since the Marquis had arrived, it would only be polite for him to join the meal. Judging by the current expression of Pei Qingli, he was evidently displeased by Pei Qingli's presence. With the elder brother also present for the meal, it would be inappropriate to allow Pei Qingli to dine here, while Pei Qingli abstained. If the lady does not wish to retain me, I shall not impose upon your grace, he stated, yet his steps continued inward. Yunju, please bring more bowls and chopsticks. Yunju, perceptive as ever, promptly complied. Just as Pei Qingli was about to speak, he saw Pei Qingli already taking a seat beside Mengwan. The spot was unoccupied, while Pei Qingli faced Mengwan across the table. Your Grace. Yunju was about to serve Pei Qingli when she noticed him casually taking food from Mengwan's plate. No matter if your Grace enjoys it. Mengwan subtly signaled with her eyes, prompting Yunju to serve him. The chicken soup is quite to my taste, Pei Qingli remarked, causing Pei Qingli's expression to shift slightly. He had only prepared a single serving of the soup for Mengwan, thinking her appetite would be modest. He had chosen the most tender and succulent parts to present. This soup, is it from my second aunt's kitchen? Pei Qingli inquired with a half-smile, directing his gaze at Pei Qingli. If he recalled correctly, this soup should have been prepared by Pei Qingli, who had even gone to several apothecaries to gather the necessary herbs. Short on funds, he had pawned a few paintings for silver. Though the second branch of the family was modest, he remembered that his second aunt was notoriously frugal and would hardly spend money on chicken and herbs for Mengwan's soup. Pei Qingli's palms began to sweat. Indeed, it has been many years since I have tasted my second aunt's cooking. Pei Qingli's words had reached a point where rejecting them would appear petty. Mengwan had intended for Yunju to serve him a bowl, but Pei Qingli reached out to take the entire soup bowl, sipping from it with a frown. In a moment of desperation, Mengwan opened her mouth to speak, but then fell silent. The spoon he used was one she had recently employed. Pei Qingli noticed this as well. The hen was old, and the soup had not simmered long enough, lacking flavor, with the herbal essence overpowering the taste of the chicken, making it resemble medicinal broth rather than chicken soup. It seemed that even after all these years, his second aunt's culinary skills had not improved. Such an unpalatable concoction would not even be fit for a dog. Pei Qingli's words were harsh, his tongue sharp, showing no mercy to anyone. The only person who might elicit his leniency was likely the new emperor, Gu Xingyuan. Pei Qingli was always cognizant of the distinctions between ruler and subject. Mengwan's expression changed slightly, while a shadow flickered in Pei Qingli's eyes. The soup was his own creation, prepared with care from the early hours of dawn, yet in Pei Qingli's eyes, it was worthless, a filthy substance unworthy of consumption. Take it away, Feed it to the dogs. Pei Qingli pushed the soup bowl aside, prompting Yunju to glance at Mengwan's expression. Your Grace. This is from my second aunt. The implication was clear. It belonged to her, and how it was treated was naturally her decision. Had you never tasted anything better? Such an unpalatable dish. And you dare to treat it as a treasure? Pei Qingli's harsh words were directed not only at others, but also at Mengwan. The Meng family has raised you in luxury since childhood, and you find joy in a mere bowl of chicken soup? Elder brother, Pei Jin-nan stood, aware that Pei Qingli was targeting him today. He feared Pei Qingli had discerned that he was the one who prepared the soup. Remaining would likely lead to even harsher words, and he wished to spare Mengwan any embarrassment. It appears that today's soup may not be up to par. Perhaps lacking the proper simmering time. There is no need to trouble Miss Yunju, he concluded, packing the soup bowl and food box. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Pei Qingli say, there is a single daughter in General Zhao's family of an age comparable to yours. Pei Jin-nan paused, tightening his grip on the food box. His chest burned with emotion, yet he stifled it. I appreciate your concern, but the matter of Ber Yun's marriage will surely rely on sister-in-law's guidance. In that case, Pei Qingli's gaze pierced through him, as if it could see through the shadows of his heart. The lady might consider sending an invitation to the Zhao family, inviting their daughter to visit our residence. Mengwan contemplated that indeed, Pei Jin-nan had reached the age for marriage. Since even Pei Qingli broached the subject, refusing would seem inappropriate. What do you think, Ber Yun? However, Mengwan would still seek Pei Jin-nan's opinion. If he consented, she would naturally not object. Pei Jin-nan maintained his composure, revealing nothing in his expression. Ber Yun will follow sister-in-law's instructions. Whatever you arrange will be fine. Mengwan sighed in relief. This way, it was convenient. She could extend invitations not just to one family, but also to the Marquis. How about we send your invitation along with Ber Yun's? Mengwan ventured, testing the waters. She had previously mentioned Pei Qingli's marriage prospects, and today seemed a fitting time to bring it up again. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, as if the very air around them had turned frigid. Mengwan felt uneasy, but having spoken, she could not retract her words. This matter needed addressing eventually. As the nominal widow of Pei Qingli, it was fitting for her to oversee his marital arrangements. The eastern courtyard likely wished to remain uninvolved, eager for her to take charge. Pei Jin-nan added, sister-in-law is absolutely right. My elder brother and I are of similar ages, making it appropriate for us to extend invitations to various families. Surely, once my elder brother settles his marital affairs, the late Princess Zhao, he will be pleased to know. He was astute, recognizing the significance of invoking the late princess's name at such a critical juncture. Ber Yun seems quite invested in the matter concerning the Marquis. The words from your elder brother suggest that as brothers, we should consider being more thoughtfully. Unbeknownst to them, a thick fog of tension had enveloped the two, as if an invisible struggle had commenced. Yet, Mengwan, being a part of this intricate web, remained oblivious to the brewing conflict. I presume the Marquis agrees with this sentiment? Mengwan quickly pressed him for an answer. With the conversation having escalated to this point, Pei Qingli had no option left but to acquiesce. A cold snort escaped his nostrils as he abruptly rose and strode towards the door. His voice, sharp and frosty, echoed, "Thank you, madam." He then inquired about Ben's plans for the afternoon, not forgetting to extend his regards to Pei Jinan. Pei Jinan, unable to fathom his intentions, replied that there was nothing of great importance in the courtyard. Since there were no pressing matters, you shall accompany me, my lord, for your physique indeed requires rigorous training. As soon as the elder brother spoke, Pei Qingli's fist landed squarely on his chest. Caught off guard, Pei Jinan staggered back several steps before managing to steady himself.
Elam!
Mengwan exclaimed, rising in haste. Why the urgency, madam? I merely wish to assess Ben's physical condition. In such a frail state, how can he be deemed worthy of a son-in-law? Possessing a physique akin to a son yet weaker than a woman, my Marquis household does not sustain the inept. Pei Qingli's tone was frigid, his gaze directed at Mengwan, though the words were clearly intended for Pei Jinan. Should she dare to exhibit even a hint of concern for Pei Jinan, Pei Qingli would not hesitate to personally discipline him. Chapter 63. Public humiliation with such frailty. Incapable of carrying even the lightest burden, how can one expect a woman to regard you favorably, let alone willingly marry you? A flicker of humiliation crossed Pei Jinan's eyes. He understood that Pei Qingli was deliberately humiliating him before Mengwan. The reason for his frail constitution was well known throughout the Marquis residence, a consequence of the Eastern courtyard's influence. Years ago, he had narrowly escaped death, and living to see another day was already a stroke of luck. Mengwan stood silently by, refraining from interjecting, as this was a matter to be resolved between the brothers. Surely, Pei Qingli would exercise some restraint in his actions. Today, you shall accompany me to the training grounds. Your body indeed requires some serious conditioning. Boyan will heed his elder brother. Pei Jinan lowered his gaze, concealing the tumult of emotions swirling within. Once at the training grounds, it would be more than mere practice. Upon learning that Pei Jinan was taken to the training grounds by Pei Qingli, the second house hastily made their way to the eastern courtyard, lamenting that Pei Jinan's poor health could very well cost him his life. The eastern courtyard, however, had no intentions of intervening. They merely commented, "This household is now under Mengwan's management. Any grievances you have should be directed to her, not us." Over the years, Mengwan had been the one financing treatments for your brain, so why come to my courtyard to lament now? Zhao's tone was laced with coldness, as she considered how, without Mengwan's intervention, Pei Jinan would have long since perished. Despite predictions that he would not survive the winter, Mengwan had summoned a renowned physician, spending lavishly to pull him back from the brink of death. Yet, the second house had been cautious around Mengwan, not openly criticizing her. But if confronted by members of the first or third houses, they would retreat, choosing silence over confrontation. They had no desire to seek Mengwan's assistance. Firstly, Mengwan hailed from a distinguished family, and the second house felt inferior, both disdainful and fearful of her. Secondly, they feared that the eastern courtyard would perceive any connection to the northern courtyard as a threat, inviting their ire. Ultimately, however, the Lin family of the second house mustered the courage to approach Mengwan. Thankfully, they learned that Pei Qingli was merely taking Pei Jinan to the training grounds for his health, which eased their concerns. They feigned interest in Mengwan's well-being. Mengwan was engrossed in her accounts, her eyes weary from prolonged scrutiny. "I heard from the servants that you plan to send invitations for Boyan and Erlang's wedding. Your attention to Ba's marriage is greatly appreciated," Lin said, aware of her own lesser status, having endured a life of compromise in the second house, constantly overshadowed by the first house. Mengwan, smiling faintly, replied, "Aunt, it is but a simple task. If we can finalize Boyan and Erlang's marriage, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. As for the chicken soup you prepared for me today, there is no need for such trouble in the future. The monthly allowances from each courtyard are now equal, and given Ba's poor health, it would be best to reserve those funds for his care." Mengwan noted that although the soup had been sent, she had little inclination to consume it. This was the first instance in 3 years that the second house had sent anything to her. Both Lin and Mengwan felt the awkwardness of the situation. Fortunately, it was Boyan who had delivered the soup. With Pei Jinan's medical expenses being considerable, Mengwan preferred that the funds be allocated for his treatment, especially since Boyan would soon require funds for his marriage. "Do you understand my meaning, Aunt?" Lin was taken aback. "Chicken soup? What chicken soup?" She suddenly recalled the savory aroma wafting from the corner courtyard. Could it be that soup was prepared there and sent to Mengwan? Realization dawned upon her, and the smile on her face faltered. "Yes, I was merely concerned about your health. Since you have mentioned it, I trust your courtyard is not lacking in such provisions." Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, Lin found it difficult to remain in the presence of Mengwan. The thought that her son had sent soup to Mengwan, while she had never received such attentions from him, gnawed at her. As a widow, she should have declined his offering, maintaining propriety. Such thoughts left Lin in a state of distress, compelling her to make a hasty exit. Yunju approached, casting a puzzled glance at the departing Lin. She placed a chilled sweet soup before Mengwan and remarked, "Madam, why does the second house mistress seem so strange?" Mengwan, unaware of the underlying tension, remained focused on her account books, marking discrepancies. Ever since she took charge of the tea house, the accountants had grown anxious, diligently rectifying previous oversights. "What is so strange? When I arrived, I noticed the second mistress appeared quite unwell. Did you say something to her?" Mengwan shook her head. "Then it is even more peculiar," Yunju muttered, choosing not to pursue the matter further. After lunch, Mengwan returned to the accounting office. This time, they were more astute, recognizing that she would immediately begin scrutinizing their records. Mengwan, unyielding, discerned their attempts at disingenuousness. Behind her, Jilan held a wooden tray. "Everyone, please set aside your work. Although my health is not at its best, These issues must be resolved. The young mistress has arrived. We were just reviewing the accounts. How may we assist you? The accountant with the mustache was the first to approach, smiling broadly. Mengwan stated, I have advanced this month as salary for you all. And additionally, I have granted an extra month as allowance. She paused, casting her gaze upon those present. The expressions of several accountants shifted dramatically, and the smile on the face of the man with the mustache faltered. Young madam, are you implying that you wish to dismiss us? They were all individuals who had been filtered into their positions, and how could Mengwan dare to act so? It is not my intention, she replied, but the Lord Marquis believes that the accounts of the Marquis lack transparency, likely due to your insufficient capabilities. The Lord Marquis stated that you either take your salary and leave the Marquis or allow someone to audit the accounts and see how much you all have embezzled over the past 3 years. Half of these words were her sentiment, while the other half echoed the thoughts of Pei Qingli. Otherwise, Mengwan would not have uttered them. Upon hearing it was the Lord Marquis's intention, the accountants dared not speak further. Young madam, we have served in the Marquis for 3 years. Indeed, we have been negligent, but we assure you that we will rectify the accounts. Young madam, you are magnanimous. Could you possibly intercede with the Lord Marquis on our behalf and grant us mercy this once? The man with the mustache was reluctant to lose his position. The remuneration from other households could not match what they received from the Marquis. Furthermore, prior to Mengwan managing affairs, their positions were akin to a retirement plan, and they could often neglect their duties without consequence. They relied heavily on the connections they had with the masters of the Marquis. To put it bluntly, without the Marquis, they would likely find it difficult to secure employment elsewhere. The Lord Marquis's sentiment is precisely what I just conveyed. Mengwan had no desire to engage further with them. She would not retain any of them. As it became evident that there was no room for negotiation, the man with the mustache glared at Mengwan with a sullen expression, while the others fell silent. The master had spoken, and should they continue to protest, they would merely invite ridicule upon themselves. Young madam, seeing that the salary had already been distributed, Mengwan prepared to leave. However, the man with the mustache abruptly called out to her. Is there something else? Is this truly the Lord Marquis's directive, or is it your personal decision? Mengwan turned to him and replied, whether it is I or the Lord Marquis, it is the same sentiment. The man's expression darkened further, his eyes fixed on Mengwan's retreating figure. Alas, we have truly kicked against an iron plate this time. Indeed, had we known, we should have worked diligently from the beginning, but who could have anticipated that the young Lord Marquis would return so suddenly? When the old matriarch was in charge, their lives were much easier. Now that the young madam has taken charge, everyone within the Marquis complains about her severity behind her back. And now she has dismissed us all. What capability does she possess? Does she think she can find better accountants than us after dismissing us? The accounts of this Marquis are a mess. I am curious to see what accountants she can procure. Among them, some were resentful, lamenting their fate, yet failing to recognize their own incompetence. Lu Go, why don't you speak to the old matriarch? Suddenly, someone turned their gaze to the man with the mustache, whose name was Lu Yi, a person favored by the old matriarch. The accountants were well aware of this and typically followed his lead. Yes, Lu Go. We all have elders and children to care for. If we leave the Marquis, it is unlikely anyone else will employ us. These individuals were now in a state of panic, having never considered that their previous deceit and avarice would lead to such a day. Furthermore, should they leave the Marquis for another position, those employers would also conduct inquiries. The records would clearly document where they had worked, what roles they had held, what rewards and punishments they had received, and the reasons for their dismissal. Each detail would be meticulously recorded. Thus, who would dare to employ them? Lu Yi had naturally considered this as well. He narrowed his eyes, stroking his mustache as he said, Very well, we have worked together for many years. We cannot allow a mere inexperienced woman to dictate our fates. He scoffed lightly and continued, She is a widow, restless and unsatisfied. Attempting to assume the role of steward when there are legitimate mistresses in the Marquis, what gives her the right to manage us? Lu Yi's words instantly garnered the agreement of the others. They united in solidarity, determined to confront Mengwan to the bitter end. Rest assured, I will speak with the old matriarch shortly. This Marquis is not for a mere girl to govern. With Lu Yi's assurance, the remaining accountants finally felt a sense of comfort. It seemed that as long as the old matriarch intervened, their positions would be secure. As for Mengwan, she was merely an inexperienced widow without a man, How much disturbance could she truly create? Did she genuinely assert such things? At that moment, Pei Qingli was in a small loft at the training grounds, receiving reports from Chung Feng regarding the affairs of the household. Upon hearing that Mengwan intended to dismiss the accountants who had been idling in the marquee, a soft smile graced the corners of his lips. She is quite astute. Though she is terrified, she understands the necessity of wielding his name to intimidate those individuals. Otherwise, despite her current authority over the household's provisions, the years of disregard and negligence had rendered her voice weak. They would hardly heed her. Moreover, they had their own backing, believing that even if Mengwan managed the marquee, historically, a woman was expected to show filial piety to her in-laws and respect her elders. With so many elders present in the marquee, could they truly allow an outsider to take charge? Not only would they resist, but the clan elders would also never consent. In their eyes, merchants were driven solely by profit, and apart from their coppery scent, they possessed nothing else. A girl raised in a merchant family, no matter how composed, would never be deemed suitable. However, a subordinate had observed that among the accountants, there was one named Lu Yi, who had connections to the old matriarch. This matter would likely not end peacefully. Who would not find peace? Naturally, it was Mengwan who would be troubled.
Outside,
the rain continued to fall in a gentle patter. Even the rain, he, wounded as he was, demanded that the new recruits endure the elements. The military strength of Daong had weakened, with the previous emperor favoring literature over martial prowess. Only upon the new emperor's ascension did this issue come to the forefront. Now that Pei Qingli had returned to the capital, he was determined to rigorously train the troops, actively recruiting and expanding the military forces of Daong. Thus, they could thwart any lurking threats. Not finding peace? Pei Qingli let out a cold scoff, abruptly slamming down the teacup in his hand. The fine-boned china shattered into fragments. That old fool was merely emboldened by the fact that this marquis had yet to uncover any evidence, allowing him to act so brazenly. Speaking of evidence, Chung Feng suddenly recalled something. Lord Marquis, I discovered that the third lady has been seeking someone outside these days. Should I send someone to follow her? The third lady? That fool? If it has already been discovered, why do you still ask me? Do you require me to personally instruct you on how to do your job? Chung Feng thought to himself, he truly deserves to be scolded. Had I known, I would not have asked. Regarding the death of Princess Zhaohe, it was long claimed to be due to illness, but the young marquis did not believe it. He insisted on uncovering the truth. As for how to find that truth, that was not his concern. Pei Qingli narrowed his elongated eyes, fixating on Pei Jinan, who was out in the rain. What was amiss with him? Naturally, he was inquiring about Pei Jinan. His subordinate had deliberately arranged for someone to probe, and it seemed that the fourth young master truly possessed no martial prowess. Is that so? He averted his gaze, unwilling to look at him. He was unconvinced. Had any leads been discovered regarding the poison afflicting Mengwan? The court physician had stated that Mengwan was poisoned, the toxin gradually eroding her body, unbeknownst to her for all these years. However, even the physician was unaware of its nature. It was only clear that if allowed to progress unchecked, Mengwan would inevitably meet her demise one day. It was rumored that there existed a toxin in the northern frontier, colorless and odorless, where the afflicted displayed no symptoms. Yet it would lead to gradual deterioration, culminating in the failure of the internal organs. Just as Chung Feng finished speaking, he sensed the chill emanating from his master intensifying. His subordinate had already sent someone to infiltrate the Meng residence for investigation, and he believed results would surface soon. As for the Marquis's residence, he had conducted inquiries as well. Mengwan, a secluded woman, had remained in the Meng family before her marriage and in the Marquis's household thereafter. Thus, the perpetrators behind her poisoning could only be from either the Marquis or the Meng's households. The toxin from the northern frontier was invaluable. Such an elusive and intangible poison was exceedingly rare. Therefore, those willing to expend such resources and effort to poison Mengwan could not be ordinary individuals. Baiyun, we shall return to the residence, Pei Qingli declared, descending to pat Pei Jinan's shoulder, who appeared thoroughly exhausted today. Observing the sky, it was indeed time for lunch at the residence. Inside the carriage, Pei Qingli suddenly inquired, I have heard that your wife has taken great care of you during these years in the Marquis's household? His rare question left Pei Jinan momentarily startled, wiping the rainwater from his face and hastily donning a dry outfit. Yes, Baiyun is weak and has nearly succumbed to illness several times. It was thanks to my sister-in-law bringing renowned physicians to tend to me that I was able to endure until my brother's return. As he spoke, a relieved smile graced his face. Now, with my brother back, my sister-in-law can also breathe a little easier. This remark bore no ulterior motives. However, he paused, looking at Pei Qingli with a hint of probing curiosity. Does my brother not hold affection for my sister-in-law? In truth, his sister-in-law was quite admirable. Whenever he fell ill, she would personally brew nourishing soup for him, tirelessly caring for him night and day, for which Baiyun felt immense gratitude. It was a pity that his sister-in-law had been widowed for years, and it seemed she would have to live her remaining days in solitude. If Baiyun could one day marry a woman as kind and gentle as his sister-in-law, it would surely be a blessing earned from a previous life. Upon uttering this, the atmosphere in the carriage shifted. Cheng Feng, driving the carriage outside, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The fourth young master truly dared to speak such words. Was he not, in essence, declaring war against the Marquis? Yet, how peculiar it was, this fourth young master seemed unaware of the Marquis's sentiments. Humph. A widowed woman was indeed worthy of such praise from him. Pei Qingli's dark eyes grew heavy, his youthful jaw tense, clearly displeased. He was acutely aware of Mengwan's circumstances, but hearing such sentiments expressed by another stirred discontent within him. He wished to conceal Mengwan, to ensure that only he could behold her day and night. Any lingering gaze upon her, even in thought, was an unforgivable transgression. Nevertheless, he understood that Mengwan had her own ambitions. She needed to establish her authority. Her affairs could be managed independently, and his role would merely be to lend subtle support from behind the scenes. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, they fortuitously encountered officials from the Ministry of Justice. Mengwan stood in the main hall, the daylight filtering uniformly over her. The young woman donned a simple yet elegant white magnolia robe, adorned at the waist with a gold-threaded tassel. Her earlobes were graced with East pearls, exuding simplicity and grace, warmth and charm. The moment Pei Qingli stepped into the courtyard, his gaze fell upon Mengwan, unable to stray away. Baiyun. A voice laced with Pei Qingli's simmering anger echoed in his ears. Perhaps sensing his own impropriety, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze, presenting a demeanor of respect and humility before Pei Qingli. Your mother has come to seek you. Perhaps aware that I took you to the training grounds today, worried I might exhaust your health. Pei Qingli's tone was frigid, devoid of any brotherly affection, cold and distant. As Pei Qingli looked over, he caught sight of his mother's peculiar gaze. Mother. She had witnessed his lingering glance at Mengwan. A sudden, unsettling thought flashed through Lin's mind. Could it be that her son harbored feelings for Mengwan? The mere consideration ignited a fire of discontent within her. On the way home, Lin bore a stern expression, inquiring, did the corner tower prepare chicken soup today? Pei Qingli's eyes flickered slightly. Yes, it was intended to nourish you. Liar. Lin suddenly shouted at him. That soup was clearly sent to the northern courtyard. Baiyun, she is your sister-in-law. Pei Qingli was taken aback, his lips pressed tight, the color draining from his fair countenance. He understood that it was precisely because she was his sister-in-law, having cared for him significantly in the past, that he merely wished to express his sentiment through nourishing soup after her ordeal. Baiyun, you are being foolish. Lin's heart ached, her voice filled with pain. I have cared for you for many years. Since you were harmed by the first household, suffering from lingering ailments, I have devoted myself solely to your well-being. Yet here you are, only concerned for Mengwan, a widow, while you have yet to marry. Do you not realize how others will perceive you? Lin's anger stemmed from her own son, who had sent the nourishing soup to Mengwan rather than to her, his mother. Pei Qingli listened quietly, offering no rebuttal. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the Deputy Minister of Justice, Lord Huicheng, was meticulously questioning Mengwan about the events at the temple. Lord Hu implied that someone had hired an assassin against him. Currently, there was no evidence, yet the tea house's manager had several dubious transactions under his name. And on the day the young mistress encountered her troubles, he had a considerable sum of money. At these words, Mengwan's palms tightened, and she raised her eyes to the youth standing at the corridor. Pei Qingli stood there, droplets of water falling from the banana leaves, producing a dull sound. His inky black eyes, like a profound abyss, bore into her. An inexplicable panic surged within her heart, prompting her to swiftly avert her gaze. Chapter 66. Speaking in circles. Lord of the State, Lord Hu posed numerous inquiries, having some acquaintance with Mengwan's father, and naturally, he came to inquire personally after her misfortune. Pei Qingli approached, his tall stature exuding an elegant grace, akin to jade, with a handsome demeanor embodying propriety and elegance. Has Lord He uncovered any leads? Perhaps there are some, Lord He replied, glancing at Mengwan, the meaning unspoken yet clear. Do not hesitate to speak. My lady can hear. Mengwan's heart leaped, her palms growing warm. His words bore a hint of ambiguity. It was presumed that the one who hired the assassin was the tea house manager, Feng Biao. However, he had already fled. Fled? He certainly did so quite swiftly. Upon hearing that Feng Biao was behind the assassination attempt, Mengwan was not surprised. After all, Feng Biao had always been a coward, likely harboring resentment after she dismissed him, leading him to hire an assassin. Yet, Mengwan found it strange. I left the tea house for only an afternoon. How could he have arranged for so many bandits so quickly? This question struck at the heart of the matter. Lord He explained. He likely had prior collusion with the bandits. Young mistress, your tea house's business has drawn their interest. Dismissing Feng Biao would have encroached upon their profits. However, rest assured, my dear lady, I, Huicheng, shall not tolerate such rogues and will certainly bring him to justice. Mengwan smiled faintly, saying, in that case, I am grateful. No need for such politeness, my lady. Duke of the State, I bid you farewell. Lord He departed with his entourage, noticing the weariness etched on Mengwan's face. Glancing at the table, he remarked, today, I have obtained a new spirit-reviving incense from the palace. I am not fond of incense, and keeping it would be of no use. Yunju, he called, and the astute Yunju promptly stepped forward to accept the box from Cheng Feng's hands. The box was substantial, adorned with intricate mother-of-pearl designs, exuding an air of opulence. Not to mention the precious contents within. As the lord was soon to wed, it would be far better to reserve this fine incense for his future bride, for my chambers are already amply supplied with such items. Mengwan, however, dared not accept gifts from Pei Qingli. Since his return, her quarters had been inundated with various items, some overtly gifted by Pei Qingli, while others had mysteriously appeared. Especially that jade pillow in her room, which even someone as unversed in worldly goods as Mengwan could recognize as a treasure of immeasurable value. Observing how every word he uttered revolved around his future bride, the veins on the back of the man's hand bulged, indicating his struggle to maintain restraint. My future bride refers to something far more valuable. It is merely a piece of incense. If you do not desire it, feel free to bestow it upon the servants or discard it as you wish. With that, he said no more and turned to leave. Mengwan watched his retreating figure, her gaze involuntarily drawn to his shoulder. Lady, shall we discard this incense? The box's design suggested it likely originated from the palace, where even the most commonplace items were exceedingly precious. Mengwan sighed helplessly within, thinking, let us keep it for now. Though he had spoken thus, if she were to truly give it away or throw it away, Pei Qingli might very well uproot the entire duke's residence. Yunju leaned in and inhaled, lady. The fragrance of this incense is rather pleasant. Would you like me to light it for you during your midday rest? Mengwan, having just organized the accounts in the morning, felt her body weary as the officials from the Dali temple arrived again near lunchtime. At that moment, she scarcely heard what Yunju had said. Seeing her silence, Yunju assumed Mengwan had acquiesced. Mengwan expected Pei Qingli to have returned to his little courtyard. Yet, as she stepped into the north courtyard, she was taken aback to find him seated there. It was none other than Pei Qingli himself. As she entered, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. Pei Qingli's gaze locked onto her instantly. Observing her hesitance, he could discern her thoughts, as her emotions were plainly displayed on her face. Seeing me here, are you too afraid to enter? Do you think I would harm you? The chilling tone startled Yunju, who cautiously tugged at Mengwan's sleeve, silently questioning her about the sudden appearance of that ominous figure. It seemed that since the young lord's return, he had developed a particular fondness for frequenting the north courtyard. With so many eyes and ears in the duke's residence, should anyone witness this, countless rumors would surely arise. Upon entering her small courtyard, Mengwan discovered the table laden with food. However, upon glancing at it, she realized none of the dishes were those she had ordered for the day. The maidservants were busy setting the table, filled with light fare. Even the meat soup was accompanied by greens. What was Erlang trying to achieve? Was he planning to settle in her north courtyard? Lady, the duke has sustained an injury. The physician advises that the wound is deep and may fester in the coming days. The north courtyard is tranquil. and it would be beneficial for him to spend time here to aid his recovery, Zhilan explained. Mengwan understood that this was merely an excuse concocted by Pei Qingli to persuade her. If Erlang believed that her north courtyard was conducive to healing, he might as well move into her chamber while she relocated to another courtyard, as there were indeed many vacant quarters in the Duke's residence. Is it not taught that one should refrain from speaking of food while dining and from discussing matters of rest while asleep? Did Master Meng not instruct you on this? Mengwan thought, this man truly has no sense of reason. Engaging him in such discussions is akin to speaking in vain. It leads nowhere. As she sat down, Yun Zhu began to serve her. It was smoked venison. Pei Qingli placed a piece of venison before Mengwan. She opened her mouth to speak. Duke, we should refrain from discussing while eating. Coincidentally, I have matters to discuss with you. Mengwan felt a pang of frustration, for he was clearly disregarding her words. His disposition was indeed elusive. Earlier, you mentioned that there are many vacant courtyards in the Duke's residence, yet I observed that several are already occupied. Pei Qingli did not respond, and Mengwan nearly forgot that the Duke's residence was home to others. The relatives from the third branch had all been brought in by her family shortly after her marriage. Thus, the Duke's residence was also responsible for providing for her maternal relatives. Erlang's implication was clear. Mengwan should dismiss those individuals. She sighed, putting down her chopsticks. I understand Erlang's intention, but the third branch is rather difficult to deal with. If Erlang wishes for me to take on the role of the villain, he might as well do it himself. Chapter 67. The Duke's Madness. She was indeed now in charge, yet she preferred to avoid antagonizing others as much as possible. Having reviewed her dowry list that morning, she realized that during her 3 years in the Duke's residence, they had spent a considerable amount on her. Currently, the household was in an uproar. It is not that I expect you to become the villain. Pei Qingli would never wish for her to take on such a role. Those troublesome individuals would inevitably seek to cause her distress. Having been away from Kuanjing for many years, I am not familiar with the Duke's residence. You need to provide me with a list. A list? Mengwan paused to contemplate, quickly grasping his meaning. Ah, I see. She smiled. Erlang, do not worry later. I will have someone deliver the list to you. This remark could also be seen as a way to dismiss Pei Qingli. He regarded her intently for a moment before lowering his head to continue eating, falling silent thereafter. Despite having spent years in the military, the nobility ingrained in him since childhood had not been diminished. Even as a warrior, his every gesture at the dining table radiated an undeniable air of elegance and grace. Coupled with his superior looks and physique, he was indeed quite striking. Have you had your fill? His sudden voice startled Mengwan, nearly causing her to drop her chopsticks. She hurriedly averted her gaze, suddenly aware that she had been lost in thought, staring at Pei Qingli. Having been taught the principles of womanhood since childhood, she understood that women should adhere to decorum and propriety, never behaving in a manner contrary to moral principles. They must never defy their parents. Her mother had said that when a woman marries, she severs ties with her maternal family, prioritizing her husband's household, serving her husband, and being filial to her in-laws. To be a respectful and obedient daughter-in-law, nurturing children, was the rightful duty of a woman. It was not to wander about with her father, visiting shops and observing business, nor to learn how to manage subordinates like her father did. If she were to learn, it should be how to manage the household and care for the inner court after marriage, alleviating her husband's worries. She had been bound by these rules and rituals for far too long. Breaking free from them was no easy task. Meanwhile, Pei Qingli had never been one to conform to conventions. He had always loathed being restrained by rules and regulations, believing that life should be lived freely, unconfined by various constraints. Thus, in the eyes of the people of Kuanjing, he was seen as a madman who defied conventions. In such a dynasty and era, anything that does not adhere to ancestral customs and rituals is regarded as aberrant. If you wish to observe, you may do so openly. He set down his chopsticks, gazing at Mengwan with utmost seriousness, enunciating each word with gravity. Mengwan, he said, I spent 5 years at the frontier, a time rife with bloodshed and treachery. Yet, the frontier possesses its own beauty. You should witness it for yourself. The women there differ from those in the Central Plains. They are unburdened by so many constraints. It was there that Pei Qingli realized that women unbound by rules are truly free. He reminisced about his mother, who was meant to be a lofty princess. Upon marrying into the marquise, she entered a carefully woven web of lies and deceit. Even after discovering the truths behind the marquisate's facade, she could not bear to leave. believing that a woman's marriage was a lifelong commitment. Regardless of her husband's character, she ought to remain steadfast. While men may indulge in fleeting romances, women are expected to be unwavering, fearing the consequences of a wandering heart. Once married, even death must occur within the confines of her husband's household. Moreover, as a member of the royal family, her abandonment would become a scandal for the entire lineage. In this world, there are no divorced women, only discarded ones. Society cannot tolerate the latter, and the royal family is even less forgiving. Even a princess cannot escape the shackles of decorum, ultimately succumbing to the machinations and schemes of her family. Thus, he wished for Mengwan to avoid a similar fate to that of his mother. The denizens of the Marquisate are as cunning as wolves and tigers. He lamented his lack of evidence to confront them, but once he procured proof, none would escape the repercussions. Mengwan stared at him, likely perplexed as to why Pei Qingli had suddenly confided such thoughts to her. Not to mention the frontier. Women from other families, once married, are obliged to seek permission from their in-laws and husbands even to step outside. How much more so for the distant frontier? Should a woman venture out without consent, it is deemed an act of defiance. In Daong, defying one's elders or husband is a grave sin. You jest, sir, she replied. How can a woman, confined to her home, venture to the frontier? Besides, I have heard that the frontier is a place of bitter cold. I imagine you have endured much hardship there. Mengwan wished to swiftly change the subject, as it delved far beyond her previous learnings. Neither her teacher nor her mother had ever imparted such lessons. Yet her father always seemed different. Whenever he looked at her, it felt as if he were gazing into an entirely new world, an expression she could not comprehend. Suddenly, Pei Qingli fell silent and rose to leave the northern courtyard. Mengwan found his behavior peculiar, yet he did not appear angry. By evening, she had compiled the list Pei Qingli requested and sent it with Jilan. Before long, Jilan hurried back, her face marked by urgency and concern.
Jilan, what is amiss?
Mengwan set down her pen. Young madam, it seems the Marquis has developed a fever. Mengwan paused in her bookkeeping. What caused the fever? It appears his wound has reopened. Today, the Marquis took the fourth young master to the training grounds.
And it was still raining then.
Mengwan furrowed her brow. Could it be that he was caught in the rain? Have you called for the physician? Jilan hesitated. Her words tangled. Yes, we did, but the Marquis injured the physician. Injured the physician? Young madam, should you not go and see him? Mengwan was reluctant and fearful. If he had struck the physician, what might he do to her? Young madam, the Marquis was hurt because of you. If this injury delays the Emperor's business, he may be held accountable. As the Marquis's sister-in-law, it would be wise for you to go and persuade him to seek treatment. Jilan urged her earnestly, trying to coax Mengwan to the Marquis's quarters. Very well, I shall change. Mengwan had intended to retire for the night, but with Pei Qingli suddenly feverish and violent, she was uncertain if her presence would provoke him further. As she approached, her heart raced with trepidation. Pei Qingli resided in the largest courtyard of the Marquisate, originally designated for Pei Yanzhao. Upon his return, it naturally reverted to him. As Mengwan stepped into the main courtyard, she heard the sound of objects being smashed from within.
Get out.
All of you, get out. Pei Qingli's furious voice followed. Chapter 68. The Art of Calculation. Mengwan felt an urge to retreat, but Jilan's anxious voice compelled her forward. I never imagined the Marquis's fever would drive him to such madness, and he refuses to let the physician come. If this continues, he risks serious harm. Young madam, the future of our Marquisate depends on the Marquis, Jilan implored. Mengwan found herself in a quandary, torn between going and staying. What is he doing? The moment she opened the door, a teacup hurtled toward her face. Fortunately, Jilan reacted swiftly, pushing Mengwan aside and catching the cup just in time to spare her from injury. The room was in disarray, a metallic scent of blood permeating the air. Chengfeng attempted to restrain Pei Qingli, who was in a frenzy, his eyes crimson and his demeanor wild. The physician nearby bore visible injuries, his face a mask of terror. Young madam, you have finally arrived. Please, persuade the Marquis. He is burning with fever, and his wounds have reopened. If this continues, he will lose too much blood. Chengfeng's distress was palpable. Mengwan observed Pei Qingli's condition. He appeared to be in a delirious state, dressed in undergarments soaked in blood. His hair was disheveled, and his bloodshot eyes locked onto her in an instant. At that moment, she felt a jolt of fear. Second brother? Yunju. Hurry to the storeroom and fetch the calming medicine. Mengwan understood that Pei Qingli was in a state of mania. She had heard that he had bouts of madness in his youth, and now, with his injury and fever, he was beyond control. It was said that in his childhood, he had harmed many, even injuring the old marquis. Since then, rumors had circulated that Pei Qingli was a harbinger of disaster, destined one day to bring ruin upon his parents. However, such gossip was ultimately unfounded, and the old marquis could not allow such disgrace to persist. Ensuring the rumors were thoroughly dispelled, young Madame Yunju began to leave, but was blocked by an approaching figure. It was Mama Du, a trusted attendant of the matriarch. Mama Du, Mengwan said, the marquis is unwell. I implore you to keep your distance for your own safety.
Mama Du smiled, producing a wooden box.
I understand, young madam. I have seen the marquis in such a state before. The matriarch is aware of his condition and sent me with medicine. You must ensure the marquis takes it. Calculating the time, it was indeed the day for his episode. After all, the medicine had initially been intended for Princess Zhaohe, but had inadvertently been consumed by young Pei Qingli, leading to his affliction. This ailment had been examined by palace physicians, who deemed it untreatable, attributing it to a damaged foundation. The matriarch sought medicine to stabilize his condition, which he had taken in his youth. However, after 5 years of absence, upon returning and visiting Changshaoting, he soon succumbed to madness. Although Mengwan was not well versed in the intrigues of the marquis, she was perceptive. Receiving the medicine, she said, I will ensure the marquis takes it. Yet Mama Du did not depart. It seems that only by witnessing Mengwan personally administer the medicine to him would he find solace. This, in turn, heightened Mengwan's suspicions. The old matriarch had long secluded herself in the longevity hall, and he had succumbed to madness only for a short while before news had spread. Was he perhaps waiting all along? Now, just when she needed assistance, this medicine seemed to be rather peculiar. Does Mama Du have other matters to attend to? Mengwan inquired with a smile, fixing her gaze on Mama Du. Since this medicine was brought by the matriarch, it must surely be of excellent quality. However, given Erlang's current condition, he might not be able to ingest it. I must devise a way to calm him down, mustn't I? A flicker of surprise flashed in Mama Du's eyes, as if she hadn't expected Mengwan to speak in such a manner. Yet, considering that Mengwan was unaware of the nature of the medicine, she felt slightly reassured that it would be administered to him. Yes, I shall return to report, she replied. The force of the wind could no longer contain Pei Qingli, who was thrown back violently, crashing to the ground. The sheer impact sent a jolt of fear through Mengwan. Erlang, do you recognize who I am? She approached cautiously. In his frenzied state, Pei Qingli suddenly moved closer, their faces mere inches apart. Mengwan could see the crimson veins in his eyes, and in that moment, her heart raced to her throat. His hand loomed above her head, and she feared that one swift blow could shatter her skull. Bo Fu? Mengwan tentatively called out once more.
Bofu.
It was the name given to him at birth by the late emperor, designated for Pei Qingli to receive during his coming-of-age ceremony. Little did they know, he had been missing for 5 years. The name of Pei Ji Nen also derived from his.
Bofu.
The man's pupils began to tremble. Get out. All of you. Get out. His eyes were bloodshot, and his breath came in rapid gasps. Jilan hurriedly blocked Yunju, who was about to enter. The marquis is in a frenzy. He is prone to harming others. But, madam, it's all right. No matter what, the lady is the marquis's elder sister-in-law and will not come to harm. Jilan had just seen a glimmer of clarity in the marquis's eyes, but it was directed solely toward the young lady. In such a state, one could only wonder what schemes the old matriarch had concocted. Her methods were always effective. Even Princess Zhao He had fallen victim to her machinations. With no evidence ever surfacing,
Bofu?
Mengwan called out again. The fierce crimson gaze bore into her, the blood vessels in his eyes evoking terror. His rapid breathing caused his chest to heave violently, and wounds reopened, staining his garments. Are you here to persuade me to take the medicine as well? Not at all. Mengwan cast aside the wooden box in her hand. I know that what comes from the longevity hall is likely not good. However, if I were to provide it to you, Erlang, would you take it? Yunju had just brought the medicine. A small porcelain vial resting comfortably in Mengwan's palm. The previously agitated Pei Qingli began to calm down. Alluring, you. Mengwan stared at him in astonishment, and before she could ponder the implications, the young man seized the vial from her hand and consumed its contents in one gulp. He then opened the wooden box beside him, revealing a dark pill within. His deep, obsidian eyes fixated on the pill, glinting with a cold light. Indeed, it is as I suspected. Mengwan surmised that Erlang had to do something, yet she hesitated to draw a conclusion. Chapter 69. Inappropriate etiquette. Had his earlier frenzy been an act? Merely a ruse to deceive the longevity hall? If Erlang needed to assess the pill, the Meng family's apothecary would surely be reliable. Having been absent from the capital for years, he likely remained unfamiliar with many matters in Kuanjing. Pei Qingli regarded her in silence. His gaze was intensely fervent, igniting within her a desire to flee. She averted her eyes to escape his penetrating stare.
Erlang.
Your wound has reopened. I shall fetch the physician to stitch it up anew. You called me Bo Fu? Who informed you of my name? He spoke suddenly, his voice deep and melodious, sending a shiver down Mengwan's spine. She felt as though she could hardly resist such a voice. Apart from dreams, she had rarely interacted with men, with Pei Qingli being the exception. After all, she had only felt pity for the second household and had cared for him more than necessary to prevent him from suffering at the hands of his stepmother. The second household was weak, prone to tears at the slightest provocation, devoid of any resolve. This was simply what she had heard from others in the residence. He had yet to undergo his coming-of-age ceremony, yet his name had already been designated by the late emperor. Wan. His gaze was profound, and even in disarray, he remained strikingly handsome. Despite his disheveled appearance, he was still captivating. A light sheen of sweat glistened on his pale face, revealing the toll of his earlier struggle. Only my mother has called me that, he continued. Mengwan's heart swelled with warmth at his words, and she hurriedly glanced at Pei Qingli, the flickering candlelight illuminating her gaze. So it was that only Princess Zhao he had ever uttered his name.
Erlang, this is inappropriate.
Before she could finish her thought, Pei Qingli let out a low groan and began to collapse toward the ground.
Erlang.
Mengwan swiftly rushed forward to catch him. Despite his lean frame, he still loomed large before her. The soft touch of her hand on his arm revealed the tautness of his broad back. Mengwan nearly lost her footing under his weight, but fortunately, the wooden table was behind her, allowing her to brace herself against it and manage to support Pei Qingli's considerable form. In that moment of close proximity, he suddenly fell, his slender body pressing against her soft, fragrant form. Mengwan inhaled sharply as she gently pushed against him.
Erlang?
The soft timbre of her voice resonated near his ear. He responded weakly, his breath disordered and his voice faint. Mengwan's heart raced. Though they had shared countless intimate moments in dreams, reality rendered their closeness overwhelming. For Mengwan, dreams and reality were distinctly separate realms, and to conflate them was unthinkable.
Can you move on your own?
Mengwan pushed against him, but he was too heavy to budge. His entire weight bore down on her, and she relied on the table behind her to remain upright. Otherwise, she would surely have been toppled. His head rested on her shoulder, and if he tilted slightly, his lips would brush against her tender neck. In dreams, Pei Qingli had often relished such a closeness, finding her scent delightful and her softness irresistible, never tiring of it. From Mengwan's hidden perspective, the corners of his mouth curled into a gentle smile. Perhaps not, he murmured, his voice barely audible, laced with a profound sense of frailty. Panic surged within her, prompting her to push him with all her strength, struggling to shift him onto the armchair. Rest for a moment. I will summon the physician. No need. He grasped her wrist with his feverish palm, gasping slightly as he spoke. There are medicines in the cabinet. You need only fetch them for me. His eyes were half closed, scrutinizing her, and as he perceived her hesitation, his breath quickened, blood still oozing from his wounds. Today, I ventured to the temple on your behalf. It seems I caught a chill in the rain, which is why I have fallen ill. The Duke is currently unwell, and it is merely a matter of having the lady assist in changing his medicine. Are you truly so reluctant? Or do you believe that in such a state, I could offer you anything of worth? Mengwan pondered for a moment, recalling that his injuries were indeed a consequence of her actions. With him in such a grave condition, it was likely that the matriarch of Changshaotang could not bear to see Pei Qingli thriving in the Duke's household, who did not wish for Pei Qingli's demise. Then they could rightfully inherit the entire estate and consume all its assets. Even though the Duke's house had languished for years, the remnants of its former glory still held substantial weight. After all, a withered camel is larger than a horse, and this once illustrious Duke's residence still commanded respect. If you fear me, It may be better to let me be as I am, should I pass away. It would align perfectly with the desires of everyone in this household. He let out a derisive laugh, uncertain whether it was directed at Mengwan or himself. Reclining in the armchair with his hands hanging limply, his gaze appearing increasingly vacant. Erlang, perhaps others wish for your demise. Although I fear you, I have never wished for your death. Mengwan sought the medicine, rummaging through the cabinet in his room. Pei Qingli lifted his eyelids slightly, his eyes reflecting her current figure. The smile that graced his lips made him appear like a cunning old fox, triumphant in his schemes. However, as Mengwan turned to face him with the medicine in hand, he weakly closed his eyes. I found it. As Mengwan turned to inquire further, she discovered that the young man had already shut his eyes. His pallid and frail appearance was so alarming that, were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, she might have believed him dead. Had he truly weakened to such an extent? With no other option, Mengwan had to take it upon herself to remove his clothing. Yet, as her hand barely brushed against his garment, it was seized once more by his strong grip, his dark eyes flashing with a menacing light, startling her and leaving her somewhat afraid. Ah, it is you. Upon recognizing him, he released her, his hand falling weakly. His throat emitted a sound. Apologies. I am accustomed to the military camp, where most dangers are not overt but concealed. Yes, I understand. Mengwan began to peel away his garments, revealing a well-defined, robust physique, his waist slender yet muscular, with prominent lines leading downwards. The wound was deep, the flesh torn and bleeding profusely, a sight that was enough to make anyone's heart race with horror. This was Mengwan's first time seeing his body in such a manner. Typically clothed, he concealed such strength beneath his attire. I will first clean the blood from your wounds. The medicine you took earlier has properties to promote clotting and alleviate pain, Erlang. As she looked at him, she realized she might be speaking to herself, for his condition was so dire it resembled a deep slumber, leading her to believe he did not hear her words. Fortunately, warm water was available in the room, and Mengwan gently wiped the blood from his body, removing his blood-stained garments and setting them aside to open the medicine pouch. The medicine had been specially prepared by the Imperial Physician's Office, intended for the Duke's recovery, to be applied directly to the wounds. Mengwan gazed at the gaping wound on his shoulder, her heart aching. Had he sustained such a grievous injury? He had silently carried her on horseback, enduring the jolting ride without a word. Erlang, bear with it for a moment. As she prepared the medicine, she gently applied it to his wounds. Perhaps it was painful, for he emitted low, pained sounds as the medicine made contact, quickly dissolving into the injury, making the sight itself excruciating. Yet, it was better to endure short-term pain than to suffer long-term. Mengwan continued her application, and the surrounding flesh contracted and twitched in response to the pain, the veins on his neck standing out sharply. The man was drenched in sweat, and as she tended to him, she had to pause occasionally to wipe his brow, using a cloth soaked in cold water to cool his fevered forehead. What? In a daze, Mengwan thought she heard him utter something, but she could not discern the words. She could only see his lips moving. Leaning closer, she attempted to catch his words, but suddenly his arm encircled her waist, pulling her into his embrace. The unexpected action startled Mengwan, causing her to accidentally topple the basin of water, splashing it onto her skirt. In the sweltering summer night, the dampness clung to her waist and legs. Her delicate dress was thoroughly soaked, clinging to her form. The lady was voluptuous, her legs long and graceful. As he lay in the armchair, Mengwan found herself unceremoniously seated on his lap, a position that facilitated his labored breathing, his heated breath grazing her neck.
Erlang.
Let me go. This will only exacerbate your injuries. He said nothing, yet the arm that held her tightened, silently conveying that she should refrain from futile struggles. Otherwise, despite his injuries and illness, he would find a way to confront Mengwan. Thus, Mengwan remained seated on his lap, too fearful to move, lest she inadvertently provoke something frightening. She bit her lip, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame and discomfort in such a position. The teachings of propriety learned since childhood seemed to crumble in an instant. Those teachings dictated that she should not be in such a position, that there existed an unbridgeable chasm between her and Pei Qingli, a divide that could not be crossed without dire consequences. If it were to be breached, she would face the scorn of many, especially her mother. She would likely be devastated, believing that her painstakingly raised daughter had sullied herself in such a disgraceful manner. If you continue this way, my life may very well be forfeit at your hands. He gasped for breath, his words weak. His body was burning, and even through the fabric, Mengwan could feel the heat radiating from him. The intensity of his breath upon her was unlike anything she had ever experienced with a man, even in her dreams, which had merely been fantasies. Since Pei Qingli's return, Mengwan had repeatedly shattered her previous perceptions. In such moments, she often felt a sense of panic, fearing that someone would witness this scandalous scene between her and Pei Qingli. "Steady your hands. It hurts." He took a deep breath, his voice trembling, eyes tightly shut, brows furrowed. His skin appeared flushed, healthy yet currently tinged with a hint of color. The cloth placed on his forehead to cool him quickly warmed, and Mengwan had to change it repeatedly. He suddenly asked when Bo Yun was ill, did Wan care for him in such a manner? Mengwan's hand trembled, almost dropping the wooden applicator. "I married into the Duke's residence when he was merely 17, already gravely ill, clinging to life by a thread." She paused briefly before continuing. "Although his fate was not directly related to me, I could not simply stand by and watch him perish." As she spoke and applied the medicine, his expression gradually relaxed. Perhaps conversing with him diverted his attention, alleviating some of the pain. "So, in your eyes, Bo Yun is but a frail child?" Mengwan contemplated. "I cannot speak for others, but here in the Duke's residence, only Bo Yun has not succumbed to the tide. To speak eloquently, one might say it is merely following the tide, yet, in less flattering terms, it amounts to colluding with others to exert pressure on Mengwan, seeking to drain her of her very essence. Even more cruelly, they mock her, a widow who lost her husband at a tender age. Even the wives of the third room share in this cruelty. Initially, Mengwan believed that as women, they should not create hardships for one another. However, she has come to a realization. Many matters in this world are inherently devoid of reason. The malevolence within humanity is fundamentally ingrained. The notion that man is born inherently good is perhaps no longer tenable." A cold snort escaped from the man's lips. "It seems you hold a rather high opinion of the fourth. Does Erling not favor him?" Mengwan inquired. "For reasons unknown. Pei Qingli seems to harbor deep animosity towards Pei Nan, though she has heard the servants in the manor speak of their relationship, which, while not particularly close, was not entirely hostile either. And what of Wan? Does she hold affection for him?" The man suddenly opened his eyes, his ink-black irises locking onto her like a profound abyss, radiating a chilling intensity. "As for Pei Nan, he has his own conclusions. Erlang has truly lost his mind, for he has begun to utter nonsensical words. This is a statement that must never be uttered." "Mengwan." He suddenly grasped her hand, his gaze deepening, infused with an unsettling quality. "In this marquise, aside from this marquis, no one else's words should be trusted." His tone shifted abruptly, turning frigid and aggressive. Chapter 71. His dimensions. Wan. His voice softened, perhaps due to a waning strength. "Erling, the medicine has been applied. You may release me now." His other hand still encircled her waist, tight, warm, almost feverish. The heat was so intense that a thin sheen of sweat formed on Mengwan's skin. The dampness of the water clung to her clothes, creating an uncomfortable sensation. She yearned to return swiftly, to bathe, and to don a fresh, dry outfit. Wan. Do not move." His bare skin radiated warmth, and the medicine applied to his wound was still congealing. His prominent collarbone was unmistakable, leading up to the slight rise of his youthful Adam's apple. Her hand rested lightly against his chest, feeling the heat beneath her palm. She dared not move, fearing that any shift might awaken something that should remain undisturbed. Yet, even without motion, that something was stirring quietly. He reclined in the grand chair, while Mengwan felt as though she were sitting on needles. Cautiously, she ventured, "You should let me go. If someone were to arrive and see us, then I'll gouge out their eyes and cut off their tongues." Upon hearing Pei Qingli's ominous words, Mengwan hastily fell silent. "But you are unwell," she began. Yet Pei Qingli drew her closer, compelling her to lie in his embrace, where she had already cleaned his wounds. Still, he was warm. Her cheek was pressed against his chest, allowing her to hear the steady thrum of his heartbeat. Mengwan's scalp prickled with embarrassment. The situation was utterly shameful, igniting a sense of indignation within her. "Fear not, Wan. Though I am ill, I cannot harm you. I merely wish to hold you for a while." His lips were parched and pale. Due to his fever, his voice was hoarse yet remarkably alluring, tinged with an almost imperceptible gentleness. Yet, Mengwan remained anxious, burdened by fear. Their relationship was one that society would never accept. This time, he truly only held Mengwan, doing nothing more, nothing less. Silence enveloped them. The outside air stagnant, devoid of even a whisper of wind, oppressive with heat. Following the rain, the atmosphere was thick with humidity. Thus, Mengwan lay against his chest, listening to the gradual calming of his heartbeat and breath. Erling? She softly changed her tone, her voice gentle and subdued. The figure above her remained still, and she couldn't help but wonder if he had fallen asleep. Tentatively, she propped herself up to gaze upon Pei Qingli's weary and fragile visage. His bare torso was marred with numerous scars, the most prominent being the one over his heart. Unable to resist, her fingers brushed lightly over the scar, marveling that he had survived such a grievous injury. Had it been sustained during battles at the borders? Mengwan understood that those stationed at the frontier endured great hardships, living daily in peril, facing the threat of bandit raids and enemy incursions. It was thanks to their sacrifices that the citizens of Daong could live in peace, protected from the ravages of war. As a result, the Meng family paid substantial taxes each year and regularly sent provisions to the soldiers at the border. Her father had once visited the frontier, intending to take Mengwan with him, but her mother vehemently opposed the idea, deeming the harsh conditions of the border unsuitable for a young lady. Yet, Mengwan had heard her father speak of female generals in history, Hua Mulan, Mu Guiying,
And Lady Xian.
However, she had never encountered their tales in any historical texts. Curiosity gnawed at her. If such heroines existed, why were they absent from the annals of history? Whenever she posed this question, her father would fall silent, stroking her head and regaling her with other stories, most of which were fantastical and beyond her comprehension. Pei Qingli was slender, yet once divested of his garments, his robust physique became evident. In dreams, Pei Qingli had never shared his personal tales with her, only occasionally recounting amusing anecdotes from the border. It was in those dreams that Mengwan glimpsed a world rich with diversity. Her fingertips traced the contours of his scar, speculating that it was likely a wound from a blade. This was inflicted 5 years ago when I was attacked by bandits. The blade pierced my heart. The suddenness of the young man's voice startled Mengwan, causing her to retract her hand in alarm. She had assumed he was asleep, yet he was not. Mengwan's wide, watery eyes glistened, her cheeks flushed with heat. 5 years ago you were. There are those within this marquise who wish me dead, he replied, his tone dismissive. Mengwan's heart trembled. His implication was that his disappearance 5 years prior was not a mere coincidence, but rather the result of someone's malicious intent within the marquise. She reflected on Pei Qingli's disappearance, the death of Princess Zhao, and how the Zhao family had entered the marquise, becoming its new matriarch. All these occurrences seemed too coincidental. Have you come to understand? He asked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Wan, you are now but a grasshopper on the same string as I. Once, they sought my demise. Now, they seek yours. You are privy to many secrets of this marquise, yet the less one knows in this world, the longer one tends to live. But now that you are aware of so much, what shall you do? He regarded Mengwan with a gaze that was both teasing and penetrating, his eyes half closed yet retaining their clarity and nobility. Mengwan lowered her gaze and replied slowly, since Erling has confided in me, it is evident that I am to stand by your side in this conflict, is it not? My Wan is indeed astute, he chuckled softly, as though something within him was awakening, stirring to life. Mengwan felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, wishing to shift slightly. However, with the slightest movement, the sensation followed suit. Instantly, she found herself too apprehensive to move. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Pei Qingli seemed to sense her predicament, but remained silent, observing her intently, perhaps curious to see how this young lady, who had always adhered to societal proprieties, would react. Erling, I must return, she stammered, feeling overwhelmed. They were drawn so closely together, and she realized that they had crossed boundaries that should remain untouched. She had sensed it in her dreams. His dimensions were indeed astonishing. Now, she truly feels that the situation is even more overwhelming than in her dreams. In such a predicament, Mengwan is both ashamed and furious. Did Wan truly heed the words of the Marquis just now? What? Brother. Before Pei Qingli could respond again, Pei Jinnan's voice resounded from outside. Hearing of his brother's condition, Bo Yun was anxious and hurried over to inquire about his brother's well-being. Without prior announcement, one cannot enter the Lord's chamber. Pei Qingli has always been aware of this fact, even though they are brothers. Chapter 72. Confrontation. Upon hearing Pei Qingli's voice from outside, Mengwan felt as if she were a startled bird, instantly silenced by fear. Brother? Pei Qingli, still outside, listened to the silence emanating from within. Though the light from within shone brightly, he raised his gaze to the window frame. Unbeknownst to Mengwan, the flickering candlelight had already cast their silhouettes upon the paper of the window. Even the sight of Mengwan perched on Pei Qingli's lap was vividly illuminated. Pei Qingli's hand, hidden within his sleeve, tightened with force, his nails digging into his palm, rendering it pale. Is brother unwell? He spoke again, his tone calm and gentle, devoid of any discernible emotion. He has always been a person of steady demeanor. In contrast, Pei Qingli's emotions were exceedingly volatile. The brothers resembled two extremes. Mengwan gently bit her lip, urging him to speak quickly. Otherwise, she feared Pei Qingli might enter at any moment. She felt a surge of panic, which Pei Qingli could sense. His peripheral vision caught sight of the window frame, where the flickering candlelight obscured the clarity in his eyes. What is there to fear? Pei Qingli tightened his grip around her waist. Mengwan felt as though she were nearly being suffocated by his embrace. Is brother feeling unwell? Bo Yun is coming in. No need for that. Outside, the light in Pei Qingli's eyes dimmed gradually. Presumably, his brother was feeling better. Bo Yun's visit would only be a nuisance. Suddenly, he recalled that there were matters he wished to discuss with his sister-in-law, who should still be awake at this hour. Bo Yun shall go to the north courtyard to find her. Brother, farewell. As Pei Qingli spoke, he awaited a response from within. In the dead of night. You seek her in the north courtyard? She is a widow, alone with a man. Bo Yun, where has your learned decorum gone? Pei Qingli's voice was icy. The words were directed at Pei Qingli, yet to Mengwan's ears, they felt quite unpleasant. She, a widow, alone with a man. At this moment, she still sat upon Pei Qingli's lap, further disregarding propriety. If one were to adhere to societal norms, Pei Qingli ought to be considered her younger brother-in-law. Yet he does not acknowledge it. He does not recognize Mengwan as his sister-in-law. Merely a bastard born of a horseman, how could she possibly be deemed his brother? Moreover, the marriage was originally his. It was Pei Yanzhao who usurped his identity, thereby stealing away his betrothal. Otherwise, it should have been he, not that sickly, short-lived wretch who wed Mengwan. Each time he reflects on this, a deep-seated resentment fills Pei Qingli's chest. Pei Qingli, gazing at the silhouettes cast upon the window, felt a warmth spreading in his palm. The corners of his eyes reddened, as if he were struggling to contain himself. What brother means is that Bo Yun has been rude. He heard from the servants that his sister-in-law had also visited his brother's chamber and must have returned home by now. As the lord of the Marquis's residence, it is certain that he would never do anything to tarnish his sister-in-law's reputation, would he? As Pei Qingli uttered these words, Mengwan's pupils quivered slightly. She felt as though his words were inadvertently directed at her. Yet Pei Qingli should be unaware of the nature of her relationship with Pei Qingli. Mengwan could only think of this to comfort herself. A cold laugh reverberated through the room, followed by Pei Qingli's increasingly indifferent, even irate, voice. Is Bo Yun attempting to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs? Bo Yun dares not. The second house has been separated for many years. You have come of age and should be able to leave the residence and establish a household of your own. The seemingly light words carried a heavy undertone of intimidation. Pei Qingli understood. He was being threatened. Although the second house may have a difficult existence within the Marquis's residence, it still enjoys the protection of the Marquis. If they were to leave and lose that protection, given his parents' feeble natures, they would surely become easy prey for others. Having lived in the Marquis's residence for so long, if they were to leave, they would lose their means of sustenance. His parents lacked the ability to secure their livelihoods, and merely surviving would become a challenge. Pei Qingli had previously suggested that they move out, away from the Marquis's residence. While it would indeed mean losing that protection, at least the main house would no longer torment them. As long as they remained together and could find a means to make a living, they could survive. However, his father, though weak and ineffectual, possessed a prideful disposition. He believed himself to be half the master of the Marquis's residence and could not stoop to seek employment outside, lest he become a laughingstock. His mother, more submissive, complied with his father's every whim. Brother's words are noted. Bo Yun shall take his leave now, and not disturb brother's recuperation. Pei Qingli cast a lingering glance at the shadow on the window, gritted his teeth, and swept his sleeve as he departed. Only after confirming that Pei Qingli had truly left did Mengwan finally exhale in relief. Did Erlang just suggest that Pei Qingli establish his own household? This marquis was merely scaring him. Why should Mengwan begin to worry? The displeasure and jealousy in his eyes seemed about to overflow. Did she truly care for that sickly Pei Qingli? Not particularly. She merely thought that if the third house and its ilk could be relocated, the marquis's residence might find some peace. The matters of the third house were trivial, yet the relatives they brought in were indeed troublesome. Since Pei Qingli harbored such intentions, Mengwan contemplated severing their means of support first. If they were willing to leave the marquis's residence, perhaps the residence could provide a bit of good grace to send them off. But if they clung stubbornly to the marquis's residence, consuming its resources without a care, Mengwan feared she would lack the patience to endure their presence. Pei Qingli lazily released her from his embrace. Mengwan, relieved, hastily rose from his lap. Observing her expression of newfound freedom, Pei Qingli felt an increase in displeasure. Is being with me truly a source of such dread for you? Mengwan averted her gaze, unwilling to delve into that topic with him. Mengwan, there exists another way for women in this world. You need not adhere to the teachings instilled by your mother. Women are not bound to obey their parents' commands. You may resist and discard those constraints that render you oppressed and fearful. Mengwan stared at him in astonishment, as if shocked that he would utter words akin to those of her father. Once upon a time, her father had spoken similarly. Thus, she attempted to rebel against the constraints imposed by her mother, yet the outcome was a fierce quarrel between her parents. Since then, Mengwan had not dared to defy them again. Chapter 73. Silken tresses in time. It seemed even her father began to relent. Whenever he looked at her, he would only sigh and say she was born in the wrong era. Mengwan did not comprehend. She could not understand why her father would claim she was born in the wrong time. Rebellion? Mengwan chuckled bitterly. How have women ever fared in this world? Had she not once rebelled? Yet the ultimate outcome was always failure. Even her father had compromised. What more could she do? Occasionally, when her parents would bicker to exhaustion, her father would helplessly insist that she should obediently heed her mother's words from then on. Mengwan listened and believed, thus she acted accordingly. However, unbeknownst to her, not long ago at the palace banquet, Meng's father had approached Pei Qingli. He had previously met Pei Qingli while delivering supplies to the border, a fact he had never mentioned to anyone. Wan, you should return now. He seemed utterly exhausted. This time, aside from holding Mengwan, he did nothing else. Finally, he honored his word. Mengwan gazed at his frail figure reclining in the grand chair, feeling a twinge of sympathy. You should rest well. I shall visit you again tomorrow. Would she come? Pei Qingli squinted at her hurried departure. Soon after, Chengfeng entered. My lord, I have just followed your instructions and allowed the fourth young master to enter. Chengfeng was perplexed. The lord had always wished to keep his relationship with the young mistress hidden from the household. Thus, as long as Mengwan was present, Chengfeng vigilantly kept watch to prevent any prying eyes or chance encounters, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Yet today, the lord had expressly instructed to let the fourth young master in. It appeared he had anticipated the young man's arrival. How could he let him remain oblivious? The young man rose from the grand chair and leisurely donned his garments. Chengfeng was startled. My lord, do you mean to say that the fourth young master has feelings for Miss Meng? Silence. I do not wish to hear it. The mere thought of Pei Qingli's affections for Mengwan stirred agitation within him. Chengfeng fell silent, but suddenly recalled he had yet to report a pressing matter. My lord, the investigation you instructed me to conduct has yielded some results. Pei Qingli cast a cold glance, dressed himself, and sat down with an air of formality, entirely shedding the appearance of weakness he had just exhibited. It was evident that he was brimming with vitality, let alone feverish. In the past, during his time in the border army, he had endured far worse injuries without displaying such frailty. However, it was clear that Mengwan did harbor some feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have come tonight, nor would she have tended to his wounds personally. The words exchanged today were merely a means to gauge Mengwan's sentiments. A person as self-disciplined and courteous as she would never care for Pei Qingli. She had only provided some silver to hire a doctor, which had sparked unwarranted affections. As for Mengwan, even after 3 years of dreaming together, Pei Qingli had come to know her well. Since his return, he had paid close attention to her affairs, thoroughly investigating her circumstances in the marquisate. He was aware that when Pei Qingli fell ill, Mengwan had merely offered some silver to hire a physician, nothing more. He knew Mengwan was kind-hearted and would never allow Pei Qingli to suffer to death. The third house had dispatched someone to a fishing village outside Kuanjing City. Our people are already stationed there, waiting for him to appear. As for the identity of the person Cheng Feng mentioned, Pei Qingli was fully aware. He snorted coldly, "No rush, continue to wait. It is best to capture him alive." Cheng Feng hesitated over another matter but ultimately spoke up. Regarding the poison within Miss Meng, it is called Qingxi Rao, a type of goo poison, which she did not possess since childhood but was acquired 3 years ago when she married into the marquis.
Qingxi Rao?
Cheng Feng's expression turned grave. This goo comes in male and female forms. The one within Miss Meng is the female type. While it has not claimed her life, should she engage in the rites of marriage with a man, the female goo will devour her. The more Cheng Feng elaborated, the darker Pei Qingli's expression became. The porcelain cup in his hand shattered. "What did you say?" Cheng Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, knowing the Lord would react this way. However, what he was about to say next would likely incite even greater fury. Qingxi Rao was a goo used exclusively by couples within the territories, intended to ensure mutual fidelity. If one party betrayed the other, the goo would consume its host, resulting in death. This meant that Miss Meng could only unite with the one who planted the male goo. Silence. Pei Qingli exploded in rage. Cheng Feng was too frightened to breathe. He had not wished for this outcome, but the findings were as such. The storm brewing in the man's eyes intensified, his breaths quickening, hands clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. "My lord, what is the antidote?" He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Anger was futile. Mengwan's life was paramount. Cheng Feng suddenly hesitated to speak. Currently, there is no known cure. However, if you nourish Miss Meng with ample rare herbs, it might delay the effects of Qingxi Rao. The poison within Mengwan would gradually weaken her. As for whether it was lethal, it undoubtedly was. Unless she were to unite with the one who planted the male goo and engage in the rites of marriage, only then could it be alleviated. She was poisoned only after entering the marquis?
Yes.
The marquis possesses such far-reaching influence, capable of procuring territorial goo poison. The territories were notoriously mysterious, rife with goo insects and miasma, forbidden to outsiders. Pei Qingli had spent some time in the territories years ago, but they are merely rare herbs. Did not the emperor reward you with many? They have all been sent to the north courtyard. My lord, how should they be delivered? There must be a pretext. Did she not send out numerous invitations on my behalf? In a few days, there will be a matchmaking banquet. Do I need to teach you how to handle this? Cheng Feng's mind suddenly sparked with inspiration, breaking into a smile. My lord, you are indeed wise. I understand now. It was clear that it was the poison of Qingxi Rao that had been administered within the marquis. The matchmaking banquet would arrive swiftly. Mengwan had sent out numerous invitations, all in the name of the marquis. Moreover, since both she and Pei Qingli were injured, the banquet was scheduled for the end of the month, with still half a month remaining. However, early the next morning, someone arrived with a response. Jillian stood at the door, her expression hesitant. Upon hearing it is the matchmaking banquet for the marquis and the fourth young master. Most of the young ladies in Kuanjing City have declined. The reasons were twofold: fear of the marquis and the fact that the fourth young master was frail, leading no young lady to wish to marry him. Beyond that, the reputation of the marquis had not been particularly favorable in recent years. Chapter 74. The burden of longevity. Mengwan had anticipated these factors when sending out the invitations, yet she had not expected the refusals to be so decisive. She had not imagined that the people of Kuanjing City would fear Pei Qingli to such an extent that they would not even attend a matchmaking banquet. Among the noble young women, almost all had received invitations. The society of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, yet the most derided class in Daong was that of merchants, followed closely by the military. What are the Song family daughters? Mengwan inquired. The Song family has replied and several daughters have expressed willingness to attend, even if they are illegitimate. Mengwan nodded. The relationship between the Song family, the chancellor's household, and the marquis had once been quite amicable. Their attendance would somewhat enhance the occasion. The venue was chosen at a villa owned by the Meng family in the outskirts, perfectly timed for the young ladies to enjoy the blooming flowers together. Madam, Jillian hesitated, then asked, do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Someone who is fit for the marquis? She might have come to probe Mengwan's sentiments on behalf of Pei Qingli. The marquis was known for his untamed disposition and had been absent from the capital for many years. A gentle personality would be most suitable. In the capital, those accepting invitations to attend the matchmaking banquet were all either wealthy or noble. Mengwan had not limited the invitations to just official sons. She had included affluent families as well. Moreover, she had not invited only noble women but also young gentlemen from distinguished families. Under the guise of the marquis's residence, invitations were sent to various young gentlemen and ladies to admire the blossoms, yet the true intent was merely to allow families to observe potential suitors at this small gathering. This unwritten custom has long been a norm in Qingjing, well understood by all. I find the eldest daughter of the Song family to be particularly suitable. Mengwan enjoys a close friendship with her, and the Song lady is widely praised in the capital, often referred to as one of the Qingjing beauties, a true gem. Among the legitimate offspring of the Song family, there are 2 daughters, along with several illegitimate ones. Does the young mistress intend to choose from among the 2 legitimate daughters? Mengwan nodded, noting that marriage is fundamentally about mutual affection. If both parties share a fondness for one another, that would be splendid. Even if they do not, fostering familiarity is not necessarily a bad thing. It has been quite some time since Mengwan hosted a banquet. Previously, she had no authority in household matters, and Zhao enjoyed frequently inviting guests to the marquis's residence, often at the expense of Mengwan's own funds. If Mengwan refused, Zhao would leverage her position as the marquis's mother-in-law to exert pressure, whether by taking funds from Mengwan's shop or pawning her dowry. Every item in Mengwan's dowry was of considerable value, worth enough to sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. However, now that the household affairs are in Mengwan's hands and she possesses the keys to the storerooms, Zhao can no longer access her dowry. Zhilan conveyed Mengwan's words to Pei Qingli, who was recuperating in the courtyard. Today, he refrained from troubling Pei Qingli, merely waiting in the yard. Yet Mengwan had not yet arrived. He distinctly remembered her mentioning that she would be visiting today. The 2 daughters of the Song family? His long fingers drummed idly on the table, his irritation palpable. Cheng Feng, suppressing a laugh, remarked, "You agreed to Miss Meng's request.
Now,
As she diligently seeks a future bride for you, why are you not pleased?" As a subordinate, he sometimes felt he was tempting fate. Pitiful indeed. To be abandoned by the lady he has cherished for 3 years, he continued. Zhilan replied, "This foolish one seems beyond redemption." Pei Qingli's expression remained amicable, even carrying a hint of a smile, creating an illusion of contentment. "Have someone send him to clean the stables for a month," he instructed. "But, my lord, I cannot do that." Zhilan shot him a glance, muttering that he deserved it. "What are you doing now?" Pei Qingli could not help but inquire. He had taken his medicine earlier and was now occupied with financial matters, particularly concerning someone from the Changshu Tang. As Zhilan spoke, the representatives from Changshu Tang had already summoned Mengwan. With an invitation from the matriarch, Mengwan had no reason to decline. Upon arriving at Changshu Tang, she found the matriarch seated on a cushion, rhythmically striking a wooden fish and reciting prayers. Mengwan bowed deeply. "Your granddaughter Mengwan pays her respects to the matriarch." The matriarch, however, appeared not to hear, offering no command for Mengwan to rise. As a junior, she was obliged to maintain her position until instructed otherwise. Yet, this time Mengwan straightened her posture, hands clasped before her, exuding grace and composure. She was unaware of any misstep. Summoned by the matriarch, she found herself without guidance. Feeling somewhat foolish, the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish ceased abruptly as Mengwan spoke. She harbored an aversion to Changshu Tang for 2 reasons: the matriarch's veneration of numerous deities and the dim, secluded location that often felt oppressive. "You have grown bold. Yet I wonder whose influence you rely upon." Perhaps this insinuation was directed at Pei Qingli, whose animosity towards Mengwan was well known. The granddaughter had not relied on anyone's power. Rather, she believed the marquis's estate had long been in disarray, and she questioned if the matriarch was aware of the external opinions regarding the household. Many remarked that the marquis's residence harbored numerous individuals, yet none were truly part of the family. By mentioning this, Mengwan aimed to inform the matriarch that the relatives from the 3rd house enjoyed all their sustenance courtesy of the marquis's estate, a considerable financial burden. Mengwan ceased her discourse, confident that the matriarch would grasp her intent. The matriarch had summoned her, presumably to address the financial matters. Yet Mengwan had preemptively broached the topic of the relatives. A female servant assisted the matriarch in sitting down but did not offer a seat to Mengwan. When an elder does not permit a younger to sit, the latter must remain standing. Nevertheless, Mengwan found a spot to sit herself. The matriarch asked, Aged eyes swept over her. Now that Mengwan wielded authority over the household, it seemed she had forgotten her manners. The elder had not granted permission for her to sit, yet she had taken it upon herself to do so. Mengwan was taken aback, mistakenly believing the matriarch would show her kindness, especially after her recent fright at the temple, which had left her health fragile. Seeing her demeanor, the matriarch narrowed her eyes, feeling coldness within. Surely, she was sharp-tongued. If she refused to allow Mengwan to sit, she would be labeled as oppressive to the younger generation. It would reflect poorly on her as a grandmother, suggesting she lacked compassion for a frightened individual. Yunju, accompanying Mengwan, was astonished by her boldness. The young mistress had never spoken so assertively before. Now, with economic control in her hands, her demeanor had undoubtedly changed. Previously, she had been naively compliant, believing that by being obedient and submissive, she would be accepted as part of the Marquis's family. Her mother had taught her to be dutiful and respectful to her mother-in-law and to obey her husband, emphasizing a woman's primary role as a supportive spouse and nurturing mother. On her wedding day, her father had gazed at her with a complex expression, seeming to wish to say something but ultimately remaining silent. Just last night, Pei Qingli had echoed her father's sentiments, urging women not to be bound by worldly constraints. The matriarch took a sip of hot tea, her gaze fixed on Mengwan. Now that you are in charge, you may manage the affairs of the third house as you see fit. Hearing this, Mengwan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The matter would indeed be much simpler if the matriarch chose not to intervene. Over the years, the matriarch had grown quite fond of the relatives residing in the Marquis's residence, likening them to a swarm of pests that feasted upon the estate's lifeblood. The gossip from outside, indeed, was not particularly melodious. If Mengwan were to handle the matter, then let this villain be dealt with by her, sparing her from involvement. Thus, the daughter-in-law understood that the matriarch might have other concerns. Last night, the Marquis had fallen ill, and as the sister-in-law, it was her duty to keep a vigilant watch. Only when the master was well could the household thrive, preventing outsiders from looking down upon them. What does the matriarch think? Mengwan inquired, her tone skillfully probing. She was well aware that the matriarch of Changshaotang might have her own issues. Yet she still posed her question. This was clearly a provocation, all while maintaining an innocent facade, feigning ignorance of the household's affairs. The matriarch assumed it was merely a casual remark. Your words are, of course, reasonable, the matriarch replied, but then shifted the conversation. And Mengwan sensed the crux of the matter was at hand. I have heard from the accounts office that you intend to dismiss the staff there? Mengwan's expression remained placid. I suppose it must have been someone from the accounts office seeking you out. She was straightforward, without meandering. Now that the topic had been broached, there was no point in concealing the truth. Before the matriarch could respond, Mengwan added, It must be Lu Yi, then? The matriarch's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed she was unaware that for so many years, Lu Yi had been deceiving her. Mengwan took a sip of water to soothe her throat, knowing that she must seize the initiative today to have any chance of success. She could not allow those accountants to remain. Dear daughter-in-law, the matriarch hasn't even spoken yet, and you've already said so much, one of the matriarch's attendants remarked. Unable to contain themselves. After all, Mengwan's reaction was far beyond their expectations. Previously, her gentle demeanor had made her easy to manipulate. Now, it seemed she was not so easily swayed. Mengwan smiled. Matriarch, it appears those around you harbor considerable discontent towards me, the Marquis's daughter-in-law. The maid's expression froze instantly. The matriarch remained silent, sipping her hot tea as she inquired, You mentioned I have been deceived. Please elaborate. At this, Mengwan's expression turned solemn. Matriarch, you may not be aware, but Lu Yi was brought into the Marquis's residence by you, as your distant nephew. You provided him with the means to earn a living, and he should have been diligent in his duties. Yet, he not only forgot your kindness, but also boasted outside that the Marquis's household was as wealthy as a nation, that it was adorned with gold and jewels, rivaling the imperial palace. Furthermore, he has secretly embezzled funds from the Marquis's estate for use in brothels. You may not know this, but he has also taken on 4 mistresses outside, even fathering several illegitimate children. The more Mengwan spoke, the darker the matriarch's expression became. The first accusation alone was sufficient to tarnish the Meng family's reputation. The new emperor had only recently ascended the throne and was focused on rebuilding the state, promoting frugality for military resources. The ministers dared not indulge in extravagance, let alone boast of their wealth. Was this not an open challenge to the emperor's authority? Matriarch, Mengwan continued. In addition to these, Lu Yi has also engaged in the illicit salt trade. The matriarch's teacup slipped from her grasp, shattering on the floor. The maid quickly tidied up and replaced it with a new set of teacups. Mengwan smiled slightly, knowing she had triumphed. These two charges alone were sufficient to condemn him. Not to mention other crimes, the law of Daong stipulated that keeping mistresses outside was punishable. Hence, the late Marquis did not wait for Princess Zhao to pass before bringing the Zhao family into the fold, nor had he ever vowed to never take a concubine. If a man kept mistresses outside, he could face fines or imprisonment for several years. Lu Yi's misuse of the Marquis's funds to support his mistresses was enough to see him imprisoned for life. Chapter 76. Turning the tables, embezzling from the family, regardless of the household, would lead to dismissal and a permanent ban from employment. You are indeed thorough in your dealings, the matriarch finally spoke, gazing at Mengwan with a mixture of appreciation and surprise. She was evidently well prepared, catching the matriarch off guard with each revelation. Given the current predicament, even if she wished to protect Lu Yi, it seemed impossible now. Your praise is unwarranted. In matters concerning the Marquis's estate, I must be meticulous, otherwise the household could suffer due to a few accountants, which would be a grave loss, Mengwan replied, emphasizing the interests of the Marquis's house above her own. The matriarch might disregard Mengwan, but she could not overlook the well-being of the estate. The grand household thrived or faltered as one. Moreover, if such evidence fell into Pei Qingli's hands, he would surely dig deeper, eventually uncovering Mengwan's own secrets. Matriarch, Lu Yi is truly a scoundrel. Not only did he deceive you, but he also colluded with another accountant to embezzle a significant amount of the Marquis's funds. I have already reported this to the Tingwei court. What do you think? Mengwan asked cheerfully. In truth, the Dali Temple also had jurisdiction over such matters, and Lord Hua of the Dali Temple was an old acquaintance of her father, making for a swift and convenient resolution. However, it could easily be perceived as a personal vendetta, thus the Tingwei court was the best option. Upon hearing that Mengwan had reported the matter, the matriarch's hand trembled, nearly dropping her teacup to the ground. Matriarch, the maid reminded gently. The matriarch composed herself, placing her teacup heavily on the table, followed by a cold huff. Yunju's heart raced with anxiety. This was disastrous. The daughter-in-law had provoked the matriarch, and it seemed she had struck a hard blow. I had no idea the accounts office was mired in such filth, the matriarch exclaimed. In the past, I sympathized with him. He had an elderly parent and a young family to support, living in poverty, relying on writing for a living, barely making ends meet. I took pity on his starving children and allowed him to work in the Marquis's residence. I never anticipated he would engage in such treachery against the family. The matriarch inhaled sharply, visibly struggling to suppress her fury. Mengwan chuckled inwardly. The matriarch was indeed astute. She had likely been aware of these matters for some time, but had chosen to turn a blind eye until someone finally brought them to light, at which point they became a malignant threat to the Marquis's household. If left unchecked, they would ultimately jeopardize the matriarch's own interests. After a moment, the matriarch looked at Mengwan with a satisfied expression. I must thank you for this, otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to his deception for much longer. Mengwan, since you have already investigated the accounts office, go ahead and take action. Rest assured, if they resist, you may come to me. I will support you, and they will not dare to be unruly. Mengwan smiled obediently. With your assurance, matriarch, I am at ease. The matriarch also understood that Mengwan had sent invitations to the two young masters of the Marquis's household. Both the master and the fourth young master were of an age where, if the household's reputation were tarnished due to such sordid affairs, it would not only hinder the young masters, but also jeopardize the marriage prospects of the young ladies from all branches of the family. Mengwan knew how to navigate the interests of the Marquis's household. This matter could be considered significant or minor, but ultimately, anything that threatened the household, regardless of its scale, would always warrant the matriarch's caution. After speaking, Mengwan cast a meaningful glance at the maidservant beside the old matriarch. Unlike ordinary maidservants, this one was adorned in exquisite attire and wore a jeweled hairpin alongside a silver hairpin, while her accessories were not overly lavish. In comparison to the other maidservants in the Marquis's residence, she bore a striking resemblance to a young lady from a somewhat affluent family. On her wrist, she sported a jade bracelet, albeit of slightly lesser quality. It was not uncommon for maidservants who had won their master's favor to receive rewards of gold, silver, or jade. Perhaps sensing Mengwan's scrutinizing gaze, the maidservant appeared somewhat uneasy. This maidservant, named Ming Luo, was likely 18 years old this year. Suddenly anxious, she hurriedly bowed and replied. In response to the young mistress, Ming Luo turned 18 last year. Is that so? Has the old matriarch arranged a match for you? Upon hearing this, Ming Luo's eyes instantly reddened. She quickly knelt and said, Young mistress, forgive me. I do not know what I have done wrong to warrant being dismissed by you.
Oh.
When did I ever say I would dismiss you? I was inquiring about the old matriarch, not you. You are rather hasty. Mengwan smiled softly, her expression seemingly amiable. However, the old matriarch discerned a different undertone. My dear, Ming Luo is timid. Do not frighten her. She is still young, and I have no one else close to me. I have raised her, and her marriage will be arranged by me. Indeed, Mengwan replied with a gentle smile. As one who stands by the old matriarch, it is only natural for you to make the arrangements. The young mistress merely reflected on how, in this marquis's residence, it was customary for the family to orchestrate the marriages of their young heirs once they reached a certain age, thus ensuring they did not squander their prime years and miss significant life events. You are quite thoughtful, the old matriarch chuckled. I must trouble you to take care of the marriage matters for Bo Fu and Bo Yun during this time, given your delicate health. Ming Luo, go fetch some nourishing tonics for the young mistress from my chamber. Ming Luo quickly rose, wiped her tears, and hurried off to retrieve them. Yun Zhu accepted the items sent by the old matriarch with gratitude, thanking her before taking her leave. Once Mengwan exited the longevity hall, her smile faded into a more somber expression. Young mistress? Yun Zhu found herself perplexed by the young mistress's demeanor. Who would have anticipated that today? The young mistress could manage to outwit the old matriarch? Initially, Yun Zhu worried that the old matriarch might confront her regarding the accounts. But the young mistress preemptively resolved the matter and emerged victorious, leaving the old matriarch without fault to find. Did the young mistress suspect something amiss with the maidservant beside the old matriarch? Mengwan rubbed her temples, contemplating. If she were to behave herself and not cause disturbances in the marquis's residence, I would not interfere. However, that maidservant, something is not quite right. Though unable to articulate precisely what troubled her, Mengwan had only seen Ming Luo a few times in the past, each encounter marked by a sense of secrecy.
Today,
she merely aimed to test the waters, not expecting the old matriarch to be so protective. Since Mengwan had reduced the customary allowances for various courtyards, the atmosphere in the marquis's residence had grown increasingly dismal, with complaints echoing throughout. Meanwhile, Lu Yi remained in the accounting office, awaiting good news from the longevity hall. Instead, he was met with a summons to leave the residence promptly, as the young mistress had reported the accounting issues to the court. You incompetent fools! Have you no sense to keep the accounts clean? This morning, the young mistress had gone to the longevity hall, causing the old matriarch immense distress. A servant of the old matriarch approached, filled with exasperation. Lu Yi was taken aback. This was not the scenario he envisioned. Are you saying the old matriarch wants us to leave? What other explanation could there be? The servant shot back. The young mistress knows you have misappropriated the marquis's funds. Misappropriation is a grave offense. Lu Yi's face paled. Mama Du, I did not touch the contraband salt. It is Mengwan who has slandered me.
slander?
Mama Du glared at him. Do you think she would make unfounded accusations? We underestimated Mengwan, thinking her meek, but she possesses considerable cunning. You claim she slandered you? Let the court investigate the contraband salt matter. She has already reported it. As for your extramarital affairs, the marquis's residence has no authority over that. Mama Du watched as Lu Yi attempted to make one last desperate plea. He had been meticulous with the contraband salt. How could Mengwan possibly know? But contraband salt was a capital offense, and yet the profits were enticing. He had numerous extramarital relationships and several sons, requiring substantial financial support. The meager earnings from the marquis's residence were insufficient to fund his numerous affairs, not to mention his penchant for high-class brothels, frequented only by the wealthy. Men often revel in showcasing their status, seeking validation among women. When they receive admiration, their vanity swells even further. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Yi understood he had struck a stone wall. What he thought was a mere soft landing turned out to be a harsh reality, as Mengwan's resolve proved unyielding. Enough. Pack your belongings and leave the marquis's residence at once. From this day forward, do not speak of your time here. We cannot afford such disgrace.
Mama du lamented.
The Marquis's residence had long been rotten from within. While outwardly appearing to follow Zhao's directives, they were, in fact, loyal to the old matriarch. To act against Zhao was to strike at the heart of the old matriarch. Mengwan not only delivered a blow but one that resounded loudly. Previously, when she had no authority, the Marquis's residence held sway over her. Now, the tables had turned, and it was she who wielded authority over them.
Mama du site internet.
But there was little she could do. The accountants quickly gathered their belongings and departed. With their exit, Mengwan firmly established her authority within the Marquis's residence. The servants now regarded her with caution, lowering their heads and treading carefully in her presence, scarcely daring to breathe. After all, no one wished to jeopardize their position. The allowances provided by the Marquis's residence were indeed more generous than others, and the benefits were excellent. No one would willingly choose to walk a treacherous path. Just as Lu Yi and the others exited the Marquis's residence, agents from the court arrived and took Lu Yi away, regardless of his cries for mercy. It was in vain. He likely believed Mengwan's report to the court was merely a threat to scare them into leaving, not realizing she was entirely serious. Had she truly reported the matter to the court? In the southern courtyard, Pei Qingli listened to Cheng Feng's report, a faint smile gracing his lips. Cheng Feng described the scene vividly, even detailing Lu Yi's wretched state when he was taken away. My lord, you may not know, but Lu Yi was actually involved in the contraband salt trade. Though the quantity was small, if it implicated the Marquis's residence, it could endanger the entire family. The young mistress has indeed done us a great service this time. Pei Qingli's expression softened slightly, a glimmer of warmth appearing in his dark eyes. It seemed she possessed a measure of capability after all. It is likely that she had already conducted her investigation regarding the matter of private salt. She simply did not anticipate that her return would grant her control over the household, thus facilitating the situation. He inadvertently provided himself with a means to assist. Yet, did she not claim she would come today? It is nearly noon. Why has she not arrived? In order to await her presence, Pei Qingli had deliberately declined an invitation to a gathering. The invitation was from old childhood friends, whom he had no desire to engage with, preferring instead to remain in his small courtyard, waiting for that young woman to appear. Last night, he had behaved like an upright gentleman, yet Pei Qingli had never truly been one. He acted according to his whims and desires. Lord, shall we not wait any longer? Today's appointment is with young Master Xie of the Rongwood Duke's residence. Young Master Xie had been one of the Lord's closest companions since childhood. As for the other companion, he now occupies the dragon throne. I shall not go. What if Mengwan arrives? When it comes to brothers and women, naturally, women take precedence. Brothers can be replaced, but women cannot. Brothers are like clothing. Women are akin to life itself. She is his lifeline. He can forego all but Mengwan. However, in his eagerness to wait for the young mistress, he had neglected to take his morning meal. Pei Qingli had anticipated that Mengwan would arrive in time for breakfast, yet he waited the entire morning without sight of her, causing the meal to grow cold, and then warm again, and eventually cold once more. His growing agitation left him unable to eat anything. Silence. My lord, the young mistress has arrived. Just as he spoke, a maid's voice echoed from outside. Pei Qingli swiftly rose from his chair. Cheng Feng, do check if there is anything amiss about my appearance. Master, you are remarkably handsome and dignified. There is nothing wrong at all. Nothing wrong? Quite the opposite. He discarded his hat, allowing his raven locks to cascade down, and shrugged off his outer robe, leaving only a thin, long shirt. The summer heat rendered the garment sheer, revealing hints of his skin beneath. Chapter 78. A rift in time. Cheng Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to articulate his thoughts. My lord, your attire. He suddenly coughed twice, collapsing feebly into the armchair, covering his mouth weakly. Cheng Feng, where is my medicine? As Mengwan stepped into the Tingfeng courtyard, she heard Pei Qingli's suppressed cough and his feeble voice. Cheng Feng, possessing a keen intellect, promptly said, the small kitchen is preparing it. But those lazy servants have been dawdling. I must personally supervise them. Oh, why has the young mistress come? Is it to visit the lord? As Cheng Feng turned, he spotted Mengwan entering the courtyard. The young woman donned a dark green long shirt, cinched at the waist with a jade belt. Her slender waist swayed gracefully, exuding an ethereal elegance. The touch of green amidst the sweltering summer provided a refreshing visual delight. Her hair was intricately styled, adorned with silver hairpins and floral motifs. Though her attire appeared simple, it left an indelible impression. Cheng Feng's eyes sparkled with admiration. The young mistress is exceptionally graceful. As a rough man accustomed to the frontier, he had never encountered such delicate beauty. Returning to the capital, he was captivated by the vibrant allure of the city, only to find that the young mistress outshone all. Has the Lord's medicine not arrived? Mengwan spoke softly, her voice cool, yet imbued with warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze that alleviated the summer heat. Cheng Feng coughed lightly, his ears reddening. Madam, you are unaware of the incompetence of the kitchen staff, who disregard even the Lord's needs. They are slow to prepare his medicine.
Cheng Feng.
Pei Qingli's expression darkened. Is this what you dare to speak? He coughed once more, triggering a fit of violent coughing. Mengwan's expression tightened. Yunju, please accompany Cheng Feng to the small kitchen and inquire about the Lord's medicine. Of course, I shall assist you, Cheng Feng. With that, Yunju and Cheng Feng exited, leaving only Pei Qingli and Mengwan in the Cheng Feng courtyard. Is the Lord still feverish? She observed his pallid complexion. It did not seem particularly well. His shirt was wide open, exposing his smooth chest. The scars on his body faded over the years, nearly undetectable upon closer inspection. His silky black hair fell loosely behind him, rendering Pei Qingli less formidable and more approachable. Yet, Mengwan remained unaware that this warmth was a privilege reserved solely for her. At present, he appeared quite fragile. Mengwan sighed inwardly, recognizing that even a man victorious on the battlefield was still flesh and blood. Despite his noble status, he remained, at heart, an ordinary person. Are you concerned for me, Wanwan? He reclined languidly in the armchair. Mengwan bit her lip, choosing not to respond. Pei Qingli half closed his eyes, observing her silence, before coughing again. I shall not perish just yet. If I were to die, it would only fulfill your wishes, Wanwan. Lord, you jest. Call me Erlang or Bofu. I dislike being addressed as Lord. Mengwan moved closer to pour him warm water. I had thought you would not come today. Upon seeing the untouched breakfast on the table, she realized it had been sent earlier in the morning. Has Erlang not eaten yet? I awaited your arrival to dine together. His tone was gentle, though perhaps his illness contributed to the softness. As long as he remained composed, Mengwan was not overly fearful of him. Has anyone from Changshaoting troubled you? He seemed to be feigning ignorance. Mengwan nodded. It cannot be said they came to trouble me. I have already found someone to manage the accounts. As for the remaining accounts, she paused. There remains a significant portion that is unclear, requiring Erlang's assistance. The unclear accounts left the whereabouts and purposes of the funds a mystery. Pei Qingli was capable of resolving the issue of private salt, a matter always shrouded in taboo. Fortunately, the amount sold by Lu Yi was not substantial. Mengwan's words served as a reminder to Pei Qingli that there might be discrepancies in the accounts at Changshaoting. Being a clever man, he would surely know how to investigate. As the maid began to serve the dishes, the cold breakfast was cleared away. My hand is quite painful today. I fear I must trouble you, my lady, to assist me with the dishes. The moment the dishes were brought in, Pei Qingli spoke. Mengwan hesitated, initially intending to mention that the maids were present to assist him. Yet, once the dishes were served, the maids departed. Outside, cicadas chirped incessantly, creating a cacophony in the stifling heat, while the burning sun distorted the air and scorched the ground. What does Erlang enjoy eating? I have no particular preferences. I once met your father in the military camp. Mengwan paused, astonished, looking at him. Your father is a very remarkable man. Indeed, my father is quite extraordinary. So extraordinary, in fact, that Mengwan felt he existed in a rift that separated him from this era. However, his journey to the frontier to deliver supplies was only a matter of a few years past. In other words, the father had already met Pei Qingli at that time and was aware of his existence. A strange sensation suddenly welled up within Mengwan.
You know,
Pei Qingli lifted his eyelids slightly. Mengwan remained silent for a while, the two seated across from each other at the dining table, where the meal was prepared with the finest ingredients. These ingredients were procured with Pei Qingli's own silver, arranged for by the kitchen staff. Previously, he had not been particularly concerned about food, but today was different, as Mengwan was coming. He understood that Mengwan was accustomed to a life of luxury, having been raised in opulence, with her every need met. Since she was coming, it was only fitting to provide the best for her. He had even ordered the maids to clean the room meticulously, starting early in the morning. In the corner tower, Pei Jinan was unable to leave today. Lin Sure stood guard at the door, tearfully declaring to those inside, "If you step out of this door today, do not recognize me as your mother." Chapter 79. Personal desires and erroneous thoughts. Mengwan was capable and well cared for. Surrounded by a host of maids and servants, did she truly need you to inquire about her? Lin Sure still felt guilty over that single chicken. Just the thought of it made her heart constrict. Pei Qingli wore a blue robe, knowing well that blue was Mengwan's favorite color. Thus, most of his attire was in shades of blue. "Mother, my sister-in-law has done us favors in the corner tower, and I have benefited greatly from her kindness," Pei Qingli said, feeling quite helpless. He knew that Mengwan was in the listening wind courtyard, and a sense of inexplicable agitation clawed at him, akin to a cat scratch. This vexation was evident on his pale, sickly face, which flushed with an odd hue, though his frame was slender and fragile. As if a gust of wind could carry him away, his hands were remarkably beautiful, slender and strong. His sister-in-law had once remarked that his hands were fit for writing, yet he preferred to hold hers. He had once held her hand in secret, and it was soft. Lin Sure wiped her tears. What favor! What favor! Upon marrying into the Marquis' estate, she was simply fulfilling her duties. You and she are not the same, and the viewing banquet is approaching. Bai Yun, your mother is not making things difficult for you. It is merely your thoughts that are inappropriate. Lin Sure began to cry again. Mother has misunderstood. I harbor no such thoughts. My sister-in-law is merely my sister-in-law. Pei Qingli fell silent, realizing they were speaking past each other. Mother, do not worry. For the viewing banquet, I shall return and surely find you a virtuous and suitable bride who will please you. Upon hearing this, Lin Sure's expression finally brightened with satisfaction. She smiled through her tears. Is what you say truly so? If mother is concerned and wishes to see the viewing banquet, she may accompany us. Lin Sure's face showed hesitation. As a mother, I should not go. That is a place for young people. I, as your mother, would not be fitting there. Coming from a humble background, Lin Sure felt a deep-seated inferiority. She knew well that those attending the viewing banquet would be from prominent families. If she were to attend, she feared being looked down upon. Only by marrying a daughter of noble birth into their family could she hold her head high. If someone of good standing took a liking to Bai Yun, then in the Marquis' estate, she could speak with confidence and stand straight. As silence fell in the room, Lin Sure found it inappropriate to continue speaking. Meanwhile, the eastern courtyard was particularly lively. Due to Mengwan's reduction of the monthly allowance across the courtyards, Zhao Shi, who had been accustomed to extravagance, found that this month's remaining allowance was barely sufficient for meals, leaving nothing extra. Not only that, but even the ice tickets were gone. Pei Lingjun was still recuperating, restless and breaking things in the room. In recent days, apart from the initial time when Zhao Shi had pawned her jewelry to obtain silver for some chicken, duck, fish, and meat for Pei Lingjun's nourishment, she had eventually grown reluctant to spend. What? A viewing banquet? They're hosting a viewing banquet? Upon hearing Zhao Shi's words, Pei Lingjun sat up in shock, momentarily forgetting the pain in her rear. Yes, you must go. Not only must you go, but you must also take Minggu along. Zhao Shi's expression darkened. Such a grand viewing banquet, organized under the Marquis' name, why should her daughter not attend? Her daughter was destined to become a royal consort, and as the Marquis' legitimate daughter, Mengwan's hosting of the viewing banquet warranted an invitation for Pei Lingjun. In Zhao Shi's view, her daughter was the foremost among the noble young ladies of Kuanjing. No matter how esteemed the others were, none could surpass her daughter. Mother, I do not wish to go with Minggu. Pei Lingjun's injuries were nearly healed. No, you must take him along, Zhao Shi insisted firmly. Mother. Pei Lingjun attempted to protest, but Zhao Shi suddenly lowered her voice, saying, Minggu is to marry your sister-in-law. Understand what you must do. Pei Lingjun's eyes widened, a glimmer of realization dawning upon her. Is what you said true? Indeed, it is true. I have already discussed this matter with your uncle. Minggu is talented and intends to participate in the imperial examinations next year. This is a great opportunity for our family, and if this works out, it will deepen our ties. Zhao Shi could hardly contain her excitement. She had previously considered finding an excuse to invite Minggu to the Marquis' estate. Now that Mengwan was organizing the viewing banquet, it was the perfect opportunity. Understood. Daughter will not disappoint mother. It was merely a viewing banquet, and she would attend. Just then, a maid entered, whispering something into Zhao Shi's ear, causing her expression to change drastically. Is this true? Madam, it cannot be more certain. Mother, what has happened? Pei Lingjun sensed an unease from Zhao Shi's demeanor. Do not worry, Lingjun. Just focus on your recovery. I must attend to something outside. With that, Zhao Shi hurriedly rose, instructing someone to prepare the horse. However, she suddenly recalled something and added, no need for a horse. I will use the back entrance. She nearly forgot that Pei Qingli was still in the Marquis' estate today. Zhao Shi quickly changed her attire, removing her gold and silver jewelry. On this hot summer day, she wrapped herself up tightly, hastily exiting through the back door of the Marquis' estate, taking care to look around, fearful of being discovered. My lord, she has truly left. Just as Zhao Shi departed the Marquis' estate, Pei Qingli and Cheng Feng appeared at the back entrance. Follow her. Once Zhao Shi stepped out of the Marquis' estate, she climbed into a carriage in a narrow alley. Hurry, she urged anxiously. At Qingshan Temple, Zhao Shi's carriage stopped at the entrance. Qingshan Temple is the largest temple in Quanjing, bustling with visitors, making it difficult to enter unnoticed. Zhao Shi draped a cloak over herself, concealing her face. My lord, we lost her. Cheng Feng, upon plunging into the crowd, realized Zhao Shi was nowhere to be seen, and her face fell. She was clever enough to choose a crowded place. The more people, the safer it was. The temple was vast, and she wouldn't have to search every inch for her. The temple's back courtyard was surrounded by a grove of bamboo. Once Zhao Shi arrived, she quickly dismissed her attendants and coachmen. The bamboo grove housed several chambers designated for receiving distinguished guests. Some visitors would come to the temple for spiritual cultivation and stay here. Zhao Shi entered with ease, and as she pushed open the door to the meditation room, someone suddenly embraced her from behind. Chapter 80, Secrets of the Zhao Family. Zhao was taken aback and shouted, You filthy scoundrel, let go of me at once. Behind her, a lewd laugh echoed. The old lady of the Marquis' residence truly holds great power. I endured hardships for you back in the day, and while you soared into a nest of phoenixes, you kicked me aside. The figure behind her released Zhao, revealing a bald monk clad in a gray robe, his face marred by pockmarks and sores. Though he donned monk's attire, the absence of a monk's scar on his head indicated he was no true monk, nor affiliated with the Qing Mountain Temple. If an elder from the Marquis' household had been present, they would have recognized him as a former stable boy. Zhao had once emerged from a dilapidated family, relying on singing for a living, and it was through this Wang, the pockmarked man, that she managed to connect with the old Marquis after much effort. Due to her origins, with a mother who had come from the Ministry of Rites, she possessed some innate skills in captivating men. The old Marquis became infatuated with her, showing little interest in the noble daughters of prominent families, but instead developing a deep affection for the songstress, constrained by his status from formally marrying her. Moreover, the old Marquis sought a brighter future and thus sought to wed Princess Zhaohe from the late emperor. Initially, people lamented the old Marquis' infatuation, for he had pledged to the princess a lifetime of devotion, and he truly upheld that promise. It was only after the young Marquis went missing, leaving his fate unknown, that Zhao appeared in the public eye with her child, revealing the truth behind the so-called eternal love. Following the death of Princess Zhaohe, the old Marquis, without an heir, welcomed Zhao and her child into the marquise, carried in a grand sedan chair, solely because she had borne him a son. In terms of lineage, he was the legitimate son of the old Marquis, and even if the young Marquis were alive, he would still have to address him as elder brother. The elders of the clan valued offspring above all, indifferent to the fact that he was the child of a songstress. As long as he was of the Marquis' blood, he was deemed precious. Zhao's standing was contingent upon her son. Had she not had a son to rely on, no amount of cunning would have secured her marriage into the marquis. Looking at the pockmarked man, she felt a wave of disgust. Gritting her teeth, she lowered her voice to question, Didn't I warn you not to return to Quanjing? Do you know that Pei Qingli has returned alive? Weren't you the one who ordered me to kill him? You insisted he was dead, yet here he is alive. Zhao spat in anger. Recalling past events filled with hatred, had she known Wang was unreliable, she would have personally ensured Pei Qingli was dead. At the very least, she would have wanted to see his demise with her own eyes. But dwelling on the past was futile now. Pei Qingli was indeed alive. Wang, whose real name was Wang Zhongquan, was nicknamed for his pockmarked face. Enough of your nonsense. Do you think I wanted to come to Quanjing? I was forced into a corner. Wang Zhongquan gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Did you send someone to kill me? His eyes glinted with ferocity. Zhao's heart raced, and a flicker of guilt crossed her gaze. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I send someone to kill you? It must have been Pei Qingli. He will not let bygones be bygones. Zhao never anticipated that the Zhuang family would be so inept, to have her tasked with killing someone, only to fail and allow him to escape to Kuanjing, a place that now belonged to Pei Qingli. As long as he remained in Kuanjing, he would eventually discover her. Under such circumstances, there was no need for the third branch's son to show himself. Wang Zhongquan's gaze darkened. So he has returned, but I could kill him then, and I can do so now. What can you do? Zhao, frustrated, retorted, you couldn't kill him before. And you certainly can't now. You're utterly useless. She urged, you had better leave Kuanjing quickly and as far away as possible. Never return. Zhao was terrified, fearing that Wang would be found by Pei Qingli, otherwise, her life would be ruined. With Pei Qingli's methods, once he obtained evidence, she would be left with no means to escape. What? You want me to leave Kuanjing? Wang Zhongquan glared at her, as if he wished to tear a piece of flesh from her. Zhao felt a chill down her spine, sensing a change in Wang over the years, especially in the ferocity of his gaze, which she could scarcely bear to meet. It was I who helped you bear a son, allowing you to marry into the marquise and become the esteemed mistress of the house. Now you want me to leave Kuanjing? On what grounds? In his possession were not only the evidence of her collusion in Pei Qingli's murder, but also the truth about Pei Yanzhao's identity. He was of Wang's blood, though tragically short-lived. Wang had once hoped his son would thrive as the legitimate heir of the marquise, living a life of luxury that would also bring him, as the father, a share of that glory. Yet, the boy had died prematurely, leaving Wang filled with bitterness. He yanked Zhao's hair, and she screamed in terror, instinctively raising her hands to shield herself. No, don't hit me. In their earlier days, Wang had a penchant for violence, particularly when Zhao had ascended to the marquise. If she failed to provide him with money, he would unleash his fists upon her. Only after marrying into the marquise, with security by her side, did Wang temper his aggression. However, today, without her guards, Wang felt emboldened to act recklessly against her. He sneered, if you want me to leave Kuanjing, you'll need to show some sincerity. Fear surged within Zhao, and to avoid being struck, she hastily pleaded, I will give you 1,000 taels in silver notes. This amount will ensure you live comfortably for the rest of your life. 1,000 taels? Zhao Ruyan, are you trying to insult me? Zhao Ruyan was her given name. Poetic yet devoid of substance. She was someone who feared the strong and bullied the weak. Then how much do you want? Zhao asked, genuinely frightened of Wang. Unfortunately, she couldn't bring anyone with her today. Too many eyes would spell her doom if she were discovered. 5,000 taels, not a single tael less. What? 5,000 taels. Zhao's voice quivered, her eyes widening in disbelief. You might as well go rob a bank. I pay you 50 taels every month, and you know the marquise' residence is now under Mengwan's authority. She only allocates 50 taels for each courtyard each month, and the treasury and accounts are no longer under my control. Where am I to find you 5,000 taels? 5,000 taels was an astronomical sum for Zhao in her current circumstances, though in the past, it would have merely covered her expenses for clothing and adornments. Mengwan scrutinized the accounts closely. If Zhao were to sell her possessions, it would certainly arouse her suspicion. Mengwan was manageable, but Pei Qingli was the real threat. If that man set his sights on her, he would surely notice if she began liquidating her assets. Then, following the clues, finding Wang Zhongquan was hardly a daunting task. With a sharp tug, Wang Matzi yanked, sending a searing pain coursing through Zhao's scalp, eliciting a cry from her. Zhao Ruyan, do not presume upon my ignorance. The late marquis generously bestowed upon you ample land and shops. If you are short on money, why not sell them for your gain? Wang Matzi spat venomously. He was well aware of Zhao's nature. She was notoriously stingy. Zhao felt despondent, but dared not retort. Although those shops were technically given to her by the marquis, they still belonged to the Ho residence. They were never transferred to her name, and if she were to sell them, Pei Qingli would undoubtedly grow suspicious of her. Surely, you wouldn't want him to find you, would you? Zhao's words were merely a plea for Wang Zhongquan to spare her. She wept. They say a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of grace. I bore you a son, after all. A day as husband and wife. Wang Zhongquan's voice turned even more menacing. He had barely managed to save his own life by hiding in the Qing mountain temple after shaving his head. Regardless of whether the ones sent to kill him were dispatched by Pei Qingli or Zhao, he knew in his heart that he could not remain in Kuanjing. To stay would be to expose himself to Pei Qingli's gaze. He would not make such a foolish decision, yet he was unwilling to depart from Kuanjing empty-handed. He must extract some benefit from this woman. Indeed, had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten that I was your first man. Suddenly, a lascivious gleam flickered in his eyes as he reached out to grasp Zhao's collar. Wang Zhongquan, what are you doing? What do you think I can do now? He sneered. Zhao Ruyan, if you don't give me money, I shall not leave Kuanjing. If worst comes to worst, Pei Qingli will catch me. And when he does, I will confess everything. Perhaps he may even spare my life, but you, my dear, would be in dire straits. Wang Zhongquan was indeed despicable, willing to stoop to any level to achieve his aims. Zhao trembled, taken aback by his shameless words, yet she was genuinely frightened of his potential actions. For Wang Zhongquan was capable of anything. Zhao Ruyan, after all these years, you still possess such allure. I trust you have lived quite comfortably in the Ho residence. Zhao wanted to resist, but a heavy slap landed on her face, reminding her of the brutal memories of being beaten by Wang Zhongquan, stripping her of the will to fight back. The temple, once a sacred sanctuary of Buddhism, was now tainted by audacious acts within its tranquil courtyard. The sounds of heavy breathing permeating the air. Song Yushu furrowed her brow, casting her gaze towards the nearby meditation room. The young maid accompanying her blushed fiercely. Miss, in broad daylight, who would have thought such indecent acts could occur here? It truly defiled the Buddhist sanctity. The maid's face was a mask of disdain. Song Yushu, the eldest daughter of the Song family, was known for her gentle humility and elegant composure, often compared to her sister Song Yulin as the twin beauties of Kuanjing. She had reached the age where it was customary to consider suitors, yet with the new emperor's ascension, the Song family intended to send several daughters to the palace for selection, aiming to elevate their family's prestige and secure their standing. Thus, they had yet to accept any invitations for matches. However, when the Prime Minister's residence unexpectedly accepted an invitation from the Ho residence, and a gathering was to take place soon, it startled many. They puzzled over the Song family's intentions. Given the notoriously ruthless nature of the Duke of the State, who could kill without a flicker of an eyelash, it seemed illogical to compare him to the new emperor. Surely, it was the emperor who should be chosen, rather than pushing their daughters into peril. Yet, some speculated that the abundance of daughters in the Song family might allow them to send a daughter to the palace even if Pei Qingli selected one. This conjecture held considerable weight. Song Yushu frowned, feeling that the voice of the woman shouting within sounded somewhat familiar, as if it belonged to someone of advanced years. Not a youthful maiden. How could one of mature age still utter such brazen cries? Song Yushu sighed, preparing to leave when the commotion ceased, and shortly thereafter, a bald monk emerged from the meditation room, without any signs of a vow. The young maid's eyes widened in disbelief. Miss, is that not a monk? How could he engage in such acts? Nonsense. He bears no vow marks. He has merely shaved his head and cannot be considered a true monk. Just then, another figure stepped out from the meditation room, causing even Song Yushu to widen her eyes. It was Zhao, the matron of the Ho residence. She had met Zhao before and held a deep dislike for her, finding her excessively ostentatious, eager for all of Kuanjing to know of her current glory. After all, she was merely a concubine elevated to the status of the main wife, unashamedly flaunting her position. Especially Zhao, who looked down upon legitimate noblewomen, including the mother of the Prime Minister. Her own mother was a lady of courtly distinction. How could she possibly lower herself to the level of a mere concubine? Miss, this is... The young maid was flustered, having accompanied the eldest lady to the temple merely for blessings, only to stumble upon such a scandalous affair. Absurd. Truly absurd. In all of Kuanjing, there could hardly be a more ludicrous event. Even as a concubine, she now wore the mantle of the matron of the Duke of the State and should not engage in such shameless behavior. This was nothing short of sacrilege. Chapter 82. The Selection of the Empress. Sacrilege invites retribution. Witnessing the scene, Song Yushu chose not to comment further and instead sought her sisters. In a few days, there would be a gathering for selection. It was best to avoid trouble. Let today's events be forgotten. The young maid nodded vigorously. My lord, Zhao has emerged. Upon stepping out of the Qing mountain temple, Zhao hurriedly climbed into her carriage, urging the driver to hasten back to the estate. Is that not the eldest daughter of the Song family? The sharp-eyed servant spotted Song Yushu emerging with a group of young ladies. Song Yushu, with her striking beauty and tall stature, bore a cool demeanor, while her sisters were always quick to heed her guidance. The Duke of the State? Song Yushu also noticed Pei Qingli. She glanced at the direction of Zhao's departing carriage, then at Pei Qingli, sensing an intriguing tension. How peculiar that the Duke of the State would be near the Qing Mountain Temple at this moment. Surely, this was no coincidence, especially with his stepmother present. Greetings, Mississippi. Song Yushu curtsied in return, and her sisters followed suit. Did you witness anything unusual, Miss Song? Pei Qingli's dark, penetrating gaze fixed on her, exuding a chilling aura that intimidated onlookers. Yet, Song Yushu remained unperturbed, while her sisters dared not lift their heads. Song Yushu treated all equally, whether they were legitimate daughters or those of lesser status. She ensured no one was left out, and favoritism was foreign to her. In her presence, there were no rivalries among sisters. Should any sibling act disobediently, Song Yushu would intervene, and gradually, her sisters learned to comply. The young maid felt a wave of anxiety, cold sweat beading on her palms. This was the Duke of the State. Just a glance sent chills down her spine, let alone the fact that her lady had just witnessed such an outrageous scene. If the Duke of the State discovers this, in order to protect the reputation of the Marquise, one cannot predict what mad actions he might take. Song Yushu smiled faintly, saying, in the Qingshan Temple, what I can see are naturally the various Buddhas and deities, as well as the passing pilgrims. What else could I possibly behold? Is the Duke of the State also here to pray for blessings? Song Yushu had indeed received the visiting card from Pei Qingli. Now, as the two met, they had established a preliminary understanding of one another. Pei Qingli tugged at his lips, the smile on his face decidedly unappealing. Even in the presence of a young lady, he exhibited no softness. Naturally, since the Duke of the State intended to worship the Buddha, the bamboo grove in the back courtyard of Qingshan Temple was indeed a splendid location. Pei Qingli's gaze flickered. Song Yushu performed a slight bow, saying, Yushu has matters to attend to and must escort several younger sisters back to the residence. I shall take my leave first. May Miss Song travel safely. As she approached the carriage, Song Yushu suddenly recalled something and turned around, saying, My sister, Mengwan has always been gentle in disposition. Since the Duke of the State is newly returned to Kuanjing, he may not be well acquainted with Mengwan yet, but I hope the Duke will not frighten her. She is different from those in the Duke's residence. After speaking, she entered the carriage. She had heard some rumors, particularly concerning the incident of Pei Qingli committing murder upon his return to the Marquise, which caused Song Yushu great concern. Would she, due to the Zhao family affair, take out her frustrations on Mengwan? After all, Mengwan was now the daughter-in-law of the Zhao family. It was indeed unfortunate. She and Mengwan had shared a tutor since childhood and studied at the same academy, forging a deep friendship. How could such a fine young lady end up marrying Pei Yanzhao? Fortunately, he was a man of short life. This thought brought Song Yushu a slight sense of relief. Reflecting on how Mengwan had married into the Marquise in place of a Yao, Song Yushu felt even more melancholic. If only a Yao were not foolish, then Mengwan would not have to bear such burdens. She had to learn business and manage accounts while also caring for her younger sister. And Mengwan's mother was particularly demanding of her. Sister, is the Duke of the State truly so fearsome? Song Yueling, who had been silent with her head lowered, probably out of fear of being glanced at by that man, asked. Just a single glance from him could render one's legs weak. What is there to fear? Song Yushu patted her sister's hand, gently reassuring her. No matter how fearsome he may appear, he is still a flesh-and-blood mortal. Not some monster with 3 heads and 6 arms who consumes human flesh and drinks human blood. Even in his most terrifying state, would he dare to murder in broad daylight? Upon uttering these words, Song Yushu herself was taken aback, for she believed that Pei Qingli was indeed capable of such an act. Nonetheless, she said it merely to comfort her younger sisters. They rarely ventured out and had even less contact with men. Now, having received the visiting card from the Marquise, they were all terrified that Pei Qingli might take an interest in them. However, Song Yushu felt no concern whatsoever. To her, marrying anyone was merely a matter of choice. As the legitimate daughter of a prestigious family, she had the privilege of selecting suitors, rather than being chosen herself. Even if she were to marry into the Marquise and become its mistress, her focus would solely be on her own affairs. Men? A glimmer of irony flashed in her eyes. The man who could truly earn her heart had yet to appear. Sister, what are your thoughts on the Duke of the State? Song Yueling whispered. As the eldest sister, she was the most likely candidate in the family to become the empress. If Pei Qingli were to take a liking to her, judging by the Duke's reaction, he seemed to have no dissatisfaction with her. One could even say he was pleased. What else is there to consider? He is just like us, with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Sister, do not worry. He is a man capable of killing without a second thought. Should we not decline the invitation to that gathering? I am frightened. Not only was Song Yueling afraid, but so were the other younger sisters. Song Yushu's expression hardened. The daughters of the Song family should not be so timid and cowardly. How can a mere duke of the state rob you of your spirit? Her voice grew stern, and in an instant, the carriage fell silent, as if one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to utter a word. If I were to marry into the marquisate,
Song Yushu sighed.
if Pei Qingli truly wished to choose her, then so be it. At least marrying into the marquisate would afford one a better life, sparing her from the torment of those wicked matriarchs. With her influence in the marquisate, she was confident that she and Wanwan could contend against those vile people. In Kuanjing, regardless of family background, appearance, or talent, the legitimate daughter of the Song family was undoubtedly the prime choice for the marquisate. This gathering was perceived as such by nearly everyone, including Song Yushu herself. Chapter 83. Successful capture. As soon as Zhao Shi stepped into the marquisate, she encountered Pei Qingli in the main hall. He sat at the head of the table, with female attendants on either side fanning him, providing a refreshing breeze. Second master? Upon seeing Pei Qingli, Zhao Shi's heart raced. He merely sat there, sipping tea, doing nothing, yet he made her feel as though she were caught in a compromising situation. It was as if everything she had done at Qingshan Temple had not escaped his notice. Observing his demeanor, she believed he had already prepared himself. Zhao Shi approached with a smile. Having just returned from Qingshan Temple, her attire was neatly arranged, leaving no apparent signs of her recent activities. The only difference was perhaps her peculiar gait, as if her legs could not quite align. Pei Qingli glanced at her with indifference. Second master, is that a title you can use? A concubine who has risen to power, yet you dare to presume to call yourself the mother of this marquis? You truly believe yourself to be something special? Pei Qingli's expression revealed no concealment of his disdain and rejection towards Zhao Shi. He had never liked her in the past, and his sentiments had not changed. It was fine. He preferred to play the long game when it came to fishing for big catches. One could only imagine that Zhao Shi had never expected to return alive to Kuanjing. Yes, it is my fault as a mother. Back then, you were lost outside. And silence. His piercing gaze suddenly fell upon Zhao Shi. Clearly, you have a short memory. Do you even have the right to call yourself this marquis's mother? Pei Qingli scoffed. You need to be worthy of that title. Zhao Shi's face flushed with embarrassment as she bent her waist, feeling unworthy to stand tall before Pei Qingli. Yet inwardly, she harbored a sense of resentment. Hesitantly, she said, My lord, your return brings me great joy as a mother. Sensing the abrupt change in Pei Qingli's demeanor, Zhao Shi quickly altered her tone. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to wielding power within the marquisate. Suddenly facing a reckoning, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed. Those who had thrived on the power of the tiger were naturally reluctant to be suppressed. Is the incense at Qingshan Temple still flourishing? Pei Qingli abruptly inquired. It was but a casual remark, yet it sent a shiver down Zhao Shi's spine, leaving her weak-kneed and disoriented. Her complexion paled. Beads of sweat began to pour down her forehead, and her clothing became instantly soaked. My lord, how would I know whether the incense at Qingshan Temple is flourishing or not? Pei Qingli was aware she had visited Qingshan Temple. What about Wang Zhongquan? Had he also been discovered? Fear spread through her. Despite the summer heat, she felt a chill throughout her body. At this moment, she strained to maintain her composure, unwilling to weaken. She could hardly bear to contemplate what would befall her should Wang Zhongquan fall into Pei Qingli's hands, skinning, flaying, or having her limbs severed to become a mere human stick. Regardless of the outcome, it was not the fate Zhao Shi desired. She merely wished to ascend to the lofty position of the mistress of the marquisate and enjoy a lifetime of wealth and luxury. Today, as I ventured outside, I fortuitously encountered the eldest daughter of the Song family. Zhao, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure. She slapped her forehead, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, and said, Lord, forgive my poor memory. I recently visited the Qingshan temple, and in light of your return and the imminent banquet, I thought to light incense and pray for your well-being. I hope you find a suitable match at the banquet, so I may fulfill the late Princess Zhaohe's wishes. Her smile, however, lacked sincerity, evoking a sense of revulsion. Is that so? Pei Qingli set down his teacup. His eyes dark as ink, glimmering with an unsettling sharpness that seemed to pierce through her facade. It was as if her deceit was utterly exposed before him. Naturally, one might inquire of the divine, does your deity truly promise you longevity? He smirked wickedly, an air of arrogance enveloping him, as if he could effortlessly pierce her throat with the sword in his grasp, sending her to the depths of the underworld. Zhao's heart raced. Realizing she was being subtly warned, she hurriedly replied, "It is a blessing from the heavens that I have lived to this age. I only wish for the Buddha to bless you, Lord, illuminating the Zhao residence and ensuring your lifelong safety." With hands clasped in feigned piety, she resembled a devout follower, a sight that repulsed Pei Qingli further. "Lord!" Once Zhao departed, Zhengfeng approached. "I have news. Wang Zhongquan is indeed hidden within the back courtyard of Qingshan Temple." The excitement in his eyes was undeniable. This was the key figure behind the assassination of the young lord, and Pei Qingli had narrowly escaped with his life. Today, they owed their success to the Song family's eldest daughter. Otherwise, they would have expended considerable effort to locate him. He had concealed himself well, masquerading as a monk among the many in the temple, making it difficult to discern the real from the false. Pei Qingli's eyes gleamed with a more profound malevolence. "Indeed, we owe this to the Song family." The words slipped from his lips, instilling in Zhengfeng a sense of foreboding. "Let us proceed. It is time to confront him. This endeavor has not been entirely fruitless. We have captured Wang Zhongquan." Upon returning to her eastern courtyard, Zhao was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. She collapsed onto a grand chair, gasping for breath and drinking copious amounts of tea. Her heart raced uncontrollably until, after a considerable time, it finally calmed. Pei Qingli was truly terrifying. Just a few exchanged words had left her in such a state. As the realization dawned upon her, a mix of embarrassment and anger welled up within her. How could a senior be so intimidated by a mere junior? It felt utterly disgraceful. "Old madam, do you think he might discover what transpired today?" The concern of her maid was palpable. The temple is vast, and he is disguised as a monk. Unless Pei Qingli intends to search every monk in Qingshan Temple, he cannot possibly find him. It is a national temple, even with significant authority. He would not dare invade without the emperor's decree. And should he attempt such an action, the commotion would surely alert Wang Zhongquan. Zhao's thoughts began to ease, and she commanded, "Bring me a chilled jug of wine to refresh myself. It is unbearably hot, and I am drenched in sweat." Just moments ago, she had been frightened into a cold sweat. Now, she was burning with heat. Zhengfeng was swift and precise in his actions. Upon determining the exact location, he acted immediately. The man was now confined within the private prison of the Zhao residence. Under the laws of Daong, officials were not permitted to arrest individuals arbitrarily. Even when apprehended, they were to be processed through the heavenly prison. Yet Pei Qingli was not one to adhere to such regulations. Following the established protocol would be less satisfying than eliminating the target outright. Wang Zhongquan could never have anticipated that just as Zhao departed, Zhengfeng would storm in and seize him. He even cried out, claiming to be a monk of Qingshan Temple, protected by the royal family. "Even the Zhao residents cannot arrest me here." This was precisely why he had chosen to hide there. Zhengfeng was not easily intimidated. He kicked Wang Zhongquan to the ground. Although Wang had some skill from his youth at Shaolin Temple, it was insufficient against Zhengfeng, who had honed his abilities through countless battles alongside Pei Qingli. His meager skills were no match for Zhengfeng's prowess. "A national temple?" Zhengfeng scoffed. "I care not for your national temple. The Lord will capture whomever he desires. Even if you hide within the imperial palace, I shall unearth you. A false monk without even a scar on his head? I will ensure you are charged with conspiring against the state." Another kick landed, this one striking true, breaking two of Wang Zhongquan's ribs, causing him to howl in agony. As for the private prison, it was located within the Zhao residence, known only to the lords of previous generations. Even during Zhao's favored days, the old lord had never revealed its existence to her, for it housed their most formidable foes, those who could not be dealt with openly. Such matters were best resolved discreetly, and the blood on their hands was immeasurable. This private prison also served as a means for successive lords to indulge their desires. Pei Qingli was thoroughly disgusted by the Zhao residence. Cheng Feng stood guard at the prison entrance, ensuring no one approached. Pei Jinan had escaped his mother's grasp and was heading toward Mengwan's northern courtyard when he spotted a corner of a garment flitting near the rockery. It was Cheng Feng, a guard of his brother. Pei Jinan averted his gaze and turned away from the rockery. After some time, Pei Qingli emerged, leisurely wiping the blood from his hands with a handkerchief, his feet stained with crimson. "Lord, did you obtain any information?" he inquired. "He is quite resilient," Pei Qingli huffed, tossing the handkerchief into Cheng Feng's hands. Yet he paused, contemplating. There should be others involved, not merely those from the eastern courtyard. "Are you referring to Chang Xiaoteng?" he scoffed. "Those old fools wish to disrupt my peace." A fierce glint ignited in his eyes. "No matter, I have always favored a long game. With Wang Zhongquan captured, I now possess leverage over Zhao. Next, I will deal with that old wretch of Chang Xiaoteng. His mother's demise is undoubtedly linked to them. And the poison afflicting Mengwan is likely no simple matter either." Unbeknownst to him, the Zhao residence harbored such deep corruption. Yet now that he had returned, this estate would be governed by his will. Keep a vigilant watch. Should anyone dare approach, no matter their identity, ensure they are observed closely. The private prison is inherently a forbidden area of the Marquis's residence. No one aside from the Lord may approach. Anyone daring to venture close signifies that they harbor ulterior motives. No one would wish to court death by coming here. Cheng Feng nodded in affirmation. The Zhao family had been quite occupied these past few days. The informants she sent out returned with news that Feng Biao had met his demise, having accidentally fallen off a cliff while fleeing. Now, the Dali temple had only discovered a corpse. With this revelation, Zhao let out a sigh of relief. A fitting end. Indeed. She had been concerned that if Feng Biao were captured by the Dali temple, he would undoubtedly divulge her involvement under duress. Little did she expect him to die in such a manner. The thought brought her immense satisfaction. It felt as though even the heavens were conspiring in her favor. Truly, it was exhilarating. Engaging in contract killing could result in severe consequences. If Pei Qingli and Mengwan were to uncover evidence, the outcome would be dire. The very thought sent chills down Zhao's spine. Died from a fall? Mengwan suddenly turned to Pei Jinan behind her.
Today.
He had finally managed to escape the clutches of the Lin family and was able to visit the northern courtyard. Judging by his complexion, Mengwan seemed to have regained much of her vitality. Fate can be quite ironic. Just as they were on the brink of uncovering the true culprit and delivering justice for her sister-in-law, the perpetrator perished in such a fortuitous manner. Fortuitous? Mengwan did not believe it was mere coincidence. By the way, Pei Jinan had come to deliver something to Mengwan. Their mother had learned of tomorrow's small banquet and, being a reserved person, wanted to express her gratitude to her sister-in-law. She had gone to a shop and purchased an array of cosmetics, unsure of her sister-in-law's preferences. Thus, she asked him to bring some items for Mengwan to choose from, leaving the rest for the future bride. Pei Jinan opened the wooden box he carried, revealing a dazzling assortment of items. Upon seeing it, Mengwan's expression grew somewhat complicated. The items from Linlang Pavilion, even a single box of cosmetics, are quite expensive. Aunt has put much thought into this, but I cannot accept it. Since these were meant for the future bride, it would be inappropriate for her to accept. However, Pei Jinan was not surprised by Mengwan's refusal. He had anticipated it. While the price is indeed steep, it is intended to win the favor of the future bride. Mengwan was taken aback. Does Bo Yun have someone he favors?
Whose family is she from?
If he had a preferred candidate, that would be splendid news. Pei Jinan smiled. The third daughter of the Song family, a concubine's child. Bo Yun met her last time and has been infatuated ever since. As for tomorrow's banquet, I hope you can lend your support. The third daughter of the Song family?
Song Yu?
Mengwan was familiar with several daughters from the Song family. This particular third daughter was gentle in nature and had just turned 18. Chapter 85. The small banquet. She smiled. I see. If Bo Yun is fond of her, I shall certainly assist, but matters of marriage must align with fate. Bo Yun understands that his health is fragile. If she is willing, it would be a blessing he has cultivated in his past life. If not, it may be a sign of his own shortcomings, unworthy of such a fine lady, and she should not be delayed in her future, as there are surely better families awaiting her. As Pei Jinan spoke, his gaze lingered on her, seemingly unable to look away. He had indeed seen that third daughter. Her appearance and demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Mengwan. Realizing Pei Qingli came with a request, Mengwan casually selected a box of mother-of-pearl blush and a couple of pieces of eyeliner, leaving the rest untouched. Pei Qingli, seeing that she had made her selections, understood that she had acquiesced to his request. As he closed the wooden box, his gaze burned with intensity, his breath growing slightly labored. It felt as though something searing was about to burst forth from his throat, and all his blood rushed to one place. "Sister-in-law," he called softly. His voice held a suppressed emotion, sounding clear and smooth, betraying no hint of abnormality. "This matter is of great importance to Bo Yun's life. And it is also my personal desire. I hope you will keep it close to your heart. Should others learn of it, they will surely mock Bo Yun for attempting to climb the social ladder." He was implying that Mengwan should keep the secret. "Rest assured, Bo Yun." Mengwan replied with a gentle smile, her expression soft and serene, leaving Pei Qingli momentarily dazed. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, as if he were a rat hiding in the shadows, fearful of exposure. Even his own feelings needed to be buried deep. The following day marked the small banquet. The Marquis's residence was bustling with activity, as it was for the two young masters. Mengwan also rose early. Yunju came to assist her with dressing and noticed the mother-of-pearl blush and the newly acquired eyeliner on the table. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "When did the young mistress acquire new cosmetics?" These appeared to be new arrivals from Linling Pavilion. Mengwan glanced over, just received some new items. The items from Linling Pavilion were indeed costly, and with a small banquet today, where young ladies from various families would gather, the lady of the house should make use of the new blush. Yunju did not dwell on it. The young mistress often had new trinkets, and it might have been a gift from the elder lady. Although the elder lady was strict with the mistress, she genuinely cared for her. After all, which mother does not love her own child? However, the scent of the blush seemed peculiar. Yunju leaned in to sniff. While it was fragrant, there was an odd undertone. Yet, considering it was a new product from Linling Pavilion, it was not unusual that she had not encountered it before. So she dismissed her concerns. The small banquet was to be held at a private estate owned by Mengwan. Rather than an estate, it was more akin to a flower garden. This garden was part of Mengwan's dowry, which had fallen into Zhao's hands 3 years prior when she married into the Marquis's family. Mengwan had always been accustomed to listening to her mother, who advised her against opposing her mother-in-law and urged her to be dutiful and gentle. Her mother often said that a mother-in-law is also a mother. A woman who marries into a family should be respectful and virtuous. Thus, she complied. However, in reality, following her mother's advice did not bring her happiness. Rather, it led to her misfortune. Consequently, Mengwan resolved to no longer heed her mother's counsel. She decided to follow her own heart or choose to trust her father's words. Just a few days ago, Mengwan had reclaimed her estate. Previously, it had been rented out. In the grand capital of Kunjing, there were many affluent families, especially among the noble women, who often required larger venues for gatherings. They were inclined to put on a show, making Mengwan's estate the ideal choice. A single rental could fetch 1,000 taels, provided no damage was done to the estate's property or flora. Should any damage occur, the cost would likely double. Everyone knew that the Meng family was the economic backbone of the entire Deyong. Even a mere painting hanging in the estate, part of the dowry, could be worth a fortune. Not to mention the rare flowers and antiques transported from across the land, which were even more precious. Yet, previously, all those profits had gone into Zhao's pockets. Zhao often invited various noble women to the estate to gamble and drink, treating the estate as her own property, never once mentioning that it belonged to Mengwan as part of her dowry. In Zhao's eyes, once Mengwan entered the Marquis's residence, everything she brought was rightfully the Marquis's. As the mistress of the Marquis's residence, it was all hers by extension. Such shamelessness was indeed unparalleled in Kunjing. Since Mengwan took away the estate, the Zhao family has not dared to step outside, fearing encounters with those noble ladies who previously invited her to the estate for tea and wine. She cannot afford to lose face. The Zhao family, once radiant, now finds itself in a state of decline, merely gilding their image with the identity of Mengwan's mother-in-law. However, to others, it is never her status as the matriarch of the Ho family that is recognized, but rather her role as Mengwan's mother-in-law. Dressed and adorned, Mengwan stepped outside. Today's small gathering was of great significance, so she deliberately chose an outfit that was not overly plain. She adorned her hair with a rare ornamental flower symbolizing fortune and longevity. The water blue garment draped gently over her form, her steps light and graceful. her hair styled into an elegant updo, exuding a sense of cleanliness and sharpness. The garment was merely embellished with a couple of gold-threaded butterflies. As she moved, the butterflies appeared almost alive, fluttering gracefully, vividly animated. "I have seen my sister-in-law," remarked Bo Yun. Pei Qingli seemed to have just emerged from the courtyard. Clad in a blue robe, a color favored by Mengwan, he possessed an ethereal grace, his stature tall and slender, yet his complexion appeared slightly pallid and frail. Despite his pale visage, he undeniably possessed a handsome countenance. The blue robe accentuated his elegance further. "Did your second aunt not prepare a carriage for you?" Mengwan glanced behind him, only to realize that he had neither a carriage nor an attendant, save for a single young scholar, lacking even someone to fetch tea or water. Pei Qingli smiled gently. "No matter, the estate is not far from the Ho residence. I can manage the walk." He coughed lightly as he spoke. The second branch of the family was indeed weak. It was not that they neglected to prepare a carriage for Pei Qingli, but rather that they simply lacked the financial means. Furthermore, his father had taken the carriage on an outing that day, leaving Pei Qingli without one. Mengwan sighed, about to invite him to share her carriage, as she could arrange another for herself. Just then, a cold voice echoed ahead. "Bo Yun." It was Pei Qingli. The morning sun poured down, illuminating the young man in black, his slender waist and the fiery steed beneath him exuding an air of authority. He tightened the reins, his gaze deep and icy, brow slightly furrowed. "Brother," Pei Qingli bowed respectfully, a whip thrown at his feet. The man on horseback looking down at him with a commanding presence. Being a man, riding in a carriage is rather effeminate and a source of mockery for others. Your current frail form is merely the result of lack of exercise. Come, accompany me. Chung Feng led a fiery steed forth, smiling as he approached Pei Qingli. "Fourth young master, this steed was a gift from His Majesty. It is an exceptionally fine horse. Do you give it a try?" He extended the reins toward Pei Qingli, who hesitated, saying, "Bo Yun feels unworthy. I have not ridden since childhood due to illness, and now I am even less capable. Cannot ride?" Pei Qingli's gaze was frigid. That look always made Mengwan feel as if he were not looking at his brother but rather at someone entirely unrelated. Yet, it was understandable. Pei Qingli was known to be cold-hearted and would act solely based on his whims, following no particular rules. Even now, Mengwan could not fathom his thoughts, relying solely on conjecture. Still afraid? Mengwan stepped forward, observing the fiery steed with a temperamental disposition. A fine horse indeed. But red-maned steeds are notoriously fierce. They are difficult for anyone to tame. Let alone Bo Yun's frail condition, I fear. "Are you worried for Bo Yun?" Pei Qingli interrupted her, his tone disapproving, the term madam laced with ice. "Bo Yun, a man, should not mimic delicate women. How can one expect a girl to take notice of you? When will you ever marry?" Pei Qingli spoke without regard for anyone's feelings. Pei Qingli's face flashed with embarrassment, yet he understood that he could not allow Mengwan to be put in a difficult position. She was trying to help him. "Sister-in-law means well. Brother is also concerned for Bo Yun, so please do not take offense. They say an elder sister-in-law is like a mother. Sister-in-law should not blame brother." Pei Qingli remarked, "This tea's aroma surpasses even the finest Biluakun." However, his words made Mengwan frown slightly. Since the Lord is concerned for Bo Yun, let him try riding. Perhaps he can indeed tame that fiery steed. Thereafter, no one will mock you for being unable to ride. Her words startled Yunju, who stood behind her. "Is the young madam?" Pei Qingli's eyes flickered with amusement. Perhaps he had underestimated her clarity of thought. Indeed, Bo Yun listens to his sister-in-law. It was evident that Pei Qingli wanted him to ride, yet he insisted it was at Mengwan's suggestion. Such obedient behavior would make onlookers believe their family bond was strong, but to Pei Qingli, it took on a different flavor. "Are you unable to mount?" Pei Qingli, seated on the red-maned steed, appeared spirited and healthy, the morning sun casting a dazzling glow. Mengwan could not help but steal another glance at him before quickly averting her gaze. Yet that fleeting change did not escape Pei Qingli's notice. Pei Qingli appeared hesitant. The fiery steed, restless under his grip, stomped its front hooves anxiously. "Bo Yun, come now. A son of the Ho family should not be so timid and shameful. You are bringing disgrace upon this lord." The servants of the Ho residence were watching. Pei Qingli had no choice but to comply. Yes, Bo Yun listens to his brother. He took a deep breath, as if resolving to make a decision, placed his foot in the stirrup, and leaped onto the horse's back. However, this startled Qingfeng, who instinctively looked toward Pei Qingli. The latter, seemingly unfazed, kept his deep gaze fixed on him, raising the whip in his hand, which struck Pei Ji-nan's steed, causing it to whinny in pain and bolt forward. Fourth young master. The young scholar beside Pei Ji-nan was terrified, his heart racing. Young madam, my master cannot ride, the lord. Mengwan merely placed a hand to her forehead. It is of no concern, the lord is with him. There will be no issues. She could not fathom why Pei Qingli insisted on having Pei Ji-nan ride, especially on such a fiery steed. Young madam, I can't help but feel that the lord is acting strangely today, Yunju finally voiced her concern. The fourth young master is frail and has always traveled by carriage. That fiery steed is fierce. What if it becomes unruly and injures him? That is not a matter for us to worry about. Mengwan chose not to delve further into the brothers' relationship. After all, they were siblings. Pei Qingli, no matter how ruthless, would not truly wish to harm his brother. Moreover, a young man should possess the demeanor of a young man. If he is weak, he ought to learn some skills so that, as Pei Qingli suggested, he would not bring shame upon the Ho family. Yunju, Lan understood Mengwan's perspective and added, "You need not worry. It is getting late. We must hurry to the estate. Today, the Ho family is hosting a banquet. If we arrive later than the guests, it would be a source of ridicule." Sister-in-law. As she was about to board the carriage, a lively and playful voice rang out. Mengwan furrowed her brows slightly and turned to see Pei Lingjun adorned in a pink outfit. Today, at the small banquet, her mother had specifically urged her to accompany her sister-in-law to broaden her horizons. Surely, her sister-in-law would not mind? Pei Lingjun had taken great care in her appearance today. With a red hairpin atop her head, ornaments jingling at her waist, and her wrists adorned with pearls and jade, exuding an air of opulence. One might think she was intent on depleting the Zhao family's fortune. Her attire for this small banquet was clearly meant to intimidate rather than to mingle. Mengwan averted her gaze and stepped back, creating distance between them. Since her mother insisted, she would comply. "Then I shall ride with my sister-in-law," she declared, hastily slipping into the carriage, as if fearing Mengwan might leave her behind. Yunju couldn't help but roll her eyes. Once again, she was trying to hitch a ride on the young lady's carriage. The carriage, crafted by her father before her marriage, was made of materials that even wealth could scarcely procure. It was warm in winter and cool in summer. Even under the blazing sun, the interior remained pleasantly cool. Chapter 87. The Song Sister-in-Law. What do you think of my outfit today? Pei Lingjun asked, her face brimming with pride. A glance at Mengwan's attire revealed a hint of disdain in her eyes, though she quickly masked it. "The delicate pink suits you beautifully." Mengwan hesitated, then replied, "Since this is a small banquet, do you perhaps have someone in mind? Why else would you attend?" She had not sent an invitation to Pei Lingjun, and as a young woman, it was customary for others to invite her, not the other way around. Doing so would diminish her worth.
Sister-in-law.
That's not the case at all. I am merely here to broaden my horizons, not to seek a match.
Besides,
I am destined to enter the palace as a concubine, meant to be a woman of the emperor. How could a mere commoner's son be worthy of me? Pei Lingjun thought to herself, feeling quite pleased, yet simultaneously began to look down upon Mengwan's aspirations. With such limited insight, did she truly believe she deserved to marry into their noble family? Their household ought to seek a genuine noblewoman, not a merchant's daughter. For her family to aspire to such heights was laughable. By the way, sister-in-law, why do you dress so poorly today? Pei Lingjun noted the solitary fabric flower atop Mengwan's head, devoid of any other embellishment. Even her earrings were merely droplets of agate for decoration. You are the young lady of the Marquis's household. Dressing so modestly might invite ridicule. Pei Lingjun quickly removed the hairpin from her own head and placed it in Mengwan's hair, unable to resist a complaint. Your family isn't lacking in wealth. Why dress like this? Those unaware might think our household treats you poorly. Pei Lingjun's speech oscillated between your Meng family and our Marquis household, habitually claiming Mengwan's belongings as her own. Are your injuries healed? Mengwan spoke coldly. A flicker of anger flashed across Pei Lingjun's face, as if her own wounds throbbed anew. She truly had forgotten the pain after her scars healed. Oh, my injuries are long healed, Pei Lingjun retorted. Since you are well, you should behave yourself today. The guests are all noble ladies from the capital. And so what? Pei Lingjun hastily interjected. I am the sister of the Marquis of Zhengua. naturally at the forefront of the noble ladies. She spoke shamelessly, only to realize her gaffe. Her face flushing with embarrassment. Sister-in-law, please don't take offense. I meant for you to be more confident and gracious. There's no need to be overly cautious before those ladies, losing your dignity and poise. The Marquis of Zhengguo is esteemed by His Majesty, and my brother possesses vast estates. The ladies of the capital ought to line up to be chosen by him. Her statements grew increasingly absurd. Young lady, we have arrived. Zhilan lifted the curtain of the carriage. They had arrived early, and the estate's gates were already wide open. Servants bustled inside, arranging flowers and setting up the banquet tables. Young lady, greetings. The servants, all purchased by the Meng family, greeted Mengwan while overlooking Pei Lingjun beside her. Are you all blind? Pei Lingjun frowned slightly, finding the servants' behavior unacceptable. In the past, before the estate had been seized, she could come and go as she pleased. Now that Mengwan had claimed the estate, they seemed to disregard her entirely. Lingjun. Mengwan turned to her. At today's banquet, exercise caution. Pei Lingjun bit her lip, feeling somewhat resentful, and stomped her foot, stepping forward to feign familiarity with Mengwan. Sister-in-law, you have such a soft temperament. You should really discipline the servants here. They have done nothing wrong. Why should they be reprimanded? Pei Lingjun could hardly believe her ears, pointing at the servants. Sister-in-law, didn't you see? They ignored us and failed to bow to their master, who taught them such disrespect. While she spoke of the servants, her words were clearly directed at Mengwan. Wasn't he foolish enough not to realize it? Master? Mengwan fixed her gaze on her, her eyes gleaming with cold intent. Pei Lingjun felt a chill run down her spine. This estate belonged to the Meng family, not the Pei or Zhao families. Who were they to claim authority? Do you still not understand? Such ignorance, yet you wish to enter the palace as a consort. Truly, a fanciful dream. The Zhao family had indeed taught her much. And today, her presence at the banquet likely held ulterior motives. She needed to be more vigilant. Sister-in-law, why do you speak so distantly? We are family. What's mine is yours. Pei Lingjun saw no issue with her words. Madam, the Song family ladies have arrived. Zhilan interrupted Pei Lingjun's remarks, for she could hardly bear to hear more. Fortunately, the arrival of guests spared Mengwan from further discomfort. Who could it be? Before even entering the estate, I recognized the voice. It must be the young ladies from the Marquis's household. Song Yushu entered with several of her sisters, a delightful sight with their varied figures. Song Yushu was indeed a beauty, known throughout the capital for her grace and poise. Yushu greets the young lady. As Song Yushu bowed, the remaining sisters followed suit. Since we are here, there is no need for excessive formalities among sisters. Song Yushu cast a glance at Pei Lingjun, a slight smile playing at her lips. Last time at the palace banquet, I had the pleasure of meeting Lingjun. I wonder how her injuries have healed? Song Yushu had a gentle demeanor, and her words sounded soft, yet they left Pei Lingjun's face pale. Enduring punishment in the palace was a disgrace to her entire family. Song Yushu truly had a knack for bringing up sensitive topics. Sister Yushu, you jest. Lingjun's exquisite dress at the palace banquet certainly drew attention. Even if she faced consequences, at least she caught the emperor's eye. This was said by Chung Rong, the daughter of the Hanlin Academy's esteemed scholar, who pushed past Pei Lingjun. She warmly grasped Mengwan's hand and greeted her with a smile. Sister Wan, I hope you are well. Chung Rong pays her respects. Chung Rong, the cherished granddaughter of the esteemed Grand Scholar Chung, was well-versed in literature and poetry, unmatched among the young women of the capital. Under the Grand Scholar's guidance, she blossomed into a graceful and radiant young lady, akin to the morning sun. Indeed, Mengwan once attended the Chung Family Academy in her youth, forming a close bond with Chung Rong. Chapter 88. A flourishing array of flowers. Master Chung is a well-renowned scholar in Kuanjing City. Countless individuals yearn to enroll in the Chung Academy. It is said that the Zhao family once expended considerable wealth in an attempt to send their children there, yet they were ultimately unsuccessful. Master Chung has always been a man of unwavering integrity, holding a deep disdain for concubines and their offspring. However, he would treat the children of legitimate concubines with equal fairness, educating them alongside others. Yet the Zhao family had long been concealed by the old Marquis, only to emerge into the public eye following the disappearance of the young Marquis. This inevitably led to speculation regarding her true status, for Zhao was no ordinary concubine. Furthermore, shortly after the late Princess Zhao's passing, Zhao hastily assumed the role of the Marquis's main consort, an unprecedented occurrence in Qingli City. Naturally, Master Qing found it disheartening to accept her children into his academy, feeling it tarnished his esteemed reputation. Wherefore does Sister Qing say such things? That feather garment was a gift from my sister-in-law. I was unaware of its origin. Ignorance absolves one of guilt. Do you not understand this principle, Sister Qing? Pei Qingli continued to argue vehemently. Her intention for today was to overshadow the noble ladies, yet she was unexpectedly met with their support for Mengwan, which incensed her further. I have heard that you took the feathered garment without permission. Is that not theft? Do you genuinely claim ignorance, or are you simply foolish? Chung Rong, now 19, had blossomed into a striking beauty. With Mengwan having sent out invitations, she realized that few would dare accept an invitation from the Marquis's residence. If even she did not attend, Mengwan would surely become the subject of ridicule. Thus, she felt compelled to come. With her presence, the gathering already boasted the granddaughter of a Hanlin Academy scholar and a legitimate daughter of the Xiang residents, rendering the attendance of others less significant. Pei Qingli's face turned a hue of green and white, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment, wishing to find a crevice in the earth to hide. Sister Lingjun, did you come today to seek a worthy husband? Chung Rong was determined not to let her off easily. She had harbored a dislike for Pei Qingli for quite some time, having heard tales of her ostentatious behavior and her tendency to covet Mengwan's possessions. Sister Wan's belongings are hardly suited for her. I fear she is merely here to stir trouble. Song Yulin stifled a laugh. I hear a distinguished guest is to arrive today, Wan. Why not take a guess as to who it might be? Do refrain from teasing me, Miss Song. This small gathering is in honor of the two young masters of the Marquis's residence. If we speak of distinguished guests, it must be someone of high rank. Mengwan chuckled lightly as she walked alongside Song Yushu, disregarding the scornful Pei Qingli, who was of no concern to her. As long as Pei Qingli remained compliant, there would still be sustenance for her in this estate. However, should she continue to sow discord, Mengwan would not hesitate to sever ties. Pei Qingli, with her keen ears, absorbed the words. The one of high rank? Could it be the new emperor? Song Yushu smiled softly. Your words are amusing. His Majesty is beset with state affairs, surely unperturbed by our modest gathering. As the names of the noble ladies were called out, luxurious carriages came to a halt outside the estate, signifying the arrival of prominent families from Qingli City, each with a lineage of either esteemed officials or 3 generations of integrity, their names etched in history. Having previously been confined to the inner courtyard, Mengwan had gradually lost touch with these young women. It is often said that the lives of women before and after marriage are drastically different, and Mengwan had experienced this reality firsthand.
Now,
stepping out of the oppressive Marquis's residence and reuniting with old friends within the estate, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. The esteemed families of the Xie, Rong, and Fong clans had all arrived today. The Duke of Ningguo and the Princess Yongning have come, Song Yushu remarked just as a loud cheer erupted at the entrance. The noble ladies turned their gazes towards the door, for the Duke of Ningguo was a reputable figure, a seasoned general undefeated in battle, and his granddaughter, the Princess Yongning, had accompanied him to the battlefield in her youth. It was rumored that the late emperor intended to betroth her to Pei Qingli. As both families were of equal stature and served the nation well, such a union would be most advantageous. As the noble ladies filed in, the first to make her appearance was the illustrious Princess Yongning. Clad in practical attire, she stood apart from the other young women in their flowing sleeves and elaborate skirts. Her hair was neatly tied back in a ponytail, devoid of any makeup, yet her features radiated a striking confidence. Sisters, I see you have all gathered. I hope I am not too late, Sister Wan. Please do not take offense. The moment she entered, her focus was directed solely at Mengwan. Her face alight with eagerness, her attendants bearing gifts in tow. Greetings, Your Highness, the others greeted in unison. The princess waved her hand dismissively. Today is merely a small gathering. There is no need for such formalities. I came here for Sister Wan. From a distance, Pei Qingli watched as Mengwan conversed with the princess, her frustration bubbling over. She is quite the flatterer. Now that the princess has arrived, she hardly pays attention to the other young ladies. Today, she hosts this gathering and leaves you all neglected, solely to curry favor with those of higher status. Surrounding Pei Qingli were her usual companions, many of whom hailed from slightly lesser backgrounds. Yet among them was Fong Yuyan, whose father served as a high-ranking general. Much like the princess. Sister Qingli, do not be so vexed. Let them converse freely. I have heard that a noble from the palace is also expected to arrive today. Fang Yuyan had put great effort into her appearance, adorned in vibrant colors that exuded opulence. Upon hearing this, Pei Lingjuan's eyes sparkled with interest. Had Mengwan indeed spoken of the emperor? What business could a palace noble have at this modest gathering? Yet, for now, Pei Lingjun could only feign ignorance. If His Majesty is to come, he will surely be assessing which of the young ladies are suitable for the palace. Although the selection of candidates does not commence until autumn, the new emperor is young and vigorous, and an empty harem is hardly desirable. There ought to be women by his side. Suddenly, Pei Lingjun recalled her mother's instructions. With the emperor's visit today, why not seize this opportunity for mutual benefit? A glimmer of ambition flickered in her eyes as Fang Yuyan remarked, with so many nobles in the palace, who knows which one it could be? Perhaps it is merely a noble who seeks a respite from the palace's confines, such as the emperor's sister, Princess Ziying. She is not someone to be trifled with. However, now that Fang Yuyan had uttered those words, it was clear that anyone leaving the palace would not be an ordinary figure. Pei Lingjun was not foolish. If Fang Yuyan was so attentive, who else could the remaining noble women in the palace be but the esteemed descendants of royalty? Indeed, I dared not ponder further. However, regarding today's small gathering, does Sister Yuan have any preferred candidates? Pei Lingjun inquired tentatively. I have no particular favorites, Fang Yuyan replied disdainfully. If it were not for your sister-in-law insisting on sending a formal invitation to our family, I would have been too disinterested to attend this trivial banquet. Her expressions conveyed a sense of superiority, as if such gatherings were beneath her dignity. After all, no matter how distinguished Mengwan appeared, she was merely the daughter of a merchant. How could she be compared to those genuinely noble-born ladies? It was particularly irksome for Fang Yuyan to find herself in the same venue as Mengwan, especially as she observed Mengwan mingling among the other young ladies. She scoffed at the sight. Such obsequiousness was truly in line with the mercantile ethos. Deep down, Fang Yuyan held Mengwan in contempt. Today's attendees were not limited to the daughters of a few families. There were many others as well. Pei Lingjun remained observant, glancing at the skies. Entry into the estate required an invitation. With no extra invitations from her mother, how could she bring anyone in? Miss Pei. Suddenly, a voice called out gently beside her. Pei Lingjun turned to find a young servant, seemingly affiliated with this estate. She realized he might be someone her mother had arranged, and a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Yet, she had been focused on the entrance and had seen no distinguished guests arrive. If she missed the chance, would that not allow Fang Yuyan to seize the opportunity? However, she did not dare disregard her mother's arrangements, so she followed the servant. Today, it was not only the young ladies in attendance but also the young gentlemen. Mengwan had not hosted many gatherings before, and this one was surprisingly grand. They even opened the horse racing grounds in the back garden, featuring games of gohu, horse racing, and kuju. The estate was vast, arguably the largest in Kunjing City, which explained why so many madams had vied to rent it for the occasion. Who would not want to bask in reflected glory? That must be the fourth young master of the Duke's residence, Pei Qingli, right? Song Yushu remarked, seated beside Mengwan, with Princess Yongning also present. The table was adorned with an array of delicacies. It is my ailing younger uncle, Mengwan said lightly, but today, he comes with intentions. She smiled subtly, choosing not to elaborate further. They were all astute individuals, naturally refraining from probing further. During this time, Mengwan observed the third daughter of the Song family, who was quite demure. When others approached to converse, Song Yuyo responded gracefully, though she occasionally exhibited shyness, perhaps sensing Mengwan's watchful gaze. She fidgeted nervously, twisting the hem of her garment. Mengwan diverted her gaze. So, this was the young lady that Buyun fancied. Yet, she seemed too gentle. If they were to become engaged, her future mother-in-law might be difficult to deal with. Mengwan did not concern herself with others' affairs. This small gathering served merely as a bridge to connect people and nothing more. The young men were racing on the grounds, each displaying vigor and strength in their competition. It was only then that Mengwan noticed Princess Yongning's gaze seemed fixed on one individual. Following her line of sight, she was momentarily taken aback. It was Pei Qingli, Miss Fang from the Fang family. A voice resonated just above, and Mengwan looked up to see Fang Yuyan. Greetings, Miss Fang. This gathering is quite dull. The young men have all gone to play polo and race. Would you care to join me for some fun? Fang Yuyan was inviting Mengwan, eager to shine. Mengwan instantly discerned her intentions. She smiled and replied, "You overestimate me, Miss Fong. My health is not as robust as yours. I caught a chill a few days ago. I will join." Princess Yongning rose, raising an eyebrow. "What do you wish to play?" Both the princess and the daughter of a general hailed from military households, but in terms of status, the princess had a slight advantage. Rather than engaging in the arts, it seemed the princess preferred martial pursuits. Yet, such activities were traditionally reserved for young men. Surely, we ladies ought to partake in something more refined. How about archery? Mengwan suggested, taking a sip of tea, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Miss Fong truly was an intriguing character. To suggest that archery was not elegant while simultaneously advocating for it was quite amusing. Archery was one of the 6 arts of a gentleman. She could say anything and still be correct. "Lady Pei, would you care to join us?" Noticing Fong Yuyen's persistent invitations to Mengwan, Song Yushu appeared restless. Mengwan stood, her demeanor composed, saying, "Since Miss Fong has extended the invitation, I must oblige. However, I am not as skilled as the two of you. I shall provide a prize instead. The victor may claim the prize." Seeing Mengwan's words had reached this point, Fong Yuyen had no reason to insist further. "Have you seen those colorful balls on the pavilion? Whoever can shoot through the 3 rings and knock down the balls will be today's champion." Miss Fong intended to compete in archery against Princess Yongning. This sparked a wave of excitement, prompting many to wager. Observing the fervor, Mengwan pondered Fong Yuyen's sudden invitation. It seemed more than just a simple competition. "Wan. Song Yushu sensed something amiss and softly called out, "Miss Fong seems rather off today." Mengwan nodded. All the young ladies are here, yet she seeks the spotlight. Could it be? The two suddenly realized something and fell silent. Mengwan instinctively turned her gaze toward Pei Qingli, who was galloping fiercely on the grounds, his steed leaving all others in the dust. Under the sun, his garments billowed as he rode with vigor, a striking sight. Chapter 90. The exchange of tokens. The young ladies present nearly all took notice. Among the young men, Pei Qingli was undoubtedly the most conspicuous. "What do you think of the Duke of Jinghua?" Mengwan inquired softly, retracting her gaze. She had merely glanced at him, yet he had keenly sensed her attention. Even from a distance, Mengwan felt the intensity of his gaze upon her, fiery and overwhelming, rendering her unable to meet his eyes. Fearing exposure, she sought to change the subject. Song Yushu glanced at the man on the grounds and smirked. "Wan, do you wish to hear the truth or a falsehood? As sisters, there is no need for pretense." Mengwan replied. Thus, Song Yushu spoke candidly. "To be honest, I do not favor the Duke of Jinghua." Mengwan looked at her in surprise. "What do you mean?" "He is indeed handsome, but I possess a rather irritable temper, and we simply do not see eye to eye. He is too unruly and cannot be tamed. I have no desire to train anyone. If we were to marry, I would either drive myself mad or exhaust myself." As she spoke, Song Yushu suddenly turned her gaze to Mengwan, a playful expression crossing her face. "I believe only someone with a temperament like yours, Wan, could manage the Duke of Jinghua. They say softness can overcome strength. It would be the perfect match." As she said this, her eyes were fixed on Mengwan, who felt a fleeting surge of unusual emotion. Fortunately, she managed to remain composed, and Song Yushu did not perceive any signs of distress. Mengwan's heart raced nervously, and she quickly replied, "My temperament is hardly admirable. Rather, it is you, Yushu, who is poised and graceful, truly embodying the qualities of a matriarch." "Matriarch?" Song Yushu scoffed. "Who would wish to be the mistress of the inner quarters, managing a multitude of people day in and day out?
Today,
It is not this one who speaks of injustice, then it is that one who speaks ill, which is indeed exhausting." As the conversation unfolds, the Princess Yongning has already begun her competition with Fong Yuyen. It is rare for the young ladies to venture out, as most require their parents' consent to do so. This little banquet today is filled with feasting and merriment, and naturally, they are all in high spirits. Consequently, they begin to place bets on who will emerge victorious. Both contenders are evenly matched. Song Yushu inquires, "Whom will Wan bet on?" "I bet on Yongning." Mengwan has yet to speak when a figure suddenly appears before her. A tall shadow looms overhead, casting darkness over Mengwan's head. Pei Qingli claps his hands, calling for the stakes to be presented. It is a piece of exquisite red coral, intact and of superb quality. "This coral is what I wagered on behalf of my wife," he states. Pei Qingli is tall and slender, having just come from the horse grounds, with a slight sheen of perspiration. Yet, he still exudes elegance and poise. compelling one to steal a few glances. The statement about wagering for his wife causes Song Yushu's eyes to take on a more profound expression. Why does she feel that the Duke of Zhengua's words carry an unusual weight? Who do you bet on, Miss Song? Pei Qingli tosses the question to Song Yushu. She smiles softly, casually removing a jade bracelet, and declares, since the Duke has bet on the Princess Yongning, I shall wager on Miss Fong. Having placed his bet, Pei Qingli shows no intention of departing. Instead, he sits down with them, separated only by a curtain. Naturally, someone brings chilled tea and fruit. In the customs of Daong, when two families' children find favor in each other, they may exchange tokens as a sign of affection. They then await their families to become acquainted, and if all goes well, the male party may formally propose. Thus, when the third Miss Song, Song Yuyo, observes the string of East pearls being offered by Pei Jinan, she glances nervously at the man across from her. He appears frail and pale, yet remarkably handsome.
Radiating à subtle, culture aura.
He stands in stark contrast to Pei Qingli. While Pei Qingli possesses a strikingly assertive visage that can send shivers down one's spine, Pei Jinan's countenance is gentle and amiable. Due to his childhood illnesses, he is slender, with skin that bears a sickly pallor under the sun. Yet his lips are a vibrant red. Having never interacted with the young man before, Song Yuyo realizes that while the East pearls he offers may not be of the finest quality, they represent the best his family could provide. Miss. The maid beside her whispers urgently, this gentleman is from the Duke's second house, and is the Duke's cousin. Song Yuyo hastily averts her gaze, suddenly aware of her previous rudeness. At the earlier temple fair, Bo Yun had met the third miss, and today, he has come to present a greeting. Pei Jinan's intentions are clear. Having come to this gathering, he is undoubtedly here with marriage in mind. Before leaving, Song Yuyo received counsel from her elder sister. She has reached the age for marriage. If the gentleman appears suitable, they may exchange tokens, and arrangements will be made to learn more about one another. There is no reason for disdain. Her cheeks flush slightly as she presents a jade hairpin in exchange. Pei Jinan accepts the pin, a gentle smile gracing his face. A smile so soft it momentarily dazzles Song Yuyo. This frail young lord of the Duke's house is indeed strikingly handsome and possesses a refined demeanor. Princess Yongning has won. A chorus of cheers erupts from the crowd, and upon investigating the source of the commotion, it becomes evident that Yongning has triumphed, claiming the stakes. Fong Yuyen's grip on her longbow tightens slightly. Her expression remains composed, yet her eyes scan the crowd anxiously, searching for the figure of the nobleman. She cannot help but frown. Did not her mother assure her that the nobleman would surely arrive today? Why has he yet to make an appearance? Princess! The maid beside Yongning rushes over, whispering something in her ear. What did you say? Yongning's voice suddenly rises, causing her longbow to clatter to the ground. Upon realizing her outburst, she quickly inquires, did he truly exchange tokens with the third Miss Song? She had come today specifically for Pei Jinan, and now she learns he has accepted something from the third miss of the Pei family. The exchange of tokens has not escaped the notice of Mengwan and Song Yushu, who are now both aware of the situation. Mengwan casts another glance at the Princess Yongning, and perhaps due to her newfound knowledge, anger flickers in her eyes. However, she must suppress this emotion due to her status, ultimately leaving with a sense of unwillingness and frustration, not even claiming her stakes. It seems that Bo Yun and the third miss have found a connection. Mengwan withdraws her gaze, feeling a bit relieved that Pei Jinan has exchanged tokens. Chapter 91. Banquet banter. Song Yushu fans herself with a small fan, smiling slightly. If your Duke's frail scion is indeed a worthy man, my family would gladly consider marrying my sister to him. As for other matters, I shall refrain from meddling. Meanwhile, Pei Jinan, having received the token, catches Mengwan's eye. Their gazes meet, and he slowly smiles, bowing slightly in her direction. Mengwan merely nods, acknowledging his gesture. Pei Jinan likely wishes for her to speak favorably of him before Song Yushu. After all, while Song Yuyo is a secondary daughter, she hails from a respectable family. Whereas Pei Jinan currently lacks any official title and is a frail second son, which may invite scorn from others. Would the third miss care to accompany Bo Yun for a stroll around the estate? I have heard it is home to many ancient artifacts and paintings. Song Yuyo's cheeks turn crimson, certainly. Now that they have exchanged tokens, it would be appropriate for them to walk together, and onlookers would not raise any objections. However, should their relationship lack legitimacy, the sight of a woman walking with a man would invite gossip. At Pei Qingli's table sit many young lords. including the young master from the duke's residence. Young Master Xia Yan of the Rongwood Duke's estate is a notable figure in the capital. Not for any particular reason, but for his notorious reputation. Any young lady would be quick to rebuke him. He has long been a wanderer in the realm of pleasure, having visited every establishment in the capital without exception. If one wishes to know which flower house is the finest, asking him is a surefire bet.
Bufu.
I met your sister-in-law the other day. She is truly a beauty. Young Master Xia Yan, dressed flamboyantly in a crimson robe, twirls a delicate fan in his hand, adorned with flowers in his hair, making him appear even more ostentatious. Yet, despite his less than stellar reputation, he does not lack in charm or appearance compared to his peers. Pei Qingli, sipping the chilled plum drink just served, raises an eyebrow at his words. He knows the truth of Mengwan's beauty well enough. It is not for a rake like him to comment. Noticing Pei Qingli's silence, young Master Xia Yan grows bolder, saying, "Not long ago, I invited you out for drinks, yet you did not come. Today, so many ladies are present. Why not greet them?" Pei Qingli, uninterested in conversation and even less inclined to engage with young Master Xia Yan, dismisses him with a disdainful curl of his lips, replying, "You truly are a tedious person. It is no wonder no lady finds you appealing. Take a good look at me," young Master Xia Yan boasts, displaying his collected tokens before Pei Qingli, seemingly eager to flaunt his conquests. Pei Qingli let out a cold snort, acknowledging, "Indeed, my skills among women pale in comparison to yours.
Ah.
The Duke of the State truly flatters me. No matter my talents, I still cannot win the favor of your sister-in-law," replied young Master Xia, fanning himself as his gaze drifted toward Mengwan, catching sight of her graceful and voluptuous figure through the curtain. His expression bore a hint of lasciviousness, yet he remained oblivious to the sudden chill that fell over Pei Qingli's eyes. "What? Are you interested in her?" Pei Qingli's voice turned icy. Young Master Xia, fixated on the silhouette of the lady behind the curtain, shook his head regretfully. Alas, the man has feelings but the woman is indifferent. Who in the capital does not know that Mengwan is a beauty? What a pity, married yet widowed so young. He suddenly jabbed Pei Qingnan, his face adorned with a suggestive smirk. "I heard that upon her marriage, that short-lived Pei Yanzhao passed away. Do you think Mengwan has yet to be touched by another man?" At the mention, young Master Xia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. But in the next moment, a wretched scream pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of bones dislocating.
"Ah!"
Murder! The Duke of the State has killed someone. Young Master Xia's cries were more pitiful than that of a slaughtered pig. Mengwan, engaged in conversation with several noble ladies, was taken aback by the commotion. Instantly alert, she looked in the direction of the outcry. Song Yushu hastily grasped her hand, offering comfort. "Listen closely. It must be young Master Xia causing trouble." "Humph. That scoundrel likely said something foolish, provoking the Duke's ire. There is no need for you to worry, Wanwan." Mengwan smiled softly. "Indeed, I was overthinking. It is good for the Duke to teach him a lesson. Xia Yan is truly deserving of a beating." When Song Yushu spoke of him, her face was filled with disdain, yet she could not help but glance quickly in that direction before returning her gaze. Then came a loud splash, met with the laughter of those surrounding them. The debauched young master had been unceremoniously thrown into the lotus pond by the Duke, his body now draped in water weeds, inciting a wave of laughter from the young ladies nearby. "Pei Bushu, you heartless wretch. I merely jested. I never truly intended to tease her. Even if I did, I would never stoop so low as to bother a married woman." Young Master Xia shouted, his humiliation palpable. He clearly did not grasp the gravity of his situation, continuing to babble nonsensically. Upon hearing this, Mengwan's heart skipped a beat as a thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that young Master Xia's words had something to do with her, provoking Pei Qingli's furious response that led to such public humiliation? When did the Duke of the State's wife ever become a target for your lewd jests? Pei Qingli's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it resonated clearly among the crowd. This was not merely directed at young Master Xia, but was meant for all present. He understood that widows often attracted scandalous attention. Even if she were innocent, there would always be those eager to cast aspersions upon her character. Pei Qingli's actions were a declaration to those individuals. Should they seek to bring distress to Mengwan, they would also be inviting trouble upon the Duke's household. Pei Qingli, renowned in the capital for his reckless audacity, was a man not to be trifled with. A celebrated hero in quelling frontier unrest and a favored figure before the emperor. Who would dare provoke him? "I was merely speaking offhandedly," Why take it so seriously? Young Master Xie attempted to mitigate the situation, though the multitude watching, particularly the young ladies, stifled their laughter. Chapter 92. Apologies. Pei Qingli stood at the bank, hands clasped behind his back. Under the blazing sun, the young man in dark attire appeared particularly lean, yet not even the heat could dispel the chilling aura enveloping him. Young Master Xie hastily gestured for him to relent, signaling that he understood his mistake and should quickly provide an exit. Yet Pei Qingli seemed oblivious, his eyes sharp as blades fixed upon him. Young Master Xie felt a wave of dread wash over him. In the sweltering summer heat, a chill crept down his spine. This is the end. I have offended Pei Qingli. He could not fathom why the Duke was so enraged. Nearby servants from the Duke's residence urged their young master to cease speaking. Do you not see the murderous glare upon that man? Are you courting death?
Xie Yan.
Pei Qingli called him by name, causing young Master Xie's skin to crawl, his lips twitching in response. Merely speaking in jest? Your tongue is becoming increasingly unrestrained. My Duke's wife was brought into the household with great ceremony, formally and honorably. I understand my error. I understand. Young Master Xie scrambled out of the pond, disregarding his drenching appearance and the strands of water weeds atop his head. He hurriedly crawled over to Mengwan's table, not daring to push aside the curtain, but instead bowed from behind it, clasping his hands. Sister-in-law, it was my fault. I should not have spoken so recklessly and caused the Duke's displeasure. I sincerely apologize. Pei Qingli's words had reached such a point that even young Master Xie, despite his foolishness, could grasp the gravity of the situation. After all, this gathering was hosted by Mengwan in the name of the Duke's household. As a young master from the Rongwa public house, he had behaved disrespectfully toward his host, not only bringing shame upon the Duke's household, but also tarnishing his own family's reputation. Young Master Xie, though somewhat debauched, was aware of the weight of certain matters. If this reached his father's ears, he would undoubtedly face punishment. Moreover, Mengwan was the legitimate daughter of the Meng family. He had spoken carelessly, jesting about Mengwan inappropriately. Song Yushu raised an eyebrow. It seems the Duke is indeed protective of you. Mengwan lowered her gaze, sipping her tea to conceal the turmoil within her eyes, responding with a calm and gentle tone. The Duke is not protecting me. He is merely preserving his own dignity. As his elder sister-in-law, if others mock me, it reflects poorly on the Duke's household. His return to the capital has been met with such provocation from young Master Xie. Mengwan's words were impeccably articulated, leaving no room for criticism. Yet, the very precision of her speech revealed its own vulnerabilities. Song Yushu glanced at young Master Xie and gestured for Mengwan to observe him. And what of him? Mengwan set her cup down and spoke softly. Since young Master Xie has come personally to apologize, let us consider the matter resolved. However, I have heard that the Duke of Rome has accompanied my father northward. I wonder when he might return to the capital? I would like to pay a visit to the Duke's household. Her voice was soothing, like a gentle spring breeze. Even in the heat of summer, the sound of her words brought a refreshing sensation. Yet, young Master Xie was drenched in cold sweat at her mention of his father. How could he have been unaware of this? He had forgotten that the patriarch of the Meng family shared some acquaintance with his own father. He quickly lowered himself further, his smile becoming increasingly strained. My father has not yet returned. Should he come back to the capital, I will be sure to inform my sister-in-law personally. The onlookers were taken aback as the usually imperious young Master Xie exhibited such a humble and respectful demeanor towards the woman. It was hard not to feel a pang of sympathy. After all, she was merely a woman. What could possibly instill such fear and timidity in the young master? This spectacle silenced those who had initially sought to deride Mengwan or mock her for being a widow. If even young Master Xie appeared so subservient, what fate would befall them should they offend Mengwan? It was evident that the Duke of the State was quite protective of the reputation of the Marquis, and thus, Mengwan's dignity would be safeguarded alongside it. After all, she had married into the Marquis, and matters of reputation were intertwined. When one flourished, all flourished. And when one suffered, all suffered. Young Master Xie ought to hasten to change his attire. Though the weather was sweltering, should he become drenched, the wind would surely chill him, and with so many young ladies watching, he ought to consider the embarrassment not just for himself, but for the Duke's household as well. The voice emanating from within was not that of Mengwan, but rather of Miss Song Yushu. Miss Song? Cold sweat broke out on young Master Xie's forehead. He had not anticipated that the one seated with Mengwan would be Song Yushu. A flicker of trepidation flashed in his eyes as he wiped the perspiration from his brow. Miss Song speaks truly. It is all my fault. I shall change my attire at once to spare the lady's eyes from my disgrace. With those words, he fled as though pursued by a ferocious beast. One could easily mistake his hurried retreat for a flight from impending doom. Why does our young master run so swiftly? A nearby young servant followed suit. Another maid rolled her eyes. You wouldn't he understand? Our young master is most fearful of Miss Song. In the past, should he have encountered her while strolling through the flower market, it would have truly been a scene of disaster. Miss Song is sure to chastise him. Strangely enough, the young master, who feared nothing else, was utterly terrified in the presence of Miss Song, as if the king of hell himself were pursuing him. Yet, despite this fear, he never failed to present her with gifts for her birthday, the finest cosmetics from East Street, the exquisite powder from Chongchun Street, and ice pots in summer, all delivered discreetly lest anyone discover his secret. Madam, the voice of Pei Qingli broke through the veil, and as the wind stirred, the curtain fluttered, mirroring his tall and graceful figure. She slightly lifted her gaze, and his statuesque form reflected in her eyes. The utterance of Madam caused Mengwan's heart to skip a beat, tinged with a sense of lingering affection. It was hard not to let one's imagination wander. Regardless of the circumstances, whether outside or within the marquise, he never referred to her as sister-in-law, but always as Madam. Fortuitously, Miss Song was not present at the moment. Otherwise, with her keen intellect, she would have certainly discerned something amiss. Does the marquis have matters to attend to? Mengwan steadied her heartbeat. Through the curtain, Pei Qingli could clearly see the petite figure of the woman before him, plump yet delicate, everything in perfect balance. Her demeanor was poised, elegant, and gentle. As Xia Yan remarked, she was indeed a rare beauty in Kuanjing, one who would linger in the minds of those who beheld her. He was aware that many of the attendees had harbored thoughts of Mengwan even before his return to the capital. Today was a warning to those with ill intentions. Though Mengwan was a widow, she was not to be trifled with. The fruit tea is delightful, yet cooling. It would be wise for you not to indulge too much, Pei Qingli advised, leaving Mengwan momentarily taken aback. Was he truly here merely to caution her against overindulgence? The chilled fruit tea was a favorite among women in the summer, refreshing, sweet, and tangy. A bowl of it would be most invigorating on a hot day. Thank you for the reminder, Marquis, Mengwan exhaled, relieved he hadn't mentioned anything further. But has the Marquis found favor with any of the young ladies today? She inquired softly, for this was the crux of the gathering. Others had exchanged tokens, yet she noticed Pei Qingli had neither received nor bestowed any. Mengwan sensed his apprehension and felt a twinge of anxiety. If he did not exchange tokens today, the occasion would surely be deemed a failure. Yet, she could not press him. Indeed, I have taken notice of a few, but they have all ventured to the rear garden to admire the flowers. Upon hearing this, Mengwan's eyes brightened. Could it be true? Perhaps this gathering had not been in vain after all, given the multitude of admirable young women in Kuanjing. Surely, Pei Qingli's interest lay beyond a mere whim. Yet there were a few young ladies he was uncertain about, and he wished to seek her counsel in the rear garden. Mengwan hesitated, contemplating the throng of guests. Surely he would not engage in inappropriate conduct amidst so many witnesses. Pei Qingli had not sunk to such depths. With this thought, her apprehension eased. Together, they made their way to the rear garden, rich with rare blooms from various regions. Flowers that were absent in other seasons flourished here, many imported from foreign lands, rendering them even more precious. The vibrant hues were striking, each cluster valued beyond measure. Which young ladies has the Marquis taken a liking to? Mengwan inquired as they walked, keen to discern the situation. Only by securing Pei Qingli's matrimonial intentions could her own heart find peace. Names such as Kong and Wang are among them, he replied, eliciting her skepticism. Yet today, there is no one from the Kong family or the Wang family present. In truth, the rear garden was not overly crowded. Small groups were scattered about, some admiring the flowers, others sipping tea and enjoying fruits. While discussions revolved around which young gentlemen were worthy of lifelong commitment or recent scandals, the young ladies, having gathered for a rare outing, seized the opportunity to share the latest happenings in Kuanjing. Should the Marquis find interest in any young lady but felt too shy to approach suddenly, the door behind them slammed shut. Marquis Yu Shou, Madam, please lower your voice. Many of the ladies outside are your former friends. He leaned closer, placing a gentle finger on her lips, not applying any pressure. The glimmer of mischief and malice in his eyes surged forth in that moment, like a long-restrained torrent finally breaking free, rushing towards Mengwan. Realizing his intentions, Mengwan was taken aback. He had truly lured her here to engage in improper conduct. The shadows outside flickered, and soon she heard the voices of the young ladies. "I distinctly saw Sister One walking this way. How could she have vanished so quickly?" "Indeed. I have observed it as well." Alongside the commotion, it appears that the Duke of the State is also present. The mere mention of his name sends the young women outside fleeing as if from a plague, their voices laced with palpable fear. They have all heard the tales. The Duke is known to be ruthless, a man of violent temperament. Moreover, his estate is dominated by a concubine who has assumed the role of stepmother, wielding considerable influence. The vast Duke's residence is rife with strife among the various factions, compounded by the presence of numerous male relatives from the maternal side. Any young woman who marries into such a household would likely find herself ground down by its relentless pressures. Thus, even though Pei Qingli is a favored individual in the emperor's court, any sensible girl would shun the idea of marrying into the Duke's estate, wary of the murky waters that lie therein. After all, how could Mengwan endure 3 years of difficulty in that very household? It is no wonder that even the prospect of becoming the mistress does not appeal to them. With a husband who shows no affection and a mother-in-law who is merely a concubine elevated to a position of power, the prospect is daunting. It is said that there is also an elderly matriarch residing within. Who would dare enter such a den of tribulation? Mengwan listened intently to the sounds outside, her heart racing. The woman anxiously twisted the fabric of her sleeves, her gaze trembling like rippling water, a mixture of fear and a hidden glimmer of springtime brilliance. It seemed that the voices were receding. Mengwan dared not move, fearful that any motion might awaken his primal instincts. The tea room was not overly large, yet it could comfortably accommodate two. The Duke, Mengwan, gritted her teeth, her clear voice whispering in his ear, eliciting a ticklish sensation. It felt as though her very heart was responding in kind. "Duke?" Pei Qingli grasped her hand, pulling her into his embrace. The intoxicating scent of orchids enveloped her, leaving Mengwan slightly disoriented. The tea room had a cooling stove, warding off the outside heat, yet his body radiated warmth, even his breath. Chapter 94, You First. Rise. His breath lingered upon her neck, teasingly intentional. Mengwan was unable to withstand even the slightest provocation from him. With minimal effort, her resolve would dissolve. "Madam, today you have called me Duke several times. You know I dislike that title, but this is outside. I must address you as Duke," she replied, taking a deep breath to force herself to remain composed. With so many people outside, even the occasional footsteps heightened her tension. The taut string of her nerves would not slacken for an instant. "So, if the lady insists on calling me Duke outside, what should I be called in here?" "Wan?" Pei Qingli's hand rested on her waist, which was soft and slender, yet her body was curvaceous. The goddess Nuwa truly favored him. The woman before him seemed sculpted to his liking. Pei Qingli considered himself indifferent to women. Even after years at the frontier, he had maintained a serene disposition, harboring no thoughts of desire. Until, in a dream, he first glimpsed Mengwan. Though he had not seen her face, he was already entranced. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he vowed that one day, regardless of the cost, he would find Mengwan. She belonged to him, and only her. He would not be swayed by societal norms. What of being a widow? With Pei Qingli in existence, Mengwan could never be a widow. As long as he drew breath, who would dare impose widowhood upon her? Mengwan bit her lip. "What do you truly desire? Today's gathering is for you and Bo Yun to meet. You promised me you would consider a new bride." Pei Qingli smirked mischievously, and she felt a sudden chill at her wrist. A bracelet appeared. "This is the only heirloom my mother left me, Wan. If you dare to remove it, I shall sever your hand." He would never truly harm Mengwan. He could not bear to inflict pain upon her. Yet he knew she was timid, easily frightened. With his menacing tone, her eyes glistened with tears. "Second master," she called softly, her voice a gentle tremor, tinged with fear yet resolute. Pei Qingli leaned closer, his heated body almost overwhelming her. Mengwan pushed against him, but his chest felt as solid as a wall of heated iron, his muscles unyielding. "Do you like this?" Pei Qingli noticed her subtle change, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. He casually loosened his belt, exposing his bronzed, strong chest to her gaze. Mengwan gasped. "What sound is that?" As the noise outside reached her ears, she hastily silenced herself. At that moment, she was a mix of indignation and embarrassment, wishing desperately to rid herself of this lecherous man but feeling utterly powerless. She understood Pei Qingli was unhinged. Given the current circumstances, he could indeed drive her to madness, revealing their scandalous encounter to anyone who might chance upon them. Do you know how many men are watching you at today's gathering, Mengwan? Do you understand what those gazes signify? His voice was low, deliberately brushing against her earlobe and trailing down her soft, pale neck, eliciting a shiver of delight that made her grip her sleeves tighter, her breath quickening, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She resembled a fine vintage wine, exuding an intoxicating fragrance, or a ripe peach, alluring and ripe for the picking. They do not possess my gaze. How they look is their concern, not mine.
Indeed.
Pei Qingli replied, his tone laden with meaning. Yet I long to pluck out their eyes, one by one. How dare they look upon you in such a manner? I do not dare. Who gives them the audacity? Wan, I am in pain. Pei Qingli's breath became heavy and Mengwan, having experienced such moments before, understood precisely what he meant. Given how intimately they were pressed together, even a fool would grasp the situation. Second master, you must rise. I have risen. Pei Qingli drew near, sighing deeply. In an instant, Mengwan's face flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, uncertain whether from fear or embarrassment. What she meant was for him to rise, not for that other thing. Yet, Mengwan could not bring herself to voice that. Wan, it hurts. His breath was erratic, his lips grazing hers, yet he restrained himself, refraining from taking further action. Today, he could hardly bear the way those men looked at her, their gazes predatory. He knew Mengwan was captivating, having been widowed for years. Her mere presence in the city drew unwanted attention. As her father had said, the world was unkind to women, as if they were born bearing an unjust original sin. Whenever a man harbored ill intentions, it was always the woman's fault. Pei Qingli despised such notions. Men are human. Women are human too. His father wished for Mengwan to break free from such constraints, yet he understood all too well the many shackles imposed upon her in this era. If he could not even change his own wife, how could he hope to alter his daughter as fate? Thus, he wished to transform Mengwan, yet it seemed she was already evolving on her own. She began to realize that mere adherence to societal conventions would not earn her respect. Only by striving against the wind can one secure a modicum of benefit for oneself. Possessing real power is essential to safeguarding one's own territory. Mengwan understood that he sought her assistance to alleviate his predicament. However, she had already aided him once before, and the process had proven arduous, often taking an inordinate amount of time to bring about relief.
Ailing.
Can you not endure just a little longer? Mengwan, unfamiliar with the male psyche, remained oblivious to the discomfort he endured during moments of passion, swelling pain, searing heat, and unbearable longing. Was she truly unwilling to lend a hand? Pei Qingli's dark, profound gaze bore into her, its intensity almost searing. Ailing, this is the last time.
Please be swift.
Mengwan was acutely aware that if she did not assist him now, the two of them might not leave this tea house today. As the host, she knew that if he could not be found outside, it would only be a matter of time before someone came looking for him here. Chapter 95. Infatuation. Moreover, someone had seen her head this way earlier. If they were to witness her and Pei Qingli in such a compromising situation, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, Mengwan could only hope that Pei Qingli would act quickly this time. The last time she had helped him, it had taken nearly half an hour. My Wan is truly wonderful. I know you cannot bear to see me suffer. If it were possible, Pei Qingli would have preferred a different means of relief. Yet, he understood that Mengwan was ensnared by a curse. Only the one who cast it could touch her without consequence. Should he discover the identity of the sorcerer, he would tear them to shreds, mercilessly reducing them to pulp to feed to dogs. Fortunately, that scoundrel had not dared to approach her. As Mengwan listened to Pei Qingli's brazen words, her face flushed with embarrassment. You are coercing me into this. I have no choice. She sought to convey to him that she was under duress, not genuinely soft-hearted. Pei Qingli, however, paid no heed to her protestations, gently caressing her lips with his fingertip. They were soft and fragrant, a sensation that was utterly addictive. Previously, he had not understood the allure of tenderness. Now, however, he found himself ensnared, unable to extricate himself. Yet, his infatuation with Wan was unwavering. He chuckled softly, their proximity allowing his lips to graze hers, teasingly biting down. Mengwan found herself unable to resist. You promised to let me help you, you should not. Of course, if Wanwan is helping me, how could I bear to see her suffer? With that, he lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. He could no longer wait even a moment. As he tasted her sweetness, he felt as if he were losing his mind, desperately wanting to merge her with his very being, to hide her away for his eyes alone. Yet he knew that Mengwan was free. He would not imprison her or shackle her with chains. She deserved her freedom. As his tongue invaded her mouth, Mengwan instinctively attempted to push him away, but her resistance only provoked his obsessive and possessive nature. He seized her hand, holding it firmly. Wanwan.
This is how it should be.
Her pupils dilated, a soft groan escaping her throat.
What?
Is there a little fox spirit hidden in this tea house? Suddenly, she heard a voice from outside, causing her heart to race as she tensed, fearing someone might burst in at any moment. Wanwan. She heard the man murmur her name, his voice deep and enveloped in a heated breath.
Does it pain you, Wanwan?
She did not realize her actions had caused him discomfort. Then please do not. His gaze was aflame with intensity. Mengwan heard footsteps approaching the tea house door. Ere lang, they seemed to be coming. Her heart raced, knowing that if anyone witnessed her and Pei Qingli in such a compromising position, her future in Kuanjing would be bleak. Tears brimmed in her eyes, her heart pounding. The woman before her had reddened eyes, tears poised to spill. Little did she know, her appearance only fueled the flames within Pei Qingli. What had shown signs of abating now swelled anew. Wanwan. Do not look at me with those eyes. He reached out, covering her eyes with his large palm, then leaned down to softly kiss her sweet, supple lips to stifle any sound she might make. Moments later, the footsteps halted at the tea house door, and Mengwan's heart thundered as she envisioned the scene that would unfold when the door swung open, disheveled clothing, entwined bodies, and scandalous behavior. What are you ladies doing? Just then, Song Yushu's voice rang out. Sister Song. The young women bowed, curiosity evident in their smiles. We saw a few kittens darting into this tea house, and wanted to take a look.
Oh?
Is that so? Song Yushu glanced into the dim tea house, unable to discern anything. I fear you may be disappointed. The cats here are beloved by Wanwan, and were specially brought back from Persia by her father. She cherishes them dearly.
Ah, I see.
Thank you for the reminder, Sister Song. Otherwise, we might have offended the young lady today. Given Song Yushu's words, they naturally refrained from entering the tea house to search for the cats. The cats imported from Persia were undoubtedly of considerable value and rare breed. If they were to disturb the cats and offend Mengwan, they would surely face retribution from their families. After all, the Meng family's influence in Kuanjing was well known. Even the emperor showed them great respect. In this city, only the mistress of the Zhenghua Marquis residence dared to challenge Mengwan. Yet, this was merely due to her status as Mengwan's mother-in-law. After all, filial piety has always been regarded as the highest virtue. Miss, I believe I heard something unusual from the tea house. Could there be an intruder in the garden? A servant girl beside Song Yushu inquired cautiously. Song Yushu merely raised an eyebrow. Today, only those of reputable families are present here. Who would dare intrude? You must have misheard. Come, let us find the young lord. Before departing, Song Yushu cast a meaningful glance toward the tea house, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Kittens, you say? Meanwhile, within the tea house, the man atop Mengwan suddenly let out a low growl, as if he had finally released pent-up frustration. He lay heavily upon her, breathing heavily. As Mengwan sensed the silence outside, she hastily pushed against Pei Qingli.
Ailing.
They have left. You should let me go now. Having already assisted him, surely he would not continue to entangle her. Mengwan was truly terrified of being tormented by him. Her greatest fear was being alone with Pei Qingli. Wanwan. Pei Qingli held her hand, their fingers intertwined. No one would dare enter. This is Mengwan's private estate, which is why he feels so audacious. Chapter 96. The Saint's Skin. The heart of a demon. Pei Qingli fetched water and gently cleaned her hands with a handkerchief. Her palms were still slightly red and hot. Mengwan turned her head away, unable to bear the sight, her ears burning crimson. Lord, a voice pierced through the air, and Mengwan, startled, resembled a frightened rabbit, her eyes wide with trepidation as she glanced toward the door. Did Qingfeng know she was inside with Pei Qingli? He was one of their own, trustworthy. Pei Qingli paid no heed to Ching Feng's presence and merely remarked, "There has been an incident." However, as soon as Ching Feng uttered those 3 words, Pei Qingli's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly rose, adjusting Mengwan's clothing. "Stay here and wait for me to return. I must attend to some matters." With that, he swiftly exited the tea room, following Ching Feng. Mengwan gasped for air, the lingering scent in the room still pervasive. Thankfully, it seemed no one would come here at this moment. She tidied up the space, pushing open the window to let the aroma dissipate. Today, many guests had arrived, and the small kitchen in the estate was particularly bustling, either preparing sweet pastries or cooling drinks. As the host, Mengwan was determined to extend a warm welcome. It was noteworthy that she was the first in Kuanjing to possess an ice cellar, a generous gift as part of her dowry.
In Kuanjing.
No one was not envious, marveling at the grandeur of the Meng family and their lavishness towards their daughter, never skimping on her needs. Therefore, whenever there was a banquet hosted by Mengwan, they were all eager to grace the occasion. Their motivations were manifold: to honor the Meng family, to enjoy the exquisite pastries and teas, and to escape the summer heat. After all, this was Mengwan's private estate, typically closed except when rented out. In the summer, ice blocks arrived continuously. Were it not for the exorbitant rental fees, they would likely want to reside here daily. "Sister Yunju, the cotton candy in the small kitchen has run out. Could you please unlock the storeroom and fetch some?" The kitchen staff were preoccupied, unable to spare a moment. So they had to trouble Yunju for assistance. Yunju was Mengwan's personal maid. The keys to the estate were divided among several individuals. But with no one else around, she turned to Yunju. "Of course, I shall go at once." Yunju hurried towards the storeroom. The storeroom was spacious, divided into several sections. The eastern section primarily housed grains, while the other end stored tools and supplies. However, the cotton candy was kept on the second floor to prevent rodents and insects from ruining it. Yunju climbed the ladder to retrieve the cotton candy and was about to descend when she suddenly heard a voice from outside. "Young master, the matter has been taken care of." "Young master?" Yunju's ears perked up instantly. "What about the goo?" But in the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. That voice belonged to the 4th young master. "You should take care of the Qingxi Rao promptly, otherwise it will need to be replaced each year, which is detrimental to both you and the young mistress. My affairs are not yours to manage."
Goo?
"What goo?" The term Qingxi Rao seemed to be intended for the young mistress. If it was indeed goo, then how could it be anything good? Yunju covered her mouth, terrified to make a sound. The 4th young master's voice was markedly different from what she was accustomed to, laced with a sinister edge. In stark contrast to his previous gentle demeanor. "Young master, I merely wish to remind you. Today, the Duke of the State specially arranged for you to ride the most spirited red stallion. He likely harbors suspicions about you and is merely testing you. It is truly regrettable that you failed to kill him when you stabbed the Duke all those years ago. Should he uncover the truth, your days would be numbered." Years ago, Pei Qingli had been attacked, and someone had stabbed him in the back. Unfortunately, due to the rain, he could not discern the identity of his assailant. With his status, such an incident should never have occurred. If he could investigate, it would mean he had the capability to do so. It seemed Pei Qingli was unfazed, merely clearing his throat and accepting a porcelain vial handed to him. "Youth, the female goo delivered this time is more potent. You have long coveted the young mistress and have already set a goo on her. With this insect, you can do as you please. With this goo, even the most fiery of women will become a willing servant beneath you. What are you waiting for?" The voice grew lewd. Yet, upon hearing this, Yunju felt a chill wash over her. So the 4th young master had indeed placed such a vile goo upon the young mistress. No wonder she had been plagued by vivid dreams at night and appeared weak. The goo had been the source of her affliction all along. But Yunju could not comprehend why the 4th young master would act thus, given that the young mistress had never treated him harshly, even going so far as to seek medical aid for him. Such kindness deserved gratitude, yet the 4th young master harbored such sinister intentions. Moreover, it seemed he was also involved in the previous attack on the Duke. In that moment, Yunju finally grasped the meaning of the saint's skin concealing a demonic heart. This seemingly frail and elegant 4th young master was capable of such horrifying deeds. Yunju pressed herself against the door crack, cautiously peering through. What she saw was indeed Pei Qingli's face, but it bore no trace of its former warmth. Instead, it was shrouded in darkness and malice. He resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Fear gripped Yunju, rendering her breathless. One more word, and I shall sever your tongue. Who does he think he is to refer to her as sister-in-law? As for the gu, he has his arrangements. He will make Mengwan willingly submit. But only if Pei Qingli is dead. Only then can Mengwan belong to him. At that moment, an unprecedented darkness and possessiveness ignited in Pei Jinan's eyes, twisted, frenzied, and envious. The expression was even more terrifying than Pei Qingli's. The man departed, yet Pei Jinan remained. Yunju was frantic, desperate to warn the young mistress and the duke about this hypocritical fourth young master. She could hardly believe that the fourth young master, who appeared so inconspicuous, was capable of such malevolence, hiding it so deeply. If the young mistress remained oblivious to this, what would become of her? Just as Yunju was about to rush out, she felt a chilling gaze fixate on her from the door crack. Her heart raced. In that instant, it felt as if a knife was pressed against her throat. Chapter 97. A shocking secret, she nearly screamed. Fortunately, having stayed by Mengwan's side for many years, she had learned to maintain a semblance of calm. Realizing she was still at a distance from the fourth young master and that she had made no sound, unless he had eyes on the back of his head, he would remain unaware of her presence and their conversation. Even so, Yunju dared not let her guard down, covering her mouth tightly and attempting to breathe as quietly as possible. Fortunately, he merely cast a glance in her direction before moving on. Yunju exhaled in relief. It appeared the fourth young master had not discovered her, and all was well. In order to be cautious, Yunju lingered in the storeroom for a while longer, ensuring that Pei Jinan had not returned before she pushed the door open and swiftly departed. Unbeknownst to her, as she left, a figure emerged from the shadowy corner, contemplatively watching her retreating form. The small banquet had reached midday, and it was nearly time for the meal. The front courtyard served as the dining area for guests, and Mengwan ensured that everything was impeccable, creating a warm atmosphere around the table. Zhilong glanced at the bustling maids around her, but could not spot Yunju. "Have you seen Yunju?" she inquired of a maid. "Earlier, I saw Sister Yunju assisting in the small kitchen storeroom. She must be busy," was the reply. Zhilong sighed with relief. For some reason, she felt that the atmosphere today was rather amiss, a subtle feeling that had her senses heightened as a trained shadow guard. She was always acutely aware of any shifts, making her nerves taut. It was precisely due to her vigilance that Pei Qingli had assigned her to protect Mengwan closely, allowing him to rest easy knowing she was by her side. "Sister-in-law, I have brought you a bowl of the perch soup I prepared earlier in the small kitchen. You must try it." Pei Lingjun suddenly approached, beaming with anticipation. Fang Yuyen, seated at the table, covered her mouth in amusement. The bond between the young mistress and Miss Pei is truly remarkable. People often say that sister-in-laws can be difficult to get along with, yet observing Madame Meng, that notion seems unfounded. Fang Yuyan's words opened the floodgates for conversation, and those with sisters-in-law naturally began to share grievances. Who would have thought Miss Pei could make soup? The young women laughed, prompting Pei Lingjun's cheeks to flush with embarrassment, giving her the appearance of a bashful young girl. "How thoughtful of you. But the mistress cannot have any meat these days," Zhilong interjected. Pei Lingjun's expression fell, and she turned to Mengwan with a pleading look.
"Sister-in-law,
"This is my first time making it. The perch is of excellent quality and very light. Just a small taste should be fine, right?" Her eyes glistened with a vulnerability that suggested if Mengwan refused, she might burst into tears. Fang Yuyen, observing the two, chimed in. "Could it be that the young mistress does not like Miss Lingjun?" She added with a smirk. "If I were to marry and have a sister-in-law willing to cook for me like this, I would wake up smiling in my dreams." "Indeed, sister-in-law. I have a sister-in-law too, and when she was unwell, I kindly made her chicken soup, but she complained about my cooking and fed it to the dogs." Another chimed in. Disdain for Mengwan lingered among some at the table, believing her a merchant's daughter unworthy of sitting with them, the daughters of officials. "Please do not blame my sister-in-law. It is all Lingjun's fault for not knowing she does not enjoy perch soup." Pei Lingjun spoke up before Mengwan could respond, feigning distress and shedding a few tears, resembling a delicate sister-in-law victimized by a harsh sister. Such tactics, originally taught to her by the Zhao family to ensnare men, now seemed effective among the women as well. Mengwan maintained a calm demeanor, and when Zhilong attempted to speak again, she raised her hand to silence her. "Since it is the perch soup made by Lingjun, I shall certainly give it a try." With Ling Jun's insistence, it would be unseemly to continue refusing and risk being labeled as unkind to a young sister-in-law. Jilan understood and quickly served the soup. Mengwan took a delicate spoonful, pausing momentarily before tasting again. Sister-in-law, how does it taste?
Pei Qingli asked eagerly.
Her expression akin to that of a child awaiting praise. This perch soup is quite delightful.
Jilan.
Please serve some to everyone so they may also experience Ling Jun's culinary skills, Mengwan replied with a smile, serving a bowl to Pei Qingli as well. Is that agreeable to you? Pei Qingli's eyes flashed with panic. Sister-in-law, this was made just for you, she stammered, clearly caught off guard by Mengwan's generosity. Certainly, sister-in-law, since the soup is made for you, how could you share it with others? Besides, we have no shortage of perch soup in our household, Fang Yuyan interjected, relishing the opportunity to provoke Mengwan. Madam, your offer is merely a formality. Some individuals truly believe themselves to be the main course, another girl chimed in. It was evident that the atmosphere was charged with tension, and the underlying animosity towards Mengwan was palpable. Let us not blame my sister-in-law. It is entirely Ling Jun's fault for not knowing that sister-in-law does not enjoy perch soup. Before Mengwan could speak, Pei Qingli took on a pitiful demeanor, as if she were a fragile sister bullied by an evil sister-in-law. Such theatrics were meant to elicit sympathy, and they worked effectively. Mengwan's expression remained composed. Jilan was about to say something else when Mengwan interrupted her. Since Ling Jun has made this soup, I shall certainly taste it. Pei Qingli had already pushed the matter to this point. Further refusal would lead to accusations of mistreating a young sister-in-law. Jilan quickly served the soup. Mengwan delicately sampled it, then paused before taking another spoonful. Sister-in-law, how does it taste? Pei Qingli's anticipation mirrored that of a child awaiting praise. This innocent demeanor concealed her more sinister intentions. This perch soup is quite commendable. Jilan, please serve some to everyone so they may also appreciate Ling Jun's culinary talent. Mengwan smiled and personally filled another bowl for Pei Qingli, inquiring, you have no objections, I hope? A flicker of alarm crossed Pei Qingli's face. Sister-in-law, this was made solely for you. Her panic was evident, as she had not anticipated this turn of events. Indeed, sister-in-law, since this is made for you, how could you share it with others? Moreover, our household is not lacking in perch soup. Fang Yuyan's words served to heighten the tension, displaying her penchant for stirring trouble. As the dishes continued to arrive, they were all exquisite, prepared by the chefs personally, selected by Mengwan's father. The variety was such that one could find any dish desired. The dining arrangement separated men and women, ensuring that the earlier commotion did not disturb the men. However, during this time, Xia Xiaogongyi appeared somewhat distracted. Upon closer examination, one might discern a faint imprint of a hand on the gentleman's face. However, during the banquet, he hastily instructed his attendant to apply ice to his visage, which effectively diminished the mark. Otherwise, it surely would have drawn attention and become a source of amusement. Young master, what has transpired with your face? Yet, some keen observers detected a hint of something amiss. Xia Yan shot a glare in their direction, rebuking, focus on your meal and cease staring at others. But what of the Duke of the State? Today, he is the centerpiece of attention, yet curiously, he has seemingly vanished from sight. The mention of the Duke prompted some to recall that they indeed had not seen him. How strange. I believe I just spotted the eldest daughter of the Song family conversing with the Duke in the rear garden, someone remarked.
What?
This revelation caused Xia Yan to crush the teacup in his grasp, nearly leaping from his seat had his attendant not restrained him. Why such agitation, young master? Someone inquired. I dare say, the eldest daughter and the Duke appear quite well suited. I wonder if they exchanged tokens of affection at today's gathering. Xia Yan's countenance turned grave. He cast aside his chopsticks and rose abruptly. I apologize, esteemed guests, but I must attend to matters and cannot remain for the meal. I shall invite you all to dine and revel another day. Some were alarmed. Others hurriedly rushed forth. A few stumbled, almost losing their balance. Young master, where are you off to? Do take care, lest you fall. The attendant shouted from behind, struggling to keep pace with Xia Yan, who seemed to glide effortlessly, moving with great haste. The midday meal concluded, and the estate was spacious enough, providing ample rooms for the noble ladies to rest. They either gathered to compose poetry, discuss literary works, or engage in games of chess while admiring the blossoms. Mengwan felt utterly fatigued. Noticing her pallor, Song Yushu, with Shi Lan and Yun Zhu absent, promptly summoned a maidservant, instructing, "Your ladyship is weary. Assist her to a place of rest. We shall remain here for a while longer." Concern etched on her face. She contemplated the responsibilities of hosting a banquet in Mengwan state, fearing she might exhaust herself. Strangely, no elder from the duke's household had emerged, leaving all duties to Mengwan alone. "Yes, my lady, I shall help you to rest." The maidservant supported Mengwan, while Song Yushu gently patted her hand, reassuring, "You may rest easy. I will keep watch over the banquet. Do not worry, all will be well." Mengwan smiled softly. "I appreciate your kindness." Their exchange was one of familiarity, devoid of unnecessary words. In Song Yushu's eyes, there was a profound tenderness and pity for her. Before her marriage, Mengwan had been so vibrant and radiant. Now, even as the duke's wife, she appeared considerably more haggard. "Miss," Song Yushu sighed in relief as Mengwan departed, only to be interrupted by a voice announcing, "Young Master Xia has arrived." Song Yushu's expression darkened immediately. What business does that scoundrel have here? She dismissed the notion of engaging with him, for she had pressing matters to attend to, and her hand still throbbed from the earlier incident. That fellow possessed a thick skin. His slap had merely left a slight redness, causing neither pain nor discomfort. "What? Is what you say true?" Just as they spoke, a commotion erupted nearby, led by Fang Yuyan and a group of noble ladies. They huddled together, their faces painted with astonishment, as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. "Sister Yuan, such words cannot be spoken lightly. I distinctly saw a man enter Mengwan's chamber and I heard, well, you know, those kinds of sounds. Heavens! Could this be true? Who knows? If you doubt me, go see for yourselves." Mengwan, having been widowed for years, now throws this lavish banquet, likely to clandestinely meet her lover amidst the throngs of guests. How else could a solitary widow endure the weight of her solitude? The speaker wore a grave expression, yet Fang Yuyan appeared skeptical. "I do not perceive Mengwan as such a person. Come, let us investigate. We shall find out. Moreover, if I am mistaken, that would be for the best, but if not, then either Mengwan is indeed meeting a lover, or some unsavory character has intruded upon the estate. We are all young ladies. What if we were to be harmed?" Her words ignited agreement among many. Deep down, most wished to believe the tale, even hoping it was true. If so, they could pull Mengwan down from her pedestal. The repercussions for the Meng family and the duke's household would be quite the spectacle. Chapter 99, Scandalous Revelation. "Sister Fang, what do you think?" The crowd instinctively turned their gaze toward Fang Yuyan, who hesitated. "That might not be appropriate." "Sister Fang, I, too, witnessed it. There is likely a thief in this estate. We are merely here to apprehend him, not to engage in wrongdoing." "What is inappropriate about that?" Fang Yuyan's expression wavered. "Very well, I shall accompany you, but remember, do not speak of this widely." Though her words were meant to be discreet, their earlier conversation had already attracted many curious ears. It seemed that everyone was eager to follow suit. "Miss," the maidservant by Song Yushu's side gasped in shock. "Do they understand the gravity of their actions? This is Mengwan's estate, and here they spread vile rumors, tarnishing the lady's reputation. They intend to catch a thief?"
"No."
"They are clearly here to catch her in disgrace. We should go and see for ourselves." Song Yushu, concerned, understood that Fang Yuyan had no intention of going alone. She desired Song Yushu's company. Mengwan's resting place lay in the west wing of the estate, where numerous rooms and corridors intertwined. The winding paths were adorned with blooming flora, and the koi in the pond swam gracefully. Yet, their thoughts were far from appreciating the scenery. They were preoccupied with uncovering scandal. The news, it seemed, had spread like wildfire, claiming that Mengwan had secluded herself with a man in one of the chambers, suggesting illicit rendezvous. Soon, curious young gentlemen gathered outside, eager to witness whether the usually composed widow had succumbed to her desires and was indeed engaging in an affair. If proven true, it would be a scandal of monumental proportions. "Sister Fang, it is here. This very room. I saw it with my own eyes. They finally arrived." One young lady pointed at the closed door and shouted. The maidservant on watch immediately grew anxious, rushing to block their path. "Sister Fang, what is your intention? Is this not the resting chamber of the lady?" Fang Yuyan inquired calmly. The maidservant's eyes darted nervously.
"No, no.
My lady is not here. If you seek her, look elsewhere." Yet, the more the maidservant tried to deter them, the more it suggested that something was amiss within. Just then, a soft, Alluring gasp echoed from within the room, as if someone were experiencing exquisite pleasure. Though these young ladies remain untouched by the world, they are by no means as innocent as blank slates, wholly ignorant of worldly affairs. Their awareness is palpable, especially with the low murmurs of a man filtering through the door. What is transpiring here, if not an act of infidelity? One of the maidens, upon hearing the sounds within, sensed something amiss. Could it be that intruders had entered? Might we be allowed to investigate? No, that is out of the question. The maid, frail and powerless, could not hinder them.
Stop.
Song Yushu arrived, her expression grave as she addressed the gathering. This chamber is meant for rest. What is the purpose of your raucous entrance? With her presence alone, Song Yushu commanded the atmosphere, her authority palpable. The onlookers, recalling her connection to Mengwan, speculated that she must be privy to the scene unfolding inside. With her intervention, the matter was bound to escalate. Miss Song, are you not curious about what is occurring within? A voice inquired. Curious? Song Yushu fixed her gaze upon her interlocutor. What do you presume I should be curious about? This is Mengwan's estate. Has your father not instructed you on propriety in another's home? Her tone grew cold, laced with warning. Yet, Fong Yuyen seemed undeterred, interpreting this as validation of their earlier suspicions. Miss Song, you have misjudged my intentions. A sister merely mentioned the possibility of intruders, and I sought to protect the estate and the young mistress. Fong Yuyen retorted. Yet you, Miss Song, are you acquainted with those who have trespassed? At that moment, the young gentleman who had heard the commotion gathered, pointing and murmuring about the situation. Song Yushu's delicate brows knitted together, as if she wished to refute the claims, but found no suitable words. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Yuyen swiftly pushed open the door, exclaiming, Young mistress, oh heavens! What is happening here? A scream erupted, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Song Yushu rushed forward. Fong Yuyen, open your eyes. That is not the young mistress inside. She pointed at the chaotic scene, her voice rising with urgency. Another scream pierced the air as Fong Yuyen finally discerned the truth. The figure atop the man was not Mengwan, but Pei Qingli, clad in a decorative bodice, held captive in the man's grasp. The estate was now in lockdown. Mengwan arrived late, apologizing for the scandal that had erupted within her estate. I hope, in light of my family and the Duke of Estate, you will refrain from spreading this incident. I shall personally thank you all in the future. Initially, the crowd believed the person inside was Mengwan, but at this moment, she appeared calm and composed, dressed in understated elegance, expressing her regret over the day's events. Meanwhile, in the Duke's residence, Madame Zhao sipped her tea, glancing outside as the small gathering drew to a close, anticipating Mengwan's return. Suddenly, a maid rushed in, exclaiming, Madam, trouble is brewing. Zhao, hopeful for good news, dropped her tea and stood up. What has happened at the estate? The maid's hurried entrance sparked a strange thought in Zhao's mind. Madam, it's the third young lady. She has been involved in a scandal at the estate. Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. What? In an instant, joy turned to despair. Zhao's vision darkened, and she collapsed, overwhelmed by the realization of her daughter's indiscretions. As dusk settled, the commotion in the capital reached its peak. The Fong family's carriage hastened to collect Fong Yuyen, while Mengwan stood at the entrance to bid them farewell. However, Fong Yuyen no longer bore the audacity she had earlier displayed, her face swollen from the altercation. General Fong, Madame Fong, Mengwan greeted the couple with grace, though their expressions were grim as they forcibly ushered Fong Yuyen into the carriage. Today, my daughter has behaved poorly, nearly tarnishing the young mistress's reputation. I shall discipline her upon our return, General Fong stated, attempting to maintain a semblance of decorum despite the tension. Call me Mengwan, General. I can only assume Fong Yuyen was led astray. I hope she will exercise discretion in the future, as the reputation of the Duke's third daughter is at stake. Understood, understood, Madame Fong chimed in, her demeanor apologetic. They had heard of the scandal before arriving. Though Fong Yuyen's arrogance had been evident, they never anticipated her to create such a scene. Devastatingly, they learned that the emperor himself had been present at the estate during the debacle. This incident could have dire repercussions for the Fong family, particularly given the political instability that surrounded them. The couple hurried away with Fong Yuyen, acutely aware that the new emperor still lingered at the estate. Meanwhile, Mengwan watched the Fong family's carriage depart, her smile unwavering. Foolishness. Inside the carriage, General Fong could no longer contain his anger and struck Fong Yuyan. Startled, she sought refuge in her mother's embrace, tears streaming down her face, silenced by fear. You knew a noble was present at the estate today, yet you chose to draw attention to yourself. Are you intent on ruining our family? Fong Yuyan had hoped to make a name for herself, but her ambition had backfired catastrophically. Father, mother, I understand my mistakes, she sobbed, her eyes glistening with tears. She was not entirely oblivious. She recognized she had been used as a pawn. Yet, she hoped this incident would not escalate into a larger issue at court, causing further trouble for her family. At the estate, the crowd had thinned considerably, the farce concluding with Pei Qingli's scandal. In the brightly lit estate, a young man in an elegant robe sat solemnly at the head of the table, as Mengwan returned to the front hall. Your Majesty. Gu Xinyuan was indeed present at the gathering, though she had only suspected his attendance. To her astonishment, not only was he there, but also a Yao. On this day of the small banquet, she had not informed Meng Yao of her presence. However, from the words of the maidservant beside her, it seemed that her father had summoned a Yao to attend. What surprised Mengwan even more was that Meng Yao was in the company of the new emperor. At that moment, Meng Yao was cautiously hiding behind Mengwan, timidly clutching her elder sister's sleeve, her eyes filled with trepidation. The figure seated in the principal position exuded an air of nobility, seemingly unattainable. Like a solitary, resplendent moon in the sky, his mere presence commanded reverence. As the guests of the gathering began to disperse, the new emperor remained, leaving Mengwan uncertain of his intentions, too apprehensive to speak freely. Was the Duke of the State not yet returned? Gu Xinyuan was accompanied only by a solitary attendant. A tightness gripped Mengwan's heart as she remarked. The Duke must be preoccupied with official matters. He has likely sent someone to summon you. It is not necessary. Gu Xinyuan rose and cast a glance at Meng Yao behind her. It is indeed abrupt of me to arrive at your estate without prior notice, he said, his refined demeanor almost making him seem like a gentle and cultured young gentleman, despite the inherent majesty of his imperial presence. Yet, throughout history, how many who ascended to the throne were truly benevolent? Your Majesty jest, Mengwan replied, but I must express my gratitude for your personal attention to a Yao's well-being. As she spoke, her palms began to sweat. She could sense Gu Xinyuan's underlying intentions. His gaze, laden with meaning, and the flickering candlelight illuminated his tall figure. Your father intends for Meng Yao to enter the palace for selection. What are your thoughts, young madam? Mengwan's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Gu Xinyuan in astonishment. Your Majesty, a Yao is inherently simple-minded, akin to a child. With so many nobles in the palace, I fear she may inadvertently offend someone. I implore you to consider her youthful innocence. Are you suggesting that you do not wish for her to enter the palace? Gu Xinyuan inquired. The notion of Meng Yao entering the palace was something Mengwan had never contemplated. She had always envisioned a Yao remaining by her parents' side for a lifetime, despite the whispers in the capital that a Yao was foolish, that no one would want to marry her. It mattered not. She could care for a Yao herself. Yet, the palace was a treacherous place, one that devoured its inhabitants without a trace. With a Yao-esque disposition, she would likely perish without ever understanding how. For a fleeting moment, Gu Xinyuan's expression darkened. Mengwan, her gaze fixed on the chilling light above, tightened her grip on Meng Yao's hand and, through clenched teeth, declared, Your Majesty, the Meng family has no precedent for entering the palace. It has long been a rule that Meng daughters do not become imperial consorts. I hope you will take this into consideration. Are you lecturing me on rules? He retorted, for he was the exalted emperor, and his words were the law.